Wan Xiao is dragged down into the fog sea by a mass of whipping vines before he can do anything else. Inside the fortress, Yihan almost jumps after him, but Su Junru pins him down and insists that throwing himself in now would change nothing. To force Yihan to stop, Su Junru reminds him exactly who Wan Xiao is and gives him a strange signal that makes him swallow whatever he was about to say. With too many man-eating tree demons raging around them, Su Junru decides the fortress will not survive and orders an immediate retreat. Su Junru crushes her ki and disappears first, and after one last conflicted look into the fog, Yihan leaves too. Almost the same instant they escape, the spider fortress loses its legs and crashes into the swamp as the tree demons tear it apart. Far away at the forest edge, the three secret realm hunters watch the crash and light up, convinced their trap just brought down a giant mutated beast full of loot. As the two companions praise the plan and fantasize about beast eggs, their leader basks in it for a moment on the rocky overlook. Even while he is pleased with himself, the hunter leader is still bitter that a level 4 lord like him lost to Wan Xiao before. With time running out, the hunters stop celebrating and rush off the rock toward the fallen fortress. Back in the tree demon swamp, Wan Xiao survives the fall because the cage lands in soft mud, but the bars are cracking and the whole thing is slowly sinking. Frustrated by his terrible luck, Wan Xiao still thinks fast and summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to recover the lost key. Less than a minute later, the crocodile dragon returns through Wan Xiao's territory link, and the glowing secret realm key reappears safely in his hand. Just as Wan Xiao is about to crush the key and leave, the cage suddenly shifts upward like something outside has grabbed it. When the vines peel back, Wan Xiao is stunned to find the three hunters he beat earlier standing outside the cage in a strangely safe pocket of the swamp. Instead of gloating, the hunters rush to pull Wan Xiao out of the cracked cage, and their guilty obedience immediately puts him on alert. One look between the wrecked fortress and the hunters' guilty faces is enough for Wan Xiao to connect them to the skeleton gray sparrows. The hunter leader hurriedly apologizes and admits they mistook the fortress for a giant mutated beast, then tried to herd it over to Wan Xiao as a favor. Wan Xiao cannot even get properly angry after hearing that, because this disaster really did come from their misguided attempt to repay him. Pushing past the absurd apology, Wan Xiao turns serious and asks whether they saw Su Junru and Yihan in the wreck before they arrived. The hunters say they found no one else, leaving Wan Xiao staring at the wreck and wondering how Su Junru and Yihan vanished within minutes of the accident. Still trapped in the mist rainforest, Wan Xiao forces himself to calm down and concludes Su Junru and Yihan probably followed their emergency plan rather than deliberately abandoning him. When Wan Xiao asks why the man-eating tree demons are hanging back, the hunter leader explains they scattered high-level mutated beast bone powder to scare low-level monsters away. With only a few minutes left before the realm ejects them, Wan Xiao switches into his Hidaji disguise and drops to the ground to wait it out. Out of boredom, Wan Xiao brings up the sacred beast heart, and the hunter leader immediately identifies it as the man-eating tree demon's spore sac from an old Western Tomb region legend. The hunter adds that the item is rumored to raise the success rate of beast-type soldier advancement, but he has never heard of anyone actually proving it works. When the hunter guesses Wan Xiao entered the realm for that item, Wan Xiao brushes it off, but the talk leaves him doubting whether the legend was exaggerated from the start. Then the hunter casually offers to sell sacred beast hearts for only 1,000 star coins each, and Wan Xiao is stunned that something so dangerous can be bought that cheaply. Before Wan Xiao can dig deeper, the secret realm timer expires and white light throws everyone back to the trading market. Back in the noisy market, Wan Xiao checks his interface and finds he harvested 18 sacred beast hearts, then grimaces because half of them already belong to Yihan. When Wan Xiao spots Su Junru and Yihan nearby, both of them freeze up with obvious guilt as he walks over. Su Junru bows and takes the blame for pulling Yihan out of the realm, but Wan Xiao coldly reminds them that fleeing after an accident was the plan from the beginning. Instead of dragging out the argument, Wan Xiao opens a trade window and puts up 9 sacred beast hearts, keeping exactly half and handing the rest to Yihan as promised. Yihan tries to refuse because Wan Xiao nearly died collecting them, but Wan Xiao snaps that it was only a man-eating tree demon and orders him to stop arguing and take them. Yihan timidly asks for one more because he needs 10 hearts to advance his soldier, and that one sentence instantly flips Wan Xiao from annoyed to calculating. Wan Xiao quickly decides his own beast cannot use the leftovers yet, so he would rather sell all 9 and use Yihan's future advancement as a live test of whether the method really works. So Wan Xiao offers all 9 hearts at once and asks Yihan how much he plans to pay. Yihan nervously starts at 5,000 star coins each, and Wan Xiao nearly blows his cover when he realizes this rich fool values them far above the hunter's price. Misreading that reaction completely, Yihan panics and raises the price all the way to 10,000 per heart, making Wan Xiao secretly decide he is absolutely worth befriending. Wan Xiao puts on a reluctant face and accepts, and Yihan immediately transfers 90,000 star coins before the trade is even finished. After handing over the last 9 hearts, Wan Xiao almost feels guilty, so he probes why Yihan didn't just buy them from secret realm hunters. Su Junru explains they already tried that route, but the hunters cheated them with immature sacred beast hearts that were useless for advancement. That answer convinces Wan Xiao to keep his own hunter contacts secret, because a wealthy buyer like Yihan and reliable suppliers are both too valuable to share. Wan Xiao takes out his communicator and suggests exchanging contact details, really because he wants to hear the advancement test result as soon as possible. Yihan is about to agree on the spot, but Su Junra cuts in first and gives Wan Xiao the Yuheng Academy office number instead of their personal contacts. Su Junra claims the academy forbids students from carrying communicators, and Wan Xiao can tell from Yihan's face that she just lied to keep distance. Since the rejection is obvious, Wan Xiao leaves his own number anyway and walks off without pressing the issue. After Wan Xiao is gone, Yihan innocently asks why Su Junra lied, and she says she is trying to protect him from someone who is clearly not as simple as he looks. Su Junra says the real problem is how calm Wan Xiao stayed after being abandoned in danger, because that kind of maturity should not belong to someone their age. Yihan nods like he understands, but one look at him tells Su Junra he absolutely does not, so she can only smile helplessly and leave with him. Wan Xiao leaves the market too, but his next stop is the military building, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon's odd behavior makes him suspect Qin Jinrong knows something about that egg. He also wants to ask about the Crimson Star spoils, so this is not a casual visit anymore but a push for answers and resources. At the gate, Wan Xiao drops the Hidaji disguise and approaches as himself, hoping his real identity will be enough to get him in. The guard stops him cold, asks whether he has an appointment with Commander Qin Jinrong, and shows no sign of being impressed. When Wan Xiao admits he has no appointment, the guard tells him to leave because Qin Jinrong is too busy to meet whoever walks in off the street. Wan Xiao tries one more time by pointing out who he is, but the guard recognizes him already and says that is exactly why he is still bothering to answer politely instead of driving him off. Even asking where to make an appointment gets him nowhere, so Wan Xiao swallows the urge to curse and walks away without any official path forward. But Wan Xiao does not leave the area. From across the street he keeps studying the building and decides he still has to get inside somehow. After staring at the guards for a while, he suddenly comes up with a reckless solution. Wan Xiao ducks into an alley and comes back out disguised as Qin Jinrong in casual clothes, gambling that a quick glance will be enough to fool the gate. He knows military uniform would have sold the act better, but since he has never seen Qin Jinrong dressed that way up close, this is the best imitation he can manage. Heart pounding, Wan Xiao walks straight back to the military building and lowers his voice to pass himself off as the commander. The guard almost salutes on reflex, and when Wan Xiao tells him not to make a fuss, the bluff works and the gate opens. Wan Xiao gets into the courtyard, only to hit the next problem immediately. He has no idea where Qin Jinrong's office actually is. He cannot ask anyone without exposing himself, because anyone who belongs here would obviously know where the commander's office is and any outsider would get interrogated. While Wan Xiao is still trying to improvise inside, a car races toward the military building outside with the real Qin Jinrong in the back seat and adjutant Qi Lianjuan driving. The same gate guard casually mentions that Commander Qin already went in a moment ago, and that one sentence snaps both men awake to the infiltration. After hearing the details, Qi Lianjuan is ready to sound the alarm, but Qin Jinrong stops him because he has already guessed exactly which reckless kid pulled this stunt. Inside the building, Wan Xiao has already switched again into a cleaner's appearance, and is searching floor by floor when the public announcement suddenly calls him out by name. The speaker orders student Wan Xiao to come to the first floor because Commander Qin is waiting, and the moment his real name echoes through the building, he realizes he has already been caught. Back on the first floor in his real face, Wan Xiao walks out of the stairwell and freezes when he sees Commander Qin Jinrong waiting in full uniform. The pressure crushes Wan Xiao's nerve, and he lowers his head to apologize like a kid caught doing something stupid. Qin Jinrong coldly reminds him that sneaking into a military building in disguise could have gotten him killed as a spy. Wan Xiao admits the guards blocked him, says he panicked, and promises he will not dare do it again. That quick surrender finally cracks Qin Jinrong's stern act, and he laughs it off as a first offense before ordering Wan Xiao to get out. As Qin Jinrong turns away, Qi Lianjuan steps in politely to escort Wan Xiao out. Wan Xiao suddenly realizes he came for something serious and blurts out that he needs to speak with Qin Jinrong. Without even turning back, Qin Jinrong guesses it is about the beast eggs and tells Wan Xiao to hurry before the elevator leaves him. Wan Xiao rushes after him and jumps into the elevator just as the doors open fully. Qi Lianjuan follows them in, skips the floor buttons, and silently points at the elevator camera to warn Wan Xiao this is not a place for loose talk. When the elevator starts moving downward, Wan Xiao realizes Qin Jinrong's real destination is buried somewhere underground. Trying to stay focused, Wan Xiao says he actually came to ask two things, not just one. Qin Jinrong casually reveals he expected questions about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, which makes Wan Xiao instantly more alert. Instead of explaining, Qin Jinrong turns the question back on him and asks what exactly he found strange about that beast. Wan Xiao lays out his suspicions, but after he finishes, Qin Jinrong just watches the floor display and leaves him hanging in silence. When Wan Xiao presses him again, Qin Jinrong says he will answer only after Wan Xiao agrees to one condition. Wan Xiao thinks it is just a secrecy demand, but Qin Jinrong jumps ahead to next month's applications and asks what university he plans to choose. Wan Xiao answers without hesitation that he wants Blue Planet University, the top choice every lord dreams about. Qin Jinrong calmly demands the opposite. Wang Xiao must give that up and apply to the weak, obscure Xiling Academy instead. Before Wang Xiao can get a real explanation, the elevator stops after a long descent and opens onto a blast of underground cold. Standing at the threshold, Qin Jinrong makes it blunt: agree first and follow him, or refuse and go back with nothing. Qi Lianjuan stays by the elevator in silence, leaving Wang Xiao alone with the choice. After only a few hard seconds, Wang Xiao decides to trust that Qin Jinrong has a motive and steps out into the underground corridor. He hurries through the long frozen hallway and catches up, formally accepting Xiling Academy so Qin Jinrong will finally talk. Qin Jinrong finally says the dark swamp crocodile dragon feels alien for a reason. It is not a blue planet species at all. The answer hits Wang Xiao at once, and he blurts out that the beast must be from the outer realm. Qin Jinrong confirms their analysis points to the dark swamp crocodile dragon being a mutated beast from Crimson Star. He stops beside an observation room and points out the evidence waiting behind Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao turns, he sees a snow-filled containment room and a rough human-shaped ice block with a faint red glow in its head. The familiar red glow clicks into place, and Wang Xiao realizes the frozen figure is Endu. Qin Jinrong coolly reveals that Endu is still alive, and for now he cannot be allowed to die. Wang Xiao immediately guesses the military wants to pry open Crimson Star secrets through Endu. Qin Jinrong says that is part of the plan, but the more urgent truth is that the dark swamp crocodile dragon egg came straight from Endu's territory. He adds that it was the only mutated beast egg in that Demon Run territory, which is exactly why the military suspected it was something unusual. Because Endu refused to talk, the military finally decided the only way to test their guess was to see whether that strange egg could hatch at all. That explanation lands badly, and Wang Xiao bluntly asks whether the military used him as a test subject. Qin Jinrong dodges the accusation with a smile and reminds him the other 9 eggs were never free gifts either. He says Wang Xiao hatching the egg proved all their assumptions wrong, so the only path left is to get the truth directly from Endu. Wang Xiao pushes back harder, furious that nobody warned him he was contracting a Crimson Star beast and that they gambled with his life. Qin Jinrong does not deny it at all and simply asks what Wang Xiao plans to do about that now. The blunt response kills Wang Zhao's momentum, because he knows he cannot really turn against the military over it. Reading that silence, Qin Jinrong points out the obvious: if Wang Xiao had known the truth beforehand, he never would have hatched that egg. Once Wang Xiao has no reply, Qin Jinrong shifts smoothly into a new offer and promises a major reward for one more favor. Then he whispers the words mechanical beast, and that one bait instantly catches Wang Zhao's attention. Wang Xiao is tempted, but he remembers how hard that method was to get before and immediately suspects this favor is anything but small. So instead of agreeing, Wang Xiao asks exactly what Qin Jinrong wants him to do. Qin Jinrong taps the freezing observation window and suggests that if a fellow Crimson Star person appeared to rescue Endu, he might slip and reveal something. Wang Xiao slowly understands and blurts out the absurd plan as if Qin Jinrong wants him to disguise himself as a Crimson Star rescuer. Qin Jinrong shakes that off and says Wang Xiao is too young for the act anyway. What he really wants is the item Wang Xiao used to sneak in. With a brush of Qin Jinrong's fingers across his face, Wang Xiao realizes the commander has already figured out he used a high-grade disguise item. After a long pause, Wang Xiao peels off the truth and reveals the thin crystal Nirvana mask in his hand. Even Qin Jinrong is taken aback when he realizes the disguise item is orange grade. Wang Xiao cuts off any questions about where it came from and warns Qin Jinrong not to pry if he wants to borrow it. Qin Jinrong accepts that line, but when he reaches to take the mask, Wang Xiao pulls it back again and starts naming his price. Since the item is orange grade, Wang Xiao demands 10,000 star coins and a formal contract before he will hand it over. Instead of getting angry, Qin Jinrong laughs that Wang Ao's money-grabbing instincts really never change. Then he summons a contract scroll on the spot, writes a 3-day loan, and includes the 10,000 coin rental payment. Wang Xiao checks every line carefully and signs, but even after that he still refuses to let go of the mask. That finally makes Qin Jinrong's face darken as he asks what else Wang Xiao wants. Wang Xiao pushes once more and asks for a guaranteed date to receive the Crimson Star spoils of War 2, even if not immediately. After a brief thought, Qin Jinrong sets the deadline at 3 days. Wang Xiao can return for both his mask and those spoils. This time Wang Xiao agrees quickly, knowing it would be foolish to squeeze a military commander any further. After warning him to keep everything underground absolutely secret, Qin Jinrong has Qi Lianjuan escort him back out. Once he is back outside the military building, the normal traffic and street noise feels strangely unreal after what he just saw below. He stares at the ordinary city and can't shake the thought that a Crimson Star Royal is locked beneath it, along with who knows how many other hidden secrets. After leaving the military building without the Nirvana mask, Wang Xiao keeps his collar up and slips home fast, trying not to be recognized on the street. Once he gets home safely, Wang Xiao rests briefly and enters his territory to see how much it changed after swallowing 3 secret realm hunters' land. The site waiting for him is huge. His level 3 territory now stretches past 1,000 kilometers and already looks like an intermediate lord's domain with 11 city-states and a population of 60,000. Even the mountain range is gone, completely chewed down by the metal-devouring ant and turned into collected ore and wide fertile farmland. When Wang Xiao checks the warehouse next, he finds 6 more units of black gold ore, and immediately realizes he finally has enough to fill the supply orders with some left over. Carrying the black gold ore with him, he heads to the giant black pool to confirm whether the bright moon merman has really hatched. At Wang Zhao's soft call, the still black pool finally ripples and a small silver bright moon merman pokes its head out of the waves. Seeing that the bright moon merman is only a gold quality infant, Wang Xiao decides not to spend his growth boost on it yet because mermaid tears will only matter later. Before the moment can stay peaceful, a black shape drops from the sky like lightning and slams down hard enough to whip sand and stones through the area. It is the dark swamp crocodile dragon, already healed and posing as arrogantly as ever, but now Wang Xiao feels awkward around it after learning it came from Crimson Star. Wang Xiao quickly checks himself and remembers the simple truth: whatever its origin, this beast signed his contract, so he does not need to act guilty in front of his own mutated beast. Feeling steadier, he ignores the dragon's needy look and sends for Zhou Shiro through their contract instead. Zhou Shiro appears already mid-complaint, then freezes on the spot when she sees that Wang Zhao's territory has more than doubled and suddenly includes a whole spread of city-states. After staring for a long moment, Zhou Shiro can only ask the most direct question she can think of: did he go rob someone again? Wang Xiao gives a helpless half-yes and explains that this time he did not start it. Then he retells the Miss Rainforest fight, while deliberately leaving Yihan and Su Junru out of the story. Even with the missing pieces, Zhou Shiro gets pulled into the danger of it, and tenses hard when she hears Wang Xiao fought 3 lords by himself. She only relaxes when Wang Xiao reaches the ending and tells her he won and took all their resources. Then Zhou Shiro notices the dark swamp crocodile dragon properly and circles it with open excitement, impressed by how powerful and cool it looks. The second she praises it, Wang Xiao panics and yanks her into his arms because he already knows what the dragon does when it gets too pleased with itself. A beat later, the dragon blasts into the sky, kicking up another storm of grit, and Zhou Shiro mistakes the chaos for an attack. Wang Xiao dryly explains that no one is attacking. The dragon is just mentally off and gets carried away whenever anyone flatters it. That strange explanation leaves Zhou Shiro staring at the dragon and then at Wang Xiao, quietly arriving at a very unkind theory about what soldiers inherit from their master. Ignoring her private conclusion, Wang Xiao opens the interface and gives Zhou Shiro permission to start remaking all 11 city-states. He tells her to work hard and not worry about materials, then awkwardly adds that there is no rush and she should rest when she needs to. Zhou Shiro answers with sarcasm that makes it clear she is still annoyed at him, but she abruptly changes the subject to something more urgent: tomorrow night's Fang family banquet. When she asks what gift he is bringing, Wang Xiao blankly reveals that he did not even know he was supposed to prepare one. Zhou Shiro quickly realizes this is his first time attending a banquet like that at all, which explains a lot and creates a whole new problem. With a helpless sigh, she decides banquet training matters more than rebuilding the territory right now. For the next 2 days and 1 night, Wang Xiao barely leaves the territory, as Zhou Shiro drags him through both city-state modifications and crash course banquet etiquette. When the banquet night finally arrives, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro leave the territory together and head to the trading market first. As soon as they enter, Ma Yunla comes over and hands Zhou Shiro 2 resource balls containing the things she asked him to prepare. Wang Xiao assumes the gift issue is already solved, only for Zhou Shiro to tell him those are not gifts at all, they are his clothes. She grabs his worn academy uniform and bluntly points out that he cannot show up to the Fang family banquet dressed like that. Wang Xiao still does not see the problem, so Zhou Shiro stops arguing and physically pushes him toward the changing room to just get it done. Elsewhere in the military building, Qin Jinrong watches a bank of screens centered on an ice sculpture marked by a flashing red light. Qi Lianjuan enters to report that the external setup is complete and the operation can begin at any time. Qin Jinrong immediately presses on the real risk. Endu is experienced and dangerous, so the retreat route has to fool him without tipping him off. Qi Lianjuan brings up a city map and explains the plan to pressure Endu from 3 sides, drive him west, and guide him toward the trading market and a fake dimensional escape point. The goal is to keep Endu running long enough for hidden personnel near him to squeeze out as much Crimson Star intelligence as possible. Qin Jinrong notices the path cuts through the wealthy district and worries it could spark panic, but Qi Lianjuan argues that a safer detour might alert Endu too early. After a long pause, Qin Jinrong accepts the risk and approves the plan as drafted. Qi Lianjuan also volunteers himself for the infiltration, insisting the job needs someone experienced enough to hide beside Endu under pressure. To prove he is ready, Qi Lianjuan puts on a thin crystal mask and transforms on the spot into a Crimson Star-looking figure. Qin Jinrong still hates sending him, but Qi Lianjuan answers with a stiff smile that everything is for Blue Planet, and the orange-quality mask even boosts his strength. In the end, Qin Jinrong can only grip his shoulder and tell him to be careful before sending him out. Just before leaving, Qi Lianjuan raises one more concern. Wang Zhao's run of rare beasts and orange-quality loot feels almost unnaturally lucky. Qin Jinrong refuses to chase that thought for now and tells him to focus on the mission, but once Qi Lianjuan leaves, the words clearly keep echoing in his head. Back at the trading market, Wang Xiao steps out of the changing room in a fitted black windbreaker suit that suddenly makes him look far sharper and more intimidating. Ma Yunla blurts out that Wang Xiao looks ridiculously handsome, and this time the praise is not even exaggerated. Wang Xiao, still embarrassed, only worries that the dark silver embroidery might be too flashy for him. Before Ma Yunla can answer, his face locks up in total shock at whatever just came into view behind Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao turns and sees Zhou Shiro walking over in a black off-shoulder gown, with light makeup and loose long hair that make her look elegant enough to stop both men cold. Caught under their stare, Zhou Shiro immediately grows self-conscious and asks whether the outfit looks wrong. As Zhou Shiro shows off her banquet look, Ma Yunla elbows the stunned Wang Xiao until he finally blurts out that she looks beautiful. When Wang Xiao asks about the black gauze in her hand, Zhou Shiro crisply calls it a veil and folds it into his breast pocket to mark that they came together. Ma Yunla instantly reads the mood, gives Wang Xiao a teasing thumbs up, and earns a sharp glare from Zhou Shiro. Then Ma Yunla hands Wang Xiao a resource ball, explaining he already picked out banquet gifts because it would be awkward for Wang Xiao to shop in public now. Wang Xiao checks the contents and stiffens when he realizes the gift is huge: 100 units of purple gold mineral and 100 spirit herbs. He immediately balks at the cost, but Zhou Shiro cuts him off and insists his status has changed, so showing up stingy would only invite ridicule. Wang Xiao still winces at burning nearly half his fresh earnings on one visit, and the two start edging toward a real argument. Ma Yunla pulls Wang Xiao aside and quietly explains the rich family logic. The public gift is really a courtesy play that flatters the Fang family, and can come back with even better returns. That finally works, and Wang Xiao grudgingly accepts the expensive gift plan even if his old frugal instincts still hurt. With the gift prepared, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro head out for the Fang family banquet together. Crossing into Kaiyang City's wealthy western district, Wang Xiao can feel the gap at once as ordinary sturdy streets give way to lavish buildings blazing with energy core lights. At the Fang estate, the huge open gate and courtyard packed with banquet tables make the place look more like a luxury venue than a private home. Wang Xiao blurts out that even this courtyard is bigger than his house, and Zhou Shiro lightly tells him this is only a medium family by Kaiyang standards. Watching her tease him so naturally, Wang Xiao realizes Zhou Shiro has quietly stopped acting like a distant subordinate and feels more like an equal friend now. The pair enters together and instantly draws attention like a golden couple, with everyone in the courtyard turning to look. Tang Hingshan rushes over first and jokes that they look like they just came from a wedding. Han Bufan and Yang Fan join in, and Han Bufan's sour face makes it obvious he hates seeing Zhou Shiro standing so close to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao hurriedly denies that anything is going on, and Zhou Shiro keeps smiling, but a brief flicker of disappointment still slips across her face. Fang Tianyu arrives in an ice blue evening gown, stunning the room, with several young lords from the old battle following behind her. Even the classmates who once mocked Wang Zhao's beast tamer talent now greet him warmly, because surviving the Crimson Star invasion changed how they see him. That easy reunion gets cut short when Tian Chang coldly mocks everyone for treating a runner-up like the real genius. Tang Hingshan bristles at once, but Tian Chang doubles down and reminds them that he was still the champion of the Lord competition. Zhou Shiro snaps back that without Wang Zhao's group stalling the Crimson Star Royal, Tian Chang might not even be alive now. Tian Chang answers with the ugliest version of the truth, claiming Wang Zhao's group only benefited from the earlier Lord's sacrifices and has no right to act noble. Before the argument can stall there, Wang Xiao steps out and asks the real question: why is Tian Chang even here at a thank you banquet? Just seeing Wang Xiao makes Tian Chang instinctively flinch back, a tiny crack that gives away how much fear still lingers under his swagger. Tian Chang tries to cover it by sneering that he survived just fine without Wang Zhao's protection. Wang Xiao ignores the bait and turns to Fang Tianyu instead, bluntly pointing out that Tian Chang fled early and was never someone this banquet needed to thank. Fang Tianyu admits the truth a little awkwardly. Inviting Tian Chang was just her grandfather's way of not appearing rude to one of the academy's young talents. Wang Xiao drags the point home with a faint smile and says it out loud, so Tian Chang was invited out of pity. The courtyard finally breaks into laughter, and Tian Chang can only slam down his cup and angrily insist that what he did was strategic retreat, not fleeing. Wang Xiao brushes the excuse off with a perfunctory okay and simply heads for the main banquet room, and the others follow without even sparing Tian Chang another look. Left alone in the courtyard, Tian Chang's face twists as the public cold shoulder hits harder than any direct insult. His resentment boils over as he remembers being the competition champion and still watching everyone rally around Wang Xiao instead. He crushes his glass in his bare hand until blood drips onto the white tablecloth, swearing that one day he will trample Wang Xiao underfoot. Finally he turns and storms out of the Fang estate, too angry and too humiliated to stay where no one wants him. Still cursing Wang Xiao as he leaves, Tian Chang never sees the sudden strike coming before a heavy blow to the back of his head drops him cold. Inside the banquet hall, Wang Xiao sits at an absurdly formal long dining table and quietly wonders if rich people really make eating this inconvenient. Before Zhou Shiro can answer, the doors open and Fang Tianyu walks in beside the Fang family patriarch, whose silver hair and heavy aura instantly command the whole hall. All the young lords rise as the Fang Patriarch greets them warmly and explains that tonight's banquet is to thank everyone who protected Qianyu in the secret realm. The young lords answer with polite modesty, and the Fang Patriarch just smiles and claps his hands for the next part of the banquet to begin. At the elder's signal, more than 10 servants file in with red-covered trays and place one in front of every young lord at the long table. When the red cloths come off, Wan Shao finds a green resource ball packed with hard currency materials so valuable that even this thank you gift feels extravagant. Even the well-born guests are startled by the Fang family's generosity, and one young lord quickly stands to refuse such a costly return gift. When the others start to follow that lead, the Fang Patriarch turns serious enough that everyone can only sit back down and accept the gift. Once everyone accepts the Fang family's return gift, Yang Fan politely rises and offers his own first visit present, starting the expected exchange around the table. As one modest or honored gift after another goes onto the trays, Wan Shao realizes the package he prepared with Zhou Shirua is about to stand out far more than either of them expected. Zhou Shirua can't even look at him now, but Wan Shao still steels himself and brings out the resource ball they prepared together. Wan Shao formally presents the gift in both his and Zhou Shirua's names, announcing that it contains 100 units of purple gold mineral and 100 spirit herbs. The whole table reacts at once, because even among gifted young lords, Wan Shao and Zhou Shirua's present is far beyond the normal scale of banquet courtesy. Without letting the shock linger, Wan Shao calmly adds that the gift is not just banquet courtesy at all, but payment for something he wants from the Fang family. Before Wan Shao even finishes pushing the point, the Fang Patriarch shows he already understands and names the thing he came for, the mutated core. A brocade box opens at the head of the table, and the sight of the golden mutated core locks Wan Shao in place because the prize he has chased for so long is finally right in front of him. Still wary after Qin Jinrong tricked him before, Wan Shao brings up his earlier agreement with the Fang family right in public. Old Master Fang is already prepared, and the instant he brings out a glowing golden ball, the whole room forgets everything else. Tang Hingshan blurts out the obvious question, and Old Master Fang explains that the item is a mutated core that can reshape gold-grade beasts and sharply boost them. Once everyone hears it works on mutated beasts, they immediately understand why Wan Shao wanted this item brought out in the open. Tang Hingshan jokes that Wan Shao got a huge bargain, but Old Master Fang immediately corrects him and says this was never a sale. In front of everyone, Old Master Fang reveals that Wan Shao once gave Fang Tianyu 20 breakthrough stones, and this mutated core is the Fang family's thank you gift in return. That public explanation also solves an old mystery for the room. Now everyone understands how Fang Tianyu's snow elf broke through during the competition. Tang Hingshan quickly realizes his joke was unfair, because those breakthrough stones may have been even more valuable than the mutated core to most lords. So Tang Hingshan stands up on the spot and gives Wan Shao a blunt, sincere apology. Wan Shao brushes it off, but his real attention is on Elder Fang's wording, because turning a deal into mutual gifts makes their relationship sound much closer. Privately impressed, Wan Shao admits to himself that this old patriarch handled the same matter far better than Qin Jinrong ever would. He accepts the mutated core with both hands and formally offers his own banquet gift back to the Fang family. Ma Yunla had guessed the Fang family would refuse the return gift, so Wan Shao is caught off guard when Old Master Fang casually accepts it anyway. Watching his resources disappear with the servant, Wan Shao silently decides Ma Yunla is definitely losing pay later. After a little more polite conversation, Old Master Fang excuses himself and leaves the younger crowd to enjoy the banquet on their own. The second the old master is gone, everyone relaxes, but Wan Shao stays seated alone, still sighing over what just happened. Zhou Shirua quietly misunderstands his mood and apologizes for the expensive gift, even offering her own resources if his heart really hurts that much. Wan Shao immediately snaps back that he is not that petty, and Zhou Shirua weakly answers, "Yes, actually you are." When she presses him again, Wan Shao starts to compare Elder Fang and Qin Jinrong in his head, then gives up on explaining it aloud. Instead of talking, Wan Shao abruptly says he'll enter his territory and tells Zhou Shirua to wait here. Left outside alone, Zhou Shirua can only sigh and quietly eat dessert, while Wan Shao disappears into his inner territory. Elsewhere that night in Kaiyang City's western district, two black-cloaked figures hide in a dark alley and decide it is finally safe enough to rest. One of the cloaked men lowers his hood and reveals the slightly red skin of a Crimson Star native, making the alley meeting feel far more dangerous. The second man reveals himself too, and the crystal ruby at his brow identifies him as Andu of the Crimson Star royal family. Andu immediately turns suspicious and demands to know why he was never told the Crimson Star King had already planted infiltrators on Blue Planet. To force an answer, Andu draws a short knife and presses the blade against the other man's throat. The other man answers without fear that the mission was top secret even on Crimson Star, and that Andu simply was not important enough to know. That insult finally gets under Andu's skin, and the blade opens a shallow cut across the man's throat. Even with blood at his throat, the other man stays cold and reminds Andu that he can kill him if he wants, but he still needs someone to lead the way. Andu counters by kicking toward a body lying behind him, showing he already has an unconscious Blue Planet lord to use instead. The infiltrator just sneers back, and the alley drops into a long, ugly silence while Andu thinks. In the end, Enda puts the knife away and says he still has to finish the mission given to him by the Crimson Star King before returning home. When the other man asks what mission could matter more than invasion, Enda's answer turns the whole attack into something much darker. Looking down at the unconscious captive, Enda reveals that the invasion was only a cover to keep Blue Planet focused on the wrong danger. Back inside his territory, Wang Xiao stands before his gathered mutated beasts and stares at the mutated core, torn between safe expansion and a riskier upgrade. He knows the core can add a random new attribute, so the real gamble is whether to keep stacking power onto one beast or spend his resources on raising new ones. After weighing everything, Wang Xiao decides to gamble on the psychedelic spider mother nest, because boosting the brood boosts an entire army and failure would hurt him the least. The moment he confirms the choice, a pillar of golden light crashes down and swallows the entire nest. Half blinded by the glare, Wang Xiao can still feel a frightening aura building inside the light, and wonders if the mutation actually worked. When the light vanishes, the nest has not changed shape much, but it is larger, darker, and now unmistakably stronger. The appraisal confirms his gamble paid off. The spider mother nest has advanced to platinum and become a rare poison, metal, and superpower 3 attribute unit. Then one new skill makes him light up even more, because Golden Shield Nest can create a 10-unit safe zone that blocks all attacks for 10 minutes. To Wang Xiao, that short invincible window is incredible, because it gives him room to react on dangerous maps and lets Zhou Shiro build even under pressure. Eager to see the real payoff, he immediately summons one of the brood to check what happened to the shadow demon spiders. A tide of 10,000 spiders rushes over, and their dark shells now gleam with metallic shine as they clatter across the ground. The new appraisal names them Shadow Golden Thorn Spiders, platinum poison metal soldiers built for stealth and brutal armor-piercing volleys. Seeing 10,000 of them upgraded at once, Wang Xiao's confidence spikes so hard that he thinks even Enda would be killable now. That excitement is cut short when a warning from Zhou Shiro suddenly reaches him, and the message feels wrong enough to make him stop cold. He cannot understand what danger Zhou Shiro could possibly face inside the Fang family estate, but he retreats from the territory at once anyway. The instant Wang Xiao opens his eyes back in the banquet hall, a red beam is already flashing straight at his face. He throws himself backward on instinct, and the blast barely misses his nose before smashing into the room behind him. Smoke and dust erupt through the dining room, and Enda's sharp mocking voice confirms exactly who came to finish the job. Wang Xiao recognizes Enda at once, and his mind flashes to Qin Jinrong's fake prison break plan and the huge question of why this enemy is here instead. But the answer can wait, because outside a secret realm he cannot summon soldiers, while Enda can still fire light of obliteration like normal. Knowing he cannot fight like this, Wang Xiao uses the smoke as cover, grabs the hand nearest him, and runs for the restaurant corridor. He bursts into the corridor and turns to call for Zhou Shiro, only to freeze as he realizes something is wrong with the person he dragged out. The person in Wang Xiao's hand is not Zhou Shiro at all, but a red-skinned Crimson Star man, and his escape just turned into a new trap. The instant Wang Xiao runs into a supposed Crimson Star man, instinct takes over and he yanks him in close while throwing a brutal punch at his face. The stranger catches Wang Xiao's punch cleanly, proving he is fast enough to be a real threat. Before Wang Xiao can follow up, the man drops the disguise long enough to blurt out that he is Qi Lianjuan. Wang Xiao is stunned to recognize Adjutant Qi and immediately demands to know why both Qi Lianjuan and Anda are here. Qi Lianjuan switches back to his Crimson Star disguise and cuts the questions short, warning that Endu is hunting Wang Xiao specifically and he must leave now. Wang Xiao refuses to let him go and presses harder, angry that what was supposed to be intelligence work somehow turned into Endu being released for real. Qi Lianjuan insists there is no time, saying Commander Chen will explain later, but Wang Xiao has to get out first. Wang Xiao still refuses because his friends are trapped inside, but Qi Lianjuan answers with a quiet promise that he will protect them. Qi Lianjuan suddenly numbs Wang Xiao's arm with a quick technique, forcing his grip open. Before Wang Xiao can stop him again, Qi Lianjuan dives back into the dust and red light deeper inside the restaurant. Wang Xiao almost charges in after him, then forces himself to stop when he remembers Andu is targeting him, and his presence could make things even worse. He makes the hard call to leave, hoping that drawing himself away is the safest move for everyone still inside. Outside in the courtyard, Wang Xiao finds the elegant estate blasted apart, with the shredded ground showing clear signs of Enda's annihilation attack. As he curses Commander Chen for letting this happen, Wang Xiao spots a trembling figure crouched under a tree. He runs over to help, only to realize the terrified wreck under the tree is Tian Chang, who was supposed to have already left. Tian Chang is so badly shaken that he can only mutter to himself, and even Wang Xiao is rattled by how completely fear has broken him. Enda suddenly roars Wang Zhao's name from inside the building, leaving no time to think. Knowing Tian Chang will die if he leaves him here, Wang Xiao drags the terrified man out with him despite the risk. Just outside, Tang Hengshan calls from a nearby alley, giving Wang Xiao a place to run. Wang Xiao reaches the alley and finds the other banquet guests hiding there, dusty and rattled but still alive. Tang Hengshan is baffled that Wang Xiao brought back Tian Chang, since Tian Chang was supposed to be gone already. Wang Xiao hands Tian Chang over for the moment and asks Zhou Shiro what happened while he was inside. Fan Tianyu explains that someone suddenly warned the Fang family an attack was coming and told everyone to evacuate at once. Zhou Shiro says she did warn Wang Xiao, but he was still in his territory, and the others pulled her away before she could wait for him. Fan Tianyu lowers her head in guilt, ashamed that they left Wang Xiao behind in the middle of the chaos. Han Bufan bluntly takes the blame onto himself, saying he was the one who told everyone not to wait. Instead of blaming them, Wang Xiao says any sane person would have evacuated immediately under that warning. That answer eases the sting, and Wang Xiao feels the earlier sense of abandonment melt into genuine warmth. Wang Xiao cuts straight to the core of the crisis. Endu escaped from prison. Then he drops the second blow. Endu came here for him. And Wang Xiao finishes with the only move he sees left. He has to leave now and drag the danger away from the civilians nearby. Zhou Shiro grabs him in disbelief, still shaken that a Crimson Star royal like Endu survived at all. Wang Xiao answers grimly that a royal family member was never going to die that easily. He explains the real problem is the battlefield itself. In the city, surrounded by civilians and unable to summon soldiers, they would be fighting crippled from the start. So his plan is simple and dangerous. Lure Endu out of the city before the real fight starts. Tang Hingshan immediately refuses to let Wang Xiao shoulder that alone and volunteers to go with him. Han Bufan and Yang Fan jump in right after him, and even the hesitant Lin Dong finally steps forward too. Back inside the Fang estate, Endu stalks through the mansion, blasting doors apart one by one as he searches for Wang Xiao. Qi Lianjuan warns that Blue Planet troops will arrive soon, but Endu coldly says he cannot go back without the Dragon Seed or he is dead anyway. When Qi Lianjuan presses him, Endu finally explains that the Dragon Seed is a top-grade soldier egg stolen from the infamous Purple Star. Endu reveals the cost of that mission too. His force paid 700 lives to secure the beast egg. Endu admits their return passage accidentally opened into Blue Planet's secret realm, so he faked an invasion to hide what his force had really been doing. Qi Lianjuan stays stone-faced, but inside he is rocked by the fact that Crimson Star can already force passages all the way to the distant Purple Star. He silently decides this intelligence is too important and must reach Commander Chen immediately. Then Endu suddenly stops, turns around, and says he is done searching. Qi Lianjuan tries to steer him out by offering to keep hunting Wang Xiao later, but Endu answers by calling him what he is, a Blue Planet spy. Endu explains he suspected Qi Lianjuan from the start, and only kept talking because he wanted to see what information the spy was fishing for. Qi Lianjuan tries one last denial, but Endu crushes it with a simple flaw: all his real subordinates are dead, so how could the Emperor have sent help? Caught, Qi Lianjuan finally drops the disguise and returns to his true appearance. Even exposed, Qi Lianjuan stays calm and admits the information was worth the risk. Endu answers with lethal speed, flashing the ruby on his brow and firing straight through Qi Lianjuan's chest before he can dodge. Qi Lianjuan looks down at the wound, tries to hold on through sheer will, and then crashes to the floor unwilling and defeated. Back in the alley, Wang Xiao accepts the volunteers and agrees to fight beside them again, but only if they follow his command this time. Tang Hingshan backs that immediately, saying now that he knows Wang Xiao's ability, he will be the first to shut down any disobedience. Some of the other lords in hiding get swept up and offer to join too, but Wang Xiao cuts that off before the group gets unwieldy. He gives the rest of them a different job instead. Once Endu is lured away, Zhou Shiro and Fan Tianyu must go back in and rescue anyone still trapped inside the estate. Just as Wang Xiao is about to finish the plan, Tian Chang suddenly screams that he will talk and tell everything. Tang Hingshan, already on edge, smacks him down to shut the panic up. The hit actually snaps Tian Chang partly back to himself, and he sits there dazed, confused about where he even is. Nobody wastes time explaining, and the group simply ignores him because the crisis is moving too fast. That slight is all it takes for Tian Chang to notice Wang Xiao behind Tang Hingshan, remember who Endu is hunting, and bolt for the alley exit in panic self-preservation. Then Tian Chang commits the worst possible betrayal and shouts for Lord Endu that Wang Xiao is right here. Tian Chang suddenly shouts for help with his last strength, and everyone instantly realizes he just exposed their position. Tang Hingshan explodes in rage, kicks Tian Chang down, and beats him until he passes out again. When Tang Hingshan asks what to do with the traitor, Wang Xiao cuts him off and orders an immediate retreat. The moment Wang Xiao bolts out of the alley, a red annihilation light rips past his shoulder and blows a hole in the wall beside him. Wang Xiao keeps sprinting west without even looking back, and the others scramble after him under the constant threat of another shot. While running for his life, Tang Hingshan still turns back to taunt the Fang family, and a red annihilation light instantly cuts him off. Tang Hingshan nearly wipes out dodging the beam, and Yang Fan catches him while cursing him for talking nonsense at a time like this. Pushed by pure survival instinct, the five of them squeeze out every bit of speed and finally reach the western edge of Kaiyang City. Tang Hingshan tries the wall and cannot even reach half its height, then angrily blames the city lord for building it so absurdly high. Yang Fan snaps at him to shut up, because Endu is already walking toward them down the empty street. Endu's slow steps feel even worse than a charge, and the group freezes in front of the wall with nowhere left to run. Tang Hingshan asks in a low voice what they can do now, and Wang Xiao admits he has no plan except stalling until the military arrives. Lin Dong nearly breaks down, regretting that he ever got involved in this rescue at all. Endu stops 20 meters away and greets them almost politely, which only makes the situation feel more hopeless. At this close range, Tang Hingshan and the others finally feel what the Crimson Star royal bloodline really means, and all 4 of them think they are dead. Just when everyone else is sinking into despair, Wang Xiao steps out and offers Endu a deal. Wang Xiao says Endu only wants him, so he will stay behind if the other 4 are allowed to leave. The others immediately refuse, because they came together and do not want to abandon Wang Xiao even now. Wang Xiao thanks them with a forced smile and tells them not to throw away all their lives with his. Before they can decide, Endu coldly reminds them that he never agreed to let anyone go in the first place. Wang Xiao tries one more time to argue that killing the others is pointless, but Endu makes it clear that only his own will matters here. Then Endu pulls out a green card and declares that no one here is leaving alive. He crushes the card, and a burst of green light swallows everyone at once. When the light fades, the group finds itself on a bleak basalt plain under a dead gray sky, and Endu is nowhere in sight. Tang Hingshan and Han Bufan test the place and realize it is a secret realm, which means they can finally summon soldiers again. That discovery flips the mood for a moment, because outside they were helpless, but in here they can at least fight back. The 4 of them immediately start building a battle line, but Wang Xiao stays off to the side, still bothered by why Endu brought them here at all. Lin Dong spreads a blood pool across the open ground, turning the battlefield itself into part of their setup. Han Bufan's 30 holy knights charge through that blood pool and come out transformed into red-tinted slaughter knights. Tang Hingshan follows with his giant tribe talent and swells those slaughter knights to more than 10 times their original size. Yang Fan plants his foot and spreads a green recovery halo that can instantly heal allied soldiers inside it. Even after the team finishes its setup in seconds, Wang Xiao still refuses to summon anything and instead opens the Secret Realm's information panel. The panel confirms this is just a common challenge mystic realm meant for sealed sparring, which makes Endu's real purpose feel even more suspicious. Then a pitch-black vortex tears open in the sky, and a terrifying scarlet claw reaches out of it. Everyone instantly recognizes the problem. Endu is summoning the level 8 Platinum Destruction Demon that failed to descend in the last battle. Tang Hingshan's battle spirit dies on the spot, because even their giant knights do not reach the monster's knee. Lin Dong panics and begs Wang Xiao to just get them out, but Wang Xiao stays locked on his own line of thought. Wang Xiao says he may have a way to take them out, but he first has to verify something that can only be tested here. Yang Fan protests that they will all die if they stay, until Han Bufan points out the worst truth. Outside, without summoned troops, Endu would kill them even faster. With no clean way out left, the group finally chooses to trust Wang Xiao and fight for time instead. Wang Xiao tells them to buy as much time as possible until the military arrives, and even claims this is not that dangerous if they cooperate well. A few seconds later, the nearly 1,000-meter destruction demon closes the distance, with Endu standing on its shoulder and looking down on them like insects. Endu coldly says they did not finish their last fight, and the destruction demon lifts one foot to crush them all in a single step. Wang Xiao gives the order to move, and the other 4 flee with the mounted slaughter knights while he breaks away on a different line. Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and charges straight toward the destruction demon's other leg instead of retreating. The giant foot slams down behind him with a world-shaking boom, and the blast of wind hurls the wolf through the air. The wolf recovers instantly, lands cleanly, and keeps running without losing momentum. Once he reaches the other leg, Wang Xiao turns the wolf's speed into a vertical assault and starts climbing the destruction demon's body. With swift lightning flash, the wolf becomes a streak of light and rockets almost all the way to the monster's waist. Only then does Endu realize Wang Xiao was never trying to survive below. He was aiming straight for the one weak point he could actually reach, Endu himself. Endu sneers that a real demon is more than just a huge body, and he calmly triggers fire burning the heavens. A tiny ice blue flame blooms on the destruction demon's chest, and despite its size, the heat wave that hits Wang Xiao is instantly unbearable. As the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf climbs the destruction demon's body, a brutal heat wave hits Wang Xiao from hundreds of meters away and instantly tells him this approach is far more dangerous than it looked. The pale blue flame on the destruction demon's chest suddenly spreads along its lava veins, turning the giant body into a burning trap around them. Even with its natural ice resistance, the wolf starts losing condition fast once several blue flames close in, and Wang Xiao immediately abandons the climb. The wolf jumps back just in time, and Wang Xiao sees the flames gather exactly where they were a moment earlier, confirming the monster can target that whole surface. Wang Xiao braces for a finishing swipe when he notices the destruction demon's flaming claws still easily reach them, but the giant strangely does nothing. When Wang Xiao looks up and catches Endu calmly smiling on the giant's shoulder, he realizes his enemy is here for more than simple revenge. Tang Hingshan and the others rush over in alarm, but Wang Xiao answers with a sudden grin and says he has found a way to turn this passive fight around. Han Bufan openly worries Wang Xiao is going to get himself killed, but Wang Xiao insists Endu will not kill him and orders everyone to charge no matter what happens. The group commits, and Lin Dong and Han Bufan unleash the bloody tank combination skill to turn the 4 Slaughter Knights into blood-armored lances. Endu sneers at the charge and starts to trigger the Destruction Demon's chest flames again, clearly ready to erase them. Before that attack can land, Wang Xiao flashes in on the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and plants himself directly between the giant and his charging allies. Endu's face hardens with anger, and just like Wang Xiao bet, the Destruction Demon's killing flames weaken instead of firing. That hesitation gives Tang Hingshan's team their opening, and the 4 bloody tanks slam into the Destruction Demon's calf with crushing force. The giant roars in pain, but the shockwave shatters Lin Dong's blood shields and the backlash makes him spit blood and nearly fall from his mount. Han Bufan orders an immediate retreat, and when the furious Destruction Demon tries to stomp them, Wang Xiao appears under its feet again to stop the kill. Grinding his teeth, Enda finally orders the monster to let them go, which proves to everyone that Wang Xiao's insane gamble was real. Back in the safe area after less than 10 terrifying seconds, the team finally exhales and Tang Hingshan admits he thought they were dead. Wang Xiao admits he was betting on instinct, but he explains that if Enda truly wanted him dead, he would have killed him before dragging everyone into this secret realm. Yang Fan points out the contradiction, and Wang Xiao answers with a taunting stare at Endu. He is being kept alive because Endu wants something from him. That confidence spreads through the group, and Tang Hingshan climbs back up with a growl, ready to press the advantage instead of waiting to die. For the next 10 minutes, the 5 of them keep repeating the same brutal pattern, charging the Destruction Demon again and again, while Wang Xiao keeps throwing himself in front of Endu's killing blows. Eventually the team burns through everything they have, the Slaughter Knights vanish into white light, and even the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf collapses from exhaustion. From a few hundred meters away, Tang Hingshan stares at the Destruction Demon's calves stripped nearly down to bone and asks the question nobody can avoid anymore. Is this really enough? Wang Xiao says this was never about killing the monster's weak points anyway, only about buying time until Blue Planet's military reaches the secret realm. The moment Wang Xiao mentions they may be able to leave soon, the half-collapsed group finds enough strength to get back on their feet. Seeing them stand again after finally getting a quiet moment, Enda's patience snaps and he coldly warns that they should not assume he truly lacks the nerve to kill them. Wang Xiao fires back with open contempt, and using the last of his energy, summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to test what Enda really wants. Tang Hingshan and the others are stunned that Wang Xiao has been hiding such a fierce mutated beast, but Wang Xiao only watches Enda's face for an answer. Enda's brief shock confirms everything for Wang Xiao. This whole trap was never about settling old grudges, but about the dark swamp crocodile dragon. After a heavy pause, Enda finally admits the truth. Since Wang Xiao actually hatched that beast, he cannot kill him and must take him back to the Crimson Star alive. The Destruction Demon suddenly breaks apart into light, and Endu drops from the sky to take control of the fight himself. A black vortex opens behind Endu, and hundreds of ghost-faced demon commanders pour out with sabers, instantly surrounding Wang Xiao's exhausted team. Endu declares that Wang Xiao will be captured alive and everyone else killed, and the battered group still forces themselves upright to face the odds. Just as Endu thinks he has them cornered, Wang Xiao and the others shout that they admit defeat instead of fighting to the last man. Endu freezes as challenge resources suddenly pour into his territory, and Wang Xiao mockingly reminds him that admitting defeat is also a legal way to lose. Wang Xiao's team disappears in white light, and only then does Endu realize they endured the whole battle just to stall until the military arrived outside. Left alone with the truth, Endu sinks into despair and bitterly admits to himself that he completely underestimated Wang Xiao. A flash of white throws Endu out of the secret realm, where Wang Xiao's group is already sitting on the ground waiting and mocking him from a safe distance. Beyond them, dense Blue Planet troops already have their attack weapons trained on him, and Endu instantly raises his hands in surrender before he can be shot down. With weapons still trained on him, Endu finally stops pretending he can turn this around and lets the warriors pin him down. A pair of black prisoner's shackles snaps onto Endu, cutting off his lord energy and extinguishing the ruby glow on his forehead. Only after the shackles take effect do Wang Xiao and the others finally breathe again, knowing the worst danger has passed for now. Tang Hingshan can't resist taunting the fallen Endu, mocking the swagger he had just moments earlier. Instead of answering Tang Hingshan, Endu fixes Wang Xiao with a strange smile and warns that he has already stirred up something that will kill him. When Wang Xiao guesses he means the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Endu refuses to answer clearly and instead promises that next time he will not underestimate him. That threat lands hard on Wang Xiao, because he knows luck and rule loopholes saved him this time, and a serious Endu will be far harder to survive. Endu leans into the fear on purpose, laughing wildly and promising to come for Wang Xiao again as soon as he can. The ugly laughter cuts off when a weak voice from the side speaks up, and Endu jerks his head toward the crowd as everyone parts for the newcomer. Qi Lianjuan walks out pale and badly wounded, his chest wrapped in thick bandages, and Wang Xiao is stunned to see him alive. Endu's composure finally cracks when he blurts out that Qi Lianjuan should have died from the annihilation light that shredded his heart. Qi Lianjuan answers with cold restraint, reintroducing himself as Qin Jinrong's adjutant from the Blue Planet military. In that instant, Endu realizes he spilled Crimson Star secrets to a man who survived, and the panic on his face turns real. He thrashes against the prisoner's shackles in frustration, but the special restraints hold him without budging. Chi Lianjuan steps in close and formally announces that Endu is under arrest by the Blue Planet military and will be sent to the extreme ice hell. The moment he hears he is no longer useful, Endu drops his arrogance and desperately begs to trade more information for a lighter fate. Chi Lianjuan does not even entertain the plea and simply orders the warriors to drag Endu away. Once Endu is gone, Chi Lianjuan turns back to Wang Zhao's group, salutes them, and apologizes on behalf of the military for putting them in danger. The five quickly pull him up, because none of them know the hidden truth behind the operation and none of them blame him. Seeing Chi Lianjuan's discomfort, Wang Xiao changes the subject and asks for the resources they lost after surrendering in the challenged Mystic Realm. Chi Lianjuan immediately agrees to report it and have the resources returned, which lifts everyone's mood at once. Then Chi Lianjuan asks Wang Xiao to stay behind for a private word, signaling that the rest should leave first. Wang Xiao understands the hint right away and sends Tang Hengshan and the others back to the Fang family to report that they are safe. Once they are alone, Chi Lianjuan peels away the crystal-thin disguise and quietly admits that Wang Zhao's Nirvana mask was ruined saving him. The news hits Wang Xiao hard, because this was his first orange-quality item and its life-saving edge is what mattered most to him. But when Wang Xiao looks at the thick bandages over Chi Lianjuan's chest, his frustration cools, because the man nearly died protecting the whole planet, not himself. So Wang Xiao lets it go, telling Chi Lianjuan that tools are meant to be used and that saving a good man was worth more than one lost skill. Chi Lianjuan still insists on making it right and promises to report everything honestly so Wang Xiao can be compensated. Wang Xiao laughs that he does not need compensation, as long as they do not back out on the promised mechanical beast production method again. Chi Lianjuan swears that even if Commander Chen refuses, he will steal the method himself, and the two part on a firm handshake. After Wang Xiao walks off toward the Fang family, Qin Jinrong steps out of the shadows to meet his injured adjutant. Qin Jinrong checks Chi Lianjuan's condition first, and Chi Lianjuan answers that the wound is serious but manageable with rest. Qin Jinrong's real concern is whether Chi Lianjuan revealed anything he should not have to Wang Xiao, and he is relieved when the answer is no. He admits the silence is unfair to Wang Xiao, but anything involving Purple Star has to be handled carefully. Chi Lianjuan hesitates, then suggests warning Wang Xiao anyway because someone that dangerous should not be wandering freely, but Qin Jinrong decides to wait for the main region's reply. Chi Lianjuan can only accept the order, even though he clearly is not at ease with it. Back at the Fang family, Wang Xiao returns to find the once grand residence battered into near ruins and guests muttering about the disaster in the courtyard. The sight leaves Wang Xiao quietly conflicted, because he knows Anda came for him even if he never wanted this destruction to happen. Before he can sort that out, someone spots him and shouts that Wang Xiao is back. A heartbeat later, Zhou Shiro throws herself into Wang Xiao's arms, hitting him with the full force of the fear she had been holding in. Nearly in tears, Zhou Shiro pounds on his chest and scolds him for coming back so late and making everyone worry. Wang Xiao explains that he only stayed behind to report the situation, but Zhou Shiro is too shaken to accept a calm answer right away. Only after venting does Zhou Shiro realize she is still in Wang Zhao's arms with everyone watching, and her grief flips straight into embarrassment. She immediately shoves him away, calls him shameless, and tries to pretend he was the one harassing his own vassal lord. Wang Xiao blurts out that she was the one who jumped on him first, and her instant denial turns the whole scene absurd enough to make people smile again. Watching the two of them bicker breaks the gloom in the courtyard, though Fang Tianyu's eyes briefly dim before she hides it and steps forward. Fang Tianyu formally thanks Wang Xiao on behalf of the Fang family, which catches him completely off guard. Wang Xiao tries to shoulder the blame instead, because if Enda had not come for him, this place would not have been destroyed. Fang Tianyu firmly rejects that guilt and reminds him that without him drawing Andu away, the Fang family would have suffered far worse than broken buildings. Before Wang Xiao can argue more, Fang Tianyu discreetly produces the green resource ball he once gave the Fang family, and says her grandfather wanted it returned. Wang Xiao immediately refuses to take back what he treated as a gift, but Fang Tianyu recasts it as the Fang family's thank you instead. She even puts on a stern face and says that if he will not accept it, he should stop coming to the Fang family altogether. That leaves Wang Xiao no graceful way out, so he accepts the gift and quietly acknowledges that keeping a good bond with the Fang family is worth it. With that settled, Fang Tianyu apologizes to the remaining guests and gently ends the ruined banquet, asking everyone to head home. The crowd understands, says their farewells, and the lively banquet that was supposed to celebrate the night quietly dissolves into an uneasy end. After leaving the Fang family, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua stroll down the night street and compare notes on everything that just happened. When Wang Xiao says he exploited the rules to admit defeat and escape instead of facing Enda head-on, Zhou Shirua bursts out laughing at how shamelessly clever that was. But once the joke passes, Zhou Shirua suddenly goes quiet and walks with her head lowered, clearly bothered by something deeper. Pressed by Wang Xiao, Zhou Shirua finally admits the real issue. She feels too weak to deserve being his vassal lord. Her guilt spills out fast as she says that every dangerous expedition ends the same way, with Wang Xiao protecting her while she struggles even to get a base built. Wang Xiao tries to reassure her that construction lords are supposed to ramp up slowly, and that he values her future potential more than her current combat power. That answer finally breaks the dam, and Zhou Shiro blurts out through a sob that she wants strength now so she can fight beside him instead of hiding behind him. Wang Xiao is caught off guard because the usually fragile, pouty Zhou Shiro has clearly been carrying this frustration in silence for a long time. After a long beat, he gently tells her that impatience will only backfire for a builder like her, even if he understands exactly why she feels this way. Then Wang Xiao flashes a mischievous smile and hints that she is lucky she met him, because he actually does have ways to make her stronger. The moment she realizes he might be serious, Zhou Shiro's eyes light up and she urgently asks what he means. Wang Xiao starts with the first path and reminds her of the griffin-like reinforcement from the Lord competition, revealing that it was not a beast at all but a fortification. Zhou Shiro can hardly believe it, so Wang Xiao explains mechanical beasts in detail and finally lays out the real advantage for her. He says that if she masters mechanical beast production, she can stockpile them in their territory and summon them later to buy herself time whenever danger hits. That picture hits perfectly, and Zhou Shiro's whole expression turns bright with genuine excitement for the first time tonight. Wang Xiao stops her from celebrating too early and says the second path to strength is not a method, but a person. He brings up Su Junra from Yuheng Academy, but Zhou Shiro has no idea who that is because she barely even knows most people from her own school. So Wang Xiao explains that Su Junra is an alchemist who can build extremely precise machinery, including a giant mechanical spider dozens of meters tall. Zhou Shiro still does not see how that helps her, and Wang Xiao excitedly spells out the missing link between her fixed fortifications and Su Junra's machinery. His pitch is simple and huge. If the two of them combine forces, they could create a mobile fortress packed with high-level fortifications and dominate even bigger secret realms. Now fully fired up, Zhou Shiro wants to go find Su Junru immediately and start making it happen. Wang Xiao has to slow her down because Su Junru is from Yuheng Academy, and cooperating with Kaiyang students before the ranking assessment would cause the wrong kind of attention. She reluctantly accepts that they have to wait until the assessment ends, but the promise of real progress already lifts most of the pressure crushing her. Zhou Shiro straightens up and makes a serious promise that she will improve herself first, because she refuses to embarrass Wang Xiao when the real cooperation begins. Just as Wang Xiao is about to wrap up the night, his communicator suddenly rings and pulls the story in a new direction. The caller is Qin Jinrong, and Wang Xiao perks up because he had planned to seek him out anyway. Qin Jinrong gives him a curt order to reach the military building within 10 minutes and hangs up before Wang Xiao can say much. The rude attitude annoys Wang Xiao for a second, but the thought of finally getting the mechanical beast method wipes that mood away fast. When Wang Xiao tells Zhou Shiro what the call probably means, she immediately asks to go with him. Wang Xiao thinks it over, realizes Qin Jinrong never said he had to come alone, and agrees to bring her. The two hurry across Kaiyang City and soon reach the military building in the center of town. At the entrance, the same guard from before recognizes Wang Xiao instantly and already knows Qin Jinrong is expecting him. The guard hesitates when he notices Zhou Shiro, and Wang Xiao briefly assumes she might have to wait outside. Instead, the guard steps aside and lets both of them through, which only reinforces how much smoother things go now that Wang Xiao has connections here. Inside the nearly empty building, a young officer is waiting in the first-floor hall to escort them because Adjutant Chi has gone to the hospital. They ride to the top floor and are brought down a corridor to Qin Jinrong's office. The escort knocks, Qin Jinrong calls them in from inside, and the pair step into a room with an immediately tense working atmosphere. Before Wang Xiao can finish greeting him, Qin Jinrong flicks a notebook across the office and says it contains the mechanical beast production method. Wang Xiao is thrilled to have the notebook at last, and seeing how busy Qin Jinrong is, he thanks him and prepares to leave quietly. But just as he turns to go, Qin Jinrong stops him and says there is something else they still need to discuss. Then Qin Jinrong keeps writing for more than 10 awkward minutes, leaving Wang Xiao standing there bored and waiting for whatever this mystery is. During the silence, Zhou Shiro tugs Wang Xiao's clothes and whispers that the commander suddenly looks strangely familiar. When Wang Xiao reminds her that they already saw Qin Jinrong at the hospital, Zhou Shiro drops an even bigger shock. Teacher Qin is actually his daughter. Wang Xiao is floored by the news, suddenly reinterpreting Qin Shui's unusually respectful behavior back at the hospital. Qin Jinrong hears them anyway, gives a helpless bitter smile, and admits that his daughter still needs work on keeping secrets. Now that the secret is out, Wang Xiao bluntly asks if Qin Jinrong really is Teacher Chen's father, and Qin Jinrong confirms it without fuss. That only raises a new question for Wang Xiao. If Qin Shui has this kind of backing, why would she choose to stay in a low-ranked Class D instead of teaching the elite class? Qin Jinrong explains that Class A brings too many distractions, while Class D lets Qin Shui focus on quietly spotting talented students with real potential. Then Qin Jinrong makes the personal angle clear by saying he has known about Wang Xiao far earlier than Wang Xiao ever realized. He pulls out a file with Wang Xiao's name on it, and reveals that Qin Shui recommended him long before his awakening because his school-wide results were always first. Qin Jinrong says they thought Wang Zhao's prospects had collapsed when he awakened as a beast tamer lord, but his later performance turned him into a surprise worth watching even more closely. The reveal leaves Wang Xiao conflicted, because Qin Shui's hidden role feels both flattering and deceptive at the same time. Once he steadies himself, Wang Xiao tries to guess the point of all this and asks if Qin Jinrong intends to recruit him into the military right now. Qin Jinrong immediately shoots that down, bluntly telling him he is not strong enough yet even to pass a recruit assessment. Instead, Qin Jinrong asks whether Wang Xiao now understands what Qin Shui's real work has been, and Wang Xiao can only nod along without fully seeing the endgame. Qin Jinrong taps Wang Zhao's file and drops the real bombshell. Starting tomorrow, Wang Xiao will be a student of Yuheng Academy. Qin Jinrong's offer leaves Wang Xiao stunned, and he finally asks if this transfer is really just about helping scout talent at Yuheng Academy. Qin Jinrong says not exactly, then brings up Yihan, the rare Yuheng student who awakened the elemental overlord talent. Once Wang Xiao confirms he has already met Yihan, Qin Jinrong drops the real assignment: protect Yihan no matter what happens. To make the job irresistible, Qin Jinrong offers military beast eggs and even strategic resources like city building tokens and breakthrough stones. The richer the offer gets, the more uneasy Wang Xiao feels, because none of it explains why a commander with countless experts wants him for this job. He finally asks the obvious question: with so many stronger subordinates available, why choose him at all? Qin Jinrong refuses to explain and only says he has his reasons, pressing Wang Xiao to answer yes or no. Before Wang Xiao can decide, Zhou Shirua steps in and asks if she can transfer with him to Yuheng Academy. Qin Jinrong agrees immediately, reminding them that as Wang Zhao's vassal lord, Zhou Shirua can of course go with him too. When Wang Xiao asks if she truly wants this, Zhou Shirua blurts out that as long as she is with him, the place does not matter. Realizing what she just said, Zhou Shirua flushes red and hurriedly reframes it as practical planning with Su Junru and their mechanical beast research. Her reasoning lands: transferring could help them work with Su Junru early and push the Lord Core to level faster. After a few minutes of weighing it all, Wang Xiao finally agrees to transfer and accept Qin Jinrong's mission. Before Wang Xiao can even bring up the promised rewards, Qin Jinrong produces a written contract with every condition already listed. Wang Xiao checks the terms, cuts his finger, and seals the contract with blood as the scroll breaks into glowing fragments. Even with his doubts still nagging, Wang Xiao lets them go because the rewards on that contract are undeniably real. With the serious business done, Qin Jinrong dismisses them and promises that Wang Zhao's Crimson Star spoils and the resources seized from Enda will be delivered tomorrow. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua say goodbye and leave, but less than a minute later the office door opens again for a different pair. Yihan and Su Junru step into Qin Jinrong's office and greet him, clearly summoned for another quiet assignment. After a heavy pause, Qin Jinrong admits it may be early for this, but he needs their help right now. Su Junru asks for the target, and Qin Jinrong answers with a name neither of them expected: Wang Xiao. Qin Jinrong explains that Wang Xiao will transfer to Yuheng tomorrow under a public mission to protect Yihan. Su Junru immediately sees through it, and asks if the truth is that they are the ones meant to keep watch over Wang Xiao instead. Qin Jinrong confirms the cover, saying the mission is just a way to make Wang Xiao willingly stay with them while they report anything unusual. When Su Junru presses him again, Qin Jinrong reveals the key limitation: his own subordinates cannot follow Wang Xiao into the secret realm. With that, Su Junru accepts the assignment, and gives him a crisp military salute. After they leave, Qin Jinrong pulls out a handwritten manuscript titled Purple Star Invasion Risk Assessment and Preliminary Response. The next morning, the transfer procedures are already finished, so Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy early to avoid being late on day one. At the entrance he runs into Zhou Shirua, and the two share an easy smile before going in together. That calm start lasts 1 second, because a huge crowd suddenly marches out with a red-letter banner that says Defeat Wang Xiao. Even Wang Xiao, who already topped the qualifiers once, is caught off guard by a welcoming committee this hostile. Zhou Shirua dryly wonders if he used to study here and offended too many people before transferring away. Wang Xiao shoots back that he is not the kind of person who goes around provoking people, and Zhou Shirua's silence says she is not buying it. Then Zhou Shirua shamelessly abandons him, stepping aside and introducing herself as a harmless new transfer student asking for directions. Before Wang Xiao can complain, a square-faced student stomps to the front of the crowd and snarls that he really dared to show up. Knowing these people are now his classmates, Wang Xiao swallows the urge to ignore them and tries to keep the first-day disaster from getting worse. He stares at the angry student for a long moment and then honestly asks the worst possible question: do we know each other? The square-faced student snaps that Wang Xiao robbed him during the Lord competition and thinks he can now pretend not to remember. That finally jogs Wang Zhao's memory of the old road toll racket, where he took payment from passing teams without even learning who they were. He blurts out a half-remembered guess about goblins or slimes, then warmly grabs the wrong classmate by the wrong name. The student jerks his hand back, yells that his soldier was a lava slime, and finally gives Wang Xiao his actual name. Wang Xiao instantly pivots, apologizes, and tries to pass the whole ambush off as an enthusiastic first-day welcome. The student refuses the joke and loudly lists the exact resources Wang Xiao took from him back then. He even warns that if Wang Xiao does not return the goods, Wang Xiao might not be entering Yuheng Academy today. Wang Xiao shrugs off the threat and asks the simpler question: instead of sorting out old materials, can he just pay 1,000 star coins? The number alone stuns the whole crowd, because the original loss was worth only a fraction of that. Seeing no objection, Wang Xiao immediately transfers the 1,000 star coins on the spot. That one payment flips the front student completely, and the guy who came to block the gate suddenly hugs Wang Xiao like an old friend. The same student loudly declares that anyone who goes against Wang Xiao from now on goes against him too. Nobody actually cares about that speech, because the rest of the crowd has already rushed in to settle their own old scores in cash. Some of them are clearly exaggerating or outright lying, but Wang Xiao cannot be bothered to sort truth from opportunism and just keeps paying. He does not just compensate them either. He often pays more than they ask, turning the entire mob from hostile to thrilled in minutes. Watching from the side, Zhou Shirua smiles at first, and then starts inwardly wincing as more than 100 claims chew through a terrifying amount of money. Wang Xiao, though, sees it as a clean trade, spend some money, erase the grudge, and buy a new reputation all at once. By the time the payments stop, the angry ambush has turned into a full welcome team, and nobody cares about the old banner anymore. Once everyone is happy, Wang Xiao pulls Zhou Shirua back into the middle and introduces her as the transfer student who came with him and his vassal lord. The students greet Zhou Shirua enthusiastically and immediately start praising how beautiful she is and how well she matches Wang Xiao. Without missing a beat, Zhou Shirua gives a graceful self-introduction and asks everyone to guide her in the future. Then she leans close and hisses at Wang Xiao that he must be crazy after spending that much money in a few minutes. Wang Xiao only laughs and says money exists to be spent, and if they run out they can always earn more. But his last whisper gives the moment a sly edge, because Wang Xiao clearly is not done and does not think that money was easy for them to take. Escorted by more than 100 curious students, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua finish their transfer paperwork and are assigned to Yuheng Academy's Class B. When the pair enters the classroom mid-lesson, the room instantly goes from curiosity to complicated silence as students realize Wang Xiao is standing right in front of them. Some students are excited to see the famous Wang Xiao, but many more remember him as the ruthless Chief Wang and start whispering about why he transferred from Kaiyang. Zhou Shirua quietly ribs Wang Xiao that everyone's opinion of him is still painfully accurate, and he tells her to get lost under his breath. Wang Xiao still gives the proper greeting and introduces himself and Zhou Shirua to the class director with perfect politeness. Class director Li Changshan welcomes them, then immediately warns Wang Xiao not to bring Kaiyang Academy's messy habits into Yuheng. That warning opens the floodgates, and the class starts loudly mocking Kaiyang Academy and bragging that Yuheng will crush them in the coming rankings. Hearing her old academy insulted like that, Zhou Shirua's face turns dark with anger while Wang Xiao stays so calm it almost looks detached. Zhou Shirua finally snaps and demands to know why Wang Xiao is not angry when everyone is trampling on Kaiyang right in front of them. Wang Xiao finally answers with a lazy smile, saying Yuheng has lost to them for years and since they cannot win on the battlefield, they should at least be allowed to complain. Zhou Shirua gets it first and bursts out laughing, while the entire class realizes they have just been mocked to their faces. Li Changshan explodes in anger and demands an apology, threatening to report Wang Xiao to the academy head and send him back where he came from. Wang Xiao only smiles wider and tells him to hurry, because he does not want to stay in this lousy place for even one more second. Then Wang Xiao turns from the teacher to the whole class and calls out their empty shouting, asking what all their slogans are worth inside a real secret realm. To shut everyone up for real, he pulls out a secret realm challenge card and dares anyone who wants to lecture Kaiyang to spar with him first. The room dies on the spot, because none of the students who were just yelling actually dared to challenge the man who fought through the Crimson Star invasion. Zhou Shirua quietly gives Wang Xiao a thumbs up, thrilled that he crushed the whole room with a single move. Li Changshan tries to salvage authority by lecturing his students not to submit to force, but even that sounds hollow now. Wang Xiao immediately pushes the challenge card toward Li Changshan and tells the mighty teacher to set an example himself. Li Changshan says nothing, and Wang Xiao puts the card away with a contemptuous sneer because the whole act has been exposed. Done with the farce, Wang Xiao turns to leave, and an excited Zhou Shirua quickly asks where he is going. Wang Xiao coldly declares that he is going to change classes with the academy head, because a useless person like Li Changshan is not qualified to teach him. Outside the classroom, even the furious crowd of more than 100 students instinctively parts and lets Wang Xiao walk straight through. To Wang Xiao's surprise, Zhao Yunyan breaks from the crowd and follows after him anyway. When Wang Xiao asks why, Zhao Yunyan awkwardly insists that he already said they are brothers now. Zhao Yunyan admits he is scared of offending everyone, but he still thinks Wang Xiao was right that slogans mean nothing and only secret realm results matter. That answer genuinely impresses Wang Xiao, and he offers Zhao Yunyan his hand in friendship. Zhao Yunyan refuses the friendship on purpose, saying he wants to be Wang Xiao's opponent and beat him fairly in the secret realm one day. Wang Xiao can only smile and tell him he will wait for that day. Once the tension settles, Zhao Yunyan asks if Wang Xiao really plans to change classes, and Wang Xiao says yes because he truly has no interest in staying with Class B. Zhao Yunyan immediately recommends Class E instead, saying it may not be the strongest class, but the people there are good and Wang Xiao would fit in. Wang Xiao quickly realizes Zhao Yunyan is recommending his own class and is just about to agree when Zhou Shiro quietly stops him. Pulling Wang Xiao aside, Zhou Shiro explains that Yuhing divides classes from A to F by results and reassigns students again after awakening based on Lord talent or personal strength. That ranking system makes Wang Xiao hesitate, because the second worst class is probably too weak for the kind of future competition he expects here. When Wang Xiao turns back to decline, he finds Zhao Yunyan already standing behind them with the disappointment written plainly across his face because he heard everything. Wang Xiao immediately figures out that Zhou Shiro let Zhao Yunyan overhear on purpose so he would not have to reject the offer too bluntly himself. Since the situation is already exposed, Wang Xiao honestly tells Zhao Yunyan that he still wants to aim for Class A. Zhao Yunyan swallows the letdown, says the people in Class A are good too, and suddenly calls out to someone approaching from the school gate. The people he calls over are Ihan and Su Junru, and both immediately jog forward when they spot Wang Xiao. Zhao Yunyan cheerfully starts making introductions, only for Wang Xiao to cut in because he already knows Ihan and Su Junru. Even in that calm little reunion, everyone is measuring something different. Wang Xiao studies Ihan, Su Junru wonders what trouble Wang Xiao already caused, and Zhou Shiro quietly inspects her future business partner. Ihan blurts out the wrong question by asking what class Wang Xiao is in, and that instantly makes Wang Xiao suspicious that he already knew about the transfer. Ihan freezes on the spot because Wang Xiao guessed too close to the truth, and he has no clean explanation ready. Su Junru smoothly steps into cover for him, saying they only heard the news this morning because Wang Xiao is already too famous to stay unnoticed. Before Wang Xiao can keep pressing, Su Junru pivots neatly and compliments Zhou Shiro's beauty instead. Zhou Shiro blushes, returns the compliment, and the two women click almost instantly through perfectly matched social polish. Watching that sudden alliance form beside them, Wang Xiao and Ihan can only exchange a helpless look and arrive at the same conclusion: women. Seeing Wang Xiao settle in with the others, Zhao Yunyan suddenly feels like the extra person in the group and awkwardly prepares to leave. Before going, Zhao Yunyan tells Wang Xiao to come find him in Class E if he ever needs help. Wang Xiao answers just as sincerely and tells Zhao Yunyan the same, already deciding this guy is worth trusting. After Zhao Yunyan leaves, Ihan asks Wang Xiao what class he is in now, and Wang Xiao casually says he used to be in Class B but wants to transfer. Ihan says he is in Class A and Su Junru is in Class C, which catches Wang Xiao off guard because the two are always together. Su Junru explains that Ihan is such an important talent that the academy barely makes him attend class, and because he has to stay near her, she benefits from that arrangement too. That answer gives Zhou Shiro a sharp new impression of Yuhing Academy as a place where raw strength can override ordinary school rules. Instead of being put off, Zhou Shiro feels a flicker of excitement because a brutal academy built around power is exactly the kind of place she needs right now. Wang Xiao, meanwhile, gets stuck on a different detail. Su Junru keeps saying Ihan must stay with her, and the tone sounds more forced than romantic. The more Wang Xiao thinks about it, the less it makes sense, because Ihan is the rare prodigy, and Su Junru is only a mid-level alchemist. He also rules out the obvious answers, because they are neither in a vassal relationship nor acting like a couple. After running through every theory he can think of, Wang Xiao finally asks Su Junru directly what her relationship with Ihan really is. Ihan starts to answer, but Su Junru cuts him off at once and says it is their secret. Without giving them room to press further, Su Junru immediately changes the subject and hustles everyone toward the academy head to handle Wang Xiao's class transfer. At the academy head's office, Wang Xiao meets a middle-aged man whose thin cheeks and hooked nose make him look downright vicious. Su Junru shows no fear at all and breezily recommends Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro as high-potential transfer students who should join her and Ihan's team. Then Su Junru suddenly remembers Wang Xiao once wanted to cooperate with Zhou Shiro and bluntly decides that his transfer must be for exactly that reason. Caught off guard by how fast she moves, Wang Xiao can only hurriedly agree with her improvisation. Satisfied, Su Junru declares the matter settled and orders the academy head to approve it while she drags the others off to the assessment first. She rushes out so fast that Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and the academy head are left staring at each other in awkward silence. The academy head explains that Xiao Rou is always impatient, tells them to get used to it, and quietly says he will handle the transfer paperwork. That easygoing answer only makes Yuhing Academy feel even stranger to Wang Xiao, because the scariest-looking man here is somehow one of the most accommodating. Outside, Su Junru and Ihan are already waiting, and Su Junru urgently waves them over. The moment Wang Xiao gets close, Su Junru nervously asks whether the academy head got angry after she ran away. When Wang Xiao says no, Su Junru finally exhales and admits she was terrified the whole time even if she did not show it. Wang Xiao dryly points out that she looked fearless a moment ago, then asks what this assessment actually is. Su Junru says it is a potential assessment, basically a few tests used to judge how much room a student has to grow. Ihan tries to reassure them by saying the test is easy, especially for a construction lord like Zhou Shiro and someone with Wang Xiao's mutated beasts. Zhou Shiro visibly relaxes, but Wang Xiao's expression turns more suspicious instead of less. Wan Xiao quickly realizes something is off, because if passing meant freedom from class and more time to gain strength, almost everyone would chase it. He remembers that Class B was still mostly full, so he turns to Ihan and asks the real question: how many students actually passed? Ihan hesitates for a beat and silently holds up 6 fingers. Wan Xiao first thinks he means 60, and Ihan has to admit the brutal truth: only 6 students in the entire academy passed. That number leaves Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro stunned, because thousands enrolled and nearly 1,000 had solid talent, yet only 6 made it through. Su Junru still insists the test is not that hard and even swears on Ihan's intelligence, which only makes the reassurance sound worse. Wan Xiao says nothing, but his look makes it obvious he trusts that promise even less than before. That expression rattles Ihan enough that he leans over and whispers to Su Junru, worried Wan Xiao might refuse the assessment now. Su Junru whispers back that if Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro do not pass, she and Ihan will have to give up traveling and return to the academy to keep watch on him. At the same time, Zhou Shiro quietly asks Wan Xiao if they should just try it, because staying in class would make it impossible to keep protecting Ihan outside. Wan Xiao agrees with the logic, but he worries that following too closely could expose their mission after Commander Chen told them to keep it secret. When Zhou Shiro doubts Ihan could notice anything, Wan Xiao warns that Ihan is not the real problem, because Su Junru is much sharper than they first thought. After one more pause, Wan Xiao finally decides the promised reward is worth the risk and tells them to lead the way. Relieved and pleased, Su Junru and Ihan hurry out in front to take them to the testing site. The assessment venue turns out to be a forgotten corner of Yuheng Academy with nothing but a lonely, shabby little house. Wan Xiao stops and stares at the place in disbelief, because it looks far too miserable for an academy that worships strength. Su Junru says the outside is deceptive and warns that there is another world inside, but academy rules stop anyone who already took the test from entering again. After thanking them, Wan Xiao steps up with Zhou Shiro and knocks 3 times on the low wooden door, calling to the teacher inside. No one answers out loud, but the door slowly opens on its own with a narrow dark crack. Taking Su Junru's signal to enter, Wan Xiao pulls the door wider and steps inside with Zhou Shiro. Inside, the room is windowless and unnaturally dark, with sunlight dying off just a few steps from the entrance. The temperature also drops sharply, so Wan Xiao's nerves snap tight and he instinctively shields Zhou Shiro while keeping the door open behind them. When no one appears, Wan Xiao speaks up and formally announces that they are transfer students here for the assessment. A low hidden voice finally asks only one thing: what talents they have. Wan Xiao answers Beast Tamer Lord and Zhou Shiro answers Construction Lord. Trying to make his case, Wan Xiao quickly adds that they are already level 3 lords with 14 city-states, 1,400 kilometers of territory, and 80,000 people. The voice replies with icy indifference, telling Zhou Shiro to stay and ordering Wan Xiao to leave. Wan Xiao first agrees out of habit, then catches the insult and asks if that means he already failed. The answer is even worse. The teacher says a Beast Tamer Lord is not even qualified to take the assessment at all. Wan Xiao tries to explain who he is, but the voice cuts him off again and refuses to hear a single extra word. At that point Wan Xiao gives up arguing, bitterly realizing this teacher's prejudice is stronger than any facts he could present. He tells Zhou Shiro he has no chance here and wishes her luck instead. Zhou Shiro immediately refuses to stay alone and politely says that as Wan Xiao's vassal, she will leave if he cannot participate. But the moment Zhou Shiro tries to walk out, her foot hits what feels like empty air made solid. She reaches out in confusion and finds an invisible wall blocking only her path. When Wan Xiao asks what happened, Zhou Shiro quickly explains that something in this room is trapping her at the door. Wan Xiao reaches toward the same spot and his hand passes straight through, which makes the whole thing even stranger. Zhou Shiro tries again where Wan Xiao just reached, and she is blocked a second time. Now both of them realize this is no normal room, especially because such a bizarre spatial trick is happening in the real world, not a secret realm. Wan Xiao suddenly thinks of a way to identify the room and pulls out an identification scroll. He tears the scroll open toward the darkness and reveals the truth. This place is a purple scene-type item called Trial Proving Ground. Once he sees the item description, Wan Xiao finally understands what Su Junru meant by there being another world inside. Zhou Shiro reads the same description but still cannot make sense of how a room can simulate someone's highest future combat strength. Wan Xiao explains that the trial probably creates a development environment and tests how far a person can normally grow inside it. That makes sense to Zhou Shiro at once, and she realizes a tool like this would let Yuheng Academy sort students by future potential, not just current strength. But Wan Xiao is still unimpressed, because the whole system only predicts normal development and ignores people who break the rules through abnormal opportunities. Wan Xiao's point lands hard on Zhou Shiro. Any trial can only measure a rough standard, because luck, judgment, and strange exceptions can completely change a lord's path. Once she follows his logic, Zhou Shiro can only laugh bitterly at Yuheng Academy for treating a simulation like a final verdict on a student's worth. Wan Xiao stays practical and tells her to take the assessment anyway, because a harmless simulation is still worth using if it opens a door. Zhou Shiro hesitates because passing without Wan Xiao seems pointless, until he hints that an alchemist's companion's slot could still drag him into the trip. Now that she sees the workaround, Jo Shiro hardens her resolve and shuts the door behind her to start the test. When Wang Xiao comes back alone, Ihan is baffled, and Wang Xiao casually explains that Yuheng rejected the Beast Tamer Lord talent as too low level even to test. Su Junra quickly smooths things over and says that if Jo Shiro passes, she can simply apply to bring Wang Xiao along as her companion. Wang Xiao shifts the conversation to Ihan's Lava Ripper, expecting the sacred beast heart to guarantee its breakthrough after they finally got one. Instead, Ihan excitedly reveals that the first breakthrough failed even after using the material, and he only succeeded on the second attempt after buying even more sacred beast hearts. That answer throws Wang Xiao off, because a supposed 100% breakthrough item now sounds a lot like a very expensive scam. Wang Xiao does the ugly math in his head and decides not to say another word, because admitting the sacred beast heart might be useless would only wreck their friendship and start a fight over the money. So he shamelessly changes the subject and asks where Ihan got all those strange legends in the first place. Ihan points to the Academy Information Library, and Wang Xiao immediately realizes the huge building he noticed earlier is not a training hall at all but a giant archive. Wanting answers, Wang Xiao asks to visit the library at once and look through the records himself. Ihan agrees right away, but Su Junra grabs him and insists that she will escort Wang Xiao instead while Ihan stays behind for Jo Shiro's paperwork. Ihan points out that she handled the process with him before, and Su Junru instantly shuts him down with a glare so fierce he folds on the spot. Wang Xiao sees straight through Su Junru's little blockade, but this time he lets it pass because he only cares about one thing in the library, the dark swamp crocodile dragon. And his last warning keeps needling him, because if his own soldier really hides a threat, Wang Xiao has to understand it before doubt poisons that bond. With his mood turning heavy, Wang Xiao gives the trial room one last look and tells Su Junru to lead the way. The moment Wang Xiao enters the information library, he is stunned by the place hiding behind that ordinary exterior. What really shocks him is the sheer danger of it, with students climbing bare ladders up towering shelves and not a single safety measure in sight. Su Junru can only smile bitterly and explain that the academy head calls this nonsense a test of stamina and courage too. After a quick tour, Su Junru brings him to the mutated beast section, where 7 towering shelves hold so many records that Wang Xiao instantly knows this search will be brutal. Since he has no idea which book might mention the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Wang Xiao can only start from the bottom shelf and dig in one record at a time. He tells Su Junru she can leave if she wants, but she mocks the idea and says he will still be here next year without help. When Wang Xiao asks how they usually find anything in here, Su Junru reveals that they rely on a human shortcut, an expert with a near photographic memory. That hope dies just as fast when she says their expert is away for 2 or 3 days in a newly discovered large secret realm. Wang Xiao is floored because a lord from their own batch should not even be touching a large secret realm yet. Su Junru quickly explains that the student was only recruited as a record keeper because his memory is absurdly good, which still leaves Wang Xiao sincerely impressed. Now interested in this walking encyclopedia too, Wang Xiao asks Su Junru to introduce them when the expert returns. Su Junru agrees, though she warns him that the guy's personality is strange enough that even Wang Xiao might not enjoy the meeting. Wang Xiao brushes that off as a normal genius problem and goes back to the shelves, still convinced he can handle any eccentric classmate. Once he studies the shelves more carefully, Wang Xiao notices that the library is not random at all but sorted first by beast quality, and then by attribute. That pattern lets him cut the search down to the platinum quality section, even if multi-attribute beasts are still messy to track. Su Junru stops joking and climbs another ladder to help, turning the search into a 2-person sweep across the towering stacks. But after nearly 1,000 entries, Wang Xiao still has not even seen the words dark swamp crocodile dragon, and his patience starts to fray. Just as he is about to give up, Su Junru suddenly shouts from farther up the stacks that she found it. Then Wang Xiao sees the title high-level Purple Star Soldier Index, and immediately thinks Su Junru grabbed the wrong file. Su Junru insists the name is inside, and when she spreads the page open, the hand-drawn image stops Wang Xiao cold. Wang Xiao moves instantly, jumping down from the shelf height, rolling on landing, and scrambling back up to snatch the document for himself. Up close, there is no doubt anymore, the file really is about the dark swamp crocodile dragon. But the real shock comes a second later, because the dragon is filed as a high-level Purple Star Soldier, not the Crimson Star Soldier Chen Jingrong told him it was. After staring at the beast records too long, Wang Xiao gives up guessing and decides he will just go ask Chen Jingrong directly why the dark swamp crocodile dragon was described wrong. Su Junru quickly chases after him and asks where he is rushing off to so suddenly. When Wang Xiao says he wants to question Chen Jingrong about the crocodile dragon being called Crimson Star instead of Purple Star, Su Junru immediately tries to wave it off as a harmless mistake in civilian records. Her reaction feels too eager, and when Wang Xiao asks why she is stopping him, Su Junru awkwardly claims she was only worried he might offend Commander Chen in a rash mood. Before Wang Xiao can press her further, an angry shout from outside calls him out by name and cuts the conversation short. Outside the library, Wang Xiao finds 60 or 70 hostile Class B students waiting for him, with Li Chanshan planted in the middle and staring coldly. Su Junra quietly warns that the group looks bad, and Wang Xiao dryly asks if she would believe him if he said none of this was his fault. Deciding his first day should not explode into a scandal, Su Junra steps forward alone and asks Li Changshan why he brought so many students to find Wang Xiao. Li Changshan brushes her off and openly names the real issue. One of his students wants to spar with Wang Xiao, and he demands to know if Wang Xiao dares accept. Su Junra calls him out for targeting a new arrival on his first day, but Li Changshan hides behind the academy's sparring culture and leaves her with little room to argue. Watching that performance, Wang Xiao realizes Li Changshan did not come to teach his students anything and now disgusts him even more as a teacher. Instead of backing down, Wang Xiao shoves the beast records into Su Junra's hands and calmly tells every Class B student who wants to challenge him to raise a hand. The entire crowd hesitates in shock, then their pride flares and one student after another raises a hand until the open space fills with angry declarations. Su Junra panics at the numbers and jumps in front of Wang Xiao, insisting he leave while she handles the mess herself. Wang Xiao simply pulls Su Junra behind him and crushes the challenge Mystic Realm card, refusing to run from the fight. In a flash, everyone who accepted the challenge is dragged into a basic wasteland sparring realm, and even Li Changshan ends up trapped inside it. 100 meters away, Wang Xiao stands ready with his 3 mutated beasts already deployed, and the Class B students instantly lose some of their earlier courage. A frightened student whispers to Li Changshan for help, and Li Changshan can only bluff that their numbers still give them the advantage even though he knows he picked the wrong target. After weighing his pride against the danger, Li Changshan steps out and pretends to be generous, saying he will drop the whole matter if Wang Xiao apologizes now. Wang Xiao does not even look impressed and tells him to stop talking, fight, or admit defeat. That public contempt finally snaps Li Changshan's temper, and he roars that Wang Xiao asked for this. Li Changshan summons 10 scarlet goblins at once, and Wang Xiao immediately notices these are not normal dark green goblins at all. The red skin reminds Wang Xiao of Anda's side, so he tears open an identification scroll to find out what these goblins really are. The scroll identifies the troops as silver level 3 crimson goblins with magic fireball, rock fire array, and steel, which immediately makes the fight feel more troublesome. The word magic creatures makes Wang Xiao even more interested, because it sounds uncomfortably close to what he knows about the destruction demon. Li Changshan mistakes that reaction for fear, basks in the students' cheers, and doubles down on one last demand for an apology. Wang Xiao answers by asking a nearby student if Li Changshan always talks this much in class, and that casual insult finally lights the fuse. Li Changshan finally orders the attack, and all 10 crimson goblins rush forward while hurling 20 burning magic fireballs at once. Wang Xiao barely reacts before the gold-armored black turtle vaults in front of him and opens absolute defense. The fireballs hit, but instead of exploding they smear across the shield like burning liquid, showing Wang Xiao this magic attack behaves very differently. Even so, Wang Xiao can tell the goblins still cannot break absolute defense, and he watches their formation shift into a more deliberate setup. 4 goblins clasp hands in the center while 6 more spread outward, slam flaming claws into the ground, and draw a 6-pointed rock fire array across the wasteland. As the array flares, the ground inside it melts into magma and Li Changshan smugly declares that the match is already over. Wang Xiao studies the molten formation, trying to understand what Li Changshan is so confident about. Then a sudden chill brushes the back of his head, and Wang Xiao whirls around as if something has gotten close without him noticing. The culprit looks harmless at first glance, because the ice thunderhorn wolf is just crouched behind him swishing its tail, and Wang Xiao casually tells it to stop fooling around. But after Wang Xiao turns away, the wolf's confused eyes hint that whatever touched him may not have been the wolf at all. At the same time, bubbles rise in the magma pool and the 4 central goblins pop back up as the others haul them out like this was all part of the plan. Wang Xiao still cannot make sense of the move, but he stays confident because silver-quality troops should not be able to threaten his stronger beasts head-on. Just as he is about to send out the raging lava bear, Wang Xiao spots the last goblin climbing from the magma with a thick stack of cards in its hands. The cards look horribly familiar, and when Wang Xiao checks his storage interface, he discovers every skill card in his warehouse has been stolen. Wang Xiao frantically scrolls his interface and realizes his entire stack of skill cards is gone. Then the Crimson Goblin description clicks in his head, and he finally understands that being careful of your wallet meant they could literally steal his cards. Li Changshan enjoys the hit and shouts from afar that he will return the cards if Wang Xiao admits defeat, but Wang Xiao snaps back with a flat refusal. That theft changes everything for Wang Xiao, because many of those cards are rare enough that once they are burned, they are gone for good. He drops his steady plan on the spot and decides to crush Li Changshan fast before the goblins waste any more of his collection. Wang Xiao orders Earth Spike and Berserk Thunder, and both the Lava Raging Bear and Ice Thunderhorn Wolf burst forward at the Crimson Goblins. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf tears through the front line, dropping 2 goblins instantly and knocking 3 more straight into the rising spikes. Half the 10 Crimson Goblins vanish in seconds, shocking Class B, but Li Changshan recovers first and yells for the survivors to retreat and counterattack. As the stolen card goblin flees, it throws more than 10 of Wang Xiao's own skill cards behind it, and the sky erupts in mixed elemental blasts. Watching his rare cards blown apart in midair, Wan Shao can barely keep from cursing on the spot. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf pushes harder anyway, kills 2 more goblins, and gets blasted in the face by another volley of stolen cards. When the wolf crashes down with scorched silver fur, Wan Zhao's face turns even colder, because he knows it only got hurt that badly after blood chi connection was stolen. Li Chanshan, delighted by the scene, starts preaching to Class B that the best strategy is turning an enemy's own tools back on them. The students eagerly flatter him, and Li Chanshan pretends to wave it off while clearly enjoying every second of it. More goblins fall in the chase, but the exploding stolen cards maul Wang Zhao's attackers too, until only the gold-armored black turtle is still standing beside him. Knowing the turtle has terrifying defense but no offense, Li Chanshan folds his arms and looks at Wan Shao like the fight is already over. Instead of arguing, Wan Shao starts counting exactly how many cards were burned and how much money Li Chanshan just cost him. When Li Chanshan defends himself by saying anything is fair in battle, Wan Shao finally shows his real answer. Wan Shao coldly tells the whole Class B group that they are already surrounded and can summon all their soldiers if they want. Then a huge gray vortex opens behind Wan Shao, revealing the trap he had been holding back. The first shadow golden thorn spider leaps out, and the students who saw his live stream instantly panic and scream for everyone to summon soldiers. But the spiders keep pouring out until Li Chanshan and dozens of students are crushed into a tiny pocket of open ground in the middle of a black tide. The trapped students start shaking, and even Li Chanshan is stunned by the absurd number of beasts Wang Shao can nurture at only level 3. Unable to handle the pressure, Li Chanshan shouts that Wang Shao is cheating because he left them no room to summon anything. Wang Shao does not answer with words, and half the spiders quietly vanish to reopen the battlefield while keeping the threat clear. With breathing room restored, Li Chanshan instantly reframes the disaster as a training chance and pushes his students to fight for him. Hidden inside the spider swarm, Wan Shao sees straight through the act and notes that Li Chanshan is shameless enough to make cowardice sound righteous. The Class B students fall for the speech anyway, and vortexes burst open behind them as they summon every kind of soldier they have. Wan Shao turns serious too, because after what Enda taught him, he has no intention of underestimating a full class from Yuheng Academy. Class B launches first with a wave of poison, fire, charges, and packed troops that slam toward the spider line harder than the lords he faced in competition. Wan Shao calmly orders a retreat, and the spider tide slides back in perfect discipline before turning their abdomens toward the oncoming army. Then the spiders unleash piercing spider spear, and their first mass volley rips straight through the Class B formation. Wan Shao keeps the pressure on with a second and third volley, and in just a few breaths the enemy force is cut down to less than 100. Class B freezes in pure shock as the soldiers they were proud of get erased almost instantly. Wan Shao halts the next volley with the spiders aimed directly at the students, then walks up to Li Chanshan and demands the stolen cards back. Now badly rattled, Li Chanshan hurriedly opens his interface and hands over the remaining skill cards without daring to stall. Wan Shao confirms that key cards like Blood Chi Connection and Demon Spirit Descent survived, and only then turns to settling the bill. He states the damage plainly. At least 250,000 star coins worth of cards were wasted, so someone here is going to pay for it. Li Chanshan immediately objects that this was normal battle consumption and refuses to talk compensation. Wan Shao gives up on the easy option and says if Li Chanshan wants rules, they can follow the challenge secret realm rules all the way. He lays out the terms in front of everyone: surrender and lose half your resources, or refuse and let him shatter your lord cores. That threat breaks Class B's unity on the spot, and the same students who back Li Chanshan start begging him to pay before they lose everything. Li Chanshan lowers his head in silence, not because he feels guilty, but because 250,000 star coins is more than 2 years of his income, and he cannot bear to pay it. Inside the challenge secret realm, Li Chanshan dropped his anger and tried to sound like a reasonable teacher, telling Wan Shao not to take things so seriously. Wan Shao fired back that Class B had mocked Kai Yang first and challenged him first, so Li Chanshan had no right to act like Wang Shao was the problem. Li Chanshan shamelessly rewrote the whole fight as normal student sparring and even claimed Wang Shao, as a Yuheng student now, should not stand against everyone else. Then Li Chanshan offered to apologize on behalf of the whole class, clearly trying to bury his own role behind a polite gesture. Before Wan Shao could answer, Li Chanshan bowed deeply and tried to settle the matter by force of etiquette. When Wan Shao stayed silent from sheer disbelief, Li Chanshan immediately took that silence as agreement, and even threw an arm around him like the issue was over. Wan Shao shoved him off at once and coldly repeated the real terms: surrender and lose half their resources, or have their lord core shattered. That finally broke Li Chanshan's mask, and he exploded in anger, accusing Wan Shao of being shameless after he had already humbled himself. A ponytailed girl named Ma Weiwei finally spoke up and asked the question everyone cared about: if they surrendered, would they really only lose half their resources? Wan Shao answered honestly that the secret realm's real rule was total loss, but he would personally return half after they got out if they surrendered now. When Ma Weiwei asked for a contract, Wan Shao refused, and that instantly set off the rest of Class B. Wan Shao let them vent and only said the terms were already clear, so believing him or not was their own choice. Ma Weiwei cut through the noise and told her classmates the ugly truth. They had no real choice left anyway. She reminded them that trusting Wang Xiao at least left them half, while fighting to the end would leave them with nothing. After deciding, Ma Weiwei turned back to Wang Xiao and sincerely apologized for being narrow-minded before. That sincerity caught Wang Xiao off guard, and he quickly returned the courtesy, admitting he had his own faults too. Wang Xiao handed Ma Weiwei the secret realm key and warned her not to hate the result, because every injustice had its cause and every debt had its debtor. Ma Weiwei followed his gaze to Li Chanshan and quietly understood who had really dragged the whole class into this mess. Ma Weiwei touched the key and exited the realm, becoming the first of Class B to surrender under Wang Xiao's terms. With the key still in hand, Wang Xiao faced the rest of Class B and simply asked who was next. Outside the information library, Yihan and Zhou Shiro arrived laughing, only to find Su Junru sitting on the ground with a deeply worried face. When Yihan rushed over, Su Junru told them Wang Xiao had been challenged and had already been inside the secret realm for almost an hour. At first Yihan brushed it off, bragging that his idol was strong enough to rank near the very top of the whole school. That confidence vanished the moment Su Junru clarified that the challenger was not one student from Class B, but the entire Class B. Then Su Junru added the worst part, that even Class B's teacher Li Chanshan was involved, and Yihan instantly went pale. He collapsed back to the ground muttering that it was over, suddenly convinced Wang Xiao was in real trouble. Zhou Shiro, still missing the history behind the name, asked in confusion if Li Chanshan was really that strong. Yihan started to explain that it was not just about strength, but he could not even find the words for what kind of person Li Chanshan was. Su Junru decided she could not wait anymore and moved to go find the academy head for help. Before she could leave, a flash of white light spat Ma Weiwei out of the secret realm right in front of her. Su Junru recognized Ma Weiwei at once and hurriedly asked what had happened inside, but Ma Weiwei only sighed and walked toward the office building. A second white flash brought out Li Wenlin, and he ignored Su Junru completely, stomping off in the same angry direction. Over the next few minutes, more and more Class B students came out, and every one of them refused to explain anything before heading to the office building. Left with only those strange reactions, Yihan guessed they must have lost, while Su Junru noticed the students looked less defeated than furious. Then another burst of white light finally brought Wang Xiao and Li Chanshan out together in front of them. The others crowded around in alarm, and Wang Xiao answered with an easy smile that there was no way he could have lost. Li Chanshan looked nothing like a winner, his face gray and jaw clenched as he spat out a threat that he would remember this debt. Wang Xiao only gave him a strange smile and said they might not even meet again in the academy. Everyone followed Wang Zhao's gaze and saw the answer coming from the office building. Class B was returning as a group behind the academy head himself. Yihan was baffled because Su Junru had not even gone to fetch the academy head yet, while Su Junru was just as confused. Li Chanshan rushed up first and tried to seize control of the story, demanding that Wang Xiao be expelled for bullying his classmates and disrespecting the school. The academy head ignored Li Chanshan completely and walked straight to Wang Xiao to apologize for the disgrace of his first day at Yuan. Wang Xiao politely said such an apology was too much, but the academy head made clear he was apologizing to the whole school for letting this kind of rot remain inside it. Then the academy head turned and called Li Chanshan the rat poop he had failed to clean out sooner. That insult made Li Chanshan snap, and he grabbed the academy head's arm while demanding an explanation for what he had done wrong. The academy head tore into him for every part of it, from letting students sneer at opponents to hiding behind them, twisting the truth, and failing every duty a teacher should uphold. Even Wang Xiao held his breath at that outburst, realizing this was the academy head's truly frightening side. After finally recovering, Li Chanshan made one last ugly attempt to survive by insisting Wang Xiao had framed him. The academy head crushed that excuse at once, asking whether Li Chanshan's own students were framing him too. Li Chanshan turned at last and saw the final blow for himself. The students who used to respect him were now all staring back with cold, accusing eyes. With the academy head present, Class B openly turns on Li Chanshan and backs Ma Weiwei's accusation instead of letting him talk them back under his control. Pressed by the academy head, Li Chanshan desperately claims Wang Xiao threatened the whole class into framing him and begs the students to confess. But this time the class only stares back in disgust, and Li Chanshan finally feels his usual pressure over them failing. Humiliated and furious, Li Chanshan drops the act and lunges straight at the students, raising his hand to strike Ma Weiwei first. Ma Weiwei freezes from old fear, and even Wang Xiao is a beat too slow to stop the hit. Su Junru and the academy head move at the same instant, with Su Junru yanking Ma Weiwei to safety while the academy head catches Li Chanshan's arm. Then the thin academy head shocks everyone by flipping Li Chanshan clean over his shoulder and slamming him hard into the ground. Li Chanshan lies there unable to get up, and Wang Xiao quietly realizes the academy head is far tougher than a normal lord who only fights through troops. Without even looking back at Li Chanshan, the academy head bows to Class B and apologizes for letting a man like that become their teacher. After that, the academy head pulls Wang Xiao aside and asks if he is willing to return to Class B now that the worst of the conflict has been exposed. Wang Xiao hesitates because he still wants to be in Yihan's class, but the academy head asks him to hear the reason before refusing. The academy head says he mainly wants Wang Xiao back in Class B so the knot between classmates can be untied instead of festering inside the academy. Feeling that sincerity, Wang Xiao finally gives in with a wry joke, and the academy head bumps him like an elder teasing a stubborn kid. Before the academy head can call for apologies, Ma Weiwei steps out on her own and turns to Zhou Shiro instead. Ma Weiwei admits she looked down on Kaiyang before, and this time she bows properly to Zhou Shiro for that mistake. The rest of Class B follows her lead and bows too, and Zhou Shiro's last bit of anger melts into flustered forgiveness. Pleased that the class really is salvageable, the academy head officially announces Li Changshan's immediate expulsion. Class B erupts in cheers as staff haul Li Changshan away and the academy head closes the matter with a few brief words of reassurance. Just as the academy head is about to leave, Yihan suddenly pushes Zhou Shiro forward to bring up one more request. Zhou Shiro quickly asks to take Wang Xiao as her companion because she passed the trial, while he was blocked from it. The academy head is thrown off because Wang Xiao not passing makes no sense, and he immediately suspects the assessor mishandled the test. When he hears a teacher rejected Wang Xiao just for being a beast tamer lord, the academy head explodes and curses that rigid old fool on the spot. He decides Wang Xiao can stay with Zhou Shiro for now, but promises to arrange a personal assessment later so Wang Xiao can get Yuhing's official priority status. Wang Xiao says he does not care much either way, but the academy head insists the title matters for both real benefits and Yuhing's reputation after Wang Xiao's earlier fame. That argument finally lands, and Wang Xiao agrees to let the academy head arrange the assessment. After the academy head leaves, Su Junru warmly congratulates Zhou Shiro and jokes that Wang Xiao can finally have the team up he has wanted. Zhou Shiro takes the hand and teases that Wang Xiao can finally sleep peacefully now, which only earns a tolerant smile from him. Then Wang Xiao's face turns serious, and he asks Su Junru to speak with him alone. Su Junru agrees, though neither she nor the others can tell what Wang Xiao suddenly wants. Once they are a short distance away, Wang Xiao looks Su Junru straight in the eye and bluntly asks who she really is. Su Junru tries to brush it off by giving her ordinary student identity, but Wang Xiao does not let the answer pass. He points out that her speed during Li Changshan's attack was far too fast for a normal student, and that slip is what made him suspicious. Su Junru tries to turn the question back on Wang Xiao, but he presses harder and names Commander Chen as the one who sent her. That tiny reaction is enough for Wang Xiao, and he smugly realizes he has guessed the hidden mission behind her cover. Then Wang Xiao reveals his conclusion out loud. Su Junru was sent here to protect Yihan. Su Junru admits it at last, and even asks if Wang Xiao is on the same assignment, because his confidence makes him sound like another insider. Wang Xiao dodges the answer with a mysterious grin, clearly enjoying how completely he thinks he has read the situation. Playing along, Su Junru praises him, asks him to keep the mission secret, and lets him believe they are on the same side under Commander Chen. Wang Xiao agrees at once, and says he only asked because he refuses to work with someone he cannot trust. Su Junru seals the exchange by saying that with Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro around, they will definitely be able to protect Yihan, and Wang Xiao agrees while quietly hiding a sharper thought behind his smile. Back with Yihan and Su Junru, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro hear an invitation to explore a small secret realm packed with resources. Yihan points out they just reached level 3 and should need the realm's resources to build a city-state, which makes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro trade a small, awkward look. Instead of asking about resources, Wang Xiao quietly asks Su Junru whether that secret realm has any high-level mutated beasts. Su Junru says the realm is a mountain area with few creatures, and only groups of flying blade mantises are troublesome enough to mention. With the danger sounding manageable, Wang Xiao still refuses the trip and says he needs to discuss something with Commander Chen first. When Su Junru bluntly asks if this is about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Wang Xiao admits he wants to trace the beast's origins. Wang Xiao explains that the dark swamp crocodile dragon itself is fine, but the records he found suggest it may have come from Purple Star. That reveal wipes the smile off Yihan's face, and he warns Wang Xiao that Purple Star beings only respect strength. Yihan goes further and says a Purple Star soldier can even turn on its own lord if it decides the lord is too weak. Zhou Shiro blurts out that killing the lord should kill the soldier too, and Yihan grimly answers that Purple Star fighters would still choose mutual destruction over submission. Now treating the matter like a hidden bomb at Wang Xiao's side, Yihan urges him to get the truth no matter what. Wang Xiao solemnly promises to dig into it, then deliberately lightens the mood and says they can explore together after he sorts things out. Yihan and Su Junru head off, and the moment they are gone, Zhou Shiro urges Wang Xiao to hurry to Commander Chen. Wang Xiao quietly stops her and admits he lied just now. He says they still need answers about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but Commander Chen is the one person they cannot ask. Wang Xiao lays out the trap in this situation. Either Chen Jinrong never knew the beast might be from Purple Star, or he knew and chose not to tell him. Since either answer makes Commander Chen unreliable on this point, Wang Xiao decides to find another source instead. He finds Adjutant Chi's number and casually asks which hospital he is staying in, planning to visit him in person. Not far away, Yihan and Su Junru are actually hiding behind a big tree, secretly watching Wang Xiao instead of going to the secret realm at all. Completely lost, Ihan asks why they are hiding here when they were supposed to be leaving for the secret realm. Su Junra hisses that they cannot both enter the realm because Commander Chen's mission is to protect Wang Xiao. When Ihan suggests simply following Wang Xiao openly, Su Junra snaps that obvious protection would only expose them. Su Junra reveals her bigger worry. After replaying their earlier talk, she thinks Wang Xiao already sensed something and only pretended to be clueless. Ihan honestly says he cannot tell what she means, so Su Junra explains that Wang Xiao never pressed directly and kept supplying his own explanations instead. She says that trick forced her to react to Wang Xiao's framing, and every bit of agreement from her side let him confirm she was hiding something. Ihan finally gets it, and immediately looks miserable, because just hearing about this kind of conversation already makes him tired. Su Junra turns back to keep watching and suddenly realizes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro have vanished from the open field. The disappearance is so sudden that Su Junra is sure something is wrong and starts to turn for a chase. Then she notices Ihan is staring past her, and a bad feeling hits before she even turns around. Su Junra turns stiffly and finds Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro standing right behind her, both calmly watching. She forces an awkward smile and pretends this is a coincidence, but Wang Xiao immediately counters by asking why they are not on their way to the secret realm. Dropping the smile, Wang Xiao gives Su Junra one last chance and bluntly asks who she really is and why she is monitoring him. Su Junra panics and insists they were only discussing the secret realm, dragging Ihan in to back up her lie. Ihan caves almost instantly and tells Wang Xiao that Commander Chen sent them to protect him. Su Junra explodes at him, because all the careful acting Qin Jinrong ordered her to maintain has just been wrecked. After the shock settles, Wang Xiao asks in disbelief if they really were sent by Commander Chen to protect him. Su Junra admits it and explains the absurd setup. Qin Jinrong hired Wang Xiao to protect Ihan only as a cover so Wang Xiao would naturally stay near them. Wang Xiao presses again about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but Su Junra says their actual mission was simply to stay close and report any abnormalities he discovered. When Wang Xiao flatly calls that surveillance, Su Junra can only admit that he is not wrong and beg him not to misunderstand their intentions. Wang Xiao believes Qin Jinrong may have meant well, but he hates being handled this way, and the silence that follows turns heavy. After letting the pressure sit, Wang Xiao says he is going to handle private business and orders them not to follow. He turns back with an icy threat that if he catches them tailing him again, he will make them regret it. Wang Xiao walks off, and for once Su Junra and Ihan do not dare test him by following. Trying to smooth things over, Zhou Shiro stays behind long enough to tell them Wang Xiao is just like that and she will calm him down. Once she runs after Wang Xiao, Ihan timidly asks if he said something wrong, and Su Junra is so fed up that she tells him to shut up. Su Junra immediately calls Commander Chen and reports, with no way to soften it, that their cover has been blown. Outside Yuheng Academy on the street, Wang Xiao storms ahead in silence, ignoring even the passers-by who recognize and greet him. Zhou Shiro hurries after him and tries to reason that neither Qin Jinrong nor Su Junra seem to have bad intentions, so he does not need to be this angry. Instead of calming down, Wang Xiao suddenly asks whether Zhou Shiro becoming his vassal back then was also Commander Chen's arrangement. Zhou Shiro is stunned and points out that when she chose to follow him, Wang Xiao did not even know Qin Jinrong yet. Wang Xiao coldly answers that Qin Jinrong already knew about him through Teacher Qin, so from his side the suspicion is completely reasonable. That finally hits a raw nerve, and Zhou Shiro's face falls into hurt anger as she snaps that after everything, Wang Xiao still does not trust her. On the busy street outside Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao finally calms down and admits he overreacted when his distrust flared up. Zhou Shiro pushes back, saying Commander Chen was only trying to help, but Wang Xiao says hidden kindness still feels dangerous to him. Sitting down by the curb, Wang Xiao explains that he is grateful for the protection but hates being denied the chance to stay on guard himself. Neither of them has an answer, so they just sit together in silence while the city moves around them. After a long pause, Wang Xiao quietly thanks Zhou Shiro for staying with him through the mess. That simple thanks breaks the tension, and Wang Xiao helps Zhou Shiro up as they decide to get back to business. Back in Kaiyang City, Qi Lianjuan is already training shirtless in his hospital ward. Forcing himself through push-ups like recovery is just another mission. When he wipes off his sweat, the pale scar on his chest reminds him exactly where Enda's annihilation light nearly killed him. Qi Lianjuan is not shaken by almost dying so much as by how close he came to failing his mission, and he admits he now owes Wang Xiao a huge favor for the Nirvana mask. He even pulls out his communicator to contact Qin Jinrong, but after hesitating with a conflicted look, he puts it away instead. A knock interrupts him, and he looks up to find Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro waiting outside the ward door. As they come in, Wang Xiao immediately notices the scar, and Qi Lianjuan answers with unusual ease that he is nearly ready for discharge thanks to Wang Xiao's tool. Qi Lianjuan gets straight to the point and asks what Wang Xiao wants to know that must be hidden from Commander Chen. Before asking anything else, Wang Xiao checks whether Qin Jinrong even knows he came here today. To prove he kept his promise, Qi Lianjuan shows his call log, and Wang Xiao is quietly moved that he took secrecy this seriously. Wang Xiao warns him that the questions may force him to break rules, but Qi Lianjuan answers that he owes Wang Xiao his life and will say what he can. Wang Xiao raises 3 fingers for 3 questions, then starts with the hardest one by asking the origin of the dark swamp crocodile dragon. Qi Lianjuan's stunned silence tells Wang Xiao this secret is far more heavily classified than he expected. When Wang Xiao presses him to at least confirm the record, he opens the Purple Star Soldier Index to the dark swamp crocodile dragon page and asks if that page is true. Qi Lianjuan finally gives a reluctant nod, and Wang Xiao immediately understands that much at least was real. Wang Xiao moves to his second question and asks whether Commander Chen is preparing a plan related to him. Qi Lianjuan says yes without hesitation, but warns that the plan is not just about Wang Xiao and may affect the future of the entire blue planet. He refuses to reveal any details, but he does make one thing clear: Wang Xiao's part in that plan may be much bigger than Wang Xiao realizes. That phrasing bothers Wang Xiao, because it sounds like he was supposed to know this plan already. He suddenly connects it to Qin Jinrong's earlier push for him to attend the mysterious Xiling Academy, and tests that guess out loud. Qi Lianjuan almost confirms it on instinct, then realizes Wang Xiao never knew and instantly panics over how badly he just slipped up. Wang Xiao tries to use the opening and asks him to explain everything now that the trouble is already done. Qi Lianjuan refuses flatly, saying one mistake does not give him permission to make a second one. Wang Xiao brings out the Nirvana mask and reminds Qi Lianjuan of the life he saved, hoping that debt will finally make him talk. Instead, Qi Lianjuan grabs a fruit knife and puts it to his own neck, making it clear he would rather die than betray Qin Jinrong's order. Knowing Qi Lianjuan is exactly the kind of man who would follow through, Wang Xiao immediately backs off and tells him to put the knife down. Qi Lianjuan accepts Wang Xiao's word at once, lowers the knife, and still asks for the third question. But Wang Xiao gives up on the last question, admitting there is no point now that the second answer remains locked away. Qi Lianjuan apologizes as much as he can, and Wang Xiao leaves the ward after telling him to rest well. As soon as Wang Xiao steps out of the ward, Zhou Shiro moves in and asks whether he got the answers he wanted. Wang Xiao says he did solve one problem, but it only uncovered even more questions. When Zhou Shiro suggests asking Commander Chen directly, Wang Xiao says it would be useless and decides to go handle business at the trading market instead. Before heading over, Wang Xiao covers his face with the Nirvana mask and changes into a middle-aged man's appearance to stay low-key. At the Lord's shop, the receptionist begins her routine greeting, then freezes when the disguised middle-aged customer reveals himself as Wang Xiao. Recognizing him, the receptionist turns warmly respectful and rushes upstairs to fetch manager Lin herself. Zhou Shiro is caught off guard by the treatment, and blurts out that Wang Xiao looks far more than ordinary VIP material here. Lin Xiang comes down laughing and says it plainly: Wang Xiao is one of the Lord's shop's most valued supply lords. When Wang Xiao introduces Zhou Shiro as his vassal lord, Lin Xiang immediately turns his polished charm on her. Lin Xiang praises her beauty so directly that even Zhou Shiro, usually composed, blushes and hides behind Wang Xiao. Once the greetings end, Lin Xiang asks if Wang Xiao came for high-level beast eggs, and Wang Xiao says he is here to deliver goods instead. Wang Xiao places all 8 units of black gold ore into the trade column at once, and the sight shocks Lin Xiang on the spot. Lin Xiang checks the calendar in disbelief because Wang Xiao was supposed to need a full week, and he is delivering 2 days early. Wang Xiao shrugs off the early delivery, but Lin Xiang awkwardly admits the branch is short on cash because the other supply lords and buyers are not due for 2 more days. Before Lin Xiang can finish, Wang Xiao says he trusts the shop he chose to work with and transfers all 8 units anyway. Lin Xiang can only stare, shaken that Wang Xiao would hand over goods worth 4 million star coins on pure trust. Lin Xiang finally recovers from the shock and praises Wang Xiao for being unusually generous. Wang Xiao casually holds out 3 fingers to remind Lin Xiang it is time to pay. Lin Xiang slaps his forehead, opens his interface, and transfers far more money than Wang Xiao expected. When Wang Xiao questions the extra million, Lin Xiang explains it is a standing deposit for future black gold ore deals. Lin Xiang says the main shop values black gold ore so highly that it wants Wang Xiao to prioritize the Lord's shop whenever he sells more. He sweetens the offer even more by promising another million star coin deposit every time Wang Xiao plans a new delivery, with no fixed deadline. Hiding behind Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro whispers that this sounds like the shop is just handing over free money. Wang Xiao quickly sees the real logic. The shop is rich enough to gamble on supply now because black gold ore will only get more expensive later. So Wang Xiao agrees to cooperate, but only if the price rises and falls with the market instead of locking him into a fixed rate. Lin Xiang probes the condition, asking whether Wang Xiao only wants market pricing when the ore goes up and not when it drops. Wang Xiao makes his stance clear: if the price follows the market, that means both gains and drops, not one-sided profit. After a brief calculation, Lin Xiang accepts the terms because Wang Xiao still holds the stronger position. The 2 men finalize the partnership and sign a formal supplier contract on the spot. Lin Xiang walks Wang Xiao through the special supplier terms, including monthly black gold or deliveries without the usual penalties other suppliers face. With the serious business done, Lin Xiang turns to Zhou Shiro and offers to show her some new accessory items from the shop. Zhou Shiro lights up immediately, but she still glances at Wang Xiao first because she knows she has already spent heavily on materials. Wan Xiao sighs and tells her to go pick what she likes, putting the bill on his account. Zhou Shiro happily heads off with the shop assistant, leaving Wan Xiao and Lin Xiang alone to talk. As soon as Zhou Shiro is out of the way, Wan Xiao drops the smile and tells Lin Xiang to stop hiding what he really wants. Lin Xiang admits the Lord's shop wants a favor, and he offers a 1,000,000 star coin advance plus a heavy reward before even explaining the job. Wan Xiao refuses on the spot, judging that any job priced this high is too dangerous for someone at his current level. When Lin Xiang tries to keep talking, Wan Xiao cuts him off and asks the key question first. Am I really the only person who can do this? When Lin Xiang can only imply Wan Xiao is not strictly indispensable, Wan Xiao refuses again and makes it clear he will not take on trouble beyond his strength. Lin Xiang gives up on hiring him directly, then asks for something else instead. He wants to rent Wang Zhao's appearance-changing item. The offer of 10,000 star coins a day tempts Wan Xiao, especially since his downgraded Nirvana mask is now mostly valuable for disguise. But the more he thinks about it, the stranger it feels that a giant like the Lord's shop would need to hide someone's identity at all. His suspicion spirals into a ridiculous guess, and he blurts it out so bluntly that Lin Xiang is left stunned. Flustered and offended, Lin Xiang denies it hard, and Wan Xiao keeps teasing him just enough to make him squirm. Then Wan Xiao turns serious, and says he will only rent the item if the job is not illegal, and that word makes Lin Xiang visibly flinch. Lin Xiang panics, covers Wang Zhao's mouth, and insists the matter is improper but not actually against the law. Forced to explain, Lin Xiang reveals the military has found a new large secret realm and is still exploring it. He explains the usual rule. After the military explores and evaluates a secret realm, it decides whether civilians can enter or whether the place stays sealed. Then Lin Xiang quietly admits what the Lord's shop really wants: to sneak someone inside during the military's exploration and grab an early look at the resources. Wan Xiao blurts out that this is a military prohibition, and Lin Xiang nearly jumps out of his seat trying to keep him quiet. Lin Xiang insists they only want to scout and maybe grab resources if they can, but Wan Xiao immediately starts thinking through the danger to himself. He points out the fatal problem: if their infiltrator dies carrying his disguise item, the military can trace it straight back to him and punish him as an example. That reasoning ends the matter. Even Lin Xiang has nothing left to say. Right then, Zhou Shiro comes back carrying her purchase, cutting off the secret conversation before Lin Xiang can push any further. Wan Xiao gets ready to leave and pointedly reminds Lin Xiang that making money is fine, but only when it is earned the right way. After paying at the front, Wan Xiao leaves the Lord's shop with Zhou Shiro and steps back onto the street. On the street, Zhou Shiro catches his dark mood right away and asks what Lin Xiang was talking to him about inside. Wan Xiao lies smoothly and claims he is only upset because the price of some ore fell and cost him a few thousand star coins. Zhou Shiro rolls her eyes and calls him out for acting stingy over a small loss right after spending much more on her. Then she softens and hands him a small brocade box, saying she did not spend his money for nothing. Wan Xiao jokes that she bought him a gift with his own money, but the hurt look on her face makes him stop immediately. When Wan Xiao opens the box, he finds an exquisite purple-quality protective ring made of mithril and set with a clear gem. The ring can block all indirect attacks within a small protective field, and the purple quality alone is enough to brighten Wang Zhao's face at first. But when he notices the ring only covers a tiny area, Wan Xiao hesitates and awkwardly wonders if that makes it too limited to be useful. Wan Xiao braces for Zhou Shiro to hit him over his blunt comment, but this time she stays serious instead. Zhou Shiro explains that the protective ring blocks a huge range of indirect attacks, from magic and elemental attacks to thrown weapons. She makes the point even clearer: once the field is active, an enemy can only hurt him by getting close enough to fight hand to hand. Wan Xiao is impressed, but he still shrugs it off because he thinks his soldiers should keep him out of danger anyway. That answer stings Zhou Shiro, and she finally admits she bought the ring because Wan Xiao keeps facing real danger outside secret realms where his troops cannot help him. When she adds that she paid for it herself, Wan Xiao instantly realizes how badly he misread the gift and feels awful. Trying to fix it fast, Wan Xiao hurriedly puts the ring on and praises how good it looks on him. Zhou Shiro tells him to feed it energy, and the ring immediately shrinks to fit while a pale yellow shield spreads around him. Now that he has tested it, Wan Xiao sincerely admits the ring is excellent and thinks how much trouble it would have saved him before. Happy that he likes it, Zhou Shiro grabs his arm and excitedly pushes to return to the territory so she can study the mechanical beast. Then Wan Xiao notices Zhou Shiro is wearing a similar mithril ring herself, only a little more delicate. His question makes Zhou Shiro instantly blush, because he has stumbled onto the meaning she hoped he would notice. Wan Xiao confidently says he has already figured it out, but his answer completely misses the point. Instead of romance, he cheerfully assumes she bought matching rings so everyone will know she is his vassal lord. Zhou Shiro nearly chokes on the absurd answer, then forces a smile and agrees because there is no fixing this conversation. He doubles down by boasting that he is obviously not like Ihan, which only makes Zhou Shiro even more speechless. Right then, Ihan's voice cuts in from nearby and asks if Wang Xiao just compared himself to him. They turn and find Su Junru and Ihan standing only a short distance away, making the whole scene painfully awkward. Wang Xiao tries to act natural and asks why they are here, even though everyone knows this is a terrible recovery attempt. Su Junru reminds him they already said they were heading into a small secret realm, then points toward the nearby teleportation gate. Wang Xiao dryly says he and Zhou Shiro were only strolling around, and the group carefully avoids bringing up the earlier conflict. Of course, Yihan gets stuck on the wrong part and innocently asks what Wang Xiao meant about him a moment ago. Caught on the spot, Wang Xiao improvises wildly and claims he was praising Yihan's talent and hard work. Yihan still thinks the tone sounded strange, but he is too straightforward to sort it out on the spot. Before Yihan can think any harder, Wang Xiao seizes the opening and hustles Zhou Shiro straight into the teleportation door. Su Junru calls after them, but Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are already gone. Left behind, Yihan quietly worries that Wang Xiao might still be angry with him. Su Junru decides he probably just had something urgent to handle, especially since he still said they would meet at the academy tomorrow. That simple answer cheers Yihan up immediately, leaving Su Junru both relieved and exasperated. With that settled, Su Junru and Yihan enter the secret realm as well. At the same time, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro return to the territory and hover above it, taking in how much it has grown. From the air, Zhou Shiro sees a 1,400-kilometer territory with 14 city-states and 80,000 people, and the scale feels almost unreal to her. She cannot help comparing it to her old life, when even building the lowest-level Arrow Tower meant careful planning over scarce resources. Now, after becoming Wang Xiao's vassal lord, she is looking over a thriving domain gained in barely half a month. Wang Xiao stays practical and leads her toward a safer inland city in the old Black Gold Mountain range, where he left open space for mechanical beast work. After landing, Wang Xiao hands the stage over to Zhou Shiro and tells her it is finally her turn to show what she can do. Zhou Shiro carefully reviews the build process in her head first, then starts laying out large piles of materials across the ground. Wang Xiao knows he cannot help with the construction itself, but this time he deliberately stays beside Zhou Shiro instead of leaving her alone. Once she starts, Zhou Shiro works with startling speed, and every time Wang Xiao looks back, the half-built machine already seems different again. More than 2 hours later, her first finished prototype stands over 3 meters tall, shaped like an ice thunderhorn wolf but with its inner mechanical structure exposed. Wang Xiao circles the machine in disbelief and blurts out that he has really picked up a treasure. When he asks how she can look this practiced on a first attempt, Zhou Shiro admits she rehearsed the whole process in her head countless times first. Her old poverty forced her to calculate every build in advance, and even now that she has resources, she still has not shaken that habit. Instead of calling it a flaw, Wang Xiao tells her that exact habit makes her faster and more valuable than other construction lords. That praise leaves Zhou Shiro staring at him, because she had never really thought of her caution as a strength before. To test the machine, Wang Xiao inserts an elementary energy core into its power device. As the internal mechanism powers up, Zhou Shiro gives the simple first order for the beast to sit down. The mechanical beast obeys immediately, and that simple response is enough to make Wang Xiao realize it can act on commands by itself. In Wang Xiao's eyes, that makes it far more advanced than a mechanical fortress, which still needs someone inside to operate it. Even better, mechanical beasts do not use troop pits, so every one they build would be pure extra combat strength. Once he imagines building 10,000 of them, Wang Xiao gets carried away and blurts out that this talent was born for war. Zhou Shiro interrupts him and says she has one good news and one bad news about the machine. Wang Xiao quickly picks the good news first, trying to stay optimistic. She reveals that Qin Jinrong's method was incomplete, because the mechanical beast can still be fitted with more weapons, items, and different attributes. Then she lands the real good part. Given time, she is confident she can work out the missing sections herself. But when Wang Xiao asks for the bad news, Zhou Shiro's expression turns odd as she points back at the machine. She says the mechanical beast's energy use is worse than expected, and Wang Xiao leans in to inspect the core for himself. To his horror, the beginner energy core is already dim, cracked, and nearly spent after the beast performed a single sit-down command. That hits hard because even his purple flame magic tower could attack at full power for nearly an hour on a beginner core. Wang Xiao instantly sees the battlefield cost and realizes this amazing new technology is also a bottomless money pit. He cannot take the reward back now, because after learning the method and building a prototype, asking Qin Jinrong for a swap would get him beaten instead. Zhou Shiro sighs that this is exactly what people mean when chasing a small gain ends in a huge loss. Wang Xiao refuses to swallow it and accuses Qin Jinrong of knowing this weakness all along and baiting him on purpose. When Zhou Shiro warns him not to act rashly against the Kaiyang military district commander-in-chief, Wang Xiao only answers with a more dangerous smile. The chapter closes with Wang Xiao deciding that since Qin Jinrong tricked him so many times, it is only fair to trick him back once. The moment Zhou Shiro sees that familiar look on Wang Xiao's face, she knows he is about to do something troublesome again. She tries to stop him, but Wang Xiao has already made up his mind and logs out of the territory before she can finish. Realizing this could go badly fast, Zhou Shiro also rushes out and heads straight for Wang Xiao's house. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao pulls out his communicator and calls Manager Lin back about the secret realm job he turned down before. At the Lord's shop office, Lin Xiang greets him warmly and offers the original deal again, 1 million as a deposit, with more to come after the job is done. Wang Xiao says he is willing to go, but the price needs to change, and Lin Xiang instantly assumes he wants more money. Lin Xiang hurriedly raises the offer by 300,000, then 500,000, afraid the military will finish first if he hesitates. But Wang Xiao surprises him by lowering the terms instead. He will only scout the secret realm and refuse to bring any resources back out. Wang Xiao openly explains his logic. If he takes nothing, getting caught can still be brushed off as an accident, but stealing resources would make it a real crime. Lin Xiang brushes that concern aside and reveals the real assignment by taking out a strange metal rod. When Wang Xiao presses the button, the rod blooms open like a metal flower and starts blinking with a red light. Lin Xiang says Wang Xiao only needs to activate it inside the secret realm and wait until the red light turns green. The second he understands it is a secret realm locator, Wang Xiao finally sees the scale of the Lord's shop's real business. He pieces it together on the spot. The shop never cared most about whatever one scout could carry out. It wanted the coordinates, so it could sneak back into sealed secret realms later. Wang Xiao looks at Lin Xiang in disbelief, because compared to this trick, even his own opportunism suddenly feels small. Since the cover is blown anyway, Lin Xiang stops pretending and asks if Wang Xiao even knows how the military decides whether a secret realm stays open or gets sealed. Lin Xiang lays out the official rule. Small and medium secret realms stay open only if a normal level 4 lord can handle the worst danger alone, while large and super large ones require a level 6 lord. Wang Xiao thinks the standard sounds reasonable, but Lin Xiang's expression makes it obvious he is about to challenge that whole logic. To make his point, Lin Xiang taps the steaming tea and compares a dangerous secret realm to a hot drink that still has value if you know how to handle it. Then he pushes the performance too far and deliberately drops the teacup, shattering it on the floor to show what happens when people give up out of fear. Wang Xiao dryly tells him that level of acting was unnecessary, because he never said he was refusing the job. Embarrassed but still hopeful, Lin Xiang hides behind a fresh teacup and asks if that means Wang Xiao agrees. Instead of answering right away, Wang Xiao asks the question that still matters to him most. Is this actually illegal? Lin Xiang insists it only sits in a gray area, because they are risking their own lives to explore places the military would otherwise abandon. He goes even further and argues that without deals like this, the market on Blue Planet would never have stayed so well supplied for so long. That explanation answers an old doubt for Wang Xiao, and he starts suspecting the officials may know more about the Lord's shop than they admit. Lin Xiang adds one more selling point. If the military eventually opens the realm instead of sealing it, the Lord's shop still wins by using its own private gate more flexibly than everyone else. Wang Xiao is interested now, but instead of taking the cash, he starts thinking about how to squeeze out a much better long-term deal. He opens with a ridiculous demand on purpose, offering to work for free if the Lord's shop gives him 20% of everything it mines from all its private secret realms. Lin Xiang bursts out laughing at the sheer scale of that request and asks if Wang Xiao has gone crazy. That reaction is exactly what Wang Xiao wanted, because the outrageous opening was only there to make his real ask seem acceptable. So Wang Xiao lowers the demand to the one he actually wants. No money, just the right to use the Lord's shop's secret teleportation gates whenever he needs them. Lin Xiang is horrified for a different reason now, because even their smallest private secret realms are dangerous enough that they normally send level 5 or even level 6 lords. Wang Xiao says he understands the risk and asks again anyway, forcing Lin Xiang to either trust him or refuse him outright. As a friend, Lin Xiang tries one last time to talk sense into him, warning that a freshly advanced level 3 lord should not be this reckless. When Lin Xiang still refuses, Wang Xiao instantly puts the locator down and says he can find someone else. Lin Xiang starts to brush that off, until he notices Wang Xiao taking out his communicator right in front of him. Wang Xiao casually says he plans to call Qin Jingrong's adjutant to offer condolences, and while he is at it, warn the military exploration team to stay alert over the next few days. That threat lands immediately, because Lin Xiang knows a failed deal would only get him scolded, but ruining the whole operation could destroy him. He caves at once and promises to open a back door for Wang Xiao as long as he keeps the secret. Wang Xiao still does not trust a verbal promise, so he asks what happens if Lin Xiang changes his mind later. To settle it for real, Lin Xiang immediately pulls out a contract scroll, cuts his finger with a shard of broken porcelain, and presses blood onto the deal. After checking the terms carefully, Wang Xiao adds his own blood and locks the secret arrangement in place. With the contract finished, Wang Xiao finally smiles and wishes Lin Xiang a happy cooperation in advance. After sealing the deal, Lin Xiang still breaks business distance for a moment, and warns Wang Xiao not to gamble his life in a secret realm beyond his strength. Wang Xiao answers lightly, but Lin Xiang's concern makes him start believing this manager may really be treating him like a friend. Once the tea settles, Wang Xiao points out the real problem. Without a locator placed first, he has no way to enter that large secret realm accurately. Lin Xiang turns mysterious instead of explaining, telling Wang Xiao to prepare first and meet him back at the shop at 8 tonight for an introduction to an expert. When Wang Xiao hears someone else is coming along for safety, He has no real choice but to agree and leave with the first step of his revenge plan already in motion. But when Wang Xiao gets home, the next problem is waiting at his door. Zhou Shiro is sitting there with red eyes, obviously fresh from crying. He rushes over to ask who hurt her, and Zhou Shiro instantly snaps back that the only one who keeps scaring her like this is him. Zhou Shiro thumps him in shaky anger and demands to know why he keeps acting so recklessly when she was worried sick over him. Wang Xiao keeps the joke to himself, drops the attitude, and starts honestly coaxing her down by saying Lin Xiang had called him in to discuss another collaboration. The word collaboration flips Zhou Shiro right into practical mode, and she presses him for details instead of crying. Wang Xiao gives her the outline of the deal with Lin Xiang, carefully leaving out the most dangerous parts so she will not worry even more. After hearing it, Zhou Shiro says she has heard those rumors too and now finally understands why the Lord's shop seems tied to secret realm scavenging. Wang Xiao pushes back at her blunt wording, insisting it is less criminal than wasteful to let sealed secret realms sit untouched. Then Zhou Shiro quietly admits her own family has people who do this kind of secret exploration, which catches Wang Xiao completely off guard. Before Wang Xiao can dig deeper into her background, Zhou Shiro neatly changes the subject and asks when he is leaving. When Wang Xiao says 8 tonight, Zhou Shiro immediately starts recalculating her schedule and casually drops that she will have to postpone a gathering with friends. That is when Wang Xiao realizes what she means and blurts out the obvious question: she is planning to come too. Zhou Shiro answers without hesitation that as his vassal lord, there is no way she will let him walk into that danger alone. Wang Xiao does not like it at all, because in a large secret realm he trusts his own escape ability far more than he trusts an unknown team's situation. Sensing his refusal, Zhou Shiro suddenly locks both hands around his arm and flatly declares that if he does not take her, he is not going anywhere today. Wang Xiao tries to pull free and cannot, which only makes Zhou Shiro's smug little victory more obvious. With his original plan falling apart in real time, Wang Xiao finally surrenders and agrees to bring her along on one condition: she follows his instructions and does not act on her own. Zhou Shiro grins and accepts immediately, sounding very proud of her role at his side. Once the secret realm issue is settled, Zhou Shiro carefully circles back to the real danger on her mind and asks what he plans to do about Qinjinrong. Wang Xiao admits he has not chosen the method yet, but he makes one thing clear: he absolutely will not let Qinjinrong's actions slide. Her face tightens again, so Wang Xiao quickly adds that he only wants to get some benefit back, not do something reckless in a blind rage. That calm answer finally lets Zhou Shiro relax, because she had rushed over expecting to stop him from doing something extreme. With that argument settled, they finished preparing off-screen and later head together through the evening toward the Lord's shop for the 8 o'clock meeting. By the time they arrive, the shop is packed so tightly with customers that there is barely room to stand. Rather than fight the crowd, Wang Xiao takes Zhou Shiro straight upstairs and opens the office door himself to find an unexpected face waiting inside. Wang Xiao blurts out Teacher Qin on sight, recognizing Qin Shui, his former class director from Kaiyan Academy. Qin Shui is surprised too, but she immediately puts on a stern face and scolds him for transferring to Yuheng Academy without even telling her. Wang Xiao laughs awkwardly, bows properly, and treats her with open respect because she was one of the only people who supported him when everyone else mocked his talent. That deference finally makes Qin Shui laugh, and then she notices Zhou Shiro at the door and gives the pair a teasing look. Zhou Shiro blushes and hurries to explain that she is only staying close because she is Wang Zhao's vassal lord, which just makes Qin Shui look even more entertained. When Qin Shui asks why he is here, Wang Xiao lies smoothly that he only came to pick up some materials he ordered from manager Lin. Qin Shui believes him and is honestly impressed that he has grown enough to make formal arrangements with the Lord's shop already. Wang Xiao quickly says any progress he made started with the resource card Qin Shui secretly gave him back at school. But Qin Shui abruptly refuses the credit and carefully asks if Wang Xiao already knows about her connection to Commander Qin. Wang Xiao answers plainly that he knows Qin Jinrong is her father. Qin Shui then reveals the first shock: the Winter Carp resource card Wang Xiao thought came from her was actually arranged by Qin Jinrong. Before he can process that, she drops a second reveal: even the Demon Spirit Descent item card had been arranged by Qin Jinrong through Adjutant Qi. Wang Xiao is stunned because he had always believed Demon Spirit Descent was Ma Yunla's extravagant gift, and now the whole story suddenly looks different. He quickly connects the dots and realizes a practical purple skill card was far too valuable to fit Ma Yunla's personality as a casual gift. That realization also reopens an older mystery around Qi Lianjuan and Qin Jinrong's earlier compensation, and Wang Xiao finally understands Demon Spirit Descent was probably what they meant all along. But the thought only curdles into fresh anger, because that same skill card was later ruined in the fight with Li Cha Shan and never fully recovered. Qin Shui notices his expression go wrong and asks if Demon Spirit Descent was not useful after all, which forces Wang Xiao to pull himself back under control. He quickly says the skill card was useful and instead asks the sharper question: did she really come here tonight just to tell him all this? Qin Shui admits that was not her reason, but before she can explain further, the office door opens and Lin Xiang hurries in apologizing for the delay. Lin Xiang is pleased to see everyone already gathered, and Wang Xiao casually explains that the shop was too crowded downstairs so they came up to wait. Then Lin Xiang cheerfully starts formal introductions and points out what he thinks is a lucky coincidence. Qin Shui is Wang Zhao's old class director. Lin Xiang happily says that with their history together, this cooperation should go smoothly, and that is the exact moment both Wang Xiao and Qin Shui realize what he means. The two of them interrupt at the same time and point at each other in disbelief, because either one knew they were supposed to be partners tonight. Lin Xiang, still missing the problem, reminds Wang Xiao that he already said an expert would be joining him, and Wang Xiao can only stare as the expert turns out to be Teacher Qin. The reveal lands badly, because Wang Xiao knows this job is secretly trespassing into a military-controlled realm, and Qin Shui is the daughter of the Kaiyang military commander. As he catches the strange look on Qin Shui's face, Wang Zhao's heart drops and he wonders if this whole meeting is another undercover operation aimed straight at him. Wang Xiao studies Qin Shui's face, trying to catch a crack in her expression, but she stays unreadable. Then Qin Shui suddenly goes to Lin Xiang and quietly asks if the person he mentioned before was Wang Xiao. When Lin Xiang admits it, Qin Shui's face drops and she angrily demands why he dragged a student into such a dangerous mission. Lin Xiang tries to calm her down and casually says she has handled this kind of operation many times before, exposing more than he meant to. Qin Shui cuts him off too late, and Wang Xiao immediately turns on her with a careful question about what exactly she has done before. Instead of explaining, Qin Shui hardens her voice and orders Wang Xiao to go home immediately. When Wang Xiao tries to protest, Qin Shui doubles down and pulls rank, reminding both him and Zhou Shiruo that she used to be their teacher at Kaiyang Academy. Lin Xiang finally steps in and politely reminds her that this is not a classroom, and Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo are adults now. Then Lin Xiang reveals 2 contract scrolls, one for Wang Zhao's supplier role and one for the operation itself, making the real stakes unmistakable. Qin Shui knows a signed contract outranks everything, so her resistance collapses and she goes back to the sofa looking drained. With the argument over, Lin Xiang restarts the briefing and says tonight's main goal is to enter the secret realm, find a safe hidden spot, and install a secret realm locator. He adds that gathering intelligence and rare resources would be a bonus, but only if the timing is safe. Wang Xiao cautiously asks if he can bring his vassal lord, and Lin Xiang agrees on the spot. Lin Xiang warns that the shop only pays for one person, and Zhou Shiruo must sign a separate confidentiality contract. After checking that the only requirement is secrecy, Zhou Shiruo signs without hesitation by pricking her finger. With no more objections left, Lin Xiang announces that it is time to leave. Qin Shui immediately walks out ahead of everyone else, still carrying that cold anger. By the time Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo reach the corridor, Qin Shui is already gone, and that only deepens Wang Zhao's suspicion that she knows this place very well. He pieces together that this cannot be Qin Shui's first mission here, and starts wondering whether Lin Xiang also knows she is Qin Jinrong's daughter. Wang Xiao decides not to ask yet, because if Lin Xiang does not know, one careless question could expose Qin Shui himself. He tells himself to wait until they are inside the secret realm, where he can ask Qin Shui directly. Then Wang Xiao notices something else. Even after reaching the 6th floor, Lin Xiang keeps leading them higher. That excites him, because Ma Yunla once told him the 7th floor was the one even market veterans knew nothing about. At the top, they find a massive rusty iron door, and Qin Shui is already waiting beside it in stony silence. Lin Xiang tells them to wait and places both hands on the huge door, but he does not actually push. Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll, and the result hits him hard. The iron door is a red-quality ancient teleportation portal. The red rating leaves Wang Xiao stunned, because even orange-grade items could make great families fight to the death in Kaiyang City. His shock turns into a bigger fear when he wonders whether this branch alone owns such a treasure, or whether the Lord's shop is powerful enough to place them everywhere. Qin Shui quietly steps close and tells him not to overthink it, because the true main body of this portal is kept at the Lord's shop headquarters. She explains that the branch doors are only subsidiary portals linked back to that main body, which makes the setup more understandable but no less terrifying. Qin Shui slips away again before anyone notices, and Wang Xiao becomes sure she is hiding a secret identity from Lin Xiang. A heavy sound rolls through the landing as the giant door finally cracks open and psychedelic portal light spills out. Lin Xiang invites them through, and Qin Shui marches in first with an icy face, still acting out her anger for his benefit. Wang Xiao catches the act, quietly finds it almost funny, and pulls Zhou Shiruo along into the portal after her. After the familiar warp transit, Wang Xiao arrives in a vast new place under a pitch-black night sky. He sees a huge circular plaza whose outer wall is lined with countless old iron doors. While busy people move through it like this impossible place is completely normal. Then Zhou Shiruo suddenly spots the 12 heavenly god statues in the distance and blurts out the name in shock. Those 12 black statues stand back to back with their arms raised toward the moon, a monument to the legendary lords who once defended Blue Planet from other worlds. Wang Xiao remembers that the real 12 heavenly god statues should be in the holy capital far from the 9-province region, and the answer dawns on him mid-sentence. Lin Xiang steps out behind them, spreads his hands with open pride, and confirms the truth. They have arrived in the holy capital. Wang Xiao steps out of a teleportation gate and freezes in shock when Lin Xiang casually tells him they are already in the holy capital, 36,000 kilometers from Kaiyang. Lin Xiang starts showing off the Lord Shop's power, but Wang Xiao ruins the mood by asking why they still use people to carry goods if teleportation is this easy. Lin Xiang stiffens and awkwardly explains that only the Lord can pass through the ancient teleportation gate, while outside items are rejected. After that awkward detour, Lin Xiang drops the sales pitch and leads the group deeper through the chamber towards smaller iron gates and a spiral stairway below. At the bottom, they enter a dark stone room lit only by a 5-colored teleportation door, with a silent keeper waiting beside it under a dark red cloak. While Lin Xiang whispers with the cloaked keeper, Wang Xiao catches Chen Shui giving him a tiny head shake that tells him not to ask questions yet. Lin Xiang comes back with 3 golden keys and warns them that the target realm's coordinates are still uncertain, so if anything feels wrong inside, they must retreat immediately. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro answer with nervous determination, but Chen Shui stays calm and experienced as she takes her key. Right before entering, Chen Shui stops and gives Wang Xiao one last chance to back out without breaking the contract. Wang Xiao refuses to turn back because he needs the chance to test himself, and Chen Shui says nothing more before stepping into the portal first. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow her through the portal, only to emerge into a place that feels dangerously wrong the second the heat wave hits. Before Wang Xiao can crush his key and escape, Chen Shui stops him at close range and whispers that he must not move, make a sound, or use any energy. They stay frozen in silence for several agonizing minutes, trusting Chen Shui even without knowing what is passing nearby. When the danger finally passes, Wang Xiao opens his eyes and sees why Chen Shui stopped him. They are on a shattered ice plain with a gigantic flaming lizard crawling nearby. The scale hits even harder when Wang Xiao realizes that massive lizard must have crawled right over them while they were holding still. Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and learns the nightmare nearby is a platinum level 6 volcanic melting lizard. That one glance is enough to leave Wang Xiao shaken, because if he had triggered the key earlier, the energy ripple would have gotten all 3 of them killed. Zhou Shiro goes pale and clings close to Wang Xiao, and both of them finally understand that a large mystic realm is far more lethal than the stories made it sound. Chen Shui gives Wang Xiao one more chance to regret coming, but he can only answer with awkward bravado that he was just unprepared. Chen Shui drops the teasing and bluntly tells him this realm is beyond him right now, ordering him to go home. That hits Wang Xiao's pride, and he fires back that he and Zhou Shiro are already level 3 lords, not children who need to be handled forever. Chen Shui is visibly thrown by his words, and the sudden tension makes Zhou Shiro rush in to soften what he meant. Zhou Shiro explains that they are not rejecting Chen Shui's care, they just need to face some dangers themselves if they are ever going to grow. Wang Xiao calms down too and admits Chen Shui means well, but insists they cannot stay under her protection forever. Those words sting Chen Shui because they echo something she once said to her own father, and her anger drains into a helpless sigh. In the end, Chen Shui gives in and tells them they are no longer her students, so they can do as they want. Wang Xiao beams and thanks her at once, but Chen Shui cuts off the flattery and says surviving comes first in a place like this. Following Chen Shui's lead, the 3 of them move across the shattered ice until they find a sheltered depression tucked between 2 ridges. Once they confirm the sheltered depression will hold, Wang Xiao summons the lava-raging bear to melt out an ice cave for a temporary base. The realm's crushing ice aura immediately weakens Wang Xiao's fire summon, and he sees the lava-raging bear turn sluggish the moment it appears. The exhausted bear burns through several skills just to hollow out a small cave, then collapses into white light before Wang Xiao can even call it back. That miserable performance finally makes Wang Xiao understand just how outrageous that flaming platinum lizard really was for surviving here with ease. The cave is cramped but usable, and Zhou Shiro reinforces it by building a flame magic tower at the entrance for defense and heat. Once they settle inside, Wang Xiao plants the secret realm locator into the cave floor and waits until its signal turns green. With the locator running, Wang Xiao finally asks the question hanging over everything: why is Chen Shui helping a private secret realm operation at all? Chen Shui reads his meaning immediately and says the ugly truth out loud. As Commander Chen's daughter, she is still here because this is one of her missions. She explains that the military has long known the Lord's shop secretly mines sealed realms, and the silence around it is not ignorance but deliberate policy. The reason, she says, is simple. Sealed realms are too deadly for ordinary lords, but exceptional lords can use them to grow stronger and bring resources back to Blue Planet. Zhou Shiro catches the flaw right away and asks why the military would allow that if losing those top lords here would be an even worse disaster. Chen Shui praises the question and reveals her real role. She is the military's hidden check on these expeditions, meant to sabotage any mission that crosses the true danger line. If even the Lord's shop cannot handle a realm, Chen Shui is supposed to make the expedition fail so the coordinates are never secured and the realm stays completely sealed. Now Wang Xiao finally understands the logic, but Zhou Shiro is still tangled up in the difference between sealed and completely sealed. Wang Xiao breaks it down for her. One standard blocks ordinary lords, while the higher standard decides whether even elites should be barred entirely. Once that clicks, Zhou Shiro asks the question that really matters now: What category does this large mystic realm belong to in Qin Shue's eyes? Qin Shue barely starts to answer before a heavy blast slams from above, and cracks race across the ice cave ceiling over all three of them. A spreading crack rips through the ice cave, and Wan Xiao instantly grabs Qin Shue and Zhou Shirua and drags them into a run. The three barely make it outside before the entire cave crashes down behind them in a violent burst of shattered ice. When Wan Xiao looks up, he spots figures moving on the broken ice ridges above them and realizes they are wearing military uniforms. Qin Shue turns grave and tells them to hide fast, because their identities are too sensitive to let the military discover. Wan Xiao finds a cramped space between broken ice slabs, and the three huddle inside while the soldiers above remain focused on their own fight. From cover, Wan Xiao sees the cave is gone for good and grimly admits his first mission may already be ruined. He pulls out the secret realm key and says that without the locator, they should head back first. Zhou Shirua tells him not to blame himself, and she takes out her own key to leave with him. Then Qin Shue suddenly stops them and says they still cannot leave, because they have to help the soldiers. Before Wan Xiao can argue, Qin Shue dashes out from cover and forces the others to make a split-second choice. Zhou Shirua looks to Wan Xiao for a decision, and he can only give a bitter answer that they really have no choice but to follow. Out in the open again, Wan Xiao sees a huge crack spreading across the ridge and realizes the entire high ground is about to collapse. Qin Shue waves and shouts for the soldiers to come down, but the icy wind tears her voice away before it can reach them. Wan Xiao tells Qin Shue to get Zhou Shirua to safety, then decides he will climb up himself and warn the squad face to face. He summons the ice thunderhorn wolf, jumps onto its back, and charges up the ice ridge through the cutting storm. At the top, Wan Xiao sees 6 military soldiers trying to surround a gigantic ice python that dwarfs them all. The python is so huge that the soldiers' attacks barely seem to matter at all. After the python's tail tears a massive crack across the ice, Wan Xiao hurriedly tears open an identification scroll. The result is brutal. The monster is an ice corrosion python at platinum level 7, far beyond what Wan Xiao can handle. He drops any idea of helping in the fight and instead yells for the squad to stop attacking and run before the ridge gives way. The soldiers whip around at the sight of a young stranger on a giant white wolf, but the warning is urgent enough that they start moving. Wan Xiao has the wolf lower itself so the 6 soldiers can climb on, then the overloaded mount turns and jumps off the ridge. The moment they clear the edge, the entire ridge collapses into a giant pit and drags the ice corrosion python down with it. Shaken by how close they came to dying, one soldier salutes Wan Xiao and thanks him as Lord Wang, showing he knows exactly who saved them. The soldier says they are all from the Kaiyang military district, so of course they know the young hero from the Lord competition. Then the mood snaps without warning when the same soldier orders his men to seize Wan Xiao on the spot. 2 soldiers slam Wan Xiao to the ground before he can react, and he stares up in furious disbelief at this payback for saving them. Lu Wenbo coldly explains that gratitude changes nothing, because entering a secret realm that has not been opened is still forbidden. Thinking fast, Wan Xiao lies that he only entered the medium-sized extreme cold mountain range and must have landed here by accident. The story is improbable but not impossible, so Lu Wenbo has Wan Xiao pulled back up and starts questioning him more carefully. Lu Wenbo introduces himself and says Commander Chen admires Wan Xiao, but he still wants straight answers. Wan Xiao claims he entered through Kaiyang Academy while visiting after transferring to Yuheng, and says his class director and his vassal lord came with him. When Lu Wenbo asks for names, Wan Xiao reluctantly gives Qin Shue and Zhou Shirua, locking the lie in even deeper. The soldiers quickly bring Qin Shue and Zhou Shirua over, and both women instantly realize from Wan Xiao's restraint that the situation has gone bad. Before anyone can compare notes out loud, Wan Xiao quietly sends Zhou Shirua the cover story through their lord Link. Lu Wenbo questions them directly, and Zhou Shirua calmly repeats that they thought this was Kaiyang Academy's medium-sized extreme cold mountain range. Qin Shue is caught off guard by how perfectly Zhou Shirua matches the story, and Lu Wenbo immediately wonders if Wan Xiao tipped her off somehow. The guards report that Wan Xiao never spoke to Zhou Shirua, so Lu Wenbo reluctantly accepts the portal accident explanation and lets the accusation go. Lu Wenbo apologizes for the rough treatment, and Qin Shue answers politely while privately wondering how Wan Xiao and Zhou Shirua coordinated so perfectly. Still irritated, Wan Xiao says there is no need for apologies and tries to leave before anyone can dig deeper. Lu Wenbo stops them and reveals the real problem. This is not the extreme cold mountain range at all, but a newly discovered large secret realm. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shirua act shocked on cue, and Qin Shue quickly joins them, selling the portal accident story as if she just learned the truth too. Lu Wenbo warns them this large secret realm is too dangerous and orders them to withdraw immediately. Wan Xiao puts on a reluctant face and looks to Qin Shue, because now that they are pretending to know the truth, staying would only raise suspicion. Qin Shue decides the military will not harm them, so Wan Xiao reluctantly accepts that they have to withdraw for now. Even as he takes out the secret realm key, Wan Xiao is still thinking about the mission and whether the locator really activated before everything went wrong. A flash of golden light takes Wan Xiao out of the frozen realm and drops him back into the hidden basement. Lin Xiang has been anxiously pacing there, and the second Wan Xiao appears, he rushes over to ask if the large secret realm was found. Before Wan Xiao can answer, Zhou Shiro also returns in another burst of golden light, and the two of them exchange a helpless look. Pressed by Lin Xiang, Wan Xiao admits they found the realm and set the locator, but an accident hit before he could tell whether it worked. Then Wan Xiao suddenly realizes something is wrong. Zhou Shiro is back, but Qin Shui still has not returned. Halfway through the aftermath in the basement, Wan Xiao abruptly realizes Qin Shui still has not come back. He turns to Zhou Shiro and demands to know why Teacher Qin did not leave with her. Zhou Shiro explains that Lu Wenbo made them stagger their exit by 10 seconds to avoid drawing monsters, and Qin Shui told her to leave first. When Wang Xiao counts the lost time and Qin Shui is still missing, his heart drops. Lin Xiang finally senses the danger and presses Wang Xiao for answers about this Lu Wenbo person inside the secret realm. Annoyed but cornered, Wang Xiao snaps that Lu Wenbo is part of Blue Planet's military exploration team. The moment Lin Xiang hears military was involved, he panics and orders his cloaked worker to shut the teleportation door down. Wang Xiao steps in front of the worker and flatly refuses to let the gate be closed because he is going back in. Lin Xiang blurts out that Wang Xiao has to be insane, because being caught by the military would be disastrous. Wang Xiao keeps Qin Shui's real background secret, but he says one thing clearly: his teacher is still inside, so he has to go. He turns and rushes for the gate on impulse, ready to dive back into the secret realm. Zhou Shiro catches him and warns that if Lu Wenbo sees him inside again, their excuse about the portal malfunction will collapse on the spot. Wang Xiao admits he has no clean explanation, but he still insists on going because the giant mutated beast might have climbed back out of the pit. He says outright that if that python returned, Lu Wenbo's group would never beat it. Zhou Shiro breaks down and clings to him, asking how he can think only about saving Qin Shui and not about his own life. Wang Xiao quietly answers that Qin Shui was the one person who helped him when everyone else looked down on him, so abandoning her is not an option. Zhou Shiro tries to argue again, sees he will not bend, and wipes away her tears. Instead of stopping him, Zhou Shiro makes her choice and says she is going with him. Wang Xiao wants to refuse, but one look at her firm face makes him accept. Lin Xiang rushes in front of the portal and physically blocks them, refusing to let either of them enter. He argues that Qin Shui is experienced, and the safest choice is to wait here until she comes back. Lin Xiang adds a harsher problem. The teleportation gate is imprecise, so even if they enter again, they might not land in the same mystic realm at all. That one detail makes Wang Xiao catch on to something important and ask whether their locator has already been installed. Lin Xiang hesitates instead of answering, and that hesitation tells Wang Xiao the locator really is ready. Wang Xiao immediately orders him to lock onto the secret realm's coordinates and reopen the way. When Lin Xiang still resists, Wang Xiao grabs him by the collar and warns that this is no longer a discussion. Lin Xiang tries to brush the threat off until Wang Xiao actually starts, forcing him backward toward the teleportation gate. With the gate only half a step away, Lin Xiang finally panics and yells that he will prepare the teleportation immediately. Wang Xiao lets him go, and Lin Xiang backs off shaking with anger after realizing how close he just came to being thrown inside. Before leaving to make arrangements, Lin Xiang coldly says he considered Wang Xiao a friend and will remember this debt. Once Lin Xiang is gone, Zhou Shiro worries that forcing the issue like this could make an enemy of the Lord's shop. Wang Xiao says the opposite is true, because if the shop did nothing while Qin Shui was trapped, Qin Jinrong would never forgive them later. Zhou Shiro quickly sees the angle and praises him for turning a crisis into a chance to make Qin Jinrong owe them. But Wang Xiao quietly reveals he was never thinking about favors at all, only about saving Qin Shui. A few minutes later, Lin Xiang comes back with several cloaked men and a stack of unfamiliar machines for the gate. The cloak staff quickly attach the new equipment to the teleportation door and begin calibrating the rescue route. Lin Xiang gives one last warning: if Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro go through with this, it is entirely their personal action and the Lord's shop was never involved. Wang Xiao agrees to the cover story without hesitation, saying they only came here to buy a few things and nothing more. Even with a final chance to back out, Wang Xiao only repeats the same answer: his mentor is still inside. The instant a cloaked worker signals that the gate is ready, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro charge through together. After the spatial distortion clears, they land back on the frozen ice plain of the large mystic realm. Zhou Shiro spots the ice corrosion python in the distance, its giant body flashing with attack light from the people fighting it. Recognizing the same python, Wang Xiao instantly summons the ice thunderhorn wolf and takes off with Zhou Shiro on its back. The wolf devours the distance in a few breaths and brings them within 100 meters of the giant beast. Up close, the ice corrosion python feels even more hopelessly huge, like a living mountain laid across the ice. Worse, they have arrived behind the python while the others are attacking from the front, and bottomless crevices on both sides cut off any easy route. Zhou Shiro grabs Wang Xiao in fear because the only paths are climbing over the python or trying to go around its lethal tail range. Instead of answering right away, Wang Xiao summons more than 100 shadow golden thorn spiders onto the ice. He jumps onto one spider and tells Zhou Shiro the plan. He will draw the python's attention while she uses the opening to reach the others. Before Zhou Shiro can even finish protesting how dangerous that is, Wang Xiao charges straight onto the python with his spider swarm. The spider's sharp limbs bite into the scales like ice chisels, and to Wan Zhao's surprise they start climbing far more easily than expected. That small breakthrough tells Wan Zhao the python's ice armor is not invincible after all. He even realizes that if enough spiders attack together, they might truly be able to break through the python's defense. Once he reaches roughly 2/3 of the python's height, the spiders are finally in range to strike its head. Wan Zhao glances back and sees the ice thunderhorn wolf crouch low, ready for the mad dash. The moment he creates an opening. Trusting the wolf, Wan Zhao gives the order and unleashes a full volley of piercing spider spear at the python's head. The barrage shatters ice across the python's face, and one spear punches straight into its eye. The icy python erupts in pain and thrashes so violently that the spider swarm starts raining off its body. At that exact moment, the ice thunderhorn wolf activates extreme cold body and launches with Zhou Shiruo toward the front line. Watching from above, Wan Zhao is stunned by how much the wolf has grown, because this sprint is not just fast but unbelievably precise. He realizes the wolf is practically running on a blade's edge, since one mistake would send Zhou Shiruo straight into the abyss. Proud and anxious at once, Wan Zhao shouts for the wolf to keep running. But his relief lasts only a heartbeat before the light around him darkens, and he senses something wrong. When he turns, the python's icicle-covered tail is already right behind him, so close there is no room left to dodge. Wan Zhao realizes he is out of options in the air and for one grim instant, thinks he is about to die. Then, right before the hit lands, a soft sound cuts in and a pair of thin flesh wings suddenly spreads open in front of him. The instant Wan Zhao sees the dark swamp crocodile dragon's familiar flesh wings, all his old suspicion about Purple Star soldiers being disloyal crashes into confusion. Wan Zhao barely has time to wonder if he summoned it before the ice corrosion python's massive tail whips straight at him. Instead of fleeing alone, the dark swamp crocodile dragon grabs Wan Zhao, turns its own armored tail outward, and shields him head-on. Wan Zhao panics because a level 1 platinum dragon should never survive a direct clash with a level 7 platinum monster in this frozen cave. The two tails slam together with a brutal crack, and Wan Zhao's vision goes dark as the dragon folds its wings around him. When the spinning finally stops, Wan Zhao realizes the dragon used the python's own force to blast them hundreds of meters out of danger. That clever rescue wipes out Wan Zhao's mistrust on the spot, because the dragon just risked itself to save his life. Wan Zhao praises the dragon sincerely, and the creature lifts its head in smug satisfaction. With trust restored, the dragon casually tosses Wan Zhao into riding position, and he flips down onto its back in one practiced motion. Now mounted and steady, Wan Zhao points at the distant python and orders the counterattack. The dark swamp crocodile dragon bursts forward like black lightning, charging the giant snake at full speed. On Wan Zhao's command, the dragon curls into its berserk shock form and turns itself into a barbed iron ball. The spinning impact slams into the ice corrosion python's head so hard that the mountain-sized monster actually staggers. Down on the ground, Lu Wenba and the others only see the python suddenly convulsing and think the whole situation has become even more hopeless. Then a heavy crash echoes out, and the giant python suddenly stiffens and drops, leaving everyone below stunned. Before anyone can make sense of the crash, a huge silver snow wolf rushes in with Zhou Shiruo on its back. Qin Shui recognizes Zhou Shiruo and blurts out why she is back and why she is riding Wan Zhao's wolf, but Zhou Shiruo cuts her off hard. Zhou Shiruo shouts that Wan Zhao cannot hold on much longer and orders everyone to run right now if they want to live. As if proving her point, the ice corrosion python rises again with its head badly damaged and Wan Zhao's buried spider spear still jammed deep in its eye. The wounded python roars to the sky and the pressure turns instantly worse, because everyone can feel it has entered a berserk state. Zhou Shiruo immediately wheels the snow wolf around and leads the whole group into a desperate escape. In the sky, Wan Zhao feels the storm strengthening and realizes the colder it gets, the stronger the berserk python becomes. Knowing they only heard it by luck, Wan Zhao orders the dark swamp crocodile dragon to retreat at once. But when Wan Zhao spots tiny figures running below and recognizes the snow wolf at their front, his retreat instinct turns into dread. A quick estimate tells him the people on the ground are nowhere near far enough to survive the python's range. Wan Zhao stomps and urgently reverses his order, telling the dragon they have to go back and buy the others time. The dark swamp crocodile dragon clearly thinks this sounds stupid, but it still obeys and swings back toward the python. The berserk python fixes them with pure hatred, and the broken area on its head starts freezing over into giant new ice spikes. Wan Zhao recognizes the skill as 10,000 arrows, and his face sinks as he realizes the real danger is the huge area attack aimed in front of the python. His estimate is grim. The spikes can reach at least 3 kilometers, and the runners are only about 2 kilometers away. While Wan Zhao is still searching for a way out, the dragon suddenly veers behind the python instead of staying in front of the attack. At first Wan Zhao fears the dragon might be escaping, but one look at the exposed frozen soil behind the python makes the plan click. Wan Zhao points to the ground and orders it to bury the python instead. The dark swamp crocodile dragon opens endless swamp, turning the iron-hard frozen ground into sucking sludge under the python's weight. The giant snake loses balance at the exact moment 10,000 arrows fires, so the launch angle tilts upward and the storm of spikes misses its full range. Even from the side, hundreds of ice spikes still spray toward Wang Xiao and the dragon, forcing a frantic midair dodge. They avoid the worst of it, but the dragon's wings still get pierced 7 or 8 times and hot blood splashes into the freezing air. Wang Xiao instantly tears open the water of life, spreading a green healing field through the frozen battlefield. As the dragon's wounded wings start mending, Wang Xiao twists around to check the fleeing group below. The tilted attack barely shortens the danger enough, and the fleeing group slips past the death line by the narrowest margin. Seeing that the others made it, Wang Xiao excitedly praises the dragon again and promises to brag about it for days. Just as they are about to leave, a much smaller ice spike suddenly screams toward them at a terrifying speed. An ice thorn attack hits before Wang Xiao can dodge, and 2 frozen spikes punch straight through the dark swamp crocodile dragon's chest. Wang Xiao tries to force the badly wounded dragon back to his territory, but once again it ignores his order and keeps flying on sheer will. Only after carrying him clear does the dark swamp crocodile dragon finally give out and collapse into white light beneath him. Wang Xiao slams into something furry and realizes the dragon spent its last strength bringing him back to Zhou Shiro's group. He curses the dragon through clenched teeth, but the guilt hits immediately because the creature just saved him while he had doubted it. Zhou Shiro checks him in a rush, finds no obvious injury, and immediately snaps that he broke his promise not to take reckless risks. Wang Xiao can only answer bitterly that he did not seek danger out this time, then turns to ask if Qin Shui is alright. Qin Shui asks why they came back at all, and Wang Xiao says they guessed she was in trouble when she never withdrew. When Lu Wenbo tries to speak, Wang Xiao cuts straight to the real problem and points out that they need a way to deal with the ice corrosion python right now. Lu Wenbo wants to flee, but Wang Xiao grimly admits he hit the python hard enough that its hatred is now locked on him, and it will not stop chasing. That one admission turns the mood heavy, because everyone knows a level 7 platinum beast with this much hatred leaves them only one option: stand and fight. Qin Shui presses Lu Wenbo about his expedition, and he reveals their full force was much larger, but 10 of them were deliberately sent out as bait to protect the main group and scientists. The group understands what he is really saying: they were abandoned, and no rescue is coming. As the python's struggle grows louder, one terrified warrior blurts out another option, and Lu Wenbo instantly realizes where this is going. The warrior says the cruel part anyway: one life is better than everyone dying, meaning Wang Xiao should be the bait because the python hates him most. Wang Xiao calls it what it is, repaying kindness with ingratitude, but the man cannot even meet his eyes. Even so, Wang Xiao calmly says they can do it, shocking the people around him. Zhou Shiro refuses on the spot and grabs him, swearing that if he stays, she stays too. Qin Shui steps in right after her, and Lu Wenbo follows too, with 4 more warriors moving over until the coward who suggested it is left standing alone. That loyalty makes Wang Xiao hesitate, because dying himself is one thing, but trading 8 good lives to save 1 frightened ingrate is a terrible bargain. He suddenly changes course and says they will still use the python's hatred, just not by throwing 1 person away. Wang Xiao reminds Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui about the nearby volcano melting lizard, and both women instantly catch his meaning. His logic is simple but desperate. The lizard's fire should weaken the ice corrosion python's cold-based defense, giving them a real chance. Zhou Shiro immediately asks the weak point in the plan: how do they lure the lizard over, and what if it turns out even worse for them? Wang Xiao admits he has not thought that far, but he argues the lizard is more docile than the python, so the gamble is still worth taking. To Wang Xiao's surprise, Lu Wenbo is the first to back him, saying a beast tamer lord's judgment is still their best shot after everything he has done. With Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui agreeing next, the rest fall in line because no one has a better option. By the time they commit to the plan, more than half of the ice corrosion python has already clawed free, leaving only minutes before it is fully out. Wang Xiao quickly assigns the split. He, Lu Wenbo, and the others will hold the python here while Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui go find the volcano melting lizard. The same fearful warrior objects again, openly suspecting Wang Xiao is just using this chance to let Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui escape. Wang Xiao shuts him down with cold logic. Those 2 are the only ones who have seen the lizard, and Zhou Shiro is the only person besides him who can command the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. With that settled, Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui mount the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and race out across the frozen plain. Back at the line, Wang Xiao turns to face the python and summons the Lava Ripper and the gold armor black turtle behind him. He pulls out the Blood Chi connection card and orders every fire tribute soldier to attack while he stacks the turtle's defense onto them. The sight of the gold armor black turtle finally gives the remaining soldiers some hope that they might actually hold the line. Lu Wenbo answers by finally revealing his strongest soldier, a level 2 gold fire goblin commander carrying a pair of burning battle axes. He admits he hit it earlier because its defense is weak, but with shared protection now in place, he can finally risk using it. The Blood Chi connection tears open, and the gold armor black turtle's absolute defense spreads across the allied fire troops as a shared golden shield. With Lu Wenbo shouting for everyone to show their full strength, 10 fire soldiers charge together and slam attack after attack into the python. The barrage still cannot truly break the python's defense, but it does slow the monster's escape from the swamp for a few precious moments. Elsewhere on the ice field, Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui race over the shattered plain on the ice thunderhorn wolf, scanning desperately for any sign of flames. But the huge flame-backed lizard is nowhere in sight, even though something that massive should have been easy to spot from far away. Qin Shui realizes the volcano-melting lizard has probably gone back to its deep nest, which could be hidden in any bottomless ice crevice nearby. Zhou Shirua suggests forcing it out, but Qin Shui rejects that immediately because blind provocation could draw in even more high-level beasts. That answer only makes Zhou Shirua more anxious, because Wang Zhao's side cannot keep delaying the python forever. Qin Shui forces herself to stay calm for Zhou Shiruo's sake, even while she is panicking inside and trying to think under pressure. Then she notices the ice thunderhorn wolf's twitching nose and suddenly seizes on a new idea. Back on the battlefield, a few more brutal minutes pass and the ice corrosion python finally drags its full body out of the swamp. Repeated rounds of 10,000 arrows keep hammering the defenders, and cracks start spreading through the golden defensive light protecting their troops. Wang Xiao knows this was already an amazing delay for a level 3 gold defense against a level 7 platinum monster, but once that shield breaks, the line is finished. While he bites his nail and searches for any answer, Wang Xiao suddenly notices the protective ring Zhou Shirua gave him and a bold idea flashes into place. Wang Xiao calls out the badly injured dark swamp crocodile dragon, but he makes it clear this time it is following his plan, not charging in on its own. He warns Lu Wenbo that the gold armor black turtle is finished, tells everyone to run, and sets the trap in motion. The moment absolute defense disappears, the ice corrosion python's pressure slams into the soldiers and forces the whole group to scatter. While the others flee, Wang Xiao jumps onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon and flies straight at the level 7 platinum python. The ice corrosion python notices his approach, drops its wider attack, and condenses a deadlier ice sting right in its throat. At the last instant, Wang Xiao recalls the dragon and bets everything on the protection ring Zhou Shirua gave him. He pours energy into the ring with no time to think, praying the tiny barrier can survive a platinum beast shot. The gamble works. The ice spike vaporizes against the force field, and only harmless ice scraps reach his face. The instant he sees the ring can hold, Wang Xiao tries to press the attack again. Before he is left alone, fireballs streak up from below, and Lu Wenbo's squad comes back to drag the python's attention off him. Lu Wenbo bluntly admits they are saving themselves too, because if Wang Xiao dies, the python will come right back for them next. Wang Xiao can only laugh at the rough honesty, but the distraction buys him the breathing room he needed. They settle into a dangerous rhythm. Wang Xiao blocks the python's killing shots, and Lu Wenbo's side immediately hits it again to pull aggro and buy time. For a short while, the impossible actually happens, and the two sides hold a tense stalemate against the giant python. Then Wang Xiao finally hits the limit, because the non-stop summons and ring defense burn through his energy faster than he can recover it. When he tries to summon the dark swamp crocodile dragon again, nothing answers, and his heart drops with his empty energy reserve. With no mount and no support beneath him, Wang Xiao starts falling, and the python is already lining up the finishing shot. A sudden heat wave hits him first, and Zhou Shirua catches him in midair before the python can finish him. She shoves a recovery potion into his mouth, and the half-dead Wang Xiao is dragged back from the edge in one gulp. When he opens his eyes, Wang Xiao finds himself on the ice thunderhorn wolf, and a new monster has crashed into the fight, the volcano-melting lizard. The python tries another ice spike, but the volcano-melting lizard slaps it sideways with a tail full of terrifying heat. That hit enrages the python, and it powers through the heat to coil around the lizard in a brutal close-range bind. Fire and ice cancel each other just enough that the two high-level beasts freeze in a deadly stalemate. Seeing the opening, Wang Xiao suddenly decides to go back in, because a chance this good is too valuable to waste. Zhou Shirua thinks he has lost his mind and tries to stop him, because one stray hit from either platinum beast could erase him. Wang Xiao refuses to back down and reveals the hate transfer card, determined to turn the monsters against each other even harder. Once Wang Xiao takes control, the ice thunderhorn wolf obeys him instead of the girls and whips around toward the battlefield. Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui are dumped onto the ground as the wolf turns into a streak of light and carries Wang Xiao straight back at the two platinum beasts. Inside 300 meters, the pressure becomes unbearable, and every step swings between furnace heat and bone-deep cold. Half dead but still stubborn, Wang Xiao tears the hate transfer card anyway. The green light scatters into the wind, and the volcano-melting lizard suddenly inherits all the ice corrosion python's hatred for Wang Xiao. The cold on Wang Zhao's back vanishes, but the battlefield immediately gets even worse. Now carrying both natural enmity and transferred hatred, the ice corrosion python goes completely berserk. Under the surge of extreme cold, its ice armor rapidly regenerates, and fresh ice spikes grow straight into the volcano-melting lizard's body. The lizard roars back and flares hotter, melting the spikes, but the python's freezing pressure still keeps building. Wang Xiao realizes the monsters are spiraling out of control and orders a retreat at once. But the ice thunderhorn wolf is almost frozen stiff under the python's pressure, and it can barely crawl away. Then the ice corrosion python clamps down with death bind, crushing and biting hard enough that Wang Xiao can hear the volcano-melting lizard's bones break. The lizard loses more than half of its right forelimb, and its lava-hot blood burns a hole straight through the frozen ground. That is when Wang Xiao finally understands the real problem. On an ice field, the python is overpowering a beast that should be closer to its level. He decides the only way to keep the lizard alive long enough to save them all is to change the battlefield itself. Even knowing the cost will hurt, Wang Xiao chooses to sacrifice territory resources now because dying here would cost everything anyway. He opens a deep gray vortex behind him and tears the lava cave free from his territory. Scorching magma pours out like a flood, blowing away the cold and remaking the snowy battlefield into a fire zone. Within moments, a 1,000-meter inferno replaces the frozen ground, and the volcano-melting lizard feels the fire attribute field return to its side. The lizard's flames roar back to life, wrapping its body as if Wang Xiao just handed it a second wind. The weakened Wang Xiao is dragged back out of the inferno, but the fire field also overwhelms the ice-attributed wolf carrying him. As soon as it reaches Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui, the ice thunderhorn wolf can take no more and shatters apart. Wang Xiao drops hard, but Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui catch him before he hits the ground. Now that the danger has eased for a second, Zhou Shirua finally explodes and demands to know what he would have done if any part of that plan had failed. Wang Xiao can only answer with a weak smile that it worked, which leaves Zhou Shirua too rattled to keep arguing. Back in the magma field, the python realizes too late that the pressure pinning the lizard down is gone. The volcano-melting lizard bursts free as a living fireball and immediately turns the entire magma field into its weapon. With lava eruption, it batters the ice corrosion python under towering waves of molten rock. The python struggles to escape, but after nearly being killed, the lizard has no intention of letting it go. As the two monsters go all out, everyone else can do nothing but retreat and watch the battlefield keep growing wider. The heat wave swallows kilometers of ground, and even battle-hardened soldiers are left staring like they are watching immortals fight. More than 10 minutes later, the chaos finally begins to settle. Where the ice plain used to be, there is now a giant smoking crater, and the ice corrosion python lies at the bottom looking burnt into charcoal. Then a furious roar erupts from the lava, and the volcano-melting lizard rises back into view still standing, but clearly exhausted by the fight. At the edge of the burnout pit, Wang Xiao forces himself forward with Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui's support, and sees just how brutal the fight was. Looking down, Wang Xiao spots the ice corrosion python's corpse half-cooked in the soil and immediately regrets how much valuable material the flames ruined. Then he notices the volcano-melting lizard still alive beside the corpse, curled up and badly hurt with fire still burning on its back, and a risky idea flashes through his mind. Zhou Shirua catches that look instantly and bluntly accuses Wang Xiao of wanting to kill the weakened lizard. Qin Shui jumps in too, furious that he would even think about harming the beast after it saved them. Zhou Shirua pushes even harder when she reveals the volcano-melting lizard is a mother with 2 newborns in its nest, and says killing it now would doom them too. She goes so far as to accuse him of repaying kindness with ingratitude, only to finally notice Wang Xiao has barely gotten a word in. When they finally let him speak, Wang Xiao says he never planned to kill the lizard at all, he wants to contract it while it's weak. He lays out the 3 ways beast contracts work and explains the hardest method is to subdue a badly injured beast and sign while it needs a territory to recover. Now convinced, Qin Shui summons 3 cute pink slimes, and Wang Xiao is briefly thrown off that such a mysterious fighter uses soldiers this adorable. But the soldiers on the far side are already sliding into the pit, so the 3 of them hurry onto the slimes and race down first. Wang Xiao reaches the volcano-melting lizard first, but a wall of fire erupts across his path before he can get close. He quickly calms it down by reminding the beast that he was the one who created the fire attribute battlefield, and the flames drop long enough for him to approach. Standing in front of the wounded mother, Wang Xiao bows an apology and thanks her for saving them despite being dragged into their mess. He offers it a contract and a place to heal in his territory, but the volcano-melting lizard answers with another fire wall that nearly scorches him on the spot. As Wang Xiao is about to give up, he catches the mother's eyes and gambles on one more promise: he will contract her children too. That promise finally breaks the deadlock, and Wang Xiao hears the lizard's request to sign a contract with him. He accepts instantly, uses a contract scroll, and the volcano-melting lizard explodes into white light as the bond is sealed. Wang Xiao is thrilled when the contract succeeds, because a platinum level 6 fire beast this fierce gives him a huge jump in power. Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui rush over, and when Wang Xiao explains the mother only agreed after he promised to take the children too, both women are quietly moved. Then Zhou Shirua suddenly realizes the catch: a level 3 beast tamer lord only gets 10 contract slots, and Wang Xiao now needs room for 2 babies as well. Wang Xiao eases their panic by revealing his winning streak medal boosted his talent, so he actually has 11 beast slots instead of 10. Only then do Lu Wenba and the soldiers finally reach them, and he immediately questions where the volcano-melting lizard went. When Wang Xiao admits he subdued it, Lu Wenba turns cold again and says this unopened large mystic realm is under investigation, so Wang Xiao must come with them. Wang Xiao refuses on the spot and smoothly asks to talk business instead. His offer is simple: the military keeps the ice corrosion python corpse as credit, and in return the 3 of them were never here. When Lu Wenba asks what happens if he refuses, Wang Xiao coolly bluffs that he will summon the volcano melting lizard and kill every witness here. Lu Wenbo calls him insane for threatening Blue Planet soldiers, but Wang Xiao calmly presses the ugly point that dead men cannot report him. Neither man can read the other through the long standoff, with Wang Xiao bluffing behind a smile, while Lu Wenbo tries to decide whether to call it. Lu Wenbo finally gives ground, but points out they still need a believable story for how a team of their strength produced the python corpse. Wang Xiao immediately scripts the lie. They lured the volcano melting lizard over, the two beasts fought, the python died, and the injured lizard escaped. Lu Wenbo worries most about Little Zhao leaking the truth, but Wang Xiao coldly says the man is already too shaken for anyone to believe him anyway. That settles it, and Lu Wenbo agrees they never saw Wang Zhao's group here, while insisting he is repaying a life debt, not trading for merit. Wang Xiao quickly waves over Zhou Shirua and Chen Shui to leave, while Lu Wenbo quietly gathers his soldiers and keeps one of them from stopping the trio. As they walk away, Zhou Shirua asks what Wang Xiao said to make Lu Wenbo let them go, and he just grins and says it is a secret. After recovering beside the charred pit, Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and heads out to track the volcano melting lizard's nest. Following the wolf's nose, the three quickly reach a lava cave where two tiny volcano melting lizards are asleep in a rough stone nest. An identification scroll confirms the hatchlings are platinum quality, but Wang Xiao is stunned when he sees each one needs 7 years to grow out of infancy. The number hits hard, because even his platinum dark swamp crocodile dragon only needed 3 years, and now 2 more long-term beasts would tie up his breeding pits. Even so, Wang Xiao steadies himself and decides to keep moving, trusting that the adult level 6 volcano melting lizard already makes the trouble worth it. When Wang Xiao reaches into the nest, the 2 hatchlings respond to their mother's aura and nuzzle into his hand instead of resisting. Both contracts succeed at once, and Wang Xiao quietly notes that all 11 of his mutated beast pits are finally full. With his business finished, Wang Xiao takes out a secret realm key and signals that it is time for the 3 of them to leave. Golden light swallows them, and they jump straight from the lava cave back to the Lord's shop headquarters in the holy capital. Back in the basement, Lin Xiang has been pacing himself sick with worry, still asking if they have returned when the teleport light suddenly flashes. The second he sees Wang Zhao's group alive, Lin Xiang lunges over in relief and tries to rush them out before anyone can investigate. Wang Xiao stops him cold by saying he already reached a deal with the military, so no one will be chasing this anymore. Lin Xiang can hardly believe it, and Wang Xiao briefly explains the secret realm battle and his arrangement with Lu Wenbo while carefully hiding the part about taking the volcano melting lizard. Instead of calming down, Lin Xiang turns red with excitement and almost regrets not sneaking into the large secret realm himself just to watch. Wang Xiao quickly shuts that down, because if Lu Wenbo had seen Lin Xiang there, the military would have traced the whole mess straight back to the Lord's shop. Once the danger feels over, Lin Xiang immediately switches tone and starts flattering Wang Zhao's strength. Wang Xiao tells him to stop circling the issue, and Lin Xiang finally admits he wants to tear up the bad blood and sign a new contract. Wang Xiao throws Lin Xiang's own earlier words back at him, mocking the idea that the Lord's shop would risk getting dragged down by lunatics like them. For the sake of his career, Lin Xiang swallows the humiliation and insists that the Lord's shop truly wants to befriend someone with Wang Zhao's potential. Wang Xiao glances to Zhou Shirua and Chen Shui for a silent read, and Chen Shui answers with the faintest shake of her head. Not sure why Chen Shui objects, but catching the warning, Wang Xiao plays for time and says they are tired and will discuss it later. Lin Xiang agrees at once and personally leads them toward the teleportation area, staying warm and attentive now that he sees hope again. At the circular hall lined with identical ancient portals, Wang Xiao suddenly realizes just how badly he should avoid making Lin Xiang an enemy here. The group passes through the gate and returns all the way to Kaiyang City. In his Kaiyang office, Lin Xiang opens a cabinet and offers each of them a green resource ball as a personal gesture. Chen Shui frowns first because from her side there was never supposed to be any official reward for what happened before. Wang Xiao catches the mismatch, puts his own gift back, and carefully reminds Lin Xiang that he only wants the convenience they already discussed. Realizing the risk, Lin Xiang hurriedly reframes the resource balls as his own apology for the ugly things he said when they tried to save Chen Shui. That explanation is solid enough, and after Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro help persuade her, Chen Shui finally accepts the gift too. Now that they have accepted something from him, Lin Xiang relaxes and, instead of pressing harder, politely gives them room to think. That unexpected restraint improves Wang Zhao's view of him, and the 3 leave the Lord's shop together. Out on the street, Wang Xiao finally asks Chen Shui why she warned him off when Lin Xiang brought up cooperation again. Chen Shui says the problem is not a flat no, but that Wang Xiao should not rush into dangerous new secret realms without thinking hard first. Then she adds the real warning, the Lord's shop is complicated, and with Wang Zhao's current strength he should keep his distance as much as possible. Wang Xiao does not understand why someone at his level is still being told to stay careful, but he can tell Chen Shui is holding back something she cannot say. Rather than push her, Wang Xiao changes the subject and asks how Yuheng Academy is preparing for the ranking assessment. Chen Shui instantly teases him for sounding like a spy for his old school, and Wang Xiao jokes back that he only wants to know whether he should go easy on them. Chen Shui fires back with full confidence, telling him to fight seriously and warning that underestimating Yuhing could leave him unable to recover. After the banter, Wang Xiao parts with Chen Shui, walks Zhou Shiro home, and finally returns to his own place exhausted. He means to check his territory after getting back, but the moment he drops onto the bed, sleep knocks him out. He sleeps straight through into the next day, and when he wakes to the bright morning sun, panic hits all at once. Without even washing up, Wang Xiao bolts for Yuhing Academy, because even with special travel rights he still has to report in every day. By the time he reaches Class B at noon, Wang Xiao hears a lecture in progress and has to stand outside the door working up the nerve to knock. When he finally steps inside to apologize for being late, Wang Xiao looks up and realizes the person on the podium is not Li Chanshan but a refined young man in gold-rimmed glasses. The new teacher introduces himself as Tian Gang, the new class director, and the name instantly sets off alarm bells in Wang Xiao's head. The new teacher confirms the problem himself by revealing that Tian Chang from Kaiyang Academy is his biological brother. Wang Xiao can only curse his luck, because he finally got rid of one hollow class director just to land under his old enemy's brother. The new class director's expression turns cold as he says Tian Chang came back from the Fang family banquet insane, still muttering Wang Zhao's name. The moment that scandal hits the room, Class B lights up with gossip and starts peppering Wang Xiao with excited questions. Wang Xiao says nothing, and the new class director uses that silence to issue a smiling threat that he will not act now, but Wang Xiao had better never slip up again. Back in Class B, Wang Xiao smoothly apologizes for being late and decides to stay when he realizes Zhou Shiro still has not shown up. Once class starts, Wang Xiao is caught off guard because Tian Gang teaches aggressively but genuinely well. Tian Gang breaks down multi-attribute combat in a way that is clear, practical, and sharp enough that even Wang Xiao feels he is learning a lot. He even uses Wang Zhao's old battle against Enro as a case study, praising what worked and bluntly pointing out what did not. By the end of the lesson, the whole class is hooked, and Wang Xiao cannot help comparing Tian Gang's real ability to Tian Chang's petty behavior. Then Tian Gang walks straight up to Wang Xiao and orders him to the office for a makeup lesson over the class he missed. Wang Xiao immediately suspects this is a trap for revenge, but he follows anyway because he thinks the worst Tian Gang can do is talk trash. But when they reach the office, Tian Gang calmly opens his lesson plan and starts a real one-on-one class. Wang Xiao finally blurts out the obvious question and asks if Tian Gang did not bring him here to settle a grudge. Tian Gang admits he does want payback for his brother, but not now, because the academy head sees Wang Xiao as ranking assessment material and ordered him to fix Wang Zhao's combat flaws first. That blunt fairness leaves Wang Xiao embarrassed enough to bow and admit he judged Tian Gang too narrowly. Tian Gang brushes it off with dry sarcasm and warns Wang Xiao he will still have plenty of chances to apologize later. The makeup lesson drags on for another hour, detailed enough that Wang Xiao has no choice but to take it seriously. When the tutoring ends, Tian Gang suddenly asks Wang Xiao to name his own weaknesses in battle. Wang Xiao repeats the flaws Tian Gang already pointed out in class. He overfocuses on elemental restraint, trusts himself too much, and treats everyone else like support for his own show. Tian Gang says that is only part of the problem and pushes for the flaw Wang Xiao still cannot see himself. Then Tian Gang names it plainly. Wang Xiao is impulsive, no matter how carefully he thinks his plans through. Wang Xiao tries to argue, insisting his dangerous moves were calculated, not reckless. Tian Gang shuts that down by dragging up the time Wang Xiao provoked hundreds of Crimson Star enemies without any real certainty he could survive it. He follows with an even harsher example, reminding Wang Xiao that he tore down his own defenses against the Crimson Star royal family without any backup plan for a disaster. This time Wang Xiao has no answer, because he really had not planned for a monster like that level 8 platinum demon to appear. Seeing the lesson finally land, Tian Gang ends the talk and tells Wang Xiao they are going into a secret realm right now. Tian Gang dryly calls it the revenge Wang Xiao was asking for, and Wang Xiao realizes this is really going to be live fire training. As they leave, Zhou Shiro comes hurrying over, flustered and apologizing for oversleeping after yesterday's exhaustion. Tian Gang answers her with easy politeness and even introduces himself warmly, which is a jarring change from how cold he is with Wang Xiao. Then Wang Xiao casually drops that Tian Gang is Tian Chang's brother, and Zhou Shiro jerks her hand back in alarm. Seeing her panic, Wang Xiao quickly explains that Tian Gang may be related to Tian Chang, but he is still a fair and capable teacher. Wang Xiao even lays on the praise extra thick, trying to pin Tian Gang into not taking any personal revenge on them later. Tian Gang ignores the trap entirely and just asks if they still want to train, which Wang Xiao accepts on the spot. Wang Xiao also asks to bring Zhou Shiro along as his vassal lord, and Tian Gang allows it without caring either way. As they walk, Zhou Shiro quietly asks what is going on, and Wang Xiao tells her Tian Gang's class was so good it exposed flaws he had never noticed in himself. Zhou Shiro immediately deadpans that being impulsive, arrogant, and addicted to showing off already sounded like enough flaws to her. He grumbles back at her, but the joke still lands because even Wang Xiao knows she is not wrong as they keep following Tian Gang. Tian Gang leads them to the academy's secret realm building and opens a teleportation gate inside. Wan Xiao notices these Yuhing training realms are generally tougher than the ones at Kaiyang, which fits the academy's push to surpass its rival. At last Tian Gang picks the ancient arena, a sparring realm with no resources and nothing there except the battlefield itself. After the teleport, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro arrive on a massive stone arena floating alone in the void. Before they can admire it for long, Tian Gang moves to the far side and summons 12 level 1 iron skeletons to set the training match. Then Tian Gang announces 3 rules for the test. Only bronze soldiers. Ring out means elimination, and neither side can field more than 3 troops. That first rule instantly puts Wan Xiao in trouble, because his weakest combat beasts are already gold grade and do not qualify. Tian Gang is completely unmoved and snaps back that Wan Xiao cannot rely on his own soldiers forever. So Zhou Shiro offers a workaround and says Wan Xiao can borrow her bronze level 3 dwarf artillery soldiers instead. A moment later, Zhou Shiro summons 3 bronze dwarf artilleries for him, and Wan Xiao stares at the tiny cannon-bearing dwarves with very mixed feelings. Inside Tian Gang's arena trial, Wan Xiao studies 12 iron-rank skeleton soldiers facing only 3 borrowed dwarf cannons and still thinks the numbers should be manageable. When Wan Xiao mutters that this should not be hard, Zhou Shiro dryly calls him conceited again, and he is left wondering how basic caution turned into arrogance. A red flag suddenly flies over to Wan Xiao, and Tian Gang reveals the real match rule. They win by taking the enemy flag, but the flag cannot be damaged or even stained. That restriction instantly puts Wan Xiao on edge, because explosive cannon fire near a guarded flag could lose the match for them before they ever reach it. Wan Xiao protests that the rule is too harsh, but Tian Gang coldly compares the flag to a captured teammate and makes it clear that difficult constraints are the whole point. With the start called, Wan Xiao orders Zhou Shiro to fire carefully, and the 3 dwarf cannons boom toward the skeleton formation. Wan Xiao immediately notices Zhou Shiro's smart aim. Instead of hitting the shield carriers in front, she targets the second row to break the formation's support. But the skeletons switch formations in an instant, crouch into 3 groups of 4, and use their shields to box the blast into empty space. The shields shatter and the skeletons get blown back, but none of them actually die, leaving Wan Xiao stunned that such a clean shot was neutralized. Wan Xiao quickly regains momentum and orders another volley, this time taking advantage of the fact that the skeletons have lost their shields. The next blasts finally break through, destroying 2 skeleton soldiers outright and scattering the rest across the arena. A third volley leaves the survivors completely spread out, which wins space for Wan Xiao but creates a new problem for wide-area cannons. Zhou Shiro suggests a triangular kill setup to trap single targets, but Wan Xiao rejects it because picking them off one by one would be too slow and too risky against 10 enemies. He instead draws up a tighter firing rhythm, 1 shell to force a dodge, a second half a beat later to catch that movement, and the third to pressure another target at the same time. Wan Xiao spots 2 skeletons standing only a few meters apart, and chooses them as the first test of his new plan. The trap works perfectly. The first shell makes 1 skeleton dodge, and the second lands exactly where it moves, tearing it apart before it can change direction again. Zhou Shiro brightens at the success, and the 2 of them keep the pattern going as the remaining skeleton soldiers are steadily whittled down. Just when only 2 or 3 skeletons seem to be left, 1 skeleton suddenly runs into view carrying Wan Xiao's red flag, and both of them freeze. They realize their own flag is gone and can only ask in disbelief when that happened, but neither of them noticed the theft at all. Tian Gang calmly confirms that the theft happened while they were busy chasing targets, and he takes the returned flag as proof that they already lost. As Wan Xiao tries to piece it together, Tian Gang explains that he first planned to split attack and distraction teams, then change tactics once Wan Xiao scattered the formation for him. Tian Gang drives the lesson home by warning that fixating on one leaf makes you miss the whole mountain, and Wan Xiao finally has to admit the flaw in his battlefield awareness. After a few quiet minutes, Wan Xiao asks for another try, but Tian Gang refuses because he is already done for the day. Then Tian Gang adds one last punishment on the way out. Wan Xiao has to write 10,000 words on what he learned and hand it in by morning. Tian Gang crushes the key and leaves, while Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro can only trade a helpless look at that absurd ending. Back outside among the academy's teleportation doors, Zhou Shiro quietly admits Tian Gang really is impressive, just in a very strange way. Wan Xiao can only sigh that Tian Gang's attitude makes sense, because he did offend the teacher's younger brother before. Since it is still early, Zhou Shiro suggests exploring more secret realms, and Wan Xiao immediately decides they should look for a lava environment to support his fire tribute beasts. While searching the teleportation area, Wan Xiao runs into Zhao Yunyan from Class E and quickly asks whether he knows a good fire tribute realm. Zhao Yunyan remembers a newly acquired small realm called Scorching Purgatory, a dangerous fire domain said to contain gold-quality exotic beasts and rich resources. That is exactly what Wan Xiao wants, so he decides on the spot and tells Zhao Yunyan to take them there. Zhao Yunyan hesitates at Wan Zhao's use of US, and Wan Xiao remembers he had sent Zhou Shiro to search elsewhere and shouts for her to come back. Zhou Shiro returns from behind another portal, but she is not alone. Yi Han and Su Junra have just come out of a realm and followed her over after hearing Wan Zhao's voice. Once everyone is together, Wan Xiao invites Yihan and Su Junru to join the trip to Scorching Purgatory, and the two bodyguards naturally agree. Seeing this stacked team, Zhao Yunyan immediately gets tempted and awkwardly asks if he can tag along too. Wan Xiao points out that Scorching Purgatory may hold gold rank beasts, but Zhao Yunyan admits that with this group around, he probably will not even need to fight. Wan Xiao thinks it through and realizes the team is absurdly strong already, with him and Yihan as top fighters and Zhou Shiro plus Su Junru as powerful support. Since the realm should have more than enough resources and Zhao Yunyan is not the kind to overreach forever, Wan Xiao finally waves him in and tells him to lead the way. Zhao Yunyan leads the team to a secret realm gate marked with a rare red warning that gold-quality beasts are waiting inside. Yihan grins at the danger sign like it is a novelty, but Su Junru immediately warns everyone that if the academy bothered to post this, the threat is probably real. Even Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro take the warning seriously now, because Tian Gang's brutal training finally taught them not to underestimate a battlefield. After a last check of their supplies, the five of them step through the teleportation door one after another. Wan Xiao arrives first and is hit by a savage wave of heat the moment he opens his eyes. The place turns out to be a blinding white desert that looks far too vast and hostile for a so-called small secret realm. Yihan drops in behind him, complains about the heat, and instantly answers it by freezing the desert into a 100-meter patch of ice. The sudden cold finally makes the air bearable, and Wan Xiao cannot help envying how absurdly practical Yihan's elemental talent is. Zhou Shiro, Su Junru, and Zhao Yunyan arrive next on Yihan's frozen patch and are all thrown by how brutal the desert environment feels. Su Junru points out the real problem. A fire-heavy realm with gold beasts should be crawling with danger, but the desert is eerily empty. Wan Xiao starts wondering if the beasts are hiding underground, but Zhao Yunyan suddenly spots something even stranger overhead. When they finally look properly, the reason for the heat hits all of them at once. 10 blazing suns hang in the sky above the desert. The others treat the 10 suns as bizarre but still possible secret realm nonsense, yet Wan Xiao feels the empty desert, and those suns have to be connected. Following that hunch, Wan Xiao tears open an identification scroll and aims it at one of the fake suns. The truth lands hard. The suns are actually peak gold level blazing golden crows that can survive anywhere and even overwrite the secret realm's elemental environment. That single line about changing the terrain tells the whole group their usual trick is useless here, because no matter what they do, this battlefield stays the crows' home ground. The only good news is that the blazing golden crows still seem calm, so nobody has to fight blind in the first minute. Yihan weakly suggests brute forcing the heat with more ice, but Wan Xiao immediately points out that exhausting him for a temporary freeze would only make the real battle worse. With Yihan discouraged and retreat back on the table, Wan Xiao changes tack and asks the two quietest people there if they have a better idea. Zhou Shiro admits she has an idea, and that alone is enough to make everyone lean in. Once all eyes are on her, Zhou Shiro gets tangled in her own explanation and starts losing confidence fast. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, she nearly gives up and says they might as well go back. Instead of taking over, Wan Xiao quietly steadies her and admits he used to ignore her input too often, but he wants that to change. The others are baffled by Wang Zhao's sudden self-reflection, but Zhou Shiro understands exactly what he is doing and finally starts to relax. After taking a breath, Zhou Shiro finally finds the core of the problem. The team does not need to change the terrain if they can solve the attack range. She points out that normal troops cannot even reach enemies flying kilometers overhead, and anything that gets close enough would burn unless it is built for fire. For a beat, everyone just stares at her, and Zhou Shiro panics again because she thinks she said something wrong. Yihan blurts out that he is just shocked she is this smart, and Su Junru instantly punches him for phrasing it so badly. Now properly encouraged, Zhou Shiro lays out the actual plan: build a giant arrow tower and forge heat-resistant ammunition to shoot the crows down from the ground. Zhao Yunyan immediately sees the value of the idea, and Yihan jumps in with his own upgrade by offering ice-infused, heat-resistant arrow support through Su Junru's machinery. Su Junru raises the one flaw left in the plan: the giant tower will need time to aim, and the crows will not politely wait to be killed. Wan Xiao takes that burden on himself and jokingly asks whether Lord Zhou approves the assignment. Playing along at last, Zhou Shiro mockingly appoints him to the mission, and the team finally moves from debate to action. Yihan expands the frozen zone again so the group can keep working without collapsing from the heat first. With everyone feeding in materials, Su Junru builds the arrow tower's main body while Zhou Shiro uses her lord talent to mount a powerful giant crossbow onto it. Because a construction lord and an alchemist are working together, a job that should take 5 hours is finished in less than 1. Su Junru even adds 8 mechanical legs under the tower, turning it into a mobile fortress that can dodge if anything slips past Wang Zhao's defense. Seeing the crows still staying calm overhead, Wan Xiao orders the others to search nearby for resources while keeping close enough to fight at a moment's notice. Wan Xiao stays behind to guard the tower and releases 5,000 metal-devouring ants to strip useful minerals out of the white desert itself. While the ants harvest, Wan Xiao stares at the sky and realizes this realm is not the fire territory he hoped for, because its fire environment exists only as long as the blazing golden crows remain here. He briefly considers capturing one of the crows to create a permanent fire zone in his territory, but that idea dies when he remembers all his beast slots are already full. After half an hour, the scouting team returns and reports that this huge secret realm seems to contain no living things at all besides the blazing golden crows. Joe Shiro and Su Junra come back empty-handed, while Ihan at least manages to pull 300 units from a small copper vein. Then Zhao Yunyan quietly tops everyone by revealing he found a massive copper deposit stretching for kilometers, but only took 1,000 units before marking the spot for later. Even so, nobody is disappointed, because everyone knows the real payout of a secret realm comes after killing the creatures inside it. After gathering up everything the metal-devouring ants extracted, Wan Shao gives the final countdown and tells everyone to rest fast, because their attack begins in 10 minutes. After waiting 10 tense minutes in the blazing desert, Wan Shao finally summons the raging lava bear because its speed makes it the best scout in this heat. Wan Shao quietly judges that his ice thunderhorn wolf and dark swamp crocodile dragon would be badly restrained here, so he keeps them out of this fight. Ihan rushes over to help, boosts the arrows with ice, and proudly summons his gold-level Lava Ripper. Seeing the Lava Ripper for the first time, Wan Shao is thrown off because the famous unit looks less like a monster and more like a thin lion-headed orc youth. Wan Shao blurts out whether this is really Ihan's soldier, and Ihan casually throws an arm around the Lava Ripper like an old friend. Ihan reveals this was the same soldier who nearly attacked Wan Shao back in the Mist Rainforest, but back then it was only silver rank and had not evolved into a human form yet. That shocks Wan Shao, because he did not realize some soldiers could change form so dramatically as they evolved. After Ihan gives permission, Wan Shao checks the unit and sees the key answer at once. Lava Ripper belongs to the Holy Beast race. Now the strange transformation makes sense, because holy beasts evolved by changing their appearance instead of staying in one body like normal beasts. Wan Shao remembers that Fontaineu's snow elf is also a holy beast, and even his own strengthened strength totem showed just how absurdly powerful that race can be. He cannot help envying Ihan, then grumbles that his own volcano-melting lizard suddenly does not feel nearly as impressive. Wan Shao snaps back to business and warns everyone that the blazing golden crow is probably a bird-type mutated beast with terrifying speed, so safety comes first and everyone should be ready to escape with their secret realm keys. Once everyone answers, Wan Shao drops his hand and gives the order to attack. The first black arrow rips upward toward the 10 suns, but the targets suddenly shift into a circling formation and dodge cleanly. Su Junra quickly adjusts the giant arrow tower, and Zhou Shiro fires again without wasting a second. When the suns dodge a second time, Zhou Shiro reads the movement pattern and immediately sends a third arrow into the path of that evasion. This time she lands the hit, and a sharp cry finally tears across the desert sky. Ihan explodes with praise, thrilled that Zhou Shiro used a feint and prediction shot so cleanly. Wan Shao feels a flash of pride too, because he recognizes the tactic from his own training and realizes Zhou Shiro has improved fast. But the wounded sun suddenly flashes white and starts flying in pain, throwing all 10 lights into chaos. That strange reaction makes Wan Shao turn grim, and he warns everyone that the blazing golden crow is about to strike back. Everyone braces for a counterattack that never comes, and after more than 10 awkward minutes the strange silence starts feeling worse than a battle. At last Ihan voices what everyone is thinking and asks why the enemy still is not attacking. Wan Shao does not know either, so he tells Zhou Shiro to fire again and use an explosive arrow this time. Zhou Shiro loads the forearm-thick arrow and sends it screaming upward, where it bursts midair into a spread of smaller lights that swarm the suns. Another shrill cry answers the hit, and Wan Zhao's face changes instantly when he realizes the sound is rising from under the sand, not from the sky. While the sky lights whip around again, Wan Shao drops to the ground and presses his ear to the blazing sand to confirm what he just heard. Ihan tries to ask what he is doing, but Wan Shao cuts him off and listens through the muffled rustling of something huge moving deep below. A shaken Wan Shao sits up and admits they may have made a huge mistake, because the real body of the blazing golden crow seems to be underground. Su Junra cannot accept that at first and demands to know what the 10 suns in the sky are if the real monster is buried below them. Wan Shao says he cannot explain the link yet, then waves Ihan and Zhao Yunyan down to listen for themselves while telling Zhou Shiro to keep attacking. Another explosive shot scatters across the false suns, and this time the buried cry roars up so clearly that the 3 men on the ground nearly go deaf. Ihan and Zhao Yunyan shout that Wan Shao was right, which finally forces even Zhou Shiro and Su Junra to accept that the real enemy is hidden below them. The new problem hits all of them at once. Even if the blazing golden crow is there, they have no clear way to attack something buried that deep. Back on the sand like when they first arrived, Zhao Yunyan suggests the safest answer: leave the sleeping monster alone, gather resources, and return while they still can. But this team is not built to walk away easily, and after a brief silence Ihan admits he still wants to challenge the blazing golden crow. Instead of answering right away, Wan Shao asks Zhou Shiro what she wants, and she quietly chooses strength over safety. Wan Shao accepts that answer and stands, deciding they will challenge the monster after all. Ihan and Su Junra stand with him at once, showing without hesitation that they are ready to fight. Zhao Yunyan jumps up to stop them, arguing that charging an unseen monster they still do not understand is far too reckless. Then Ihan suddenly agrees with the caution and suggests checking the Academy Information Library first, which feels oddly unlike him. Su Junra pushes the opposite way and says there is no need for all that, insisting they can just fight now because it is only a gold-quality exotic beast, and Wang Xiao is here. Wang Xiao is about to agree, but he catches Zhou Shiro giving him the slightest warning shake of her head. He immediately changes course and asks for time to discuss it, pulling Zhou Shiro a few steps aside before anyone can lock the plan in. Away from the others, Wang Xiao asks why she changed her mind after saying she wanted to become stronger. Zhou Shiro says her goal has not changed, but something feels wrong because Ihan and Su Junra just acted opposite to their usual personalities. That lands hard with Wang Xiao, because now he sees it too and realizes he missed a subtle but important inconsistency. Zhou Shiro honestly admits she does not know the full reason, but she is convinced Su Junra is hiding something and Ihan does not truly want to go along with it. Wang Xiao decides to test that theory by doing the exact opposite of what Su Junra seems to want, and watching what she does next. Back with the group, Wang Xiao announces that with the situation still unclear, they should collect resources first and leave to prepare before returning. Ihan and Zhao Yunyan agree at once, since the safer plan matches what they already wanted from the start. Su Junra does react, but not the way Wang Xiao expected. She frowns at skipping the fight, then relaxes the moment he says they will stay to gather resources. That tiny shift gives Wang Xiao a new suspicion that Su Junra's real goal is not forcing a battle at all, but keeping him inside the secret realm. He still cannot tell whether she needs something here or is hiding something happening outside, so he quietly grips his secret realm key and decides the fastest way to learn her motive is to break her plan. When Su Junra catches Wang Xiao with his hand in his pocket, he casually brushes it off, but he is really one squeeze away from crushing the secret realm key and bailing out. Su Junra hurriedly admits she was afraid he was about to secretly withdraw, because Chen Jinrong told her to stall him today and keep him from meeting him. Her honesty throws Wang Xiao off even more, and she explains that she only used Zhou Shiro's tip about this secret realm trip to create a chance to hold him here. Su Junra lowers her voice again and asks him to keep her confession secret too, even though Chen Jinrong explicitly told her not to say any of this. Wang Xiao agrees, but he also points out the obvious problem. If she knew she could not fool him, why was she still so tense about this mission? Su Junra finally tells him the real pressure point. Chen Jinrong promised Ihan a very good reward if they pulled this off properly. That makes Wang Xiao pull a strange face, because the promise sounds suspiciously familiar, but he still decides to play along and leaves Su Junra wishing for good luck with the reward. With the misunderstanding settled, Wang Xiao trusts Su Junra's sincerity and stops thinking about escaping, so the group finally sets out with Zhao Yunyan leading them toward the copper mine. Zhao Yunyan kept calling the mine close, but the loose desert sand turns every step into a slog, and the short trip starts to feel brutal. By the time Zhao Yunyan points at one last 10-meter sand dune and says they only need to cross that, the others look ready to collapse or kill him. Wang Xiao finally asks why Zhao Yunyan moved so much faster than everyone else, and Zhao Yunyan proudly reveals his shortcut instead of apologizing. He summons a lava slime, hops onto its sticky elastic body, and casually bounces his way up the dune while bragging that it moves especially fast in this desert. Watching that smug display after all the suffering, Wang Xiao and Ihan exchange one bitter thought at once: this idiot deserves a beating. Zhao Yunyan cheerfully comes back down to hurry them along, and before he can finish warning them about the sand, Wang Xiao and Ihan finally tackle him. A few minutes later they all ride the lava slime up anyway, and a bruised, swollen Zhao Yunyan points out the small pit where the buried copper vein should be 5 to 6 meters below. When Su Junra asks how he found a vein buried that deep, Zhao Yunyan matter-of-factly explains that part of it was exposed earlier, and he already mined that section himself. Zhao Yunyan immediately backs away from more labor and blurts out that this time he has no digging soldiers, so nobody should expect him to help excavate. Wang Xiao ignores Zhao Yunyan and turns to Ihan, who offers a workable plan. He can solidify the loose sand into real earth first. Wang Xiao takes the digging job for himself and asks Ihan for one more favor first: freeze the area too, because the desert heat would weaken his soldiers. Ihan activates Elemental Overlord, and brown-white light races out from under his feet until the dune top hardens from loose sand into frozen earth. With the ground stabilized and the temperature down, Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to start excavating the vein. He has the dragon spread endless swamp to rot the frozen earth into workable muck, but before the next digging move can land, the quagmire starts boiling on its own. Before anyone can make sense of that, muffled impacts rumble up from below, and the entire sand dune detonates under their feet. The blast is so sudden that even Wang Xiao gets launched high into the air before he can react. The dark swamp crocodile dragon streaks and like black lightning, catches Wang Xiao first, and he immediately orders it to save the others too. In one breath the dragon sweeps under the rest of them, and the whole team clings together on its back, shaken but still alive. Once he confirms everyone is alright, Wang Xiao looks back at the ruined dune and freezes at the sight rising out of the storm of sand. The dune has been completely blown open, and out of the flying sand rises a gigantic red bird head far larger than any of them expected. From the dragon's back, Wan Xiao stares down in disbelief at the half-emerged giant bird and cannot believe something this massive is only a level 3 gold mutated beast. But the real weird part is its behavior, because instead of chasing the people in the air, the giant bird keeps fussing over the blasted open copper vein. Su Junru is the first to call it out clearly. The beast is not trying to hit them at all, it is trying to protect that mineral vein. Looking closer, Wan Xiao realizes she is right. The giant bird keeps trying to push sand back over the shining vein as if it wants to hide it again. That makes no sense by normal mutated beast instincts, because territory guards are common but greed for minerals is not, so Wan Xiao starts wondering if he might tame this thing without a fight. Far away in Yuheng Academy, the story cuts to the academy head's office, where Qin Jinrong is already sitting in the head seat and casually handling a desk ornament, while Qi Lianjuan stands behind him like a drawn blade. The academy head walks in wearing open displeasure and mocks Qin Jinrong for making himself at home in someone else's office. Qi Lianjuan immediately bristles, but Qin Jinrong stops him with one hand before he can answer for his commander. Enjoying the tension, the academy head needles Qin Jinrong again by sneering that the successor he picked seems pretty ordinary. That finally sets Qi Lianjuan off, and he coldly warns the academy head to show Qin Jinrong some respect because he used to belong to the Kaiyang military district too. Hearing that old military identity named out loud wipes the smile off the academy head's face, and he turns his bitterness straight toward Qin Jinrong instead. Qin Jinrong answers with a rueful smile and calmly names the man in front of him as Huang Tingwei, once a 7th-level lord and candidate for commander-in-chief of the 6th military region. That finally cracks the academy head open, and years of resentment spill out as he accuses Qin Jinrong of transferring him here by force, framing him, and ruining even his descendants' chance to enlist. Qin Jinrong lets him vent without interrupting, and when Huang Tingwei finally runs out of steam, he only asks how he has been these past few years. Huang Tingwei is so caught off guard by that clumsy concern that he can only answer with dry sarcasm, and even Qin Jinrong ends up awkward for once. Qi Lianjuan steps in to translate the commander's meaning, guessing that Qin Jinrong really wants to know whether Huang Tingwei has found a new goal after all these years. That gets the conversation moving again, and Qin Jinrong points to Yuheng Academy itself, hinting that Huang Tingwei should have found plenty of promising young talents here by now. The academy head immediately sees through the setup and reminds Qin Jinrong that even Yuheng Academy was clearly arranged by the military, no matter how quietly they tried to hide it. He even lays out the proof. An academy normally takes more than a week to approve, but his paperwork was finished in 3 days, so of course he knew someone powerful was pushing it through. Qin Jinrong drops the act at last, says he did come for a mission, and the academy head's old military reflex kicks in so hard that he straightens up on instinct and asks what the mission is. High above scorching purgatory, the team circles on the dark swamp crocodile dragon and finally sees the desert go still again after the blazing golden crow's tantrum. Zhao Yunyan lets out a long breath, but Ihan stares down at the buried mine, frustrated that the monster's size makes both fighting and mining feel hopeless. Su Junru calmly chooses safety first, pulls out her secret realm key, and says they can come back later after researching the blazing golden crow's weakness. Ihan reluctantly accepts her call, and Zhao Yunyan also brings out his key as the group prepares to cut their losses and leave. Wan Xiao suddenly stops them and says they might not need to fight the blazing golden crow at all. Instead of explaining, Wan Xiao digs through his warehouse so long that everyone else is quietly stunned by how absurdly many resources he has. When Wan Xiao finally pulls out a black glinting metal piece, Su Junru immediately realizes it is no ordinary ore. The moment Wang Xiao names it black gold ore, Su Junru and Ihan both blurt out in shock while Zhao Yunyan is left completely lost. Su Junru explains that black gold ore is a rare strategic resource, and Zhao Yunyan nearly chokes when he realizes a tiny piece is worth around 10 million star coins. Ihan adds that the market price barely means anything because no one actually wants to sell this stuff, and even Su Junru's usually cool gaze turns greedy. Ihan can't hold back and immediately asks to buy the ore, even offering to pay Wang Xiao in installments. Wang Xiao says he would even give Ihan 1 unit for free, and Ihan lights up so fast he nearly grabs it on the spot. Wang Xiao pulls the ore back at the last second and makes one condition: if Ihan ever finds a secret realm with black gold ore, he has to mark it and report it. Ihan agrees instantly, but Su Junru warns that most secret realms barely yield any black gold ore at all, so mining enough of it is painfully slow. Wang Xiao brushes off the mining problem and finally reveals the real plan: use the black gold ore as bait to lure the blazing golden crow away from the mine, and maybe even kill it if things go perfectly. The idea lands in uneasy silence, because even if the lure works, the real problem is that mining the whole vein would still take far too long. Wang Xiao keeps it simple and says if they think the plan is impossible, they can leave right now. Zhao Yunyan admits he would only get in the way in a fight at this level, so he chooses to bow out without pretending otherwise. Wang Xiao takes that cleanly, says they can work together another time, and Zhao Yunyan crushes his key and vanishes with his 1,000 units of refined copper safely secured. Wang Xiao turns to Ihan and Su Junru for their answer, still determined to try. Su Junru runs the numbers and decides the vein's 100,000 refined copper is not enough to justify 4 people splitting the risk and reward. That settles it for them, and Su Junru has Ihan take out his key so the two can withdraw together. In a blink, Ihan and Su Junru disappear too, leaving only Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro alone on the dark swamp crocodile dragon. Wang Xiao jokes that in the end it is just the two of them, and the dragon's broad back suddenly feels a lot emptier and colder. Zhou Shiro calls his plan reckless, stretches like she is gearing up for work, and tells him to lend her the metal-devouring ants. Back at Yuheng Academy, the scene cuts to the academy head's office, where an academy executive questions why Chen Jinrong is putting so much effort into Wang Xiao. Chen Jinrong answers with a sly smile, hinting that Wang Xiao is not as simple as the Awakening Tower result makes him look. The academy executive pushes back, pointing out that Wang Xiao is already one of the top young talents, and that repeated public defeats in a global live assessment would be too cruel. Chen Jinrong cuts through the objection by exposing that the academy executive already poached Tian Gang, and is using the grudge with Tian Chang to pressure Wang Xiao. With no room left to deny it, the academy executive accepts the mission, and Chen Jinrong drops the playful tone and orders him to make sure it succeeds. The story snaps back to scorching purgatory, where Wang Xiao circles in the air while Zhou Shiro waits on the ground with 10,000 metal-devouring ants set for the real operation. Once he sees Zhou Shiro in position, Wang Xiao steers the dark swamp crocodile dragon toward the half-collapsed dune and raises the black gold, or like a challenge. The bait works instantly, because the desert explodes open and the blazing golden crow erupts from the sand with a wingspan so huge it turns the whole sky violet. Wang Xiao orders a retreat at once, and the dark swamp crocodile dragon shoots upward like black lightning before the monster can crush them. The blazing golden crow's first flap swallows the ant swarm in a wall of sand, but Zhou Shiro was ready and uses that tiny opening to charge the dune anyway. Far across the horizon, the chase turns brutal as Wang Xiao can barely lift his head in the wind but still keeps the black gold, or raised behind him. When Wang Xiao dares to look back, he sees the full nightmare behind him. The blazing golden crow is so huge that even the 10 suns in the sky look scattered by its wake. That sight gives Wang Xiao a new question too, because the 10 suns clearly are not part of the blazing golden crow's body after all. A moment later, Wang Xiao realizes the dragon's next dash will take them to the edge of the secret realm, where crossing the unknown boundary could mean vanishing forever. He immediately orders a turn to skim the edge instead and buy Zhou Shiro more time, but the size gap makes the maneuver dangerously slow. With left and right both turning into dead ends, Wang Xiao makes one desperate call and tells the dragon to go straight up over the blazing golden crow. The gamble works by inches, because the blazing golden crow is too massive to redirect fast enough and the two beasts miss each other by less than 2 meters. Right in that impossible pass, Wang Xiao gets an even stranger shock when a contract prompt appears saying the blazing golden crow wants to sign with him. The contract is auto-rejected at once because Wang Zhao's soldier pits are already full, leaving him more baffled than relieved. Wang Xiao can barely process why the monster recognizes him at all, because he has done nothing except fly around with the bait in hand. Before he can figure it out, the blazing golden crow sends more contract requests after him, and each one is rejected again as the chase keeps going. As Wang Xiao fled across the desert on the dark swamp crocodile dragon, the blazing golden crow kept spamming contract requests even though his soldier slots were already full. Fed up with the non-stop alerts, Wang Xiao shouted back that he really could not sign any more beasts. Still airborne, Wang Xiao studied the black gold ore in his hand and started suspecting that this rare mineral, not his charm, was why the blazing golden crow would not leave him alone. When they reached the far side of the secret realm, Wang Xiao had the crocodile dragon turn around and fly back the way they came to test the situation. As the two sides crossed paths again, Wang Xiao got distracted for a second and suddenly felt the black gold ore vanish from his hand. He whipped around and saw the truth at once. The blazing golden crow had already swallowed the black gold ore. Realizing the crow might go straight back to guard its mine now that it had what it wanted, Wang Xiao urgently ordered Zhou Shiro to retreat through the territory first. Wang Xiao pulled out the secret realm key to escape too, but another contract request from the crow stopped him cold. The crow had already eaten the ore and still wanted a contract, so Wang Xiao dropped the idea of fleeing and tried something reckless instead. He barked an order at the blazing golden crow, and to Wang Zhao's shock the unruly beast immediately slowed down and landed obediently on the sand. That made no sense to Wang Xiao at all, because his contracted crocodile dragon loved acting up, while this uncontracted crow was suddenly listening better than a trained soldier. After a brief hesitation, Wang Xiao had the dark swamp crocodile dragon fly back and land about 100 meters from the waiting crow. From that uneasy standoff, Wang Xiao asked the obvious question: did the blazing golden crow really want to become his contract beast? The crow nodded, and when Wang Xiao guessed it respected his strength, the soft chirp it gave back sounded weirdly disdainful. When he changed the question and asked if it wanted something from him, the blazing golden crow reacted very differently. The moment Wang Xiao guessed it wanted black gold ore, the crow chirped excitedly in a burst, confirming that the contract obsession was really about minerals. Now that he understood the motive, Wang Xiao seriously weighed the deal and realized the blazing golden crow would be useful, but feeding it black gold ore would be ruinously expensive. He almost asked for the black gold ore back, but the crow's suddenly gloomy stare made him swallow that idea and call it a greeting gift instead. But the instant Wang Xiao took out the secret realm key to leave, the blazing golden crow exploded with fire and hammered him with more contract requests, making it clear it would not let him go so easily. Wang Xiao could only stare, because the whole situation felt absurd. This powerful mutated beast was acting less like a predator and more like a tyrant forcing itself onto him. Even with the key ready to crush, Wang Xiao still hated the idea of abandoning a beast this rare, so he tried bargaining with a much cheaper purple gold mineral instead. The blazing golden crow stared at the unfamiliar ore in confusion, poked it with its beak, and finally swallowed it after a short pause. Wang Xiao waited for another contract request and got nothing, which told him right away that the cheaper ore was not what the crow actually wanted. When the crow admitted it did not like the mineral after all, Wang Xiao was furious that the shameless beast had still eaten it anyway. Done being played, Wang Xiao opened a deep gray vortex behind him and summoned the volcano melting lizard to force the issue. The platinum-level lizard's pressure hit instantly, and the blazing golden crow panicked and shot into the sky instead of trying to fight. Wang Xiao refused to let the ore thief escape and ordered the volcano melting lizard to drag it back down. A towering wall of fire exploded upward, latched onto the crow's talons like solid restraints, and kept climbing no matter how hard it struggled. The crow burned through its strength in a panic, and the volcano melting lizard contemptuously slammed the exhausted beast straight back into the desert. Before the crow could recover, a brutal bolt of lightning slammed onto its head and pinned it back into the sand with bone-deep cold. Now riding the ice thunderhorn wolf, Wang Xiao looked down at the instantly obedient crow and realized this easy victory felt suspiciously wrong. The crow was near platinum itself and should not have folded this fast, so Wang Xiao started suspecting it had barely resisted at all. Another rejected contract request popped up, and this time Wang Xiao thought he saw something almost pathetic in the crow's eyes. Then Zhou Shiro returned through a burst of golden light, and the sight of the blazing golden crow pinned to the ground left her openly stunned. Wang Xiao scolded her for coming back, and Zhou Shiro admitted she had waited outside, got worried when he never appeared, and returned to check on him. After hearing Wang Xiao explain the whole bizarre chase, theft, and one-sided takedown, Zhou Shiro was just as unconvinced as he was. Zhou Shiro finally said what the whole fight looked like to her. If this were not a mutated beast, she would swear it had surrendered early because it was scared of dying. That guess hit Wang Xiao hard, because once he considered it seriously, too many strange details suddenly started making sense. He jumped down onto the blazing golden crow's cheek, warned it not to move unless it wanted to die, and decided to test whether it truly understood him. When Wang Xiao told it to blink if it understood him, the crow blinked immediately, and gave away that it had been following every word all along. He pressed further, and the crow admitted by blinking again that it had not really wanted to fight him in the first place. Asked if it had tried to flee because it feared death, the blazing golden crow blinked once more and confirmed it outright. Then Wang Xiao asked the real question about all those stolen minerals, and the crow started blinking frantically the instant he mentioned breakthrough. Once Wang Xiao realizes the blazing golden crow is clinging to life because it is preparing to break through, he finally relaxes and drops his guard. He recalls his own beasts first, and the freed blazing golden crow still stays flat on the ground, which confirms it is more afraid of dying than fighting back. When Wang Xiao orders it to get up, the giant fire bird obediently rises and bows its head in front of him like a well-behaved child. Wang Xiao tests the moment directly and asks if it will become his contract beast in exchange for help breaking through. The blazing golden crow eagerly agrees, but Zhou Shiro immediately points out the real problem. Wang Zhao's soldier pits are already full. Wang Xiao grimly decides he has to sacrifice one contract beast, and the one he chooses is the still infant Bright Moon Merman. He enters his territory with his consciousness and cancels the Bright Moon Merman's contract on the spot, giving up its future value for the crow now. Back outside, Wang Xiao tosses over a contract scroll, and the blazing golden crow signs without resistance. The contract finishes, the blazing golden crow breaks into light, and the 10 blazing suns over the desert vanish so suddenly that the whole world drops into darkness. In the pitch black, Zhou Shiro grabs Wang Xiao in alarm while he guesses the vanished suns disappeared along with the contracted crow's body from the desert. As Wang Xiao links the vanished suns to the crow, Zhou Shiro suddenly realizes the real problem is what those suns may have done to his territory. Wang Xiao rushes into his territory and walks straight into a blast of heat from all 10 suns now hanging above his snowy land. Seeing the snow vanish by the second, Wang Xiao panics and orders the blazing golden crow to put the suns away before the whole territory is ruined. The newly contracted crow obeys at once, shrinking the 10 suns down into 10 feathers that streak away to one point in the territory. The disaster stops, but more than half of the 1,400-kilometer ice territory is already melted, which makes the blazing golden crow's environment-changing power feel terrifyingly real. When Zhou Shiro enters the territory too, Wang Xiao decides not to waste time and starts rebuilding the land around the crow's new role. Since the Bright Moon Merman is gone, Wang Xiao seals the old spring and raises a huge mountain where the useless pool used to be. He has the metal-devouring ants hollow the mountain into a colossal inner cave, turning the old water site into a future fire nest. Then Wan Shao summons the blazing golden crow and lets it ignite the cave with its crimson earth 1,000 miles power, creating a proper fire tribute home for his fire beasts. With the nest settled, Wan Shao finally opens the breakthrough interface for the crow and is hit by a brutal wall of required materials. The numbers are so outrageous that both of them go silent, especially after realizing the total cost would be at least 200 million star coins and still includes rare resources money cannot easily buy. Wan Shao can only slap his thigh and groan that he has been thoroughly swindled by his own good luck. For a moment, Wan Shao even wants to cancel the contract, but after sacrificing the bright moon merman and rebuilding a whole nest, he knows he cannot back out now. Zhou Shirua quickly starts sorting the list, pointing out that some ores can be covered by their inventory or by getting Ma Yinla to spend money. But when she points to black gold ore and breakthrough stones, the mood sinks again because those are rare strategic resources they cannot simply buy off the market. Wan Shao says they can sacrifice one batch of Lord's shop supply to gather black gold ore, but the low-drop breakthrough stones are the real headache. Zhou Shirua suggests asking Commander Qin Jinrong for help, since the military has the best access to fresh secret realms and better odds of getting breakthrough stones. Wan Shao refuses after thinking it through, deciding Qin Jinrong's favor is too valuable to spend this early, so they will try collecting first and let Ma Yinla bid high if needed. After that, the two of them finish mining the remaining copper in the secret realm and leave through the key. Outside the teleportation building, Wan Shao is about to contact Ma Yinla when Zhou Shirua spots a lone military figure waiting under a tree. Wan Shao recognizes Qi Lianjuan and is immediately puzzled, because Chen Jinrong should be here too but only the adjutant is waiting alone. Qi Lianjuan spots them first and silently waves them over, making the strange meeting feel even more deliberate. To keep his promise of secrecy, Wan Shao pretends to be casually surprised and asks why Qi Lianjuan is here and whether his injuries are healed. Qi Lianjuan says he came with the commander, but stayed behind on purpose because he has something private to tell Wan Shao. When Wan Shao asks if Qin Jinrong knows about this meeting, Qi Lianjuan dodges the issue and instead warns him not to take the academy ranking assessment too hard if he loses. The warning only gets stranger when Qi Lianjuan admits he should not be saying this at all, but felt the situation would be too cruel if Wan Shao went in blind. Then Qi Lianjuan leaves without explaining further, which only deepens the unease. A few minutes later, Wan Shao asks Zhou Shirua if she understood any of that, but even she can only guess it was some vague warning against chasing quick results. Neither of them can make sense of it, so Wan Shao lets the mystery sit and moves on. After sending Ma Yinla the material list, evening has already arrived, and Wan Shao heads home to deal with Tian Gang's punishment assignment. At home, he sits down with pen and paper and quickly discovers that writing a 10,000-word battle reflection is every bit as miserable as it sounded. Even after all his real combat insights, he can only scrape together about 3,000 words before getting stuck. So he grinds through the entire flag-seizing battle from start to finish just to bloat the report enough to hit the target. By the time he finally finishes, it is already midnight, and the fear of being late again is enough to make him skip checking his territory and go straight to sleep. The next morning, Wan Shao arrives at Yuheng Academy early with a thick stack of handwritten battle notes in hand. He runs into Tian Gang at the door and politely offers the finished assignment, still expecting this humiliation to at least have a point. Tian Gang takes one look, acts mildly impressed that Wan Shao really wrote it, and then tosses the whole thing straight into the trash without reading a single page. Wan Zhao's face darkens instantly, and he demands to know what Tian Gang means by this after forcing him to write it all night. Tian Gang coolly says he did ask for it, but never said he would read it, turning the assignment into pure mockery. That is enough for Wan Shao to see the truth, and he coldly calls it what it is. Tian Gang is taking revenge on him in the pettiest way possible. Tian Gang actually admits it with a grin, says he enjoyed Wan Zhao's reaction, and immediately doubles the next punishment to 20,000 words for talking back. Wan Shao accuses him of abusing his position, and Tian Gang does not even bother denying it. Instead, Tian Gang shrugs and basically says yes, which pushes the fight past discipline and into a raw battle of stubbornness. Wan Shao snaps back that they will see who outlasts who, then turns and storms off without giving Tian Gang another word. Left behind at the entrance, Tian Gang sneers after him, then unexpectedly bends down and picks the battle reflection back out of the trash. Not long after Wan Shao reaches Class B, Zhou Shirua comes in and asks him to explore a secret realm with her. Wan Shao flatly refuses and says with way too much force that he wants to stay in class today. Zhou Shirua immediately guesses Tian Gang upset him again, but Wan Shao denies it so stiffly that the lie is obvious. Since he refuses to go, Zhou Shirua sighs and decides to stay in class with him instead of entering the secret realm alone. Before Wan Shao can answer, a nervous Ma Weiwei walks over and asks if he is busy. Ma Weiwei keeps stumbling over her words, and Wan Shao notices the rest of the class secretly watching him too. After forcing herself to say it, Ma Weiwei reminds him that when Li Chanshan pushed the class to challenge him, Wan Shao promised surrendering classmates would only lose half their resources. Now that his memory is back, Wan Shao realizes he really did forget to repay them after the academy head interrupted everything back then. Wang Xiao apologizes on the spot and opens the trade interface to return Ma Weiwei's resources first. Ma Weiwei is stunned when he sends back all of it, not just the half he had promised. Wang Xiao brushes it off by saying they are classmates, and that one move instantly lifts Ma Weiwei's mood. Once the others see that, the whole class crowds around, and Wang Xiao repays everyone he owes, always giving extra if he is unsure of the amount. By the time everyone sits back down smiling, Wang Xiao's territory resources have dropped by nearly 30%. Zhou Shiruo secretly checks the remaining resources too, and even without showing it, the loss makes her heart ache. She pulls Wang Xiao closer and asks why he returned so much when he had only promised half. Wang Xiao answers with a grin that he is buying goodwill from his classmates, and he immediately stands to cash in that favor. The class answers him eagerly, making it clear the resource refunds worked exactly as he intended. Wang Xiao starts by explaining that his Beast Tamer Lord talent is hard to raise, which makes several classmates tense up and fear he is about to ask them for resources. Ma Weiwei even offers to lend him materials, and Wang Xiao quickly reassures everyone that resources are not what he needs. His first real request is practical. He urgently needs 15 breakthrough stones, so he asks everyone to watch the market or sell him any extras at a high price. The students agree without much hesitation, since keeping an eye out for a seller is easy enough for them. Then Wang Xiao reveals the second favor with a wicked smile. He wants the whole class to help him teach Tian Gang a lesson. When the bell rings and Tian Gang walks in, Wang Xiao suddenly shouts for everyone to stand, and the whole class greets the teacher with suspiciously perfect enthusiasm. Tian Gang tells them to sit and tries to stay composed, but Wang Xiao's face alone is enough to give him a bad feeling. The trap starts immediately when Ma Weiwei raises her hand and asks the ridiculous question of how to summon soldiers outside a secret realm. Tian Gang patiently explains it is impossible, but Ma Weiwei cuts him off and mutters that maybe he is not as capable as she thought. Another student follows with a real question about why a vassal lord can command soldiers but still cannot summon them directly, forcing Tian Gang to answer seriously. That pattern repeats all period long, with useful questions luring him into teaching and absurd ones snapping back in to mock him whenever he tries to regain control. By the time the bell finally saves him, Tian Gang has barely reached the second page of his lesson plan. Tian Gang shoots Wang Xiao a cold look, tells him to meet at the usual place, and leaves the classroom carrying all that bottled anger with him. The moment he is gone, Class B bursts into cheers and starts bragging about whose question hit the hardest. Wang Xiao thanks everyone for helping him vent his anger, then he heads out with Zhou Shiruo. Out in the corridor, Zhou Shiruo quietly admits the stunt did make him feel better, but she worries that dragging the whole class into it was still wrong. She points out that Tian Gang actually teaches well, so this kind of revenge also costs everyone valuable study time. Wang Xiao accepts that point and says this was a one-time move just to make his position clear. Even then, Zhou Shiruo is not reassured, because Tian Gang is their class director, and she cannot see students winning a fight like this. Wang Xiao only sneers that whether they can win depends on the person, and keeps going toward the teleportation building. At the teleportation building, they enter the ancient arena door and find Tian Gang already waiting inside. Tian Gang directly asks if Wang Xiao was behind the classroom stunt, and Wang Xiao answers with a smooth denial that blames it on the class loving to learn. Tian Gang warns him not to let it happen again, then skips any more argument, and summons 12 skeleton soldiers for their usual match. This time Tian Gang wins in 3 minutes by splitting his 12 skeletons from the start, and crushing Wang Xiao's 3 dwarf artilleries with pure numbers. Even after that clean loss, Wang Xiao says nothing about the unfair rules and only asks for another round. Tian Gang, who usually wants to end quickly, unexpectedly agrees and keeps sparring him. Over the next 3 matches, Wang Xiao keeps changing tactics, and although he still loses every time, he drags Tian Gang's flag capture time from 3 minutes up to 10. After the 4th round ends, Tian Gang finally calls it there and tells Wang Xiao to go rest. Before leaving, Tian Gang coldly reminds him to hand in 20,000 words of battle comprehension by tomorrow morning. Wang Xiao fires back that he will hand in 30,000 words, turning even the homework into one more act of stubborn rivalry. The day ends with Wang Xiao and Tian Gang striding off in the same direction like they are still competing over who can leave faster, while Zhou Shiruo can only sigh at this endless feud. The next morning, Wang Xiao shows up a little late at Yuheng Academy and walks straight into Tian Gang's office with another thick stack of battle notes. As usual, Tian Gang takes Wang Xiao's 20,000 word comprehension and tosses it straight into the trash, and Wang Xiao leaves without taking the bait. Outside the office, Wang Xiao spots Yihan and Su Junru waiting at the door and asks who they came so early to meet. Yihan reminds him that Su Junru wanted to introduce him to an expert, and Wang Xiao finally remembers the information specialist they mentioned before. When Wang Xiao asks why that expert returned earlier than expected, Su Junru admits she only knows he came back last night and suddenly waves towards someone in the distance. The person walking over looks nothing like a legendary expert, just a tiny pale boy with hair over his eyes who seems too weak to stay upright. Gao Lixuan reaches them yawning and complains that they keep coming to pick him up at the school gate like he cannot find his own way. Yihan immediately exposes him for once getting lost in the information library, and Gao Lishuan jumps up in outrage but still cannot reach him. Watching that messy scene, Wang Xiao finally asks the obvious question: is this really the expert they meant to introduce? Once he hears Wang Xiao speak, Gao Lishuan stops fooling around and asks who this newcomer is. Su Junru quickly makes the introduction by reminding Gao Lishuan about the student from Kaiyang Academy who led people against Crimson Star, and that finally clicks for him. Gao Lishuan lifts his hair, reveals the brutal dark circles under his eyes, and formally introduces himself as Gao Lishuan. Wang Xiao starts to shake his hand like a normal greeting, but Gao Lishuan pulls back and bluntly says he is asking for a protection fee. Gao Lishuan very seriously lays out his rule. Wang Xiao must pay him 100 star coins a month so any future help at school stays a clean business deal instead of a favor. When Wang Xiao jokingly asks whether Gao Lishuan would pay back if he ever needed help himself, Gao Lishuan proudly declares that inside Yuheng Academy he is the only one who can help other people. Yihan quietly tells Wang Xiao to just pay first and promises to reimburse him later, which only makes the whole thing sound even stranger. Curious more than annoyed, Wang Xiao transfers the 100 star coins and decides to see what gives this odd little guy so much confidence. The second the money arrives, Gao Lishuan becomes warmly friendly, pats Wang Xiao on the shoulder, and tells him to come find him for anything in the academy. After Gao Lishuan strolls off, Yihan bows an apology and hurriedly offers to send Wang Xiao the money back. Wang Xiao waves that off and asks the real question instead: if Gao Lishuan charges for help, how many students are actually paying him? Yihan silently holds up 3 fingers, and Wang Xiao first imagines 300 clients before learning the painful truth: he is only the third one. The 3 victims share one horribly awkward silence before Wang Xiao asks what someone like Gao Lishuan could possibly do for people as capable as Yihan and Su Junru. Su Junru answers with the first real shock. The academy rule that lets students skip classes after passing the academy trial was made for Gao Lishuan from the start. Wang Xiao can barely believe it, because Gao Lishuan looked weak enough that he might not even be a level 3 lord. Yihan swears it is true and explains that when they first enrolled, Gao Lishuan was always late, skipped class, and got criticized constantly. Then Gao Lishuan made a bet with the teacher that if he took first place in the final exam, he would never have to attend class again. He actually won that bet, and after that he kept taking first place so consistently that the whole class lived under his shadow. After he awakened his talent, Gao Lishuan became even lazier, barely showing up a few times a month until even the academy head had to step in. That talk with the academy head ended with the academy trial being established, which means the famous rule really was built around him. Wang Xiao hears the whole unbelievable chain of events and is left speechless, because it sounds full of holes, but Yihan has no reason to lie. He presses further and asks the key mystery now: what exactly is Gao Lishuan's lord talent? Su Junru says that is the strangest part, because when Gao Lishuan awakened his talent, the awakening tower supposedly malfunctioned. Only a few people inside knew what he awakened, and afterward the academy head personally ordered Gao Lishuan to keep it secret. That double layer of abnormality finally jolts Wang Xiao, because even the academy head hiding a talent like this feels deeply wrong. Su Junru admits she and Yihan first got close to Gao Lishuan because that unknown talent might have been a threat they needed to watch. But after spending time with him, both of them came to genuinely respect Gao Lishuan, which is why they call him Brother Xian without any mockery. Wang Xiao quietly admits to himself that he may have underestimated Gao Lishuan badly. Right then, Gao Lishuan casually wanders back out, greets them like nothing happened, and then walks back toward the academy again. The 3 of them can only trade bitter smiles and head back into the academy themselves. Not long after Wang Xiao gets to class, Zhou Shiro comes in looking for him about secret realm exploration, but seeing him actually seated in class, she wisely keeps quiet. Then the bell rings, Tian Gang enters with his lesson plan, gives Wang Xiao a meaningful look, and starts teaching the same material again because of yesterday's disruption. Zhou Shiro sits through half the lesson in quiet dread, then finally relaxes when Wang Xiao makes no move to stir up trouble this time. After class, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow Tian Gang back into the ancient arena for another brutal round of flag-seizing training. The unfair rules never let up, and across 3 rounds Wang Xiao is crushed exactly as expected. After that, Wang Xiao falls into a hard routine of class, arena training, and endless written battle summaries that Tian Gang keeps throwing away in front of him. But while the humiliation stays the same, Tian Gang keeps changing the arena rules, steadily raising the ceiling on what Wang Xiao is allowed to use. 3 days later, Wang Xiao is still capped at 3 soldiers, but the quality limit rises to silver rank and Tian Gang's side scales up too, keeping the pressure vicious. A full month slips by like that, and Wang Xiao eventually reaches the point where he can field level 2 gold soldiers even though none of his own beasts fit the training limit. Because his own mutated beasts are all too strong for the setup, Wang Xiao has to keep borrowing troops from Zhou Shiro just to continue the training. Zhou Shiro even spends a huge sum to buy 3 level 2 gold soldiers for him, yet the 2 of them still cannot win a single one of Tian Gang's 3 daily matches. Even without a single clear victory, the non-stop pressure sharpens both of them fast, especially Wang Xiao. By the final week, Wang Xiao can drag out matches against 100 peak silver level 3 soldiers using only 3 ordinary gold level 2 troops, forcing Tiangang to call repeated draws. After the latest draw, Tiangang coolly tells Wang Xiao his performance was not bad today and immediately orders a fresh 30,000-word battle comprehension. When Wang Xiao protests that he did nothing to deserve the extra punishment, Tiangang openly admits he is just unhappy because he failed to beat him today. Then Tiangang adds one practical notice before leaving. The Academy's internal qualifier for the coming ranking assessment is about to start, so training will pause for a few days. Wang Xiao realizes a whole month has passed, and by the time that sinks in, Tiangang has already crushed the key and vanished out of the secret realm. Grumbling that Tiangang moves fast when it suits him, Wang Xiao turns to Zhou Shiro and tells her to recall her soldiers so they can head back. But Zhou Shiro does not move right away, because she has been watching Wang Xiao for a month and something about his restraint does not feel natural. When she asks what he thinks, Wang Xiao mistakes the question for the coming ranking assessment, and casually tells her to take it seriously since Jin Shui already warned her not to hold back. Zhou Shiro cuts that off and makes it clear she is asking about Tiangang, not the qualifier. She points out the pattern plainly. Tiangang keeps humiliating him, throwing away his writing, and provoking him, yet Wang Xiao has stayed focused in class and trained harder instead of exploding. Then Zhou Shiro cups Wang Xiao's face, looks him straight in the eye, and says this is not like him at all, so he must be planning something. In the ancient arena, Zhou Shiro worries Wang Xiao is quietly plotting against Tiangang for tossing his battle notes. But Wang Xiao smiles and insists he really did learn something this month. Zhou Shiro does not buy it at all and points out that Tiangang throws away every one of Wang Xiao's battle comprehensions, so there is no way he can be that unbothered. Wang Xiao gently pulls her hand away, plays the whole thing off, and changes the subject by suggesting they visit the trading market and see Ma Yinla. Still doubtful but willing to follow him, Zhou Shiro crushes the secret realm key and vanishes in a flash of golden light. The moment she is gone, Wang Xiao exhales in relief and mutters that Zhou Shiro is getting way too sharp, but luckily his acting still fooled her. Then Wang Xiao looks toward the spot where Tiangang had been standing before and gives a meaningful smile, making it clear he has not dropped the matter at all. Wang Xiao crushes his own secret realm key next and leaves the ancient arena to rejoin Zhou Shiro in the trading market. After settling the resources Ma Yinla helped buy and sell, Wang Xiao brings Zhou Shiro straight to the Lord's shop. The shop is packed with students from different academies because the ranking assessment is close, so Wang Xiao heads up to the quieter upper floors instead of wasting time downstairs. On the 4th floor, Wang Xiao is about to contact Lin Xiang when someone coming down from above recognizes him first. The man turns out to be Li Keifu, the buyer from Wang Xiao's huge purple-gold mineral sale, and Wang Xiao finally remembers him once that deal is mentioned. Li Keifu spots Zhou Shiro and cheerfully identifies her by name as Wang Xiao's vassal lord, which makes the shy Zhou Shiro duck behind Wang Xiao at once. Li Keifu assumes Wang Xiao must have brought more rare goods and asks to see them, but Wang Xiao says he has been buried in training for a month and only came to discuss private business with Lin Xiang. Li Keifu takes that as a brush-off and bristles, insisting things are different now because his family has given him plenty of money for the coming assessment. Before Wang Xiao can smooth it over, Lin Xiang comes up from downstairs and greets him so warmly that the whole awkward mood shifts. Wang Xiao sincerely tells Li Keifu he really is here on other business and promises to contact him later if he organizes the resources on hand, which finally calms Li Keifu down. Once Li Keifu leaves, Lin Xiang takes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro into his office and immediately asks what brought them here. Wang Xiao drops the pretense and says he came to talk about cooperating with the Lord's shop after making Lin Xiang wait for more than a month. The delay works exactly how Wang Xiao wanted, and Lin Xiang scrambles to serve tea and water like he is afraid the deal might slip away. Wang Xiao repeats the same terms as before. He will help explore new secret realms, and in return Lin Xiang must let him enter the military sealed ones. Lin Xiang agrees on the spot, admits headquarters has been pressing him about this partnership, and even raises his teacup in obvious relief. Lin Xiang immediately tries to slide into business by mentioning a newly appeared medium mystic realm, but Wang Xiao cuts him off before he can pitch it properly. Wang Xiao says the academy ranking assessment is too close for him to take missions now, and Lin Xiang realizes there is another reason they came today. Then Wang Xiao reveals the real request. He and Zhou Shiro want to visit those military-sealed secret realms themselves. That catches Zhou Shiro off guard too, and once Lin Xiang tactfully steps out with the teapot, she demands to know when Wang Xiao decided this without telling her. With no outsider listening, Zhou Shiro bluntly objects that sealed realms are sealed for a reason, and getting hurt right before the academy assessment would be a disaster. Wang Xiao answers that this is their best shot because the blazing golden crow is almost ready to break through, but he still lacks black gold ore and, more importantly, enough breakthrough stones. Zhou Shiro falls silent because she knows the problem is real. Breakthrough stones are so rare that even using Wang Xiao's connections would only buy a few each month. Wang Xiao presses the point that sealed secret realms have only been entered once by the military, so their drop rate for breakthrough stones should be far better than anywhere else. She still pushes back and suggests they stop chasing a breakthrough for now, since the volcano melting lizard already makes them strong enough for the assessment. Wang Xiao says that was his original plan too, until Gao Lishuan made him realize the situation may be more dangerous than it looks. He explains that Gao Lishuan's lore talent is still completely hidden, which is strange enough on its own for someone that gifted. Wang Xiao goes further and points out that even Yi Han and Su Junru, who spend time with Gao Lishuan every day, still have not seen enough to figure it out. That leaves Wang Xiao with one disturbing conclusion: Gao Lishuan may never have had to fight in secret realms at all. He breaks down 3 possibilities, starting with military rewards and secret solo exploration, before reaching the explanation that worries him most. Then Wang Xiao lowers his voice and shares the possibility that really worries him: someone may be funneling Gao Lishuan resources so he can grow without exposing anything. That thought rattles Zhou Shiro, because if someone is willing to nurture Gao Lishuan that heavily, his hidden talent could be terrifying. Wang Xiao tells her this is exactly why prevention matters more than comfort now, because the Academy's internal selection is their best chance to uncover Gao Lishuan's real strength. He admits he can accept losing, but not losing because he failed to prepare when he still had the chance. After a long hesitation, Zhou Shiro finally agrees, but only if Wang Xiao promises to retreat the moment things turn dangerous instead of forcing himself again. Wang Xiao agrees with a laugh and says a month of watching Tian Gang trash his battle reports every morning has at least taught him patience. Zhou Shiro is stunned to realize he has been enduring that every day on purpose to grind down his impulsive side. Before Wang Xiao can answer, Lin Xiang returns with the teapot and a too smooth apology, making it obvious he had been eavesdropping outside the door. Wang Xiao cannot be bothered to expose him, so he waves off the tea and tells Lin Xiang to take them to the secret realms immediately. The 3 head up to the 7th floor, pass through an ancient teleportation gate, and emerge at the Lord's shop headquarters more than 30,000 kilometers away. Once they arrive, Lin Xiang asks what kind of resources Wang Xiao is targeting among the sealed realms they control. Wang Xiao answers without hiding it this time: he is looking for breakthrough stones. Lin Xiang thinks for a moment, then remembers that the military sealed a brand new small secret realm just a few days ago, and the shop had planned to explore it tomorrow. He confidently says that unopened realm should definitely contain breakthrough stones, and Wang Xiao realizes he came just in time before someone else could strip it clean tomorrow. Lin Xiang leads Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro down to the basement teleportation gate, where cloaked workers start preparing the sealed secret realm entrance. Lin Xiang quietly asks whether Wang Xiao has long-range soldiers, and Wang Xiao instantly hears the probing tone behind the question. Realizing he spoke badly, Lin Xiang quickly explains that Thorn Canyon is packed with poisonous spirit grass, so ranged firepower makes exploration much safer. Wang Xiao accepts the warning and silently decides Zhou Shiro's dwarf artillery is enough to clear a path if the poison plants become a problem. The modified gate flares to life in a wash of psychedelic light, and the entry window is finally open. Lin Xiang says he cannot wait because the shop is busy, promises to return in 2 hours, and sends the pair in. Wang Xiao leads Zhou Shiro into the portal, and as soon as they disappear, Lin Xiang drops the polite act and decides to report the fake name Gao Lishuan to headquarters. After the spatial distortion clears, Wang Xiao arrives inside Thorn Canyon and immediately sees that this so-called canyon is broad, open, and lined with steep walls. He immediately orders Zhou Shiro to summon the dwarf artillery so they can carve out a safe landing zone before anything poisonous reaches them. 3 dwarf artillery soldiers appear, and Wang Xiao boosts them with a fire attack card so their cannon blasts can burn the toxic plants to ash. Once the entry area is clear, Wang Xiao throws out 3,000 metal-devouring ants and has them start chewing into the canyon wall on the chance there are useful minerals inside. He summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Raging Lava Bear, leaves the bear behind as Zhou Shiro's guard, and tells her to build a small base while he scouts ahead. Zhou Shiro tells him to be careful, and Wang Xiao immediately rides off anyway like a streak of light. Watching him vanish, Zhou Shiro remembers his promise not to act recklessly, and rolls her eyes because she clearly does not buy it. She gets back to work and starts building the little base while Wang Xiao pushes deeper into the poisonous canyon alone. A short ride later, Wang Xiao realizes Thorn Canyon is far nastier than a small secret realm should be, with dense poison herbs and huge beast tracks everywhere. The deeper he goes, the more convinced Wang Xiao becomes that anything living here is steeped in poison and much harder to handle than an ordinary beast. With almost nowhere safe to land between the poisonous plants, Wang Xiao gives up on forcing a path on the wolf and prepares to switch to the dark swamp crocodile dragon to fly over it. Before Wang Xiao can switch mounts, something rustles nearby and the ground beneath him suddenly explodes. The ambush sends him airborne, but his recent training shows as he keeps his head, summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon in mid-crisis, and escapes straight into the sky. From nearly 100 meters up, he spots the fresh blast crater and a huge colorful python sliding through the grass below. Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and learns the beast is a peak silver level 3 decayed poison corpse python with poison blood and brutal defense. But the python has no skill that explains the blast, so Wang Xiao realizes something else must still be hidden under the plants. He circles above the area, catches a white blur in the grass, and burns another identification scroll to reveal a peak silver level 3 silver shadow leopard. That only makes the place feel stranger, because two different silver predators should not be sharing a small secret realm at this distance from each other. A second explosive impact rips open the ground, and this time Wang Xiao sees the silver blur dart past the crater and suddenly understands what happened to him. He figures the leopard's burst of speed must have kicked up the blast near him earlier, which means he was standing almost on top of a hunting silver assassin without even noticing. Before he can finish sorting it out, something launches the giant python right out of the grass and into the open. The silver shadow leopard ricochets off the canyon wall and slams the python again, proving this was never about him at all, but a brutal hunt already in motion. The python crashes down and crushes the surrounding plants, and Wang Xiao instantly realizes the broken greenery is releasing poisonous gas. He snaps open the mithril protective ring Zhou Shiro gave him, and the golden barrier blocks the spreading poison before it can touch him. Because the dragon is too large to fit inside the barrier, Wang Xiao jumps onto a jutting section of cliff and recalls it before the gas can spread farther. Safe for the moment, he pieces the whole thing together and realizes the leopard's real target was always the python, while he was just an unlucky bystander in the ambush path. On the ground, the decayed poison corpse python coils into a tight defensive knot and makes every scale vibrate like a wall of blades. Wang Xiao immediately sees the trick. If the leopard crashes into that spinning armor now, it will pay for the hit with its own skin. Instead of forcing it, the silver shadow leopard keeps circling through the plants, stalking for an opening while the python refuses to expose one. The standoff stretches on, and Wang Xiao gets hooked because this silver tier fight is full of technique instead of the overwhelming brute force he saw from platinum monsters before. 10 minutes later, both beasts are visibly tiring, and Wang Xiao can feel the stalemate reaching the point where one side has to commit or break. Then the leopard suddenly makes its move, but not at the python, as it launches toward the canyon wall instead. At 30 meters up, it carves a bright claw mark into the cracked rock and brings the whole weakened section down. The python senses the trap too late, and its stiff body cannot uncoil fast enough before the falling rubble smashes into it. Wang Xiao instantly knows the python has already lost, because the rubble was never meant to kill it, only to force a panicked escape. The decayed poison corpse python bursts free from the collapse, and the silver shadow leopard is already waiting at the exact moment it lunges out. In one clean silver flash, the leopard cuts off the python's head and ends the fight beautifully. Wang Xiao is thrilled, because the leopard just put on a textbook lesson in patience, pressure, and environmental killing. Then a few shiny objects spill from the python's severed head, and Wang Xiao's eyes lock on them as he recognizes breakthrough stones. The moment Wang Xiao spots several breakthrough stones below the cliff, he jumps without hesitation and calls the dark swamp crocodile dragon to catch him midair. A silver shadow leopard flashes in from the other side at the exact same time, drawn to the same energy-rich stones. The dragon is fast, but the leopard starts closer, so Wang Xiao can only watch it snatch all the stones first. Wang Xiao refuses to let the prize go, and immediately orders the dark swamp crocodile dragon to cast Endless Swamp. The canyon floor collapses into mud, and a sudden burst in the swamp reveals where the fleeing leopard has been trapped. When Wang Xiao reaches it, the calf-sized silver shadow leopard is desperately kicking in the mire but only sinking deeper. Seeing the torn-up ground, Wang Xiao realizes this little leopard was strong enough to kill the python, but in the swamp its power means nothing. Under the pressure of the platinum beast, the trembling leopard stops struggling and stares at Wang Xiao in fear. Wang Xiao suddenly feels a little bad, because he did not win this fight himself and is basically cutting in at the end. He tries to negotiate anyway, gesturing that he only wants the stones and will save the leopard in exchange. The low-level beast clearly cannot understand him, so Wang Xiao gives up on talking and orders the dragon to knock it out. After the swamp skill ends, Wang Xiao jumps down, pries open the unconscious leopard's mouth, and pulls out 5 breakthrough stones. To his surprise, he also finds an unformed mutated core hidden with the stones. That discovery makes him uneasy, because if they had arrived a few days later, the corpse python might have advanced into a much more dangerous gold-level dual attribute beast. He briefly considers whether the silver shadow leopard might drop even more breakthrough stones too, then shuts that idea down because he already decided to spare it. Calling himself trustworthy with shameless confidence, Wang Xiao puts the incomplete core back into the leopard's mouth. He goes even further and pours in 2 recovery potions as payment for the stones before leaving it there to wake up later. Wang Xiao rides off on the dark swamp crocodile dragon, not knowing the leopard quietly opens its eyes the moment he disappears into the sky. Back at the canyon entrance, Wang Xiao finds that Zhou Shiro has already raised a compact base by sealing the pass between mountain walls. 5 purple flame magic towers burn on top of the walls, and Wang Xiao is impressed that Zhou Shiro built this much in barely half an hour. Zhou Shiro is still working on an arrow tower when she notices his safe return and casually asks how things went. Wang Xiao tells her the secret realm is more dangerous than usual, but the rewards are excellent, and he shows her the 5 breakthrough stones. When Zhou Shiro asks where he got so many, Wang Xiao grins and says he basically picked them up from a dragon-tiger fight. After hearing that he knocked out the leopard and took its spoils, Zhou Shiro gives him a flat look and asks if he feels even a little guilty. Wang Xiao argues with complete confidence that it was fair because he paid the leopard with 2 recovery potions, and he declares this realm might let him gather all 15 stones. Zhou Shiro is about to answer when she suddenly freezes and asks whether that silver shadow leopard had short silver fur. Wan Xiao follows her gaze and sees the same silver shadow leopard crouching in the grass a few hundred meters away, staring straight at them. Zhou Shiro whispers that if it came for revenge after being robbed, this is going to feel very awkward. Wan Xiao still insists it was not robbery, and to be safe he summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and another fast wolf beast beside him. As the summoned beast's pressure rolls across the canyon, the silver shadow leopard arches up as if a fight is about to start. But instead of attacking, the leopard suddenly relaxes, rubs its nose against the ground, and quietly backs away into the grass. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro are left staring in confusion, trying to guess whether it just left some kind of bait for a trap. Not wanting to overthink a silver beast, Wan Xiao decides to check it himself and tells Zhou Shiro to stay put. Zhou Shiro warns him it could still be a trap, but Wan Xiao points out that being too scared to leave the base over a silver-quality beast would be ridiculous for them. His own logic instantly fires Zhou Shiro up, and she jumps onto the other wolf beast so she can come along too. Wan Xiao can only give in and reminds her to be careful as both of them ride out of the base together. They slow down at the last 50 meters, ready for an ambush, but the grassland stays completely still. When the grass is pushed aside, they find a little pile of shiny things hidden inside instead of a trap. The mix makes no practical sense at first, until Zhou Shiro realizes every item in the pile has one thing in common: it shines. She guesses the silver shadow leopard thought Wan Xiao liked bright stones, so after he took some from its mouth, it brought him more. The idea lands even harder when Zhou Shiro adds that the leopard may simply be repaying him for the potion and for sparing its life. Zhou Shiro lightly teases him for repaying kindness with opportunism, and this time even Wan Xiao sounds a little guilty when he snaps back. In the end, Wan Xiao decides to keep only the breakthrough stones, then leaves 20 beginner energy cores behind so the leopard can reclaim the rest later. After they rode back from scouting, the silver shadow leopard quietly crept out of the grass and stared at the pile of bright stones they had left behind, looking oddly puzzled. Back at their small base in Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao drew a rough map on the ground and marked the spots where he had found tracks from large beasts. He told Zhou Shiro he would lure the monsters back, but this time she had to fight them herself so she could finally test how much she had improved. Instead of refusing like before, Zhou Shiro agreed after a short pause, clearly wanting to see what a month of training had really done for her. Wan Xiao set out again on the dark swamp crocodile dragon and followed a trail of heavy footprints into one of Thorn Canyon's many branching paths. Before he could even see inside the branch canyon, a black horn-like projectile suddenly shot straight at his face. Wan Xiao jerked backward just in time, and the horn slammed into the rock wall beside him with a violent clang. When he looked up, he found a group of one-horned antelope beasts clinging to the canyon wall and glaring at him. The antelopes all lowered their heads together and fired a storm of black horns before Wan Xiao even had time to identify them. The barrage barely mattered because the dark swamp crocodile dragon did not even bother to dodge, and the flying horns could not leave a mark on its body. With one brutal tail sweep against the rock wall, the crocodile dragon nearly knocked most of the antelope beasts loose. Once he saw their anger flare up, Wan Xiao knew they were hooked and ordered the crocodile dragon to retreat toward the base. The antelope pack chased hard, and every time they started to hesitate, the crocodile dragon swooped back just long enough to provoke them again. By the time the base came into view, the antelope beasts were completely worked up and ready to charge straight into the trap. The pack fired another volley into the sky, and Wan Xiao dodged aside over the walls as he tossed the fight to Zhou Shiro. At that signal, all 5 flame magic towers opened fire together, and the incoming pack vanished into a roaring sea of magic flames. Wan Xiao did not even stop to watch, because he trusted Zhou Shiro to handle those weaker beasts, and immediately went to lure in the next group. The teamwork clicked fast, and in less than an hour they had wiped out more than 100 mutated beasts this way. When the final wave turned out to be several shadow apes and their time was almost up, Wan Xiao stopped playing it safe and sent out the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf to wipe them out in seconds. After the last enemies fell, the two of them gathered the shadow ape materials and started counting everything they had earned. The biggest prize was 11 breakthrough stones, leaving Wan Xiao only one short of the amount he needed for the blazing golden crow. They also piled up plenty of beast materials that could be sold later, even if either of them could turn those drops into tools or skill cards themselves. The metal-devouring ants had refined a lot of ore during those 2 hours too, but it was only common black iron and fine copper, nothing rare enough to change the mood. Once they totaled it all up, both of them were genuinely thrilled because one trip here had paid out like 4 or 5 ordinary small secret realms. Wan Xiao enjoyed the payoff, but the more he thought about it, the stranger the place felt because the beast numbers were abnormally high while their overall strength was too low for a military seal. Zhou Shiro agreed something was off, since the flame magic towers had crushed almost everything and they had not even needed the arrow towers. Wan Xiao briefly wondered if some stronger beasts were still hiding, but he could not accept it because he had already explored most of the realm, and should have sensed any real threat. With no clear answer and the time almost up, Wan Xiao decided to leave first and maybe try another small secret realm afterward. Shiro agreed right away, still riding the high of their huge gains and not dwelling on whatever hidden danger might be here. But just as Shiro was about to crush the key, the flame magic tower suddenly fired on its own and both of them snapped toward the wall. They rushed up to check, only to realize the target was just the silver shadow leopard standing a few hundred meters away again. After Shiro turned off the tower's auto-attack, she waved goodbye to the leopard like it was an old friend, and Wang Xiao laughed that a silver beast would not understand her anyway. Shiro shot back with a roll of her eyes, tossed out another handful of energy cores for the leopard, and even used the chance to take a swipe at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao grumbled, Shiro gave one last mischievous wave, and together they finally crushed the key and left the realm. The moment they disappeared, the silver shadow leopard flashed over, swallowed the energy cores, and dropped the disguise skill it had been hiding under. Its body instantly swelled from calf size to a much larger frame, exposing that the harmless-looking silver shadow leopard had been hiding peak gold level strength all along. A flash of golden light brought Wang Xiao and Shiro back to the Lord's shop basement, where Lin Xiang was already waiting for them with tea and a smile. When Wang Xiao took the tea, he noticed it had already gone slightly cold and realized Lin Xiang had been standing there waiting for quite a while. Feeling how much Lin Xiang valued him, Wang Xiao asked directly whether they could enter another small secret realm because they still had not found enough of what they wanted. Lin Xiang frowned at once, because in his view there should definitely have been breakthrough stones inside that sealed realm. Wang Xiao carefully downplayed their real harvest and said there were some stones, just not many, because the strongest beasts they saw were only silver level 3. Instead of worrying about danger, Lin Xiang called him out for lying and said the academy rankings were close enough that he could have just admitted he wanted another chance to grow stronger. That hit Wang Xiao hard for a second, because he almost thought Lin Xiang somehow knew what they had really taken from the realm. He quickly recovered and played dumb, but Lin Xiang dropped the real reason he did not believe him. Their intelligence said Thorn Canyon contained gold, or even platinum beasts. Shiro blurted out in shock, and Wang Xiao insisted just as fast that he truly had not sensed any powerful beasts in there. Once she saw Wang Xiao was serious, Shiro backed him up and asked Lin Xiang whether the information might simply be wrong. Lin Xiang's face turned subtle, because if they were telling the truth, then even the military's reason for sealing that realm no longer made sense. Shiro tried another angle and guessed they might have entered the wrong realm entirely, but a cloaked attendant beside Lin Xiang immediately shut that down. Wang Xiao agreed the realm connection itself was not the issue, because the high breakthrough stone drop rate proved it really was the newer sealed realm. With no useful answer in sight, Wang Xiao finally let the mystery go and decided there was no point digging into it any further right now. Lin Xiang offered to arrange another small secret realm anyway, but warned that the older explored ones could not guarantee another breakthrough stone. That was enough to make Wang Xiao drop the idea, because he still had battle comprehension work to finish and would not waste time on a gamble. After a short rest, the three of them returned through the ancient teleportation gate and headed back to Kaiyang City. They parted ways outside the Lord's shop, but before Wang Xiao and Shiro could go far, someone called out loudly for him from behind. The one chasing after him was Li Keifu, and Wang Xiao immediately realized this smooth businessman might really have been waiting there the whole 2 hours. Li Keifu joked about how long he had been kept waiting, and Wang Xiao politely apologized while immediately making clear he still was not planning to sell resources. Li Keifu waved that off at once and revealed he was not here to buy anything this time, but to ask Wang Xiao for help. Once Wang Xiao invited him to explain, Li Keifu pulled out a contract scroll and said Nine Heavens Academy was holding a competition where students could bring in outside lords below level 3 as support. Then Li Keifu got to the point. He wanted Wang Xiao to be his helper in that match, and if Wang Xiao could help him win, he could name his price. When Li Keifu offers to hire him as a fighter, Wang Xiao is ready to refuse until he tests the price with a greedy question about breakthrough stones. Li Keifu barely even pauses and casually promises 10 stones, showing off the kind of money only a major family can throw around. Wang Xiao is just about to agree when Shiro suddenly pulls him aside, obviously desperate to stop this deal. Away from Li Keifu, Shiro warns that taking this job will make Wang Xiao look like someone else's hired vassal, especially if the rumor spreads after Nine Heavens Academy's assessment. Wang Xiao shrugs it off because 10 breakthrough stones are too valuable, and to him making money is not embarrassing at all. Shiro changes tactics and reminds him that Yuheng Academy's own internal assessment is almost here, so helping Li Keifu's side could still hurt them. Wang Xiao calmly explains that the schedules do not clash, so he can take Li Keifu's job and still make it back in time for Yuheng's assessment. She pushes again and says they still need team practice, but Wang Xiao reminds her they have already fought together for months. She even brings up the blazing golden crow's breakthrough, only for Wang Xiao to reveal he already gathered every material except the stone and plans to break it through tonight, then test it tomorrow. Now Wang Xiao knows something is off, because Shiro never fights his plans this hard unless she is hiding a real reason. He teases her by pretending he is definitely going to take the job, and that little push finally breaks her composure. After a long hesitation, Shiro finally blurts out the real problem. Her fiancé is from Nine Heavens Academy. Wang Xiao explodes with shock at the idea of Shiro having a fiancé at all, firing off questions so loudly that she has to hush him. Keeping her voice low, Jo Shiro explains that Lu Yuyang was chosen for her through their father's old friendship, but that engagement has already been cancelled. She admits she never liked Lu Yuyang because his need to control her was suffocating, so she secretly chose Kaiyang Academy just to get away from him. Even in the middle of that confession, Wang Xiao catches her saying Lu Yuyang was even more controlling than he is, and he cannot resist pointing that out. Jo Shiro snaps that this is not the point and pleads with him not to drag her to 9 heavens, because if Lu Yuyang sees her he will cling to her again. Wang Xiao hesitates because her fear is real, but he still cannot bring himself to throw away 10 breakthrough stones over it. Then Wang Xiao lights up with a workaround, wipes his face, and takes off the Nirvana mask to show Jo Shiro a disguise option. Jo Shiro immediately points out the flaw. After the last Lord competition, everyone already knows she is Wang Zhao's vassal lord, so a simple disguise will not be enough. Wang Xiao quickly upgrades the plan and says she should become someone else entirely, so outsiders will assume they split up instead of suspecting a disguise. She worries her construction lord style will still expose her, but Wang Xiao promises she will not need to do anything tomorrow and tells her to just watch his performance. Because it is Wang Xiao saying it, Jo Shiro actually believes him and finally agrees to follow his plan. With that settled, Wang Xiao goes back to Li Keifu and agrees in principle, but immediately steers the talk toward getting a deposit first. Li Keifu bristles at first, thinking Wang Xiao doubts the Li family's money, so Wang Xiao smoothly blames the caution on Jo Shiro instead. Li Keifu admits he only brought 3 stones, and before he can say more Wang Xiao quickly says 1 is enough as proof for Jo Shiro. The deal is sealed when Li Keifu transfers 1 breakthrough stone, and Wang Xiao happily locks in their meeting at 9 Heavens Academy tomorrow. Back in their territory that night, Wang Xiao and Jo Shiro stand outside the beast cave side by side, both buzzing with anticipation for the blazing golden crow's evolution. Jo Shiro admits this is her first time watching a mutated beast evolve in person, and Wang Xiao jokes that it would be even grander if he had a mutated core too. As they step inside, the cave opens into a blazing fire nest where 10 sun-like orbs circle overhead and turn the whole chamber into a furnace. Jo Shiro is stunned again by the 10 suns, and Wang Xiao explains that the blazing golden crow's fire skill replenishes itself with the cave's fire energy so well it could theoretically keep going forever. At the bottom of the cave, they stop before a huge mound of scorched earth where the blazing golden crow is buried, with a strange gray-white patch on top. One whistle from Wang Xiao makes the earth tremble, and the blazing golden crow pokes its head out from the mound to answer him. Wang Xiao tells the bird he finally gathered everything, then starts loading the breakthrough materials into its interface one by one. When it is time to add the 10 units of black gold ore, Wang Xiao visibly aches over burning through materials worth at least 100 million. Before he can regret it, Wang Xiao slams confirm, and the materials explode into light that gathers into a swirling 5-colored sphere. The 5-colored light shoots into the blazing golden crow, and at the same instant all 10 suns overhead abruptly go dark. Orange light ignites in the bird's eyes, flames race across its body, and the cave suddenly feels like a real sun has been born underground. Realizing the heat is turning deadly, Wang Xiao activates the protection ring and throws a golden defensive field around himself and Jo Shiro. Even with the barrier up, the cave stays brutally hot, and a frightened Jo Shiro grabs Wang Xiao and asks if this kind of breakthrough chaos is normal. Wang Xiao admits he has never seen a breakthrough scene this extreme before, but he still cannot tell whether something is wrong or the blazing golden crow is just that exceptional. When even the protection ring feels close to failing, Wang Xiao orders a retreat and leads Jo Shiro up the cave wall by touch through the blinding glare. Dozens of meters higher up, the heat finally eases enough for Wang Xiao to look back down into the cave. From above, they watch the cave's light itself seem to condense and pour back into the blazing golden crow in one final surge. When the glare finally fades, the bird reappears much smaller than before, and for 1/10 second Wang Xiao fears the breakthrough failed. He frantically opens its status and sees the words Platinum Level 1, which means the breakthrough did succeed after all. Wang Xiao is thrilled that this makes the blazing golden crow his 3rd platinum quality beast, a major jump in strength right before tomorrow. Then Jo Shiro spots something strange in the blazing golden crow's skill list, and when Wang Xiao reads further he freezes on a brand new ability called Phoenix Power. After checking Phoenix Power, Wang Xiao realizes the blazing golden crow is basically a walking combat amplifier that buffs nearby troops without draining his own energy. He gets so happy that he starts celebrating like a kid who just found the perfect toy. Jo Shiro teases him that the skill only helps fire-type soldiers, so she does not see why he is acting this thrilled. Wang Xiao starts walking her through the rules, first reminding her that a soldier cannot fire off 2 skills at the same time. He follows up with the next limit: even lords cannot cast 2 of their own lord skills together unless one comes from a separate skill card. Then Wang Xiao lands the real point by asking if a lord and a soldier can activate their skills together. Jo Shiro suddenly understands that Phoenix Power can stack with Wang Zhao's Saint Beast Totem because the 2 buffs come from different sources. Wang Xiao grins and explains the nasty timing trick. If the crow buffs first, and he triggers his own enhancement a second later, the total boost jumps to a brutal 15-fold. That number leaves Jo Shiro stunned, because under a 50-fold surge even Wang Zhao's lava-raging bear or volcanic melting lizard would become terrifying. Once the math sinks in, Zhou Shiruo decides the scariest thing here is not the buff but Wang Zhao's habit of turning one skill description into a battle-breaking plan. Wang Zhao brushes off the praise and immediately decides their next real target is helping the lava-raging bear break through so the combo has a stronger fire beast to ride on. Zhou Shiruo agrees but warns that the bear's dual attributes will probably make its breakthrough materials even harder to gather. He stays calm and says there is no need to rush, since his lineup is already stacked with 3 platinum-quality beasts, and they can collect the bear's materials gradually. Their planning gets derailed by the blazing golden crow happily trying to burrow back into the soil, which makes Zhou Shiruo joke that it might evolve an earth attribute next. Wang Zhao argues for wind or maybe even metal because of its race traits and breakthrough materials, and the two of them slide into a pointless, but lively debate. Wang Zhao finally gives up arguing, not out of courtesy but because he suddenly remembers he still owes Tiangang 30,000 words of battle analysis. Back outside the territory, he immediately bends over a desk and powers through the assignment with the practiced misery of someone who has done this far too many times. The next morning, Wang Zhao and Zhou Shiruo arrive early at Yuheng Academy and wait at the gate for Tiangang. When Tiangang appears, Wang Zhao hands over the thick homework bundle and even reflexively opens the nearby trash can, expecting the usual insult. This time Tiangang quietly keeps the papers instead of throwing them away, which instantly tells Wang Zhao something is different. Tiangang leads them into his office, makes tea first, and tells Wang Zhao to open the cabinet in the corner. Wang Zhao opens it, and finds the cabinet stuffed full of all the battle comprehension essays Tiangang pretended to toss away. Tiangang admits he really did read them all, then dryly says they were basically nonsense anyway. The blunt comment makes everyone laugh, but Wang Zhao still asks the real question of why Tiangang kept up this whole act if it was not revenge. Tiangang says he was never trying to get petty revenge, but a new problem forced him to ease the hostility between them. Then he drops the reason with no cushion at all. His brother Tian Chang has gone missing. Wang Zhao is thrown off and blurts out that Tian Chang disappearing should have nothing to do with him unless Tiangang somehow suspects him. Tiangang says he knows Wang Zhao did not do it because the one who secretly took Tian Chang was the military. That instantly makes Wang Zhao connect the dots to the banquet incident and Tian Chang's exposed link to Andu, but he knows he cannot reveal any of that military operation. Since he cannot explain the real reason, Wang Zhao plays dumb and asks why Tiangang is not pressing the military directly instead of coming to him. Tiangang says he already tried, but the military gave him nothing, so now he is asking Wang Zhao to use his connections and at least learn why his brother was taken. Wang Zhao knows he probably cannot get a real answer, but after seeing that cabinet full of saved essays, he finally agrees to ask when he gets the chance. For the first time in more than a month, Tiangang drops all pride and bows deeply to thank him. After getting leave to train outside, Wang Zhao and Zhou Shiruo step out of the office and immediately start discussing Tian Chang's disappearance in private. Zhou Shiruo quietly guesses that the military arrest is probably tied to Tian Chang joining the Crimson Star side at the Fang family banquet, and Wang Zhao grimly agrees. But because the military ordered silence, Wang Zhao makes it clear they cannot tell Tiangang the truth. When Zhou Shiruo asks why he still agreed to help, Wang Zhao first checks that Tiangang is not listening before revealing his real plan. He bluntly says Tian Chang is obviously never coming back, so they just need to invent a decent explanation later. Zhou Shiruo immediately praises the scheme, and Wang Zhao bristles when she calls him cunning. With that awkward favor settled for now, the two of them leave Yuheng and head straight for Nine Heavens Academy. Near the destination, Zhou Shiruo pulls out the Nirvana mask and transforms herself into Fang Tianyu's appearance. Wang Zhao is immediately horrified and asks why she picked Fang Tianyu of all people. Zhou Shiruo defends the choice with perfect logic. Becoming a random stranger would be suspicious. But everyone already knows Wang Zhao knows Fang Tianyu, and her cold personality is easy to imitate. She even spins once and asks if there are any flaws, while Wang Zhao gets hit by an awkward memory and urgently tells her to change into someone else. Before they can settle it, Li Keifu arrives behind them, greeting Wang Zhao warmly and catching sight of the fake Fang Tianyu. Li Keifu politely mistakes her for the real Fang Tianyu and praises the famous ice goddess on sight. Zhou Shiruo instantly locks into character, putting on Fang Tianyu's chilly expression and answering with a minimal, distant nod. Then Li Keifu casually asks where Zhou Shiruo is today, forcing Wang Zhao to improvise a ridiculous explanation on the spot. Wang Zhao blurts out that his vassal lord has brain problems, and disguised Zhou Shiruo instantly kicks him for it before he hurriedly claims he hired Fang Tianyu to help instead. Li Keifu sees the chemistry, immediately reads this as secret romantic trouble, and tells Wang Zhao with a knowing grin that he envies his luck with women. When Wang Zhao tries to explain, Li Keifu shuts him down, hugs his shoulder, and whispers that he will keep this little matter hidden from Zhou Shiruo. Li Keifu heads ahead laughing, while Zhou Shiruo smugly points out that now she definitely cannot change disguises anymore because he already saw Fang Tianyu. Wang Zhao dryly tells her Li Keifu just promised to keep a secret from her, which only leaves Zhou Shiruo more confused. She stands there puzzled for a beat, trying to figure out why Wang Zhao would need anything hidden from her at all. Then the implication finally lands, and as she looks at Wang Zhao's back, a shy blush quietly spreads across her face under Fan Tianyu's disguise. At Nine Heavens Academy, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow Li Keifu through a sea of people, barely keeping him in sight in the packed campus. After more than 10 minutes, they finally reach the internal selection ground, where a few hundred experts stand in tense silence instead of the chaos outside. Seeing so many strong lords at once, Zhou Shiro quietly warns that several of them feel dangerously powerful, and asks Wan Xiao one last time if he wants her help. Wan Xiao answers with easy confidence, already convinced his new battle plan and Li Keifu's deep pockets are enough to carry today. Li Keifu comes over and hands them 2 dark blue cloth strips, telling them to tie the team's armband and not lose it. Before Wan Xiao can tie Zhou Shiro's band, Yubo appears behind him and mockingly greets the famous Wan Xiao for showing up at Nine Heavens Academy. Wan Xiao blanks on him completely, and Zhou Shiro has to whisper that this is Yubo, Nine Heavens Academy's top genius with the talent Mystic Energy King. When Zhou Shiro reminds him he once robbed Yubo of 150 energy cores and more than 10 purple resource cards, Wan Xiao finally remembers and casually offers a handshake. Wan Zhao's casual question about Yubo's mage soldiers lands like a blade, because that last fight wiped out more than 30 of Yubo's troops and nearly all his wealth. Yubo notices Li Keifu's team bands and realizes Wan Xiao is the mystery helper brotherly invited. The two immediately trade cold threats, and Wan Xiao taunts Yubo to get more serious this time if he does not want to end up dead again. Yubo suppresses his anger, warns that he hopes Wan Xiao can still laugh after the battle starts, and turns to Li Keifu with a poisonous little apology. Then Yubo raises his voice for the whole venue and loudly claims that Wan Xiao said he would definitely take the championship. The entire field goes dead quiet, and hundreds of hostile eyes lock onto Wan Xiao at once. Li Keifu panics and urges Wan Xiao to tell everyone he never said that before the whole academy decides to gang up on him. Wan Xiao first shouts that he never said it, then instantly doubles down and declares that the only true part is that everyone here is trash. That one line detonates the venue, and the students and hired helpers all start shouting that they will crush him inside the secret realm. Li Keifu looks ready to cry, but Wan Xiao only grows more arrogant and says he did not come for a slot at all. He came to put Li Keifu on the throne as Nine Heavens Academy's #1. Everyone is stunned by the declaration, and Li Keifu alone knows enough about this lineup to regret inviting Wan Xiao at all. A moment later, Li Keifu grabs Wang Zhao's hand and begs with painful sincerity for him to stop talking so they can survive the selection at all. When Li Keifu warns he will cancel the cooperation if this keeps up, Wan Xiao instantly changes his tune and apologizes to the crowd for talking nonsense after a bad night's sleep. Even Zhou Shiro cannot take that shameless turnaround, and she quietly asks where his grand domineering aura just went. Wan Xiao mutters back that principles can wait until Li Keifu actually hands over the 9 breakthrough stones he promised. Li Keifu gives up on arguing, tells the two of them to stay put, and disappears into the crowd to handle whatever he can. The crowd settles back into preparation, but now the whole venue carries a sharpened hostility aimed straight at Wan Xiao. Zhou Shiro worries that he'd pushed too far, and Wan Xiao calmly admits that making himself the target was the point. He explains the real plan while letting her tie the band. If he draws the strongest few onto himself first, Zhou Shiro will have fewer chances to be exposed to her ex-fiancé. That hits a nerve, and Zhou Shiro flares up to correct him that Lu Yuyang is her ex-fiancé, then hurriedly insists she has nothing to do with him anymore. Before Wan Xiao can tease her more, a handsome young man taps his shoulder and politely introduces himself as Lu Yuyang. Wan Xiao jokes about whether he robbed this one too, but the mood turns sharp when Zhou Shiro grabs his wrist so hard the cloth nearly cuts into his skin. Lu Yuyang says he has a connection to Wan Zhao's vassal Zhou Shiro, so Wan Xiao quickly steps in front of the disguise and claims Zhou Shiro never came, only his friend Fan Tianyu did. Lu Yuyang says he is not here to see her anyway, and asks to discuss a deal directly with Wan Xiao. Then Lu Yuyang calmly reveals his real intention. Because his talent works better with Zhou Shiro, he wants Wan Xiao to hand over her vassal contract to him. He even starts naming prices, offering 10 million star coins and climbing to 20 and 30 as if Zhou Shiro were a tradable tool. That finally snaps Wan Zhao's temper, and he asks what kind of person treats Zhou Shiro like an item to be bought and sold. Instead of backing down, Lu Yuyang keeps pressing the deal, and Wan Xiao opens a glowing trade interface and answers with an even colder insult. Wan Xiao says that if Lu Yuyang becomes his vassal instead, he will pay 50 million, making it clear the proposal is an insult either way. When Lu Yuyang asks if that means no, Wan Xiao answers plainly that as long as he is alive, Lu Yuyang can forget about taking Zhou Shiro. Lu Yuyang drops the polite act completely and says that if Wan Xiao will not agree, he will just shatter Wang Zhao's territory core and seize the vassal contract by force. Wan Xiao does not give an inch and warns that if Lu Yuyang wants to die, he does not mind breaking Lu Yuyang's core first. Furious now, Lu Yuyang laughs bitterly, spits out 3 cold words of good, and retreats into the crowd with resentment written all over his face. The second he is gone, Zhou Shiro hugs Wan Xiao from behind and thanks him in a shaky voice. Wan Xiao instantly ruins the mood by joking that maybe she is thanking him for not selling her for less than 30 million. Zhou Shirua punches him and calls him hopeless, but her eyes are red and shy as she admits that what he said earlier really moved her. Wang Xiao almost gets emotional too, then catches himself because the face in front of him is still Fang Tianyu's, leaving the moment hanging in awkward confusion. Li Keifu returns with 2 secret realm keys and warns Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua that every 10 teams are split into different realms, so the wrong key means getting separated. When Wang Xiao questions why only 10 teams enter each realm, Li Keifu explains that 1,000 contestants were already cut down by preliminaries, and this selection will narrow them from 1,000 to 100, then 10, before the final round. Wang Xiao dryly asks what happens if he accidentally carries Li Keifu all the way to first place, and Li Keifu reveals the academy already blocked that loophole by banning outside helpers in the final round. That means Wang Xiao only has to help Li Keifu survive the 2 advancement rounds, which sounds easy to him. Li Keifu immediately ruins the easy mood by admitting several academy geniuses were eyeing him at key pickup, and after Yu Bo's earlier stunt, he and Wang Xiao have basically become everyone's target. Knowing trouble is coming no matter where they land, Li Keifu awkwardly begs Wang Xiao to keep a low profile after they enter. Wang Xiao promises with a straight face that keeping a low profile is his specialty, even though he clearly knows that sounds ridiculous. Before the selection starts, Wang Xiao casually asks about Lu Yuyang and tries to find out what kind of lower talent he has. Li Keifu vaguely remembers Lu Yuyang as an unremarkable student with some kind of support talent, which is enough for Wang Xiao to stop treating him as a serious threat. A low hum suddenly spreads across the field, and every secret realm key begins to flash at once. Li Keifu's face hardens as he realizes the competition has begun with almost no warning at all. Around them, students crush their keys and vanish in flashes of gold, leaving Wang Xiao mildly offended that nobody even bothered with a formal opening speech. Li Keifu tells them to move, crushes his key first, and Wang Xiao follows with Zhou Shirua a heartbeat later. The next moment, Wang Xiao opens his eyes in a freezing world of snow and ice and immediately feels the cold bite through his clothes. He turns and finds Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu already peering over the edge of a cliff at something below. Below the cliff, 2 teams are already brawling in the snow, filling the air with ice spikes and snow blades almost as soon as the round begins. Li Keifu recognizes the 2 team leaders below as Sun Qingwei and Lu Zi and warns Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua that both sides are above average and especially dangerous in an ice realm like this. Wang Xiao barely treats it as a problem and decides that since they met these teams in the same realm, they might as well wipe them out now. Before Li Keifu can say much, Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon, and the black armored beast dives straight off the cliff like a bolt of black lightning. The 2 teams finally notice the dark swamp crocodile dragon dropping from above and look up toward the cliff, but their reaction comes too late. From the cliff, Wang Xiao lazily calls out Berserk Shock, and the dark swamp crocodile dragon folds its wings and slams into the middle of both teams like a living cannonball. The shock wave clears the snow in a huge radius, and when the white haze settles, nearly all the soldiers are simply gone. Only the 2 enemy lords are left unconscious in the snow, and from the cliff above Li Keifu can barely process that Wang Xiao erased 2 whole teams in one hit. Wang Xiao barely bothers to admire the result, and just tells Li Keifu to hurry up and find the next team because this secret realm is freezing. Li Keifu follows, but now he looks at Wang Xiao very differently and decides those 10 breakthrough stones were absolutely worth the price. 20 minutes later, after sweeping away 3 more teams on the road, the trio reaches a flatter stretch of the snowy realm to rest out of the wind. Li Keifu privately doubts Wang Xiao's count, because he only witnessed one of those 3 eliminations and never even saw the other 2 teams before they vanished. Wang Xiao asks whether they are near the center of the secret realm, and Li Keifu points toward a nearby hill where the true middle should be. Instead of staying cautious, Wang Xiao says he wants the center because it will make things easier for the other teams to come find them. Wang Xiao lays out the situation in the snow. With so few teams left, and no battles nearby, either everyone else is already gone, they have joined forces, or they are scattered and unable to find each other. Zhou Shirua quietly cuts off his first guess by pointing out that since they are still here, at least 2 teams must still remain. Wang Xiao praises her and keeps going, saying that if the remaining teams joined up to deal with him, the center would be the perfect place to openly challenge them. Li Keifu is horrified that Wang Xiao wants to declare war on up to 4 teams at once, but Wang Xiao calmly admits his third scenario still leads to exactly the same plan. When Li Keifu realizes every branch of Wang Hao's reasoning ends with starting a fight, Zhou Shirua finally laughs, because this ridiculous logic is exactly what she expects from him. Li Keifu gives up trying to stop him and only asks the practical question of how he plans to announce this challenge to the whole realm. Wang Xiao cheerfully admits he has not figured out the delivery yet, only that the meaning has to be clear. Elsewhere in the ice realm, Yu Bo has already built his own pressure-filled alliance meeting, seated on an ice chair with 30 red-robed mages drawn up behind him. 2 red-robed scouts rush back with news that the other 5 teams have already been wiped out, and Yu Bo immediately asks the 3 remaining teams whether they will cooperate with him. The teams go silent until one handsome boy asks the obvious question: if they help Yu Bo win, who gets the final advancement spot? Yu Bo mocks the very idea that anyone in the same realm as him should still be dreaming about advancing for themselves. A chubby boy tries a softer approach and bluntly exposes the truth. Yubo only wants allies because he is not confident he can beat Wang Xiao alone. Yubo instantly denies any fear of Wang Xiao and claims he is simply showing mercy by giving these students a chance to serve him. The chubby boy immediately calls that bluff and turns to leave with the others, refusing to work for free. Yubo answers with force instead of words, blasting the chubby boy's whole team into the air with a hurricane and freezing everyone else in place. With the threat made clear, Yubo gives the last two teams a brutal choice: cooperate now or get eliminated on the spot. The two captains realize resistance is pointless, but they still refuse to become cannon fodder unless Yubo pays them for the risk. Yubo starts at 100,000 star coins each, and the two captains immediately push the price up to 200,000 per person. Needing every advantage against Wang Xiao, Yubo swallows the insult and transfers the full 400,000 star coins on the spot. Just as that shaky alliance comes together, a loud explosion rips through the sky somewhere in the distance. A firework bursts overhead and spreads into a giant hand with its middle finger raised, turning Wang Xiao's declaration of war into the most direct message possible. In the icy center of the secret realm, Li Keifu stares at Wang Xiao's strange hand sign and can tell it is somehow insulting even though he does not understand it. Wang Xiao wipes away the plan he drew in the snow, says their trap message worked, and openly praises Zhou Shiro for pulling it off. When Zhou Shiro asks what the gesture means, Wang Xiao hurriedly dodges the question and tells them to hide because the enemy could arrive at any moment. After Li Keifu goes to find cover, Zhou Shiro lingers and asks the real question: can Wang Xiao handle this alone? Wang Xiao answers a little too casually, then lowers his voice and reminds Zhou Shiro that he still has a hidden trump card. Zhou Shiro finally agrees to hide, but she makes Wang Xiao promise to call them the moment things go bad. Once Zhou Shiro is gone too, Wang Xiao sits alone on the snow-covered hill and waits for the bait to work. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 people glide in through the air, and Wang Xiao immediately spots Yubo leading them with wind magic. Yubo lands and greets him like an old enemy, and Wang Xiao mocks the flashy entrance before sizing up the extra people he brought. One delicate-looking participant blurts out that they are not hired helpers at all, and Yubo snaps around because the slip exposes that this is a team-up. Wang Xiao jumps on the opening and mocks Yubo for talking big earlier, only to show up with a group instead of fighting him alone. Yubo keeps pretending this was their idea, then twists the knife by asking whether Li Keifu already dumped his so-called fighter. Wang Xiao ignores the insult, confirms from Yubo's silence that the other teams have already been dealt with, and pushes to start fast. Instead of risking himself first, Yubo quietly orders 2 allied lords to test Wang Xiao and force out as much of his strength as they can. One allied lord starts a formal introduction, but Wang Xiao cuts him off on the spot and says he does not care about names, only the fight. An older allied lord loses his temper, opens with 10 peak silver rank flame goblins, and sends them charging uphill before Wang Xiao even stands. Yubo instantly sees the mistake, because the attack comes before Wang Xiao has even shown his lineup and walks right into a counter. Wang Xiao's Ice Thunder Horn Wolf flashes into place like a white wall, and the charging goblins cannot leave a mark on it. Before the attackers can recover, the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf swings once and erases all 10 flame goblins in a single hit. The group goes cold, and one hired helper suddenly recognizes Wang Xiao from the Lord competition and panics that someone like him could smash straight through his core defenses. That terrified helper crushes his secret realm key and vanishes on the spot, abandoning the fight the moment he realizes who Wang Xiao is. Wang Xiao stays seated as if nothing happened, lets the wolf fade away, and calmly asks the suddenly quiet group who wants to try next. When no one wants to make the next move, Wang Xiao almost lazily offers them the obvious option and tells them to surrender. For a moment the 2 allied captains really waver, until Yubo angrily reminds them they signed a contract and cannot just walk away now. One allied captain apologizes for what comes next, and Wang Xiao watches as the enemy side finally commits to a real attack. A vortex opens behind the apologizing lord, and 30 bronze rank explosive slimes spill onto the snow like ugly little bombs waiting to go off. Even Yubo turns solemn when he sees the slimes, because he knows that if they were aimed at him, winning would still cost him badly. Then the second team and the hired helpers all join in, and in a rush of summons Wang Xiao's hill ends up almost completely surrounded by enemy soldiers. Wang Xiao briefly pulls out his blood chi connection card, thinks better of it, and changes his plan instead of overcommitting. Wang Xiao finally shows his core lineup as 3 mutated beasts appear on the hill behind him at once: the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the Raging Lava Bear, and the Gold Armored Black Turtle. Yubo panics and warns everyone to attack before Wang Xiao can stack shared defenses, because once that happens nobody here can break him. The warning turns into a full assault as the swarm of summoned soldiers surges uphill at Wang Xiao in one crushing wave. Then Wang Xiao makes an even stranger move. He recalls the gold-armored black turtle and leaves only the wolf and bear on the field. Instead of bracing for impact, Wang Xiao turns the whole thing into a game and tells the wolf and the bear to compete over who kills more and earns the first breakthrough. Both mutated beasts launch at once, and the siege flips instantly into a one-sided slaughter. Soldiers start dropping like cut grain, and shattered light from their deaths fills the battlefield so thickly it blocks everyone's view. Then the explosive slimes start dying too, and the whole field erupts in a chain of violent blasts. For a brief second, the slime summoner lights up with hope, convinced those explosions should have maimed even platinum beasts at that range. Yubo raises his wand and sends wind through the smoke, and everyone braces to finally see Wang Xiao hurt. But when the smoke clears, Wang Xiao is still sitting where he started, untouched behind the wolf and the bear. The slime summoner blurts out that this should be impossible, because anything killing explosive slimes up close should have been caught in the blast. Wang Xiao finally explains the trick. The wolf and bear only pinned targets in place while 2 shadow golden thorn spiders stayed back and picked off the explosive slimes from range. A surviving lord angrily calls it cheating, really just panicking because Wang Xiao held 2 more mutated beasts in reserve until the middle of the fight. Wang Xiao just laughs it off and points out the obvious. 5 people sent more than 200 soldiers against him, and he beat them with only 4 beasts. With his army gone, one battered lord turns to Yubo and asks the question everyone is thinking now: can they finally leave? Yubo answers with contempt, questioning whether that lord really came into the selection with only 10 gold-rank soldiers to his name. The lord snaps back that not everyone has Yubo's family background, which leaves Yubo realizing he cannot tell whether these people still have hidden troops or not. Yubo quickly decides he cannot let them walk away yet, because if they leave now he still will not know Wang Xiao's full strength, and his money will have been wasted. Yubo crushes 2 challenge vouchers and forcibly drags 2 exhausted allies into link duels with him before they can react. A hurricane erupts around Yubo, and in one ruthless move he crushes both linked lords, taking back the resources and star coins he paid them before. That betrayal is enough for the remaining helpers, who crush their keys and flee the secret realm without another word. Now with only the 2 of them left, Yubo turns back to Wang Xiao wearing that old lofty smile and asks who he thinks will win. Wang Xiao answers without hesitation that it definitely will not be Yubo. Yubo's smile turns cold, and he finally reveals his own force by summoning 50 red-robed mages in one sweep. At Yubo's command, all 50 mages cast extreme cold storm together, and dark clouds, lightning, and a brewing blizzard swallow the sky over the battlefield. Yubo taunts that Wang Xiao said he hated the cold and tells him it is still not too late to surrender. Wang Xiao ignores the threat, looks up at the darkening sky, and quietly says the weather means it is about time for the sun to rise. Then a deep spatial vortex opens behind Wang Xiao, and a piercing cry tears straight through the storm clouds. On the snowy battlefield, a piercing cry rips through the clouds, and even Yubo realizes Wang Xiao has just brought out a high-level fire beast he never accounted for. The blazing golden crow bursts out in full view, and 10 flaming tail feathers peel away and become 10 blazing suns that drive the cold back across the snowland. Yubo is rattled when Wang Xiao calmly says the bird is a platinum level 1 blazing golden crow he only recently subdued. Yubo refuses to believe that claim, decides Wang Xiao is bluffing, and immediately switches to overwhelming fire magic instead of hesitating. The 50 red-robed mages answer together, and the frozen field turns into a brutal sea of fire as snow vaporizes, stone melts, and lava floods the ground. Certain he has the advantage, Yubo mocks Wang Xiao and sends lava pillars twisting up toward the blazing golden crow to trap it in midair. Then the 10 suns wink out, the blazing golden crow explodes into scattered light, and Wang Xiao is left in a painfully awkward silence as his so-called ace runs for its life. Even while cursing the cowardly bird in his head, Wang Xiao keeps a straight face and loudly tells Yubo he is finally getting serious. Yubo braces for another move, and Wang Xiao opens his spatial vortex again to throw out a beast that actually thrives in this burning field, the volcano melting lizard. The volcano melting lizard instantly activates heavenly flowing fire, melts into the lava itself, and turns Yubo's own spell into its hunting ground. Yubo suddenly feels his control over the fire element break, and by the first second a lava surge has already swallowed 30 of his red-robed mages. In the second, the rest of Yubo's mage line disappears under the boiling lava too, leaving him suddenly exposed. By the third second, 4 giant lava waves rise like walls around Yubo, and he loses before he even has room to dodge. A system notice declares Wang Xiao advanced, and golden light pulls him out of the secret realm and back onto the quiet Nine Heavens Academy field. Back outside, Wang Xiao finds Li Keifu and Zhou Shiro casually killing time with cards, both of them covered in paper notes, and looking up in confusion at his sudden return. Wang Xiao jokes that with him around there was no way they could lose, while Zhou Shiro calmly admits they were just playing cards because waiting was too boring. Once it sinks in that Wang Xiao really won, Li Keifu jumps up in delight and blurts out that he might be the first one here to secure an advancement spot. A resentful voice cuts in, and Su Weiming reveals Li Keifu is only second because Wang Xiao already advanced first from their group. When Li Keifu starts asking how Wang Xiao dealt with Su Weiming's troublesome explosive slimes, Su Weiming cuts the story off and immediately warns him about Yubo instead. The warning lands that Yubo was in their group too and will not take this quietly, but Li Keifu is more shocked that Wang Xiao really fought him and immediately begs for the story. Before Wang Xiao can answer, Lu Yuyang walks over with a fake smile, and Wang Xiao instantly shifts into guard mode and edges protectively in front of Zhou Shiro. Lu Yuyang ignores Wang Xiao completely and starts flattering Li Keifu instead, congratulating him for defeating Yubo, while Li Keifu awkwardly admits he does not even remember who this man is. Still smiling through the insult, Lu Yuyang says he only came to greet Li Keifu and ask for guidance in the next round, which makes Li Keifu realize this man advanced too. The bigger shock lands when Lu Yuyang calmly says he was not just a qualifier, but the very first person to advance. After Li Keifu politely asks for mercy if they meet later, Lu Yuyang finally turns to Wang Xiao and says he already agreed to shatter Wang Xiao's Lord Core. Li Keifu laughs at the threat and bluntly tears off the polite mask, calling Lu Yuyang a nobody who got ahead of himself after a few nice words. Instead of snapping, Lu Yuyang stays eerily smooth and asks if Li Keifu is really determined to protect Wang Xiao. When he leaves, Lu Yuyang makes the real target clear and vows that in the next round he will break Wang Xiao's Lord Core and seize Zhou Shiro's vassal contract. After Lu Yuyang leaves, Li Keifu curses the act and demands to know what kind of background that guy really has. From off-panel, Su Weiming admits he does not know Lu Yuyang well either, but warns that people from Lu Yuyang's group said his methods were strange. Then Su Weiming reveals that the rumor says Lu Yuyang found a construction-type helper in the secret realm and built defenses the others could not break. That possibility makes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro exchange a troubled look, because if Lu Yuyang already found construction support, his obsession with taking Zhou Shiro still needs an explanation. Su Weiming adds from off-panel that nobody actually saw a full base, so it might have been a craftsman-type talent instead of a true construction lord. With that, Wang Xiao finally pieces together a coldly practical answer. Lu Yuyang's current helper is either incomplete or hired, so taking Zhou Shiro as a true vassal would still be far more valuable. Wang Xiao steps back to Zhou Shiro, quietly straightens her scarf, and promises he will not let Lu Yuyang take her away. Zhou Shiro softly says she believes him, but then her expression tightens as she senses something else wrong and asks if he also feels like someone is watching them. Deep under Nine Heavens Academy, a silent control center watches 100 secret realms at once, with every screen feeding straight into the advancement competition. Next door, Academy head Jiang sits alone by the observation window, staring blankly until a knock pulls him back to work. Xiao Shan enters with the first summary report, and Jiang tells her to skip the paperwork and give him the numbers directly. Xiao Shan reports that 1,009 Heaven students brought in 2,377 outsiders, including more than 600 students from other academies. Jiang is briefly pleased by how many outside students showed up, but Xiao Shan immediately points out that most of them are only mid-tier students, not their academy's real stars. That pushes Xiao Shan to ask the real question: did the other academies already see through Nine Heavens Academy's plan and keep their geniuses away on purpose? Jiang admits that possibility makes sense, because his so-called search for helpers was really a way to lure other academies' students in and study them before the ranking assessment. He even laughs at himself, saying every academy head is an old fox, so getting seen through was almost inevitable. Then Xiao Shan flips to a specific page and shows him the names that suddenly make this whole situation more suspicious: Wan Xiao and Fang Tianyu. Jiang immediately finds it strange, because Wan Xiao and Fang Tianyu are too valuable to Kaiyang Academy for their headmaster to casually let them come. Xiao Shan explains that Li Keifu invited Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro, but Zhou Shiro supposedly had something come up at the last minute, so Wang Xiao brought Fang Tianyu instead. She adds one more detail that changes everything: Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro appear to have already transferred to Yuheng Academy. That makes Jiang freeze, because now it looks less like Kaiyang was fooled and more like Kaiyang and Yuheng may be using his own trick against him. He slaps the folder down and realizes he has been played. The two academies likely sent their best people here to probe Nine Heavens Academy's strength in return. Xiao Shan follows his reasoning and concludes that Zhou Shiro probably never had a scheduling conflict at all, and Fang Tianyu was sent as a deliberate replacement. Jiang doubles down, saying there is no harmless explanation for Wang Xiao casually bringing a Kaiyang prodigy around after already transferring schools. For a moment both of them feel relieved that they caught the trap before it went any further. Xiao Shan asks the obvious next step, wondering if these suspected spies should simply be disqualified. Jiang rejects that immediately, because Li Keifu invited them, and the academy still owes the Li family too much to leave him stranded before the next round. So instead of removing them, he asks the more dangerous question: how strong are they right now? Xiao Shan says Fang Tianyu has not shown enough yet, but Wan Xiao has clearly grown stronger since the Lord competition. She lists Wan Zhao's new lineup from the first round, starting with an unidentified dragon-type mutated beast that the staff can only guess is platinum rank. Then she names the other two clearly: the level 1 platinum blazing golden crow and the level 6 platinum volcanic melting lizard. Jiang remembers that Wang Xiao already had a platinum wolf as well, which means the boy is now carrying an absurd 4 platinum mutated beasts. That is enough for Jiang to quietly activate a special mutation plan and order the staff to match Wang Xiao against people who can restrain him in the second round. He also warns Xiao Shan to make the targeting subtle, because Li Keifu must not realize Wang Xiao is being singled out. And since Fang Tianyu was sent here too, Jiang orders the same kind of hidden scrutiny for her as well, refusing to waste such a useful chance to study Kaiyang's ace. Left alone again, Jiang stares at Wang Zhao's file with pure envy, muttering over the boy's outrageous luck with platinum beasts. A few minutes earlier at Yuheng Academy, Huang Tingwei is already buried in Wang Zhao's file and grumbling that only he could personally make that boy lose repeatedly in a ranking assessment. A staff member brings in the internal selection process for his signature, and Huang Tingwei puts Wang Ao's file aside for the moment. Right then the Yuheng Academy head suddenly sneezes, rubs his nose, and grumbles as if someone must be cursing him somewhere. The staff member blames overwork and bluntly tells him he needs rest, because he even brought back the wrong secret realm last month. That finally gets the Yuheng Academy head's full attention, because he cannot believe he could have misidentified a secret realm himself. The staff member explains that the realm labeled Scorching Purgatory was supposed to contain gold beasts and intense heat, but a student reported it was freezing instead. The staff member adds that he checked personally and confirmed it. The realm is not a blazing inferno at all. The Yuheng Academy head starts to protest, then stops cold and asks who entered that realm before the report came back. When he hears Yihan, Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiruo, Su Junru, and Zhao Yunyan were the earlier group inside, the name Wang Xiao instantly makes the whole setup look deliberate. The Yuheng Academy head quietly pieces it together, and realizes someone handed him that realm on purpose as part of a scheme. Just as quickly, he smooths his face back to normal, signs the internal selection process, and orders Scorching Purgatory closed for now. Once the staff member leaves, the Yuheng Academy head pulls Wang Zhao's file back out and focuses on one name in particular, Blazing Golden Crow. Back at Nine Heavens Academy, Li Keifu spends the waiting time showing Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo around because the rest of the first round still has to finish. After the walk, Li Keifu finally brings up the favor that has been bothering him the whole time. He asks Wang Xiao that if they run into Lu Yuyang in the second round, he should win if he must, but please do not shatter Lu Yuyang's Lord Core. Wang Xiao is puzzled, because even Li Keifu openly dislikes Lu Yuyang, so sparing him sounds strange. Li Keifu admits it is not about liking Lu Yuyang at all, but about avoiding the mess of having his invited helper permanently cripple one of his own classmates. Seeing how troubled Li Keifu is, Wang Xiao finally agrees to leave Lu Yuyang's core intact if that matchup really happens. Li Keifu is immediately relieved and praises Wang Xiao for being generous just as the next big transition hits. A burst of golden light drops the last advancing contestants back onto the field, and the Academy announcement declares the first round over with the second round starting in only 10 minutes. Li Keifu thinks that turnaround is too harsh, especially for the last person who just finished fighting, and says so out loud. Instead of being grateful, the exhausted student snaps back at Li Keifu to mind his own business. Li Keifu bristles and starts to challenge the student right back, asking what class he is from. The answer is just 2 words, Class 0, and Li Keifu instantly loses all his swagger. Li Keifu coughs awkwardly, turns away, and suddenly acts like he never wanted a fight in the first place. Once they step a little farther away, Zhou Shiruo bluntly asks why Li Keifu is so scared of a class that sounds like it should be the weakest. Li Keifu explains that Class 0 was only created this year, and even though its students are ordinary and weak on average, the Academy head personally teaches them far more than anyone else. That sounds so backwards that Wang Xiao can only joke that either this is favoritism or the Academy head has way too much free time. Li Keifu says nobody really understands it either, which is exactly why Class 0 has become the Academy's strangest rumor. Then he lowers his voice even more and shares the rumor that Class 0 is actually the Academy head's hidden trump card for the coming ranking assessment. Wang Xiao can only find the whole thing funny, because every academy they have dealt with lately claims to be hiding some mysterious special class or plan for the exact same assessment. While Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiruo, and Li Keifu are still chatting, a sharp teasing voice cuts in and calls Li Keifu out for getting cocky after one win. Li Keifu quickly introduces the woman as the Academy head's assistant, Xin Shanshan, and presents Wang Xiao and Fan Tianyu as the helpers he recruited. Xin Shanshan already knows their names and praises Wang Zhao's tournament performance, which makes it obvious she has been paying close attention. When Li Keifu asks why she came herself, Xin Shanshan pulls out 3 glowing secret realm keys and scolds him for being the only one who still has not collected his. Li Keifu realizes he forgot the second round entirely, grabs the key in a panic, and Xin Shanshan brushes him off with a demand for a meal later. Before leaving, Xin Shanshan politely wishes them good results in round 2, but her half-smiling look makes Wang Xiao instantly feel that something is off. The keys begin to hum and flash, and Li Keifu realizes the start window is already closing, so all 3 crush their keys at once. Golden light drops them into a miserable starting point, a reef barely 10 steps wide, surrounded on every side by open blue sea. Li Keifu is still trying to identify the setting, but one look at Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo's faces tells him this marine map is terrible news for them. Wang Xiao admits the problem bluntly. With no water-type mutated beasts, he may not be able to help Li Keifu much at all in this round. Li Keifu desperately proposes freezing the sea, assuming Fan Tianyu's elemental power can make them a battlefield on the water. The question nearly exposes Zhou Shiruo's fake identity, and she freezes up because she is not actually Fan Tianyu at all. Wang Xiao steps in fast and argues that freezing only the surface would be unstable, easy to break, and too dangerous to fight on. Li Keifu still pushes for alternatives, but once he goes to inspect the reef edge, Zhou Shiro quietly suggests coming clean about the deception. Wang Xiao says confessing changes nothing, because even with a venue card they can only freeze about 100 meters, and this reef is still too tiny for Zhou Shiro to build real fortifications or even place the flame magic tower. Looking at how perfectly this sea map shuts down both of their specialties, Wang Xiao starts to suspect their bad luck is not random at all. Zhou Shiro is not convinced yet and points out there still might be larger land nearby, so Wang Xiao decides they cannot stay exposed on the reef and need to scout from the air. Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon, pulls Li Keifu back from the water's edge, and the three of them take off over the sea. Outside the realm, Xin Shanshan immediately orders the surveillance staff to capture and identify Wang Zhao's dragon the moment it appears on the monitor. She then reports to Academy head Jiang, who confirms they followed the plan and deliberately sent Wang Zhao's group into the star-fragmented sea. The setup is even worse than Wang Xiao guessed. 3 Class 0 students with Sea, Berserk bloodline, and Beast hypnosis talents were placed in the same group to crush him from both terrain and troop matchups. Interested in how Wang Xiao will respond under full suppression, Academy head Jiang orders a dedicated screen and starts watching personally. Back in the star-fragmented sea, the 3 riders cross more than 1,000 meters and still see nothing but water, which leaves Li Keifu sick and the whole search feeling hopeless. Zhou Shiro feels awkward because the air search was her suggestion, and now they cannot even easily find their tiny starting reef again. When the dark swamp crocodile dragon starts slowing from exhaustion, Wang Xiao decides they need to freeze a temporary platform before they end up falling into the sea. Just before he uses the card, Li Keifu suddenly spots what looks like land off to the left, giving them one last hopeful target. Wang Xiao is uneasy because that dark shape was not there a moment ago, but with the dragon nearly spent, he can only gamble and fly toward it anyway. Up close, the supposed island turns out to be a packed flotilla of giant brown floating island turtles drifting together on the surface. Li Keifu apologizes for mistaking them for land, but Wang Xiao checks with an identification scroll and learns these silver-level sea turtles are famously gentle and even rescue creatures that fall in the water. That is enough for Wang Xiao, who decides the turtle shells are safer than open water and orders the others to jump down and rest there. Li Keifu panics that they will drown if the turtles dive, but Wang Xiao points out these creatures are too sturdy to be startled by a few human lords and jumps first to prove it. Wang Xiao lands steadily and the turtle keeps swimming as if nothing happened, proving his gamble right. Seeing Wang Xiao safe, Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu jump too just as the exhausted dark swamp crocodile dragon collapses back into scattered light. Wang Xiao catches Zhou Shiro safely, but Li Keifu crashes hard onto a turtle shell and instantly accuses him of valuing women over friends. The banter barely lasts a second before the entire turtle flotilla suddenly shifts direction, throwing everyone off balance and smashing Li Keifu's lower back into a shell edge again. Zhou Shiro gets carried dozens of meters away with the turning turtles, and Wang Xiao can only shout for her to be careful while he rushes to check on the badly hurt Li Keifu. Li Keifu insists he can still stand, but the pain leaves him pale and stiff enough that Wang Xiao immediately tells him not to move around. Once Zhou Shiro makes her way back over, the 3 finally regroup on the turtle shells, with Li Keifu grimly worrying that wherever this herd is heading might be even worse. Wang Xiao cannot explain why the floating island turtles suddenly accelerated, but staring at their coordinated movement, he gets the eerie feeling that this whole herd may have come to pick them up on purpose. Deep in Nine Heavens Academy's surveillance room, Academy head Jiang watches tiny moving dots in the star-fragmented sea and smugly praises the students he has trained for years. Xin Shanshan arrives with a communicator and says Huang Tingwei from Yuheng Academy has been urgently looking for him. Jiang calls back in a deliberately busy tone, but Huang only tells him to continue his meeting and hangs up, which leaves Jiang baffled. Before Jiang can make sense of it, the door opens and Huang Tingwei himself walks in, catching him completely off guard. Jiang hurriedly kills the live screen and puts on a warm host smile, but Huang's stare is cold enough to scare Xin Shanshan out of the room. Once they are alone, Huang sits in Jiang's seat and asks the real question straight out. Is his student Wang Xiao here? Jiang admits Wang Xiao is in the secret realm as Li Keifu's invited helper, and Huang immediately presses him over why Nine Heavens suddenly allows outside assistance. Jiang hints that Huang also took advantage of the situation, only to realize from Huang's blank reaction that the man actually knows nothing. Huang drops the confusion for now and bluntly says why he came. He wants Wang Xiao to lose in this selection round. Jiang thinks Huang has gone mad for targeting his own promising student, but Huang insists Wang Zhao's path has been too smooth and he needs a hard lesson. Realizing Huang only wants Wang Xiao humbled, Jiang reopens the live feed and coolly says they might as well watch together. Jiang casually claims he was already prepared because he would not let Yuheng's student show off in his academy, and Huang lets the excuse pass even if he clearly does not buy it. Out in the star-fragmented sea, Wang Xiao grows more uneasy the faster the giant turtle raft carries them, and he finally admits something about this rescue feels wrong. Li Keifu immediately wonders if another beast tamer lord is controlling the floating island turtles, but Wang Xiao says they are ordinary wild mutants with no contract at all. Since the mystery still makes no sense, Wang Xiao decides they should stop trusting the turtles and leave to find the rest of the team. Just as Wang Xiao is about to summon a mount, Joshiro points ahead and spots real land in the distance. When they realize the turtle raft is heading straight for that island, Wang Zhao's suspicion hardens into a warning that someone may be waiting there. A flash of fire erupts from the island, and a huge fireball screams toward their floating platform before anyone can do more than react. With almost no time left, Wang Zhao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and drags everyone into the air just before the fireball hits. The fireball blows apart the giant turtle raft below them, proving they would have been dumped into the sea if Wang Zhao had hesitated for even a second. Li Keifu shudders at how bad that could have been, and Wang Zhao snaps fully into combat mode and orders a direct charge for the island. As they rush in, Wang Zhao spots a flame magic tower hidden among the trees and instantly warns the others that the island has attack fortifications. The tower fires again, but the dark swamp crocodile dragon accelerates hard and slips under the canopy before the next fireball can hit. Hidden by the forest now, Wang Zhao recalls the dragon, spreads spider troops around them, and asks Joshiro to identify the strange tower. Joshiro says it looks like a purple flame magic tower, except its attack speed is much faster than it should be. That abnormal firing speed makes Wang Zhao realize who they are probably facing, and Li Keifu grimly catches up to the same thought. When Joshiro asks who it is, Wang Zhao names Lu Yuyang and explains that his talent should be fortification enhancement. Joshiro's face turns ugly at the name, but Li Keifu points out the trap. If they leave the forest, the tower gets a clear shot again. Wang Zhao adds that staying still is just as dangerous because the same trees hiding them also blind them, so they will never see the bombardment coming. A whistling sound overhead proves his point, and Wang Zhao yanks both teammates close while pumping energy into his protective ring. A golden barrier blooms around them just as the trees explode into a sea of fire. Knowing the burning cover will expose them any second, Wang Zhao drags the other two deeper toward the center of the island. They finally stop near a dirt slope, and the next 3 fireballs all land back near the first blast, showing the enemy is still probing their old position. Wang Zhao drops the barrier, realizes the enemy has temporarily lost them, and says this is exactly the opening they needed. Li Keifu asks if Wang Zhao already has a plan, and Wang Zhao admits it is risky but says the enemy's attack pattern is so simple that their odds are actually high. Back in the underground control room, the closer island feed lets both academy heads finally see Wang Zhao's group clearly. Hearing Wang Zhao talk about high odds from low ground, Jiang snorts that Huang judged him right, and calls this exactly the kind of blind confidence he needs punished. But Huang is not listening to the taunt anymore, because something else on the screen has caught his eye. Why is Kaiyang's Fang Tianya-looking girl standing with Wang Zhao? Jiang casually assumes Huang already understood the trick and says those outsiders were sent to probe 9 heavens and Yuheng from the inside. Huang's flat denial makes Jiang realize too late that he has just exposed his own scheme for bringing in outside helpers. Huang pounces on the opening and calls Jiang an old fox who used the students to secretly study the other academies. With no way to take the words back, Jiang can only sigh and ask Huang to keep quiet about it once his student defeats Wang Zhao. Huang starts to answer, then suddenly smiles at the screen and throws the challenge back. Wait until your student actually defeats Wang Zhao. Jiang whips back to the live feed and finds the island image suddenly empty, because Wang Zhao and the others have already disappeared from view. When Wang Zhao's group suddenly vanished from view, Academy head Jiang immediately switched the surveillance feed to a panoramic shot. On the screen, a white blur tore through the forest, and they recognized Wang Zhao's ice thunderhorn wolf charging straight for the island's center. Jiang frowned at Wang Zhao's reckless route, while Huang Tingwei coldly said the boy needed this setback. On the nameless island, the ice thunderhorn wolf made so much noise that the enemy's flame magic tower immediately opened fire. A few close blasts finally forced the wolf to veer back, and the tower operator thought he had stopped the charge. Then Wang Zhao suddenly appeared behind the tower operator and warned him to stop, or he would smash the man's Lord Core. Wang Zhao froze for a beat when he realized the tower operator was the Class 0 student who had argued with Li Keifu before, not Lu Yuyang. To make the threat real, Wang Zhao dropped his concealment and brought out the dark swamp crocodile dragon right beside the tower. Terrified by the crocodile dragon, the tower operator hurriedly stopped the barrage at once. With the pressure gone, the ice thunderhorn wolf rushed in and dropped off Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu beside Wang Zhao. Watching the feed, Jiang realized Wang Zhao had used the wolf as a diversion, while Huang Tingwei sounded openly disappointed that the setup looked too easy. Back at the tower, Wang Zhao noticed the operator was calming down instead of panicking, which immediately felt wrong. The operator ignored the threat, introduced himself like an awkward fan, and said it was an honor to be eliminated together with Wang Zhao. Before anyone could process that, the tower operator slammed the flame magic tower and sent a pillar of fire roaring into the sky. Wang Zhao instantly realized this was the real trap and yelled for everyone to run. Wang Zhao leapt onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon, while Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu climbed back onto the ice thunderhorn wolf and fled. Behind them, the tower operator laughed and said they were doomed from the moment they landed, because the real target had always been the whole island. A towering wall of seawater suddenly rose around the island before they had even gone 100 meters. Instead of crashing down, the sea curved overhead into a giant dome and sealed the entire island in. One look at that impossible barrier made Huang Tingwei realize this was no ordinary venue card and suspect a top water-based talent was behind it. Jiang proudly confirmed it was the talent of a sea god apostle, a legendary gift said to stand closest to the 12 heavenly gods. Even Huang Tingwei had to admit that with a trump card like that, Wang Zhao's loss suddenly looked very real. Inside the dome, furious beast roars started echoing all over the island the moment the seals settled into place. When Zhou Shiro finally saw the seawater shell above them, she asked in a shaky voice what had happened. Wang Xiao grimly explained that Jiabo had been bait, and someone had laid this whole setup specifically for them. Li Keifu could not understand why another competitor would volunteer to be disposable bait unless the payoff was huge. Before Wang Xiao could answer, the dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly bucked him off its back. Zhou Shiro hurried to help Wang Xiao up, and he snapped at the crocodile dragon for acting up at the worst possible time. Then the ice thunderhorn wolf started swaying restlessly too, which was far more alarming because it was usually Wang Zhao's steadiest beast. Zhou Shiro wondered if the sealed island had frightened the beasts, but Wang Xiao knew fear did not explain the crocodile dragon's behavior. Once the wolf grew even more unstable, Wang Xiao made the call to pull both mutated beasts back into his territory. With his beasts gone, the surrounding roars felt even louder, and Li Keifu quietly asked if Wang Xiao could at least understand what they meant. Wang Xiao admitted he could only tell the beasts were furious, and that meant they had to go back and question Jiabo. Even knowing it was dangerous, Wang Xiao said they had no choice, because he could not fight blind while something on the island could twist his mutated beasts. So the three of them headed back on foot, moving much slower now that Wang Xiao dared not use his beasts. When they finally reached the Flame Magic Tower again, the operator was still there waiting like he had known they would come back. The operator mocked how fast they gave up trying to break out, but Wang Xiao cut straight to the point and demanded an explanation. The operator answered bluntly that they were trapped because Wang Xiao was too strong to deal with any other way. He revealed he was not alone either, and that 2 more accomplices were backing him up on the island. One of those allies had the Bloodline Berserk talent, which could drive a specific type of soldier into a berserk state, and explained why Wang Zhao's beasts became unusable. The other hidden ally was the Sea God Apostle, and the operator made it clear that the dome sealing them in was that person's work. That title alone was enough to make all 3 of them look worse, because even the rumors around it were terrifying. When Wang Xiao asked why an enemy would hand over so much information, the operator calmly said this was not a battlefield and they wanted to win without fighting. The operator's real offer was simple. Now that Wang Zhao's strongest advantage was crippled, they should surrender rationally and save themselves the beating. Wang Xiao went quiet again under that familiar feeling of being deliberately hunted from the moment he entered this secret realm. The operator finally turned to Li Keifu and said the choice was his, since he was the official participant who could end this now. After weighing the ruined odds, Li Keifu reluctantly pulled out the secret realm key and prepared to forfeit. But just as Li Keifu was about to crush the key, a hand shot out and stopped him. Even with Li Keifu already tense, Wang Xiao calmly tells him not to panic because he still wants one more answer from Jiabo. Wang Xiao asks about Jiabo's own talent, and Jiabo looks at him like he's stupid for not being scared enough already. Instead of pretending he can beat a sea specialist head-on, Wang Xiao bluntly admits he can't and says he just wants advanced intel on a future academy rival. Wang Xiao says it so openly that Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu both give him awkward looks, and even the unseen Jiabo is left momentarily speechless. Wang Xiao pushes a little further and suggests they exchange information like friends since Jiabo's side already controls the situation. After failing to read Wang Xiao at all, Jiabo finally gives in and says his talent is hypnotist. When Wang Xiao asks if that means hypnosis on soldiers, Jiabo sneers off-panel that if he could hypnotize lords directly, this fight would already be over. Wang Xiao accepts the answer for a beat, then points toward the nearby Flame Magic Tower and asks how hypnosis could affect a fortification at all. Jiabo almost explains himself, then catches the trap and snaps off-panel that Wang Xiao is trying to trick information out of him. As Jiabo gives a final warning to forfeit, the mood turns sharp enough that Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu quietly pull out their secret realm keys. Wang Xiao ignores the threat and calmly asks whether the real issue is Bloodline Berserk, because fortifications should not even count as living targets. Jiabo shouts off-panel and forces up his energy aura, but the panic in his reaction only makes Wang Xiao more certain he is bluffing. Wang Xiao presses the advantage and says Jiabo seems suspiciously desperate, like he simply cannot keep the act going much longer. After catching that slip, Wang Xiao theatrically apologizes for exposing him and keeps mocking the unseen Jiabo. Wang Xiao finally says it outright. Jiabo's talent was only making them see fake floodwater and hear fake beast roars to scare them into surrendering. Jiabo completely loses his temper off-panel, and the moment he roars back, the fake seawater and beast noises vanish from the island all at once. Li Keifu blurts out that everything was an illusion, and Zhou Shiro's shocked look shows she has reached the same conclusion. Elsewhere in front of the viewing screen, Huang Tingwei laughs off-panel and needles Academy head Jiang for boasting so much about what turned out to be a bluff. Academy head Jiang angrily defends Jiabo's talent off-panel, while Huang Tingwei's smug needling continues from somewhere nearby. Back on the now quiet island, Zhou Shirua asks Wang Xiao how he figured out the trick in the first place. Wang Xiao answers with one line first, details decide success or failure. He points back toward the side where they first landed and tells Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu to look carefully at what is missing there. Li Keifu says there is nothing there, and Wang Xiao replies that this emptiness is exactly the problem. Wang Xiao reminds them they took dozens of fireball hits on landing, so that area should have been scorched and smoking if the attack had been real. He adds that the island was supposedly full of berserk mutated beasts, yet not a single real one ever appeared after they landed. Then he points out the talent mismatch too, because a Lord enhancement should not have boosted the Flame Magic Tower's attack range and speed like that. His last clue was Jiabo himself, because after such a huge setup, only one enemy ever showed up in person. With the deduction complete, Wang Xiao summons his 3 beasts behind him and declares that aside from their trio, Jiabo is the only other person on this island. Wang Zhao's clean analysis leaves Jiabo nothing to say, and the pressure on the island flips as Wang Zhao's side takes the upper hand. Relieved and angry at being toyed with, Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu step up beside Wang Xiao as the 3 of them prepare to settle this properly. Instead of looking shaken, Jiabo starts clapping off panel and calmly admits he underestimated Wang Xiao's eye for detail. That reaction feels wrong enough that Wang Xiao immediately asks what exactly Jiabo is smiling about. Jiabo ignores Wang Zhao's question and, from off panel, tells the 3 of them good luck in a way that sounds more like a warning. Before anyone can stop him, Jiabo crushes his key off panel and vanishes in golden light, willingly forfeiting the competition. The 3 of them just stand there for a beat, because winning this way feels far too strange to be safe. Li Keifu cautiously asks if that means they won, but even Wang Xiao answers with obvious doubt. Wang Xiao cannot understand why Jiabo would leave after already signaling his companions, unless something worse was about to arrive first. Zhou Shirua voices the same bad feeling directly, and says Jiabo's parting good luck sounded like a threat. Before Wang Xiao can answer, a heavy rumble rolls across the sea and a white line appears on the horizon as the shoreline water starts pulling away. Zhou Shirua's first thought is that this might still be another illusion, so she snaps into full alert and scans for Jiabo. Li Keifu follows that lead too, but the island itself starts shaking under their feet and proves this threat is painfully real. Realizing they have only seconds, Wang Xiao shouts for everyone to move. The 3 of them scramble onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon's back and launch into the sky just before the disaster arrives. By the time they gain altitude, the white line has grown into a 100-meter wall of water charging straight at the island. The first impact swallows more than half the island in one brutal crash. More waves slam down right after the first hit, and the island they had just escaped is smashed into scattered fragments. Watching that devastation, Wang Xiao immediately names the attacker. This has to be the sea god apostle. He also realizes why Jiabo fled so fast, because anyone still on that island would have died with it. Li Keifu goes pale and mutters that Class 0 really is full of monsters if this is what the sea god apostle can do. Wang Xiao stays unnervingly analytical and points out that from the second wave onward, the attack was already weakening. To Li Keifu that sounds insane, because one hit was already more than enough to kill them, and he cannot believe Wang Xiao is still evaluating a counterattack. Wang Xiao spells it out anyway, a move that huge must cost a lot, which means the enemy should not be able to repeat it at full power right now. The moment Li Keifu realizes Wang Xiao really does want to fight, fear takes over and he blurts out a warning before he can even finish the sentence. Wang Xiao acts first, steering the dark swamp crocodile dragon down toward one of the larger broken island fragments instead of retreating. Once they land, Li Keifu finally explodes and demands to know if Wang Xiao has gone crazy trying to fight the sea god apostle at sea. Wang Xiao coldly cuts through the panic and tells Li Keifu to stop talking and start laying ice venue cards so these drifting fragments can be connected. Li Keifu refuses outright, arguing that loving tough fights is one thing, but challenging a marine divine talent on his home field is suicide. Before Wang Xiao can force the issue, Zhou Shirua steps in and quietly reminds him that this is not their own match to decide. She makes the point clearly. They are only helpers brought in by Li Keifu, so if he wants to surrender, that choice is his. Wang Xiao turns to Li Keifu and asks the real question instead. Can he honestly accept being targeted like this without fighting back at all? Li Keifu falls silent because he knows Wang Xiao is right that this was a deliberate setup against them. Wang Xiao pushes once more and asks if Li Keifu really does not want to meet that attacker face to face and demand an explanation himself. Li Keifu admits he wants the truth, but says not now or here because defeat is already a foregone conclusion. To settle his decision, Li Keifu transfers all 9 breakthrough stones to Wang Xiao as thanks for helping him this far. Then Li Keifu pulls out his own secret realm key and tells Wang Xiao to stop his losses here. Right before he can use it, a voice suddenly shouts for them to wait from somewhere out at sea. They turn and see a wave a few meters high rushing toward them with a young man and a young woman standing on top of it. A wave carries Wang Xiao, Li Keifu, and disguised Zhou Shirua onto a tiny shore, where 2 waiting Class 0 students immediately size them up. Sun Qianwen spots their secret realm keys and immediately asks if they are trying to withdraw, already treating surrender like an insult. Li Keifu tries to smooth things over with a friendly greeting, but Sun Qianwen flatly rejects even meeting them. Jiang Mu quickly apologizes for her rudeness and introduces himself and Sun Qianwen with practiced politeness. Li Keifu introduces Wang Xiao and disguised Zhou Shiro as the helpers he brought, but Jiang Mu barely reacts to them and focuses on judging Li Keifu instead. Jiang Mu says he has heard a lot about Li Keifu and finds him disappointingly ordinary, instantly souring the mood. Before Li Keifu can recover, Jiang Mu casually backs away and announces that the battle should start right now. Jiang Mu reveals Sun Qianwen awakened the divine talent Sea God Apostle, and says she has never accepted anything except total victory. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are startled that the gloomy girl has a god tier talent, while Li Keifu still thinks they can simply crush their keys and leave. Jiang Mu reads Li Keifu's thoughts and bluntly warns that surrender will not save them, because Sun Qianwen will keep hunting challengers until she beats them for real. That explanation finally lands, and Li Keifu realizes forfeiting here would only delay the same fight. Wang Xiao cuts through the madness and openly calls Sun Qianwen crazy for forcing a fight nobody wants. Sun Qianwen explodes, declaring that as a sea god apostle she cannot lose and every opponent must be personally defeated by her. Wang Xiao mocks her obsession, pulls Li Keifu into line, and bluntly tells her to stop talking and come win if she can. Sun Qianwen takes the challenge personally and storms off with Jiang Mu, promising he will regret provoking her. Once they are gone, disguised Zhou Shiro quietly worries Wang Xiao pushed Sun Qianwen too far, but he brushes it off and readies his bow for an attack from the sea. A giant wave rises far out at sea, and as it races closer it keeps growing until the trio realizes this is not a challenge, but a killing strike. Wang Xiao urgently summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to escape, but the beast suddenly goes berserk and flings all three of them into the sea instead. Surfacing in the chaos, Wang Xiao instantly understands Jiang Mu must have triggered the dragon's berserk state, and recalls it before it becomes another danger. With no time left to regroup, the current drags them away from shore and the full weight of the colossal wave crashes down on top of them. Outside the realm, Academy head Jiang sees the trio vanish under the wave and panics, ordering Little Shan to send an emergency rescue team into the star-fragmented sea. Huang Tingwei stops the rescue at the last second, saying Wang Zhao's side may not have lost yet. Academy head Jiang turns back in confusion, and a huge shadow suddenly rises under the water on the screen. An ice mountain bursts out of the sea, and Huang Tingwei explains that Wang Zhao's side used an ice venue card so buoyancy could force them back up through the waves. Huang Tingwei quietly tells Academy head Jiang to watch closely, because talent rank alone does not decide who is truly stronger. Back in the realm, Wang Xiao catches his breath on the ice mountain and checks that Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu are still alive after the near drowning. As another wave forms in the distance, Wang Xiao urgently asks how many ice venue cards they still have left. Li Keifu says he only has 3 ice cards left, and Zhou Shiro almost reveals how closely she knows Wang Zhao's supplies before both of them catch the slip. Before Li Keifu can press the question, the second giant wave smashes their ice mountain apart, and drives all 3 back under the sea. Another ice card flashes underwater and lifts them back to the surface again, but Wang Xiao is now convinced Sun Qianwen is trying to kill them outright. Wang Xiao forces the real question back onto Li Keifu and asks if he still wants to quit now that Sun Qianwen has made surrender meaningless. Furious and soaked to the bone, Li Keifu finally snaps and swears he would rather fight to the end than let Sun Qianwen leave unscathed. That answer is enough for Wang Xiao, who promises Li Keifu will not die and orders every remaining ice card handed over for a war of attrition. As the waves keep coming, Wang Xiao reveals he has been counting. Sun Qianwen's first wave was around 70 meters, and every new one has dropped by about 10. Li Keifu is not convinced, because even a small wave can still drown them in their current state. Zhou Shiro adds the bigger problem. Jiang Mu's bloodline berserk can shut down Wang Zhao's mutated beasts, so surviving is not the same as hitting back. Wang Xiao grins anyway and reminds Zhou Shiro of their flag capture training, because this time he wants to fight using her soldiers too. When Zhou Shiro points out her soldiers can also be berserked, Wang Xiao counters with the key limit. Jiang Mu can only target one type at a time, so he cannot lock down both sides together. The next wave proves his point, arriving much weaker at around 30 meters and only breaking their ice instead of pulverizing it. Now standing together on a larger ice fragment, all 3 of them finally smile, because Sun Qianwen's strength is visibly running down. Wang Xiao predicts Sun Qianwen will have to pause and recover within 3 more waves, and he marks that opening as the moment to strike back. 10 minutes later the 13th wave is barely 5 meters tall, and the battered ice still keeps the 3 of them afloat through the last week's surge. The moment the wave pressure bottoms out, Wang Xiao gives the order to attack. Wang Xiao resummons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and leaps onto its back, gambling on speed before Jiang Mu can ruin the move. Jiang Mu's interference hits again almost instantly, and the dragon enters berserk state the second Wang Xiao mounts it. At the same time, Zhou Shiro commits to Wang Zhao's plan and summons 3 gold-level skeleton archers onto the floating ice. Li Keifu adds wind magic to the archers, and their drawn bows lock onto the distant figure riding the waves as the counterattack finally takes shape. On the floating ice, Zhou Shiro drives the borrowed skeleton archers into a rapid-fire barrage, their arrows boosted by Li Keifu's wind magic until they blur across the sea. Just as Zhou Shiro pushes for a 4th volley, the 3 skeleton archers suddenly go berserk and start smashing each other with their longbows instead. That breakdown is exactly the opening Wang Xiao was waiting for, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon finally shakes off the enemy's interference and clears its eyes. Wang Xiao orders a berserk charge, and the furious dragon rockets forward like black lightning straight into Jiang Mu's wave wall. The collision punches a hole through the seawater curtain and tears the giant wave apart in one deafening blast. Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu cheer for a split second, then freeze when Jiang Mia and Sun Qianwen lose their footing and drop into the rough sea below. Sun Qianwen is too drained to swim back up, and even Jiang Mia can't dive deep enough through the violent currents to reach her. Before Jiang Mia can lose her, a black shape dives like lightning, snatches Sun Qianwen first, and slams into him hard enough to fling him into the air. Jiang Mia looks up in disbelief and sees Wang Xiao on the dragon's back, carrying both him and the unconscious Sun Qianwen away from the sea. When Jiang Mia tries to speak, Wang Xiao cuts him off cold and makes it clear he is saving them anyway, not forgiving them. Only after Wang Xiao points it out does Jiang Mia realize Sun Qianwen is alive too, and his panic finally drops into shaken gratitude. The rescue stays rough to the end, because the dragon simply drops Jiang Mia from the air onto the ice with no ceremony at all. Wang Xiao lands next and tosses Sun Qianwen down just as bluntly, making her cough up water and wake on the ice. Sun Qianwen wakes confused, sees Wang Xiao nearby, and instantly assumes he must have used some dirty trick on her. Jiang Mia quietly explains that she almost drowned and Wang Xiao pulled both of them out of the sea. Even with the memory coming back, Sun Qianwen still refuses to believe an enemy would save her and stubbornly rejects the idea that she needed help. Zhou Shirua steps in with a cold face and says Wang Xiao may fight hard, but he still refuses to stand by when someone's life is truly on the line. Li Keifu piles on, openly ashamed of Sun Qianwen for insulting the person who just saved her. Jiang Mia gently asks Sun Qianwen to apologize, but that only makes her explode again and reveal how twisted her pride has become. Sun Qianwen flatly says that anyone who unsettles or looks down on her as a sea god apostle deserves to die. Wang Xiao finally answers with open contempt, telling her that a real powerhouse would not be shaken apart by a few sharp words. He points to the horizon and warns her that from now on he will treat her as a real enemy and break her lord core if he gets the chance. The instant Wang Zhao's killing intent turns real, Sun Qianwen goes rigid under the pressure and cannot even get a word out. That humiliation only makes Sun Qianwen snap harder, and she roars as the surrounding sea begins rising into fresh giant waves. Wang Xiao stays calm and prepares to fight again, convinced that a powerful talent still means nothing if its owner can't use it well. Before the fight can restart, Jiang Mia suddenly knocks Sun Qianwen unconscious and cuts the sea back to silence. With the battlefield abruptly quiet, Jiang Mia admits the pressure around Sun Qianwen's talent has pushed her into more and more extreme thinking. He bows deeply and apologizes for everything, leaving Wang Xiao and the others caught off guard by the sudden sincerity. Wang Xiao lets the tension go, admits his own words were harsh too, and accepts the apology without dragging it out. Jiang Mia repays that grace by pointing them toward the real battlefield, a crystal island cluster about 3 kilometers away. Then Jiang Mia gives up their advancement spot on the spot, crushing both keys and withdrawing with Sun Qianwen as his final apology. Even after the golden light takes them away, Wang Xiao is still more offended by Jiang Mia's parting claim that they only lost because they went easy. Once Zhou Shirua pushes him to move, Wang Xiao summons the dragon again and the trio heads for the crystal islands Jiang Mia named. Outside the realm, Huang Tingwei is openly delighted, because Wang Xiao just proved in front of everyone that talent rank alone does not decide the winner. Huang Tingwei keeps boasting that Wang Xiao is his student now, while Academy head Jiang can only stew because the result speaks for itself. Certain the rest will be easy for Wang Xiao, Huang Tingwei loses interest in the screen and walks out early. Back in the realm, Wang Zhao's group reaches the designated battlefield at last and sees the crystal islands scattered across the sea like broken stars. 3 other teams are already fighting there, but Lu Yuyang is nowhere in sight, so Wang Xiao has no idea whether he was eliminated or simply placed elsewhere. Wang Xiao does not hesitate at all, throwing his mutated beasts into the melee while handing Zhou Shirua 10,000 metal-devouring ants to strip resources from the islands. The round ends exactly how Wang Xiao intended. Li Keifu secures one of the Academy's 10 spots, Wang Xiao makes a hefty profit, and the crystal islands are left half devoured behind them. A flash of golden light pulls the trio out of the secret realm, and drops them back onto the grounds of Nine Heavens Academy. Li Keifu excitedly thanks Wang Xiao for carrying both advancement rounds so hard that he barely even had to attack. Wang Xiao keeps it modest, saying Li Keifu already paid in resources and that the next captain round will depend on Li Keifu himself. After they part ways with Li Keifu and get some distance from the academy, Zhou Shirua finally checks behind them and decides it is safe to drop the disguise. With a relieved exhale, Zhou Shirua removes the Nirvana mask and changes back from Fang Tianyu's face to her real appearance. But the instant Zhou Shirua relaxes, a sinister voice behind them says he knew it was her all along. Just after Zhou Shirua drops her disguise, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua freeze when Huang Tingwei suddenly appears behind them like he was waiting for this exact moment. Wang Xiao forces out a nervous greeting, while both of them realize Huang Tingwei somehow slipped close without Zhou Shirua sensing anyone nearby. Ignoring Wang Xiao, Huang Tingwei beckons at Zhou Shiro and asks to inspect the item she just used. Zhou Shiro hurriedly hands over the Nirvana mask and nervously explains that it belongs to Wang Xiao, and she was only borrowing it. After studying the mask, Huang Tingwei immediately pegs it as a downgraded orange quality item and asks Wang Xiao where he got it. Wang Xiao calmly says he bought it cheap after its quality dropped, and Huang Tingwei gives the mask back with a strange little compliment about his luck. Before they can relax, Huang Tingwei asks if they are busy and orders both of them to return to the academy with him because he has something to say. On the walk back, Wang Xiao gets more and more uneasy, worried Huang Tingwei might punish them for secretly joining an outside match behind the academy's back. Every time Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro try to lag back and whisper, Huang Tingwei slows down too, making it obvious he is not giving them a chance to coordinate. At the academy gates, Huang Tingwei sends them ahead to his office and says he will be there in a moment. Once they reach the empty office without him, both of them finally breathe again, and Zhou Shiro quietly asks what he could possibly want. Wang Xiao has no answer, and that only makes the silence in the office heavier. The office door suddenly opens, and Huang Tingwei walks in carrying a locked suitcase that instantly puts both of them back on edge. Huang Tingwei sits behind the desk, pops the suitcase lock, and opens with the chilling line that they have really made him proud. When Huang Tingwei praises their iceberg buoyancy trick, Wang Xiao blurts out a reflexive compliment back and then realizes too late that the trap has already closed. Huang Tingwei calmly lists Star Fragmented Sea, Sea God Apostle, World Destruction Flood, and Iceberg Escape, making it impossible for Wang Xiao to keep pretending. Wang Xiao can only admit he has been found out, and Huang Tingwei reveals Nine Heavens Academy already knows too. Then Huang Tingwei drops the real issue. Nine Heavens invited outside help so they could scout the strength of rival academies before the ranking assessment. Realizing they really walked into a scouting trap, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro immediately bow their heads and admit they were wrong. Huang Tingwei scolds them for exposing their strength, but in the next breath admits there was one upside: he got to enjoy old Jiang looking embarrassed. Before they can make sense of him, Huang Tingwei finally opens the suitcase and lays out 3 purple ice attribute venue cards as rewards. Wang Xiao is stunned that rewards are still on the table, and Huang Tingwei explains these are separate from the scolding because they earn them by saving people. Huang Tingwei makes it clear the 3 cards are for Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and Li Keifu, not some special extra favor just for Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao quickly collects the cards and thanks him, even on Li Keifu's behalf, but Huang Tingwei cuts him off with a laugh and says this reward is simply what they deserve. The mood snaps again when Huang Tingwei's smile vanishes and he announces that the carrot is over, and now comes the stick. Huang Tingwei turns directly to Zhou Shiro and asks what mistake she thinks she made, putting all the pressure on her instead of Wang Xiao. Zhou Shiro looks to Wang Xiao for help and timidly guesses broad lessons like don't be rash or think more carefully, but Huang Tingwei rejects every answer. When Zhou Shiro is nearly in tears, Wang Xiao finally steps in and accuses Huang Tingwei of bullying her instead of just saying the answer. Huang Tingwei throws the question back at Wang Xiao, and Wang Xiao can only admit he doesn't know before angrily saying they will leave if this keeps up. Instead of backing down, Huang Tingwei points to the real mistake. Wang Xiao treated Zhou Shiro like his vassal lord while she was disguised as Fan Tianyu in Star Fragmented Sea. He explains that Li Keifu had already sensed something was off, and only a wave hitting at the right moment kept the disguise from being exposed on the spot. With that pointed out, Wang Xiao drops the attitude and admits this really was his negligence. Seeing Wang Xiao finally listening, Huang Tingwei asks for the full truth about why Zhou Shiro pretended to be Fan Tianyu in the first place. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro spend more than 10 minutes explaining everything in detail, no longer daring to hide anything from him. After hearing it all, Huang Tingwei calls their behavior childish but accepts that their motives were understandable and says he will let it go this time. Wang Xiao quickly thanks him and, feeling the danger has passed, tries to politely end the meeting and leave. Huang Tingwei stops them with one last question and pulls out a document on the blazing golden crow. Wang Xiao recognizes the monster file from Scorching Purgatory, and Huang Tingwei immediately asks where that creature is now. After a split-second hesitation, Wang Xiao decides hiding it would be worse and honestly says the blazing golden crow is now his contract beast in his territory. He even adds that the blazing golden crow has already broken through from peak gold level 3 to platinum level 1, which briefly surprises Huang Tingwei. Just as suddenly, Huang Tingwei waves the matter off, tells them they can go, and reminds Wang Xiao to deliver Li Keifu's venue card to him. Once they are out of the office, both of them finally relax for real, and Zhou Shiro admits she never expected the academy head to be that scary when angry. Wang Xiao teases her for lacking imagination, but he is still puzzled about why Huang Tingwei suddenly cared so much about the blazing golden crow. Before Zhou Shiro can answer, Wang Zhao's communicator rings, and the caller turns out to be Lin Xiang. The next stop is Kaiyang City's Lord's shop, where Wang Xiao lets Zhou Shiro browse on her own and follows Lin Xiang into the manager's office. As soon as they sit down, a clerk covers the table with tea and snacks so lavishly that Wang Xiao immediately knows Lin Xiang is trying too hard. Wang Xiao jokes that this looks more like a birthday feast than a casual meeting, and Lin Xiang insists it is simply proper hospitality for a guest. Lin Xiang personally pours Wang Xiao a rare tea from Xingdu, and Wan Xiao has to admit it really is excellent. But the good tea only makes Wan Xiao more certain something is up, so he asks Lin Xiang to stop being mysterious and say what he really wants. Lin Xiang tries to play it off as friendly small talk, but Wan Xiao instantly points out they already saw each other yesterday. When Lin Xiang keeps trying to smooth it over, Wan Xiao bluntly asks if he is buttering him up for a favor and then gets up to leave. That finally cracks Lin Xiang's act, and he hurriedly stops Wan Xiao and admits there really is a problem. With no room left for pleasantries, Lin Xiang finally gets serious and says the headquarters wants to ask Wan Xiao for a favor. Lin Xiang suddenly turns serious and asks Wan Xiao one thing first. When he explored Thorn Canyon before, did he see anything stronger than silver-level beasts? Wan Xiao answers without hesitation that Thorn Canyon only had silver beasts, and the strongest one he saw was peak silver level 3. Lin Xiang presses him again with obvious unease, making it clear this is not casual small talk. Then Lin Xiang reveals the problem. The shop sent a team with 1 level 5 lord and 3 level 4 lords into Thorn Canyon last night, and none of them came back when the time limit ended. Wan Xiao immediately understands how bad that is, because natural secret realm explorers should be forced out when time runs out unless they were already wiped out inside. He still questions it in disbelief, because a small secret realm should not be able to erase a team that strong unless something far more dangerous is hiding there. Lin Xiang confirms the team has been missing for over 10 hours, so at this point everyone assumes they are already dead. Wan Xiao insists that if a platinum-class threat had really been in Thorn Canyon, he should have noticed it, which makes the whole situation feel wrong. Since Wan Xiao is the only person who has entered Thorn Canyon and returned safely, Lin Xiang asks him to guide a new expedition instead of sending blind reinforcements to die. Wan Zhao's first reaction is refusal, because if a team of veteran lords died inside, he does not see what a younger guide like him could possibly change. That changes when Lin Xiang adds the real offer. Headquarters already gathered 3 level 5 lords, and they only need Wan Xiao to lead them through the terrain. After only a brief pause, Wan Xiao agrees to go, but he decides to leave Zhou Shira out of this dangerous trip. Lin Xiang wastes no time, arranges a delay for the shop assistant waiting on Wan Xiao, and rushes him upstairs to depart immediately. They pass through the ancient teleportation gate and reappear in the holy capital basement, where 3 expedition members are already waiting. Lin Xiang introduces the youngest man as Wu Yan, a top Blue Planet University student whose fire magic will be useful inside Thorn Canyon. Next comes Li Tongfu, a burly support lord whose healing is not as famous as life recovery, but is strong enough to earn a place on the team. The last man stares at Wan Xiao, recognizes him, and turns out to be Tang Longji, Tang Hengshan's uncle. That family connection instantly softens the mood, and Wan Xiao respectfully calls him Uncle Tang. Just as they are about to leave, Li Tongfu abruptly objects and demands a different guide. Li Tongfu even threatens to leave the mission if Wan Xiao stays on the team, turning the whole basement tense in a second. Wan Xiao steps in front of him and coldly asks what exactly his problem is. Li Tongfu answers with pure hostility, shoving Wan Xiao and barking at him to get lost. Wan Xiao dodges cleanly, and Li Tongfu nearly stumbles, which only makes him angrier. When Li Tongfu tries to swing at him, Tang Longji flashes in and clamps down on his wrist before the punch can land. Tang Longji backs Wan Xiao openly, while Li Tongfu is forced to admit that Wan Xiao did nothing to him, and he simply does not want to team up with a kid. His real excuse is simple and insulting. If stronger lords already died in Thorn Canyon, he refuses to trust a half-grown guide like Wan Xiao with his life. Lin Xiang and Tang Longji both push back, insisting that Wan Zhao's age has nothing to do with his real combat value. Wu Yan stays completely detached, watching the argument like it has nothing to do with him. Tang Longji lays out the team's roles one by one, showing this expedition was carefully built for Thorn Canyon and that every member, even Li Tongfu, has a specific job. That breakdown makes Wan Xiao realize the Lord's shop did not throw this group together carelessly, and it also reminds him his own team is still missing a true healer. In the end, Li Tongfu stays only after Tang Longji forces the issue, and Tang Longji bluntly tells Wan Xiao not to expect treatment from that man if a big fight breaks out. Wan Xiao swallows the insult for now, deciding there is no point exploding over a temporary team he may never see again. With the argument barely settled, the staff opens the teleportation door and Tang Longji quickly takes command of the entry order. Li Tongfu snipes at the arrangement again, mocking the idea of a guide entering last. To cut off more pointless friction, Wan Xiao proposes entering with Tang Longji first so he can activate the small base he left inside earlier. Tang Longji accepts immediately and leads the way into Thorn Canyon with Wan Xiao right behind him. The moment they arrive in Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao spots the familiar small base he built before still standing near the entrance. Wan Xiao quickly opens his control interface and brings all 10 flame magic towers online. Tang Longji is openly impressed to see purple quality fortifications in a place like this, while Wan Xiao awkwardly brushes off the praise. Li Tongfu arrives next, clearly startled by the base and towers before covering it with another sneer. He dismisses the whole thing out loud as nothing special, and neither Wan Xiao nor Tang Longji bothers answering him. Wu Yan finally teleports in too, and for one brief beat the full team is assembled inside Thorn Canyon. Before Tang Longji can even start giving orders, a chilling, dangerous aura suddenly crashes over the group. A silver flash slices past in an instant, so fast no one can properly see what just attacked. The killing intent vanishes just as suddenly, and Tang Longji whirls around shouting to see who is still alive. When the three survivors turn back toward Li Tongfu, they find his body still standing there with his head completely gone. Li Tongfu is suddenly beheaded in front of the group, and the shock turns the whole secret realm trip into a crisis in one instant. Tang Longji yanks Wang Xiao back, Wu Yan sprints with them, and the three retreat straight into the base before the unseen attacker can strike again. From the wall, Tang Longji curses Li Tongfu for dying so fast, trying to cover his own alarm with anger. Wu Yan calmly points out that healing had nothing to do with it, because whatever attacked Li Tongfu was simply too fast for anyone to react. Wu Yan notices Wang Xiao is disturbed in a different way and asks if he actually knows what just attacked them. Wang Xiao admits the silver flash looked like the silver shadow leopard he saw before, but that makes no sense because it used to be only peak silver level 3. Wu Yan bluntly calls that impossible, because a silver beast should not be able to instantly kill a level 5 lord like Li Tongfu. Tang Longji adds that only a platinum beast should be capable of that kind of instant kill, so he suspects Wang Xiao either remembered wrong or saw a different leopard. Wang Xiao insists his beast tamer lord talent is sensitive to powerful beast auras, and he is certain there was only one platinum level mutant in this realm when they entered. Mid-explanation, Wang Xiao suddenly goes pale because that platinum aura has completely vanished. The other two struggle to explain that disappearance, but Wang Xiao doubles down that the lone platinum beast was real and has now vanished for no clear reason. Before the argument goes anywhere, the flame magic tower suddenly fires on its own and proves something is outside the wall again. They rush up and spot the silver shadow leopard sitting quietly in the grass 100 meters away, as if it came to watch them. Wang Xiao recognizes it immediately and even calls out to it like an old acquaintance, which makes the scene feel even stranger. The silver shadow leopard seems to remember him and starts walking toward the base, but the tower fires again the moment it enters range. The leopard dodges with a silver flash so cleanly that the fireball might as well have missed empty air, and it reappears unharmed in the same calm pose. Wang Xiao argues that the tower cannot stop something that fast anyway, so leaving the defenses active only blocks any chance to understand its intentions. Once Wang Xiao shuts down the flame magic tower, the leopard comes closer on its own and stops only 30 meters from the base. Tang Longji checks the beast with an identification scroll and confirms it really is only silver level 3, which makes the whole situation even harder to explain. With Tang Longji's reluctant approval, Wang Xiao climbs down to meet the silver shadow leopard face to face. Instead of attacking, the leopard flops onto its side and exposes its throat like a spoiled pet asking Wang Xiao for affection. Wang Xiao laughs in disbelief and scratches its chin, and the silver shadow leopard cuddles his arm while purring harder. That warm moment curdles when Wang Xiao notices fresh blood under the leopard's paw and realizes it was stained only moments ago. Wang Xiao stops petting it and demands to know where the blood came from, expecting no answer from a beast that should not understand him. To Wang Zhao's surprise, the leopard stands and turns toward Li Tongfu's corpse, making the answer horribly clear without speaking. Wang Xiao finally accepts the possibility that this familiar silver beast was the silver flash that killed Li Tongfu, and that makes it suddenly feel far more dangerous. He reacts instantly by summoning the dark swamp crocodile dragon as a shield and the ice thunderhorn wolf as his mount, then bolts back for the base. Tang Longji and Wu Yan are caught off guard by Wang Zhao's sudden retreat, and by the time they react he is already back inside the walls. Expecting a fight, Tang Longji summons 10 gold giant pitchers and Wu Yan readies his magic staff with strange flames, but no attack comes. Outside the base, the dark swamp crocodile dragon and the silver shadow leopard only stare at each other, leaving the humans confused by the eerie calm. Back on the wall, Wang Xiao shows the fresh blood on his sleeve and insists the silver shadow leopard is the one that killed Li Tongfu. Tang Longji and Wu Yan still struggle to accept it, because a silver level 3 beast should not be able to kill a level 5 lord no matter what Wang Xiao says. When Tang Longji teases him for saying the beast admitted it, Wang Xiao finally snaps and demands to be taken seriously for once. Tang Longji backs off and asks the practical question of whether they should just kill the leopard now. Wang Xiao hesitates, because the silver shadow leopard does not feel like a bloodthirsty beast and he starts to wonder if Li Tongfu gave it a reason to attack. Seeing that hesitation, Wu Yan brings up a detail he kept quiet about. Li Tongfu had taken out a purple quality skill card right after they entered the secret realm. Wu Yan says Wang Zhao's earlier interaction made the leopard seem unusually gentle, so Li Tongfu may have been hiding another motive when he used that card. Wu Yan decides to check the body himself, and Tang Longji agrees to cover him from the wall. Wu Yan summons a gold flame skeleton warhorse and rides out to inspect the body, and Wang Xiao immediately follows him down to Li Tongfu's corpse. While they approach the corpse, the silver shadow leopard casually runs over to rub against the dark swamp crocodile dragon like nothing is wrong. At Li Tongfu's body, they find the hidden card in his hand exactly where Wu Yan expected. The card is Flowing Poison Shadow Arrow, a purple sneak attack skill that fires invisible poison arrows and can quietly kill someone if treatment comes too late. Wu Yan explains this card is built for hidden assassination, not normal self-defense, which makes Li Tongfu's earlier move look even more suspicious. As the suspicion sharpens, Wu Yan suddenly asks Wang Xiao where he had been standing at the exact moment Li Tongfu died. When Wu Yan asks for Li Tongfu's exact position before he died, Wang Xiao steps aside, points to a spot on the ground, and confirms it. Wu Yan's calm face turns cold with anger, and he says Li Tongfu really did deserve to die. He signals Tang Longji over from the wall and bluntly reveals that Li Tongfu tried to assassinate Wang Xiao with a flowing poison shadow arrow. Tang Longji and Wang Xiao both hesitate, because even with bad blood between them, attacking the only guide in an unknown secret realm makes no sense at first glance. Wu Yan says he can prove it, walks to the corpse's feet, and picks up Li Tongfu's skill card to reconstruct the attack. He stands where Li Tongfu had been, tells Tang Longji to take his old position, and lets Tang's broad body block the line between him and Wang Xiao. Tang Longji points out that Wu Yan cannot even see Wang Xiao from there, but Wu Yan calmly answers that Li Tongfu could. Wang Xiao instantly understands the trick and blurts out the answer at the same time as Wu Yan height. When Wang Xiao and Wu Yan both crouch down, they can see each other beneath Tang Longji's arm, proving Li Tongfu had a clean shot at Wang Xiao all along. The proof lands hard on Wang Xiao, because if the silver shadow leopard had not interrupted, he would have taken a poison arrow from a healer who might never have saved him. Tang Longji's mood darkens too, and he mutters that the Lord's shop may have sent them someone rotten enough to ruin future cooperation. Wu Yan warns him not to judge too fast, and says the urgent question now is what to do with Li Tongfu's body. He proposes burning the corpse and taking the healer's supplies since Li Tongfu is dead but his treatment resources could still keep the team alive later. Tang Longji eyes Wu Yan with suspicion and asks if he had already been watching Li Tongfu from the start. Wu Yan only shrugs with a slippery answer, and Tang Longji finally gives permission to do it. Wu Yan ignites Li Tongfu's chest with a spell, and the fire devours the whole body in seconds until nothing is left but black ash in the wind. Wang Xiao watches the ashes scatter with a complicated look, still processing how quickly one teammate vanished. Tang Longji tries to steady him, saying this cruel side of a professional lord came early, but at least Wang Xiao should understand it was not his fault. Wang Xiao thanks him and says he is not grieving Li Tongfu, because something else is bothering him much more. He points at the silver shadow leopard playing with the dark swamp crocodile dragon and asks the real question: how did a peak silver level 3 beast instantly kill a level 5 lord? The point hits Tang Longji hard, and he calls out to Wu Yan because they almost missed the most important problem. Without even looking up from the resources he just looted, Wu Yan says he heard enough and already has a grim answer in mind. Wu Yan quotes an old saying from an outer realm lord: once every impossible answer is gone, the ridiculous one left is usually the truth. Then he says it plainly: if a silver level 3 beast cannot kill a level 5 lord like that, the only answer is that this leopard is not really silver level 3. Wang Xiao and Tang Longji both balk, because they checked the leopard themselves and the identification scroll clearly showed peak silver level 3. Before answering further, Wu Yan divides Li Tongfu's healing supplies into 3 shares and hands Wang Xiao and Tang Longji their portions, while quietly keeping the other materials unmentioned. To test his theory, Wu Yan uses another identification scroll on the silver shadow leopard, but the result still comes back exactly the same. Tang Longji immediately points at the appraisal as proof, and Wu Yan says the false reading may come from one of the leopard's skills instead. Wu Yan turns to Wang Xiao for Beast Tamer insight, but Wang Xiao admits he barely knows this species and can only guess from the skill names. Wang Xiao guesses Floating Light Shadow looks like a speed skill, but Wu Yan points at Silver Flash and asks why one beast would need 2 skills that do the same thing. When Wang Xiao cannot explain that either, Wu Yan says there is only one real way left to confirm the hidden skill effect: contract the leopard. That plan stalls immediately, because Wang Xiao says his soldier pit is already full. Wu Yan deadpans that this means the whole mystery can only be solved after Wang Xiao upgrades his Lord Core, and Wang Xiao shamelessly agrees. Tang Longji pulls them back to the real mission and says they should use the time left to find the last team first. He adds that if they still learn nothing by the end, Wang Xiao may have to sacrifice one contracted beast so they can test the leopard properly. Wang Xiao accepts that, already thinking the metal-devouring ant would be the least painful beast to give up even if losing its future growth still stings. Back at the base map, Wang Xiao starts explaining the canyon layout and the places he already cleared while warning Wu Yan about poison-heavy areas. Tang Longji suddenly spots an X in one corner of the map and asks what it means. Wang Xiao stares at it and realizes with real confusion that he never drew that mark. Wu Yan immediately guesses the earlier missing team must have seen the map and left the X as a clue, giving them the first concrete lead they have had. Since it is their only clue, the trio heads out at once and calls back the dark swamp crocodile dragon from its game with the leopard. The 3 of them climb onto the dragon's back to depart, but a silver blur flashes up beside Wang Xiao before takeoff. It is the silver shadow leopard again, and when Wang Xiao tries to send it away, the beast just lies down stubbornly and refuses to leave. Tang Longji cuts the struggle short and tells Wang Xiao to bring it, because they only have an hour and a half left. So Wang Xiao gives the order, and the dragon carries all 4 passengers toward the marked X. The dragon flies strangely slowly this time, and that gives Wang Xiao his first good look at how full of hidden cracks and side spaces the canyon really is. Wu Yan notices it too and shouts forward, asking if Wan Xiao is even sure this place only has one canyon route. Wan Xiao has to admit he was rushing for breakthrough stones last time and never studied the terrain this carefully, which only makes the hidden layout more worrying. After a tense search, they finally reach the spot marked on the map and find what looks like just another narrow crack hidden under weeds. Then the real sign comes into view. Someone painted a huge X in blood on the rock beside the crack, proving this is the clue they were meant to find. At the crack in Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao, Wu Yan, and Tang Longji stop cold when they see a blackened X painted in dried blood on the rock wall. Wu Yan rubs the stain between his fingers, smells it, and confirms it is human blood that dried at least 10 hours ago. That timing points straight at the missing last team, and Tang Longji decides they have to go inside and check for survivors. Wu Yan pours cold water on that hope and says that even if they find the previous team now, it will probably only be bodies. Before moving, Wan Xiao points out something that does not add up about the blood mark and the map mark back at the base. He reasons that a team exploring together would not leave one mark here and another at base unless someone came back after already finding this exact crack. Tang Longji tries to patch the gap in the story, then realizes for himself that it still makes no sense for explorers to go back just to mark a map. After a tense pause, Wu Yan offers the only explanation that fits. Someone survived whatever was inside, came back out, and left warnings behind. Tang Longji immediately objects that if anyone escaped, the Lord's shop would never have needed to send a new team at all. Wu Yan answers with a knowing smile and says the Lord's shop is perfectly capable of lying about survivors if it suits them. Wan Xiao still wants to know why, and Wu Yan looks almost amused that he has not learned to half-believe anything the Lord's shop says. Tang Longji spells it out for him. If the survivor reported a nasty danger, the shop might hide that warning so no one can refuse the mission before entering. Wan Xiao is horrified by that logic, but Wu Yan steadies him and says the shop is deceptive, not suicidal, because they still expected this team to handle the problem. Then Tang Longji darkly adds that with Li Tongfu already dead, he is no longer sure they still have that ability. After that uneasy silence, Tang Longji forces the team back into motion and says there is nothing to do now but see the truth for themselves. Just as they are about to enter, the silver shadow leopard suddenly leaps in front of the crack and blocks their way. Tang Longji barks at the beast to move, but when it ignores him, he has to admit it only listens to Wan Xiao. Before Wan Xiao can even speak, the leopard turns around and rakes away the weeds, exposing hidden black thorn vines lining the crack walls. Wan Xiao checks the strange vines with an identification scroll and learns they are poison feather thorns so deadly that the warning bluntly says death may be preferable to the poison. The warning hits Wan Xiao a second later, and cold sweat breaks out as he realizes his chest and back would have scraped straight across those thorns in the narrow gap. Shaken but steady, Wan Xiao asks Wu Yan to handle the trap now that they know what is hiding there. Wu Yan sends a floating flame into the crack, and the hidden thorn trap erupts into a roaring fire that races down the passage. Then faint purple smoke starts pouring out, and Tang Longji yells that it is poisonous, forcing the men to retreat at once. After the fire dies and the smoke clears, the crack is safer and a little wider, with the poison feather thorns burned into brittle black traces on the stone. Wan Xiao tests the burnt remains with a long stone, sees them crumble apart, and decides the path is finally clear. Just before they enter, Wu Yan stops Tang Longji and bluntly points out that his broad build makes this crack too risky for him. Tang Longji hates the idea but accepts it, deciding to watch the area outside while Wan Xiao and Wu Yan push in alone. Wan Xiao slips into the crack first, while the silver shadow leopard tries to follow but is forced to stay behind by its own size. Inside, Wan Xiao advances slowly over the charred remains until the crack widens enough for normal walking several minutes later. When the route finally opens up, Wan Xiao turns back and calls for Tang Longji, but Wu Yan's cautious reply from deeper behind tells him to keep moving first. The crack keeps twisting deeper with no branches, and after nearly 10 more minutes Wan Xiao finally sees daylight ahead. Wan Xiao rushes out of the cave and finds a hidden inner basin, bright with sunlight and flowers beneath absurdly tall canyon walls. The sight leaves him awkwardly humbled, because if Thorn Canyon hides places like this behind its walls, he had explored far less of it than he thought. Wu Yan steps out behind him, takes in the hidden world, and immediately asks the practical question, are there any mutated beasts here? Wan Xiao senses the area and says he does not feel any beast aura, which is enough for Wu Yan to split the search. Wu Yan points Wan Xiao toward one side of the basin and has them search separately to cover the hidden area faster. As Wan Xiao walks away, Wu Yan watches him with a puzzled look and quietly decides the rumors about this kid were clearly not the whole truth. Outside the crack, Tang Longji sits with the silver shadow leopard and starts turning over a new question in his head about why this wild beast is so strangely attached to Wan Xiao. That thought snaps into something uglier when he remembers the leopard did not attack anyone else, but it instantly used a killing move on Li Tongfu. Unable to ignore it, Tang Longji kneels by the leopard and carefully asks to see its claws the way Wan Xiao did. When the leopard silently lifts its furry paw on command, Tang Longji realizes with a jolt that it understands human speech. Tang Longji takes the offered paw, inspects the claws closely, and whatever he sees turns his face grim on the spot. Back in Kaiyang City's military office, Qi Lianjuan rushes in with bad news. Someone may have infiltrated the Crimson Star prison hidden inside Extreme Ice Hell. Qi Lianjuan explains that the ice hell holding Anda was shut down for an hour last night, then reopened with the operation log erased so neatly that the problem was only discovered at morning handover. They traced the shift to a Blue Planet University intern, but the school says that student, Wu Yan, supposedly died in a secret realm last week. In Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao finds a narrow trail of flattened grass running along the basin edge, like something heavy passed through recently. He turns to call Wu Yan over, only to notice Wu Yan has already wandered off on his own, searching the ground with his head lowered. Following the trail to its end, Wan Xiao reaches a wide patch of crushed grass where something seems to have stopped or rolled there, then vanished without leaving any way out. He starts guessing it might be some flying beast, then spots a tiny detail in the grass that makes his eyes tighten. Before he can inspect it properly, Wu Yan walks up and casually asks what Wan Xiao found. Wan Xiao keeps it light, says the trace might belong to a beast with strong jumping or flight, and asks how Wu Yan's own search is going. Wu Yan says the place feels wrong and suggests they stop splitting up, so the two head back to the basin edge together. While they search, Wu Yan suddenly brings up the old 9 provinces lord competition and asks if Wan Xiao was the one who led the defense against the Crimson Star invasion. Wan Xiao laughs awkwardly at being remembered, and Wu Yan smoothly steers the talk toward what rewards Wan Xiao got afterward. After saying the academy gave him plenty, Wan Xiao jokes that Wu Yan sounds like he is checking whether there is anything worth killing him for. Wu Yan praises Wan Xiao as a young hero for Blue Planet, but Wan Xiao suddenly fires back that Senior Wu really does not even blush when he lies. Wu Yan's smile falters, and Wan Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf as his voice turns openly hostile. Wan Xiao points straight at the base map markings and asks if Wu Yan was the one who drew them. Wu Yan calmly denies it and insists this is his first time in Thorn Canyon, pretending he has no idea what Wan Xiao is talking about. Wan Xiao answers by summoning the Raging Lava Bear too, making it clear his suspicion is not going away. Then Wan Xiao opens his palm and reveals the real clue, a small piece of black gold ore he found in the crushed grass. When Wu Yan casually says the ore is burned, Wan Xiao immediately catches the slip, because there were no fire marks anywhere in that grassland. Wan Xiao presses harder and ties the burned ore to Li Tongfu's body, arguing that the same hidden fire method must have been used in both places. He spells out the logic. If Wu Yan really got Li Tongfu's resources, then Li Tongfu's corpse must have been burned completely, and Wu Yan only rushed ahead first so the rest could be finished later. With the gold armor Black Turtle and Blood Chi connection ready in hand, Wan Xiao finally names him outright and asks whether he should call him Senior Wu or the Survivor. The title hits home, and Wu Yan drops the act, admitting Wan Xiao guessed right enough to be dangerous. Wan Xiao coolly admits he partly bluffed him, then instantly activates the turtle's absolute defense, and shares the defense boost to the wolf and bear through Blood Chi connection. Even faced with that setup, Wu Yan stays strangely calm, puts away his staff for a moment, and asks Wan Xiao to explain exactly how he figured it out. Wan Xiao lays out the first flaw. Wu Yan unnecessarily summoned a flame skeleton warhorse just to move less than 30 meters, like he wanted to plant a false lead about his troops. His second point is the crack itself. Inside that dark fissure, Wu Yan never used fire for light, as if he already knew there was no danger waiting in the dark. The third flaw is his behavior. Wu Yan was the one who wanted to split up, then the one who insisted on sticking together, which only makes sense if he first wanted Wan Xiao gone and then wanted to control where he moved. Wu Yan finally answers that Wan Xiao got one thing wrong. He did not separate him to destroy evidence, but to keep anyone else from interrupting what was about to happen. A blast suddenly erupts at the crack entrance behind them, and flames roar up the rock wall like a trap sealing the area. The instant Wan Xiao is distracted, Wu Yan redraws his staff and fires a fireball straight at him. The raging lava bear lunges in front to intercept, but the exploding fireball spreads into a huge flaming net that wraps around the bear instead of burning out. Even with fire resistance and the turtle's shared defense, the flaming net tightens so brutally that the raging lava bear is crushed and shattered into light in under 10 seconds. Wu Yan barely looks impressed and immediately sends 2 more fireballs at Wan Xiao. This time the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf does not rush in blindly and instead slashes the fireballs apart with berserk thunder from a distance. Seeing an opening, the wolf leaps over the broken flames to strike Wu Yan directly. Wu Yan snaps his fingers, and the shattered flames instantly reform into another net that catches the wolf in midair. In only a few seconds, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf is crushed apart too, leaving Wan Xiao staring at a completely one-sided gap in power. Wan Xiao realizes hiding anything now is pointless, so he recalls the turtle to stop wasting energy and decides to use his strongest beast instead. A massive spatial vortex opens, and Wan Xiao summons the Platinum Level 6 Volcano Melting Lizard into the already cramped basin. Wu Yan recognizes the lizard's level at a glance, smiles instead of worrying, and says this finally makes the fight interesting. Then gorgeous flames bloom around Wu Yan and a purple spatial vortex opens behind him, making Wan Xiao realize with a jolt that Wu Yan is not a Blue Planet Lord at all. Wu Yan guesses Wan Zhao's move, smirks, and says his reward is a faster death. A ball of white fire floats out of Wu Yan's vortex, and the nearby gorgeous flames rush into it like they were called. As more flames merge into it, the fireball turns pale blue and gives off a much deadlier heat. Wang Xiao instantly senses the danger and orders the volcano melting lizard to strike with Inferno Whiptail. The giant flame whip tears the blue fireball apart and scatters it across the ground. Wang Xiao does not relax for a second, because he knows Wu Yan would not use a lord's skill that dies this easily. His suspicion is right. The scattered blue flames reignite and begin pulling themselves back together. The volcano melting lizard smashes it again with another whip, but the same useless cycle starts over. Realizing brute force is not solving this, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll to check the strange flame. The scroll only reveals Hellfire Spirit, Platinum Level 6, Fire and Superpower, with even its skills left unknown, and that rattles Wang Xiao. From farther back, Wu Yan mocks Wang Xiao for failing to identify it, and Wang Xiao notices he has already retreated onto a flame skeleton warhorse. Wang Xiao shouts that Wu Yan cannot be from Blue Planet, because the vortex and the failed appraisal make no sense otherwise. He even guesses Crimson Star, but Wu Yan openly sneers that Crimson Star is trash and denies being one of them. Wang Xiao demands to know why Wu Yan targeted him and lured Uncle Tang away, but Wu Yan coldly twists it as if they had been working together. Wu Yan gives Wang Xiao one more taunt, survive 3 minutes, and he will explain who he really is. Right after that, the Hellfire Spirit finishes condensing into a humanoid shape instead of a simple fireball. The volcano melting lizard lashes at it again, but this time the Hellfire Spirit catches the flaming whip with its bare hand. With one savage yank, the much smaller spirit drags the giant lizard several steps off balance. Before the volcano melting lizard can recover, the Hellfire Spirit jumps in and hammers its head with a storm of punches. The lizard's higher level keeps it standing, but every time it scatters the spirit, that blue body just reforms and keeps hurting it. Watching his strongest fire beast lose ground this fast, Wang Xiao realizes it may not even survive 30 seconds. He races through his options and rejects them one by one, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is too badly countered and his other beasts still would not beat the Hellfire Spirit. In the end, Wang Xiao bets on a different plan: turn the basin into a fire field so the volcano melting lizard can become flowing fire and drag this into an attrition battle. Confident his stock of recovery potions can outlast Wu Yan's energy, Wang Xiao opens a deep gray vortex and calls out the blazing golden crow. The blazing golden crow activates Crimson Earth 1,000 miles, firing 10 feather suns into the sky and turning the whole area into a burning sea. Bathed in that fire field, the volcano melting lizard activates heavenly flowing fire and explodes into a monstrous orange blaze to meet the spirit head-on. Even Wu Yan looks surprised for a moment, and admits Wang Xiao still had a trump card left. With the volcano melting lizard now made of living fire, the Hellfire Spirit's brutal punches stop mattering and the battlefield finally stabilizes. The red and blue flames almost look beautiful together, but Wang Xiao has no room to appreciate it because keeping this setup running is draining him dry. The blazing golden crow is still terrified enough to flee if Wang Xiao's attention slips, so he has to keep forcing it to stay while both platinum beasts burn through his energy. His remaining energy crashes down so fast that he has to pull out a recovery potion and drink it mid-fight. When Wang Xiao looks up again, Wu Yan still seems absurdly calm, and that starts to feel wrong. Wang Xiao senses something off, but since attrition is his only path now, he pushes the thought aside and commits to it. Another half-minute burns away, and one potion is no longer enough, so Wang Xiao takes out 2 and prepares to chain them. At the same time, Wu Yan casually pulls out his own potion, making Wang Xiao think the other side is finally starting to crack. Instead of drinking it, Wu Yan throws the potion into the fire sea, and the bursting energy makes the flames surge violently higher. Then Wu Yan throws in several more potions, and the overloaded sea of fire explodes upward until both battling flame bodies vanish inside it. The sight should help the volcano melting lizard, but Wang Xiao suddenly feels a sharp, ugly premonition instead. From behind the wall of flames, Wu Yan announces that the 3 minutes are over. Wang Xiao snaps back that he does not care where Wu Yan came from anymore, only that he will beat him. Wu Yan mocks that bravado and says he will tell Wang Xiao a different secret instead. The secret is the trap itself. Wu Yan calmly reveals that his Hellfire Spirit feeds on fire. Wang Xiao's eyes widen as he finally understands why Wu Yan kept feeding the battlefield more and more flames. Before Wang Xiao can fix anything, the giant firestorm starts collapsing inward as if something inside is devouring it all. As the flames clear, the volcano melting lizard lies like molten fire on the ground while the Hellfire Spirit hovers above it, rapidly swelling into a giant. Once the ordinary flames are gone, the giant spirit bends down, grabs part of the volcano melting lizard's fire body, and starts eating it. Wang Xiao panics and forces the blazing golden crow to pour out more flames, but the Hellfire Spirit devours those 2 before they can help. Then Wang Xiao tries to recall the volcano melting lizard back to his territory, but the contract suddenly fails him for the first time. He can only watch in horror as the spirit keeps eating, and it feels like he can hear the volcano melting lizard crying out. Desperate, Wang Xiao turns to Wu Yan and begs him to stop it, saying he will agree to anything. Wu Yan perks up at that and repeats anything, clearly enjoying the power he has over Wang Xiao now. Wang Xiao agrees without hesitation, because by then nearly half of the volcano melting lizard has already been eaten. Wu Yan finally names his price. Let the mutated beast become blood food for their soldiers. The Hellfire Spirit devours even faster, and the volcano melting lizard's last desperate struggle goes nowhere. Then the system confirms the worst. The volcano melting lizard is dead, its contract slot opens, and Wang Xiao coughs up blood on the spot. That grief flips into pure rage, and Wang Xiao glares at Wu Yan with bloodshot eyes and a violent aura. He stops bargaining and starts summoning everything, beginning with the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, Raging Lava Bear, and Gold Armor Black Turtle. Wang Xiao leaps into the air and lands on the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon as it appears beneath him. Another gray vortex rips open, and swarms of metal-devouring ants and shadow golden thorn spiders flood into the basin like a living tide. The blazing golden crow cries out and activates Phoenix power, boosting Wang Xiao's whole side with stronger stats and added fire attacks. Still mounted and seething, Wang Xiao drops Sacred Beast Totem from the sky, stacking an even bigger boost and lightning attacks onto everything he has left. In the narrow basin, Wang Xiao arrives fully committed, with more than 20,000 mutated beasts packed behind him and even his non-combat metal-devouring ants brought out for this kill-or-be-killed fight. Wang Xiao coldly calls out Wu Yan's trap, saying he knows this place was chosen to cut off his escape, and Wu Yan's silence only makes the standoff heavier. After drinking a recovery potion, Wang Xiao snaps that Wu Yan has trapped himself too, and vows that even a 5th-level lord will die here today. Wu Yan gives a mocking answer, purple lines spreading from his collar across his face as he starts to unleash something dangerous. Wang Xiao cuts him off with a single order, and 10,000 metal-devouring ants plus 10,000 shadow golden thorn spiders surge forward like a black flood toward the Hellfire Spirit. The spiders fire a storm of piercing spider spears, and the Hellfire Spirit explodes under the dark barrage. At the same time, the metal-devouring ants chew through the basin walls until rocks crash down and bury the blue flames under a fresh landslide. Wu Yan is briefly surprised, then openly dismissive, because he knows the Hellfire Spirit is not that easy to erase, and this only buys Wang Xiao a moment. A second later, pale blue fire seeps out through the cracked rubble again, proving Wu Yan right as the Hellfire Spirit starts reforming under the stones. While Wu Yan is still talking, Wang Xiao launches the real attack and uses Blood Chi Connection to spread the gold armor Black Turtle's defense across his other beasts. With that boost in place, the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon and a second unnamed White Lightning Beast tear toward Wu Yan from sky and ground at nearly the same time. Wu Yan hurriedly opens a light purple vortex behind him, but the black and white lightning charge reaches him before that defense can fully unfold. Backed by the Holy Beast Totem and Phoenix power, the unnamed White Lightning Wolf's Berserk Thunder surges to a level far beyond its own rank. Wu Yan barely escapes by springing off the flaming skeleton warhorse, and the flaming lightning slash cleaves the horse in half instead. Before Wu Yan can recover, Wang Xiao orders Berserk Impact, and the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon curls into a black cannonball and slams into him. The collision sends Wu Yan flying into the rock wall hard enough to spread a massive crater of cracks across the basin side. Knowing a 5th-level lord will not die that easily, Wang Xiao instantly follows with Flying Meteor and calls in the blazing golden crow's hidden bombardment. The crow rains down countless meteoric streams of fire, blasting the wall until the rock melts like butter under the heat. For one brief beat, Wang Xiao thinks no one could survive inside that molten wall. Then a huge bubble swells out of the melted rock, and Wang Xiao instantly realizes the fight is not over. The magma bubble bursts, and a huge purple sphere rises out of the heat with Wu Yan hidden alive inside it. When the purple shell pops, Wu Yan steps out merely disheveled, mocking the fact that a 3rd-level lord pushed him this far but still failed to hurt him enough. Wang Xiao grits his teeth and sends the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon in again, refusing to let that opening close. This time the restored Hellfire Spirit intercepts, smashing the dragon aside with a pale blue flame hand before it can reach Wu Yan. Wu Yan starts to smile at that clean defense, until he suddenly notices the real problem. Wang Xiao is no longer riding the dragon. He whips around to search for Wang Xiao, and a dangerous presence suddenly surges from behind him. A white lightning beast slams onto the rock wall behind Wu Yan, shatters stone, and ricochets toward him from a new angle. Wu Yan sneers and burns the incoming white lightning away, only for the attacker to burst into fragments because Wang Xiao recalled it on purpose. While Wu Yan is still trying to understand why that chance was abandoned, the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon loops around the Hellfire Spirit and closes in from his blind side. In the next breath, the dragon gets close enough that Wu Yan finally senses the real danger and panics into throwing up another purple defensive sphere. But again no collision comes, and when Wu Yan drops the shield in confusion, he discovers the dragon has vanished too. That moment of confusion is exactly what Wang Xiao wanted, because from the ground he finally unleashes the Raging Lava Bear's long-charged blazing pillar. Boosted by the Holy Beast Totem and Phoenix power, the Raging Lava Bear fires a blazing beam so bright it drowns out the sun and engulfs Wu Yan before he can defend himself. The beam keeps going, punching a smooth red-hot tunnel straight through the distant rock wall as the Hellfire Spirit collapses into shattered purple light. When Wu Yan disappears from sight, Wang Xiao finally lets himself believe he may have won. The second his nerves loosen, the cost hits him all at once, and his remaining beasts collapse into white light as Wan Xiao drops to the ground in total exhaustion. Now that the fight pauses, he feels every injury at once and realizes how badly that desperate sequence wrecked his body. He remembers why, to fool Wu Yan, he forced the dark swamp crocodile dragon not to shield him and jumped from dozens of meters up just to reach the raging lava bear in time. After several deep breaths, Wan Xiao looks over the shattered basin in disbelief and can barely process that he actually pushed the battle this far. He bitterly tells himself that desperate situations really can squeeze out hidden potential, then tries and fails to stand because he has nothing left. Just as he is wondering if he should rest longer, 2 hands slide under his arms and lift him, and an icy familiar voice says he was strong, just not strong enough. Wan Xiao jerks 3 meters away and turns, only to see Wu Yan somehow still standing there, and despair hits harder than before. Wu Yan looks like a walking corpse now, with burned flesh, a missing lower leg, a ruined arm, and carbonized wounds so deep his beating heart can still be seen. Wan Xiao blurts out that Wu Yan should be dead, because with those injuries any normal person would have died many times over already. Wu Yan answers with a ghastly sneer that a 5th-level lord is never that easy to kill, carbonized tissue flaking off as he smiles. Wan Xiao falls silent because it is true, he already spent every trump card he had, and now his body and energy are both empty. Sensing that despair, Wu Yan mocks him again, and then the heart in his open chest starts pounding as purple patterns race through his body and reveal yet another hidden trump card. Even with that crushing reveal in front of him, Wan Xiao still bends down, picks up a stone, and repeats that Wu Yan will not leave this place alive. He drags his broken body forward step by step anyway, and every pace clearly hurts enough to make most people stop. But willpower alone cannot create a miracle, and Wu Yan casually blocks him with the staff and tells him to surrender. Wan Xiao answers through gritted teeth that as a lord of the blue planet, he would rather die than surrender. He tries one last throw with the stone, but he is so drained that it drops to the ground the instant it leaves his hand. Wu Yan laughs at that pitiful last effort, then turns solemn and says he respects Wang Zhao's battle spirit enough to grant him the Purple Star's highest etiquette, a death in extreme pain. That single phrase shocks Wang Xiao more than the threat itself, because Wu Yan has just admitted he is not from Blue Planet at all, but from Purple Star. Wan Xiao instantly understands how impossible that should be, since Purple Star is extremely far away and reaching Blue Planet would mean crossing unstable secret realms and terrible risks. So instead of begging for his life, Wan Xiao hoarsely asks the real question: why would someone risk all that just to hide in a small secret realm and ambush Blue Planet lords? Badly wounded but still sharp, Wan Xiao presses Wu Yan about his real goal, and Wu Yan instantly gets suspicious of what he is plotting. Wan Xiao mocks Purple Star for acting timid, and the taunt lands because Wu Yan still cannot trust a man who has already turned certain death around more than once. After checking for an ambush and finding nothing, Wu Yan finally asks who Wang Xiao is and why he wants answers so badly. Wang Xiao gives his name and plays the question off as curiosity, leaning even harder into the act of a dying man with nothing left to lose. Wu Yan asks why he should indulge that curiosity, and Wang Xiao snaps back that a man already this close to death can ask whatever he wants. Wu Yan finally admits he came here to find something, which immediately makes Wang Xiao question why he would expose himself by ambushing Blue Planet lords instead of searching quietly. Wu Yan reveals he slipped onto Blue Planet far earlier than expected and learned this abandoned secret realm is being used privately by the Lord's shop, so chaos here would stay hidden from the military. When Wang Xiao points out that the Lord's shop could still send real experts, Wu Yan calmly says that would only help him because drawing experts in was the whole point. Then Wu Yan lays out the real motive: Crimson Star stole Purple Star's holy beast, and he used this trail of killings to force powerful people into the realm until the one who took it finally showed up. Wu Yan even looks proud of the trap, while Wang Zhao's expression turns strange because the story is suddenly sounding a little too familiar. Trying to confirm the suspicion, Wang Xiao asks what kind of beast this holy beast is, only to learn that even Purple Star never saw the hatched form because it was stolen as an egg. Wang Xiao pushes for identifying traits, and Wu Yan says a holy beast is smart enough to go beyond the contract, and will always reveal itself to protect its master during a surprise attack. Wu Yan jokes that Wang Xiao sounds ready to help him search, then drops the act and reminds him he is still going to die here. Now the mystery clicks into place for Wang Xiao, because those holy beast traits match the dark swamp crocodile dragon almost perfectly. Even knowing it is a Purple Star creature already, Wang Xiao still struggles to accept that his own beast might actually be the stolen holy beast everyone is hunting. Wu Yan decides the talk is over, raises his staff, and sends those eerie cremation flames drifting toward Wang Xiao to finish him off. Wang Xiao tries to move and cannot even twitch a finger, so all he can do is face death with one last regret that he never got to say goodbye to Zhou Shiro. At the last second, a thunderous explosion rips open the nearby rock wall, and Tang Longji's giant pitcher smashes into the basin through flying rubble. Both men instantly recognize Tang Longji, and Wu Yan panics because his clean execution just turned into a rescue. Wu Yan hurriedly tries to force the killing blow anyway, but a silver flash cuts in first and Wang Xiao vanishes from where he lay. Tang Longji's giant pitcher hurls a huge boulder into the basin, and Wu Yan abandons any thought of pursuit and bolts for escape instead. When the dust settles, Wu Yan is already gone, and dozens of meters away the silver shadow leopard gently lowers Wang Xiao to safety instead. The leopard whimpers with obvious worry, and Wang Xiao weakly reassures it by patting its head even while barely holding himself together. Tang Longji rushes over, but the second he sees how badly Wang Xiao has been torn apart, his concern hardens into fury. Wang Xiao ignores his own condition and urgently orders Tang Longji to chase Wu Yan, revealing that the fire mage is actually a purple star lord who can never be allowed to disappear again. Tang Longji hesitates because a purple star infiltrator on blue planet sounds outrageous, so Wang Xiao doubles down and says Wu Yan admitted it himself and is already badly hurt. That is enough for Tang Longji to move, but just as he is about to give chase, a far more shocking aura erupts right beside him. The silver shadow leopard starts glowing from head to tail, and both men freeze because that pressure is way beyond anything a silver level 3 beast should have. With a deafening roar, the leopard drops its disguise and reveals a much larger, colder, brutally powerful true body. Realizing they have been fooled the whole time, Wang Xiao immediately tells Tang Longji to use an identification scroll. The open scroll confirms the truth in plain text. The silver shadow leopard is actually platinum level 2, with wind affinity and terrifying speed skills. The two men can only stare, because a beast tamer and a veteran lord both got completely played by one mutated beast hiding its real level. Tang Longji suddenly understands how Li Tongfu died so fast, because only a platinum beast could have killed him that cleanly. That reminder jolts Wang Xiao into a more urgent truth, and he blurts out that Li Tongfu and the last exploration team were all murdered by Wu Yan. Tang Longji is horrified and tries to move at once, but the clock is against them because the secret realm only has 10 minutes left before they are forced out. Wang Xiao refuses to let the time limit become an excuse and insists they kill Wu Yan inside those 10 minutes with the leopard's help. Tang Longji helps Wang Xiao onto the leopard's back, and Wang Xiao downs 2 recovery potions as they launch straight into the chase without waiting for the medicine to work. They race back through the giant pitcher's tunnel into the canyon, only to find the outside already turned into a deliberate sea of fire. Tang Longji immediately reads the trick. Wu Yan burned the area to wipe the flame skeleton warhorse's trail and slow anyone trying to track him. Wang Xiao agrees and flips the logic around. If Wu Yan needs tricks like this, it means he no longer believes he can beat them head-on. Tang Longji admits the arson still worked because 10 minutes is barely enough to hunt a determined fugitive, let alone through this mess. Wang Xiao calmly points out they are not tracking alone and asks the silver shadow leopard if it can smell out the fire mage. The leopard gives a soft response, sniffs the air, and suddenly bounds toward a hidden direction like it has caught the scent. It stops at a crack in the rock, and Tang Longji's face sinks because he already knows that maze is full of branching passages perfect for hiding. Wang Xiao is not worried at all, because the whole point of bringing this helper is that it can follow the scent through the maze for them. The silver shadow leopard slips into the twisting crack without hesitation, carrying Wang Xiao through a maze so confusing that even he quickly loses all sense of direction. Thanks to the leopard's nose, the chase cuts through the maze fast and reaches an exit before Wu Yan can vanish completely. The instant they break out, a fireball comes screaming at Wang Xiao, and that ambush is enough for him to know they have found Wu Yan. The silver shadow leopard answers with silver flash, and in a single blur it carries Wang Xiao 100 meters away before the fireball even lands. When the blast only spreads fire instead of shattering stone, Wang Xiao immediately reads the weakness behind it and realizes Wu Yan is running out of power. He turns and spots Wu Yan at last, posted on a slope atop the flame skeleton warhorse and glaring down at him. Wu Yan cannot understand why the silver shadow leopard is helping Wang Xiao at all, because he can tell this beast was never actually under Wang Xiao's contract. Wang Xiao answers with sarcasm and straightens on the leopard's back just enough to promise again that Wu Yan is not leaving this place alive. Wu Yan sneers at a level 3 lord threatening him, but the mockery is already sounding thinner than before. Tang Longji blows through the crack right after him, arriving on the giant pitcher with full level 5 pressure and turning Wang Xiao's threat into a very real siege. With Tang Longji fresh, Wang Xiao still fighting, and the platinum leopard watching from the side, Wu Yan finally sees the scales tipping hard against him. Wu Yan lets out a long breath and admits he never expected to be pushed this far by them. Then he reveals one more hidden card by producing a strange purple star potion that glows with dense, dangerous purple energy. Before either side can react, Wu Yan activates the vial, snaps out a hidden needle, and drives it straight into his own heart. The potion hits hard, and Wu Yan endures it with a growling, half-burned face as a frightening new aura starts building inside his broken body. Wu Yan roars Wang Zhao's name, rips off his completely carbonized left arm, and fully unleashes the desperate power he was forcing out. The canyon turns into a destructive storm, and even Wang Zhao's silver shadow leopard has to crouch low just to stay steady in the blast. Wang Zhao's bad feeling proves right when thousands of curved fire sickles appear in the storm and shred anything in their path. Wang Xiao orders an immediate retreat, and the silver shadow leopard flashes up the sheer canyon wall with Tang Longji in tow. From a rocky ledge high above the storm, Wang Xiao sees flames flickering through the dust and realizes Wu Yan has not chased them yet. Tang Longji admits Wu Yan's fire attack shredded his giant pitcher instantly, so the safe plan would be to stall, but they have less than 7 minutes left in the secret realm. Wang Xiao says there is still one way to kill Wu Yan, but it will need Tang Longji's cooperation. A minute later, Wang Xiao recovers just enough to summon again and drops the gold-armored black turtle into the canyon hard enough to rip apart the storm. With the dust forced back, Wu Yan reappears across from Wang Xiao, both of them staring each other down in the open canyon. Wu Yan sneers that 5 minutes is enough to kill Wang Xiao, and Wang Xiao coldly shoots back that Wu Yan was the one hiding first. Wang Xiao gives the signal, and Tang Longji answers from the distance just as the trap starts moving. Wu Yan realizes too late that Tang Longji has already lined up 10 giant pitchers in the distance, and aimed them through the thinning dust. The 10 siege rocks crash down toward Wu Yan, but he coolly guides the flame skeleton war horse through them one by one. The mist rocks flood the area with dust again, and Wang Xiao uses that cover to switch beasts and commit to the next step of the plan. Wang Xiao lands back on the silver shadow leopard and drives straight into the dust, trusting its nose to find Wu Yan before Wu Yan finds him. Inside the blind dust cloud, the silver shadow leopard finds Wu Yan by scent, and the two sides collide in a brutal close-range fight. The silver shadow leopard's speed carves fresh wounds into Wu Yan and his mount, but Wu Yan's invisible fire sickles keep the duel locked in a deadly stalemate. When Tang Longji warns him to dodge, Wang Xiao retreats instantly, baiting Wu Yan into looking up at the second wave. Wu Yan smugly steps into what looks like a safe gap between the falling rocks, convinced Tang Longji is repeating the same failed attack. Then one falling rock suddenly changes direction, and Wu Yan recognizes it as the curled-up dark swamp crocodile dragon hidden inside the barrage. Wu Yan sees through the diversion, but before he can dodge, Tang Longji fires his Lord Talent and raises a stone cage around him. Trapped for one crucial instant, Wu Yan realizes Wang Xiao and Tang Longji are coordinating too smoothly to be strangers, likely through a vassal contract. Wang Xiao does not give him that instant, ordering the dark swamp crocodile dragon to slam into the fresh cage with berserk impact like a giant iron ball. Certain that a wounded Wu Yan could still claw his way back, Wang Xiao immediately throws every combat beast's killing move into the blast zone. Tang Longji joins in with buff giant pitcher volleys, turning the canyon into a non-stop 3-minute execution attempt. When the bombardment finally stops, the battlefield has become a boiling 100-meter magma pit stained by lightning and poison. Tang Longji believes even a level 6 lord would have died in that, and for a second Wang Xiao finally starts to relax too. That relief dies immediately when a purple ball of light rises out of the magma with Wu Yan still inside it. When the purple defense fades, Wu Yan is revealed as a barely living wreck, his limbs destroyed and faint purple patterns glowing under the charred flesh still holding him together. Wang Xiao instantly connects those purple patterns to the potion Wu Yan injected earlier, and realizes that medicine is the reason he still has not died. Before they can react further, a light purple spatial vortex opens behind Wu Yan and the Hellfire Spirit starts reaching through it. Wang Xiao knows the moment the Hellfire Spirit fully appears, killing Wu Yan in under a minute becomes impossible. Tang Longji says they have less than a minute left in the realm, and Wang Xiao realizes they are out of time unless something changes right now. Then the silver shadow leopard suddenly bolts away on its own, and Wang Xiao catches a glimpse of a black vine clenched in its jaws as it wheels back mid-run. Wang Xiao instantly understands the idea and orders Tang Longji to raise Rock Cry Hall again, then stop halfway before the stone pillars fully close. Using the half-raised stone pillars as stepping stones, the silver shadow leopard loops around Wu Yan at high speed and the final move is suddenly in motion. Back by the lava pool, the silver shadow leopard returns to Wang Xiao while Wu Yan hangs helplessly in black vines, and even the purple spatial vortex starts collapsing. Tang Longji demands an explanation, and Wang Xiao says the silver shadow leopard trapped Wu Yan with poison featherthorn and that the attack must be highly poisonous. Wu Yan suddenly roars, the purple markings all over his body go dark, and his limp body drops straight into the lava. Tang Longji bursts into celebration when Wu Yan burns to ashes, but Wang Xiao catches the meaning of that last roar and feels cold instead of relieved. Wang Xiao studies the lava and tries to make sense of Wu Yan's warning, because ashes should have meant the threat was over. Before he can figure it out, the silver shadow leopard collapses beside him with black blood on its mouth. Tang Longji checks the fallen leopard and guesses it accidentally poisoned itself with poison featherthorn while binding Wu Yan, and now its breathing is fading fast. With no time left, Wang Xiao urgently asks the dying silver shadow leopard to become his contract beast. At that exact moment, golden light wraps around Wang Xiao and Tang Longji, and they realize their secret realm time has run out before the leopard can answer. Wang Xiao vanishes still shouting for the leopard to agree, leaving the poison beast alone by the lava as its body twitches and weakens. The next instant, Wang Xiao reappears in the Holy Capital Lord's shop basement still yelling in panic, while Lin Xiang and several cloaked people stare at him in confusion. Wang Xiao tries to rush back through the teleportation door, but Tang Longji grabs him and bluntly says he already knows it is too late. Just as the struggle peaks, Wang Xiao and Tang Longji sense the same response and suddenly break into relieved smiles. Tang Longji congratulates Wang Xiao for subduing another fierce general, and both men collapse laughing from sheer release. Lin Xiang presses them about Wu Yan and Li, but Wang Xiao and Tang Longji are still laughing too hard and too tired to answer. Once he catches his breath, Tang Longji tells Wang Xiao to report this to the military, and Wang Xiao immediately decides to go. Lin Xiang panics at the mention of the military and blurts out that Wang Xiao might be betraying the Lord's shop, but Wang Xiao brushes him off and leaves Tang Longji behind to explain. Back in Kaiyang City's Lord's shop, Wang Xiao steps out of the ancient teleportation gate and finds Zhou Shiro waiting with her arms crossed and a dark face. Wang Xiao tries to act normal, but Zhou Shiro goes straight to the point and demands to know where he went. He lies that he only went to check rare resources, and Zhou Shiro instantly pokes the hole in it by asking why the volcano melting lizard is gone. The question hits hard, but Wang Xiao only says they will talk later and insists on finding Commander Chen first because the matter is urgent. Zhou Shiro guesses this visit to Commander Chen might finally win them something from the military, so she holds back her questions and goes with Wang Xiao. The guards let them into the military building after a quick registration, but the mood inside is immediately wrong. Everywhere they look, soldiers and staff move with tight expressions and hurried steps, as if some major emergency is already underway. Zhou Shiro quietly asks if the military is preparing for battle, but Wang Xiao says the war never really stops, so this has to be something else. Then the elevator opens and Qi Lianjuan steps out looking just as tense and overworked as everyone else. Wang Xiao stops him and says he urgently needs to see Commander Chen, but Qi Lianjuan tries to push him off because the military is too busy right now. That changes instantly when Wang Xiao drops the real reason. He found traces of a Purple Star Lord. When Wang Xiao confirms he fought the man and heard the admission himself, Qi Lianjuan immediately takes control and orders them to follow him. Instead of going up to Qin Jimeng's office, the elevator carries them deep underground, making it clear this report is far more serious than a routine meeting. On the way down, Qi Lianjuan starts taking notes, and Wang Xiao gives a full account of the secret realm fight while hiding only the Lord's shop's private involvement. As soon as the elevator opens underground, Zhou Shiro punches Wang Xiao and angrily demands why he went into something that dangerous without taking her. Wang Xiao can only laugh weakly and say it was a last-minute trip, and that he would have brought her if he had known how bad it would get. Qi Lianjuan cuts the bickering off and starts a blunt cross-examination, trying to pin down exactly who this Purple Star Lord was and what he could do. For question after question, Wang Xiao has to admit he does not know the man's real identity, potion, or full troop list, only that Hellfire Spirit and Flame Skeleton Warhorse fought for him. When Qi Lianjuan asks whether the enemy's level 5 status was confirmed or only self-reported, Wang Xiao admits he heard it from the man but says a level 5 lord at the scene also confirmed it. Qi Lianjuan finally brings them into a secure room, where Qin Jinrong is already waiting with bloodshot eyes and obvious exhaustion. Before Wang Xiao can start, Qin Jinrong calmly says he already heard the whole report through Qi Lianjuan's earpiece. Qin Jinrong says the problem is that Wu Yan is already dead and cannot be interrogated, leaving the military with too little to work with. Wang Xiao tries to explain that leaving Wu Yan alive was nearly impossible, and Qin Jinrong makes it clear he is not blaming him. Then Qin Jinrong drops the order that really stings. For Wang Xiao, this matter ends here, and he is to tell no one and go back to preparing for the academy ranking assessment. Wang Xiao refuses to accept that and argues that Wu Yan's last words point to more accomplices, so there is no way this can simply be buried. Qi Lianjuan tries to usher him out, but Wang Xiao plants his feet and says he is not leaving unless he is allowed to be involved. When Qin Jinrong asks for a reason, Wang Xiao gives the one answer that changes the whole room. He says the Purple Star's target is him. That shocks Zhou Shiro completely, because she cannot understand how Wang Xiao could already be marked by Purple Star forces. Wang Xiao finally explains that the real target is the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, a Purple Star holy beast egg stolen by Andu before later falling into the military's hands. Then Wang Xiao looks straight at Qin Jinrong and says the part the military wanted buried. Once they used him as bait, he no longer had the option to stay out. Still angry about being used, Wang Xiao speaks to Qin Jinrong with open hostility instead of any respect. Qin Jinrong does not snap back, and after a long pause he orders Qi Lianjuan to take Zhou Shiro outside so the two of them can talk alone. Once the room is cleared, Qin Jinrong admits he did intend to use Wang Xiao when he gave him the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon egg. He explains that Wang Xiao was chosen because a Beast Tamer Lord had the best chance to hatch it, not because he already knew the egg came from Purple Star. Wang Xiao flatly refuses to believe that the military held Andu for so long without learning he had been to Purple Star. Qin Jinrong says Andu's loyalty was fanatical, and pulling real intelligence from a Crimson Star Royal was far harder than Wang Xiao imagined. Then Qin Jinrong reveals the real shock. Someone sneaked into Extreme Ice Hell last night and removed Andu's seal for a full hour. By the time the military saw Andu again, his mind had completely collapsed, and he would only ramble about his trip to Purple Star. That broken confession was how Qin Jinrong finally learned the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon was a holy beast deliberately bred by Purple Star. Wang Xiao studies Qin Jinrong's face for a lie, but all he sees is a tired commander carrying real worry. When Wang Xiao demands to know why he was not warned, Qin Jinrong bitterly says telling him earlier would only have made him afraid. Qin Jinrong bluntly says the best place to hide the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon was right beside Wang Xiao, like hiding a leaf inside a forest. That answer makes Wang Xiao realize Qin Jinrong actually wants him to keep the beast instead of surrendering it. Qin Jinrong does not deny it, and says Blue Star needs every scrap of information it can gather about Purple Star, even through a mutated beast. Qin Jinrong follows with another dangerous clue and says the infiltrator who entered Extreme Ice Hell was most likely the same Wu Yan Wang Xiao met earlier. Wang Xiao immediately understands the point. If the infiltrator used Wu Yan's identity too, then this enemy may not have any companions sharing the job. Qin Jinrong agrees that sharing one fake identity would be too risky, but he still cannot explain Wu Yan's final line that this was not the end. Since any hidden Purple Star ally would want updates from the field, Qin Jinrong tells Wang Xiao to go home and act like nothing happened. Wang Xiao catches on at once and realizes Qin Jinrong wants to lure the snake out of its hole by using him as bait. Qin Jinrong admits it is a gamble and warns Wang Xiao that the enemy may not even exist, so he is free to refuse if the risk feels too high. Wang Xiao only sneers at that idea and makes it clear he was never going to back down. Outside in the corridor, Zhou Shiro keeps pacing in worry while Qi Lianjuan stands guard at the closed door. She nervously asks again whether something is wrong inside, and before Qi Lianjuan can calm her, a heavy bang slams against the door. An intense shouting match erupts inside, and even through the door they can tell Wang Xiao and Qin Jinrong are fighting fiercely. Qi Lianjuan tries to open the door, finds it blocked from inside, and prepares to kick it down as the noise gets worse. Before he can break in, the door flies open and Wang Xiao storms out cursing Qin Jinrong as a stingy rooster. Still acting furious, Wang Xiao grabs Zhou Shiro and drags her toward the elevator without slowing down. Qi Lianjuan rushes inside instead, and Qin Jinrong loudly keeps up the act by raging that a mere beast tamer lord dared push his luck. Because Qin Jinrong's voice carries through the hall, the whole corridor starts buzzing with rumors about what could have angered him so badly. At the far end of the corridor, one young staff member watches the elevator direction with flickering eyes, already thinking about what he just heard. In the elevator, Zhou Shiro is baffled and asks what conditions Wang Xiao raised to make the argument blow up like that. Wang Xiao loudly complains that Qin Jinrong would not even part with a piece of black iron ore, but secretly pinches Zhou Shiro's hand to warn her to play along. Zhou Shiro instantly gets it and answers in the same calm voice, pretending to persuade him while secretly returning the signal. The two of them keep up the fake quarrel all the way out of the building so anyone watching will believe Wang Xiao really fell out with Qin Jinrong. Only after they are well away from the building does Zhou Shiro quietly ask what Wang Xiao and Qin Jinrong are really planning. Wang Xiao jokes about his acting, then immediately turns serious, and says the real explanation has to wait until they are back inside their shared territory. They split up in public, go home separately, and finally meet again inside the shared lord territory where outsiders cannot listen in. Now speaking freely, Wang Xiao retells the whole incident to Zhou Shiro without hiding anything. When she hears the volcanic melting lizard died in battle, Zhou Shiro quietly looks stricken for the two young lizards left behind. After collecting herself, Zhou Shiro asks the next crucial question and checks whether Wang Xiao successfully contracted the Silver Shadow Leopard. Wang Xiao confirms the contract succeeded, but says the leopard is still hiding somewhere in the territory to recover from poison feather thorn venom. Zhou Shiro says she already sensed that little beast was special, and she is genuinely amazed it could even hide its true level from an identification scroll. Wang Xiao gets excited too and says that hidden level skill is so outrageous he might use it to shock Tian Gang during training. Zhou Shiro rolls her eyes at that, then presses him again for the real plan since no one can possibly eavesdrop here. Instead of answering, Wang Xiao smiles mysteriously and says they are still waiting for one more person. Before Zhou Shiro can question that, a deep gray vortex tears open in the air and a burly middle-aged man descends into their territory. Zhou Shiro is completely thrown and asks who this man is and how he could possibly enter their territory at all. Wang Xiao finally introduces him as Tang Longji, Tang Hingshan's uncle, a level 5 lord, and secretly Wang Zhao's own vassal lord. That reveal hits Zhou Shiro even harder than the level gap, because she never expected a 5th level lord to be tied to Wang Xiao like this. Tang Longji immediately grumbles that Wang Xiao makes it sound like he submitted, when the contract was only supposed to improve their cooperation. Wang Xiao drops the teasing and asks for the real update from the lord's shop. Tang Longji says he explained the matter to manager Lin but carefully avoided exposing Wu Yan as a purple star cultivator. After Wang Xiao confirms Zhou Shiro is trusted, Tang Longji adds that the headquarters verified Wu Yan really was the lone survivor from the previous team. Wang Xiao says the military was already on alert, and that after speaking with Qin Jinrong, he has a rough plan ready. Both listeners lean in, but Wang Xiao refuses to explain the plan and says the less they know, the safer the operation will be. He then awkwardly reminds Tang Longji that their vassal contract was supposed to end after the secret realm, but he still needs Tang Longji for what comes next. Tang Longji agrees surprisingly fast, but only on one condition: no 4th person can ever learn that a 5th level lord is serving under a 3rd level one. Wang Xiao immediately promises to keep it buried, now fully aware that this hard-hitting level 5 ally is the hidden trump card he needs for the trap. The next morning, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy looking calm on the surface, but his eyes keep sweeping the road because his nerves still tell him danger could be hiding anywhere. Nothing actually happens on the way, and Wang Xiao is just starting to think he is being too jumpy when Tian Gang suddenly intercepts him at the academy entrance. Wang Xiao greets him like usual and almost reflexively raises a hand as if turning in homework, only to remember he has not written his battle notes for days. But Tiangang is not here about classwork at all. He leans in and anxiously asks how his brother is doing after being secretly taken away by the military. Wang Xiao blanks for a second, then remembers the old request and hurriedly tells him that Tian Chang was only taken to cooperate with an investigation and should return later. Tiangang immediately pokes holes in that answer, pointing out that Tian Chang only dealt with Crimson Star and questioning why the military would come for him now instead of earlier. Forced to improvise, Wang Xiao says the military wanted details from the Lord competition because Tian Chang was absent from the main group at the time. Even then Tiangang is not fully convinced, but after a beat he decides to stop pushing and just hopes his brother will come back soon. Seeing how hard Tiangang is taking it, Wang Xiao quietly reminds him that Tian Chang is an adult responsible for his own choices, but the comment only makes Tiangang shut him down. Tiangang cuts the family topic short and switches to business, warning Wang Xiao that the academy's internal selection starts that afternoon and repeating his old lesson: avoid arrogance, avoid impatience, and stay calm. That familiar line lands between them, and Tiangang even sighs that if Tian Chang had half of Wang Xiao's brains, things might not have gone this way. Wang Xiao uses the opening to ask about the actual rules, and Tiangang's face turns oddly complicated before he explains that this selection will be fought in pairs as a flag capture battle. Wang Xiao is stunned on the spot because he and Tiangang have drilled that exact format for more than a month, making the whole thing feel almost absurdly convenient. Tiangang warns him not to get cocky just because the format looks familiar, because the selection is much nastier than it seems at first glance. He breaks down the numbers for him. More than 1,200 students are entering, winners advance immediately each round, and reaching the final 10 means surviving at least 7 straight matches. Then the real pressure drops. The academy head has banned recovery potions during the competition, so everyone has to survive on their starting energy from beginning to end. Wang Xiao quickly realizes how brutal that is. 1 or 2 hard fights could wreck his energy plan and effectively bury his chances in the later rounds. Hoping for a shortcut, he asks Tiangang if there is a way to handle this, and Tiangang bluntly says yes. That hope dies immediately when Tiangang refuses to explain, saying that as class director he cannot hand one student an answer that would be unfair to everyone else. So Wang Xiao gives up on squeezing hints out of him and accepts that he will have to think his own way through the selection. Just then Zhou Shiro arrives late, and Wang Xiao immediately pulls her into the conversation so the three of them can go over the selection rules together. Wang Xiao explains both the rules and his own analysis to Zhou Shiro, while Tiangang only steps in to correct details and still refuses to give away the answer directly. Then Wang Xiao remembers one more problem and asks whether he and Zhou Shiro might be matched against each other since they are already a pair. Tiangang says it is technically possible but very unlikely, because the matching is manually adjusted and their vassal contract makes obvious throw matches a risk the academy usually avoids. Relieved on that point, Wang Xiao admits he still has not found a real strategy, and asks Zhou Shiro to give her opinion first. A little flattered but very serious, Zhou Shiro says the key should be conserving strength. She divides possible opponents into 2 groups, weaker teams that should be crushed fast, and evenly matched or stronger teams that become dangerous if the fight drags on. For the harder matches, Zhou Shiro proposes leaning on defense instead, baiting the enemy into attacking first and trying to let them waste their energy. Before she can go further, Wang Xiao and Tiangang answer at the same time, instantly exposing the flaw in that idea. Wang Xiao points out that even defending costs a lot of energy, and if the other side is thinking the same thing, both teams could just stall each other to death. Tiangang agrees and finally reveals the real trap. Beneath the surface rules, this selection also has hidden rules. Wang Xiao catches the first one almost immediately. With so many competitors, time itself has to matter. Tiangang says that is only half of it, and explains the cruel finish. In the round that leaves more than 10 winners, the actual deciding factor is who wins first, not just who wins. The implication hits Wang Xiao hard. The school has quietly shifted the real pressure onto the second-to-last stage, forcing everyone to chase fast victories without knowing their standing. Annoyed by how underhanded it is, Wang Xiao blurts out a curse at the person who designed such a nasty system. Then a cold voice answers from behind him. The academy head says he is the one who came up with those rules. Caught red-handed, Wang Xiao turns around with an awful forced smile and greets Huang Tingwei as politely as he can. Huang Tingwei is not amused and immediately tells Wang Xiao that if he has so much energy to complain, he can go do the long-delayed training assessment right now. That order revives an old problem for Wang Xiao, because the tiny house in the academy corner is the place where he once failed the assessment for Beast Tamer Lords and got stuck attending training classes. Wang Xiao tries to object that the internal selection is about to start, but Huang Tingwei cuts that off and says the assessment will not take long. Huang Tingwei sends Zhou Shiro to handle both of their registration procedures first, then orders Wang Xiao to follow him with no room for debate. So Wang Xiao leaves with Huang Tingwei, and the two cross the academy grounds toward the trial proving ground. At the shabby little test house, Huang Tingwei opens the door and simply tells Wang Xiao to go in. Wang Xiao swallows whatever complaint he had, steps into the darkness, and the door closes behind him. A hidden voice asks for his talent, and Wang Xiao answers that he is a beast tamer lord, even reminding the unseen teacher that he came here once before. The unseen examiner ignores the reminder and simply says to begin, leaving Wang Xiao confused because there is no portal, no machine, and nothing visible to start. Then a faint buzzing rises out of nowhere, starting almost softer than a mosquito before swelling fast into a sharp, inescapable drone. The strange part is that the sound does not hurt him. Instead, Wang Zhao's expression slowly loosens, his eyes lose focus, and his consciousness starts to drift. Outside the hut, Huang Tingwei hears that buzzing too. His expression turns solemn, and he calls someone on his communicator to say everything is ready and they can begin. In Kaiyang City's trading market, a shabby middle-aged vendor waited by a cloth full of cheap or and spirit grass, looking so lifeless that nobody took him seriously. A random customer asked about the water spirit grass, got hit with a ridiculous price of 500 units of fine copper ore, and stormed off cursing. Later, 2 young men repeated the same question, but this time one bargained in a strange way that made the vendor finally look up. When the vendor coldly changed the price to 100 units of purple gold mineral, the brothers gave the right answer, and the secret contact was confirmed. Lan Dehai hurriedly wrapped up his whole stall and led the 2 men through side alleys to a ruined house for the real meeting. But the moment they stepped inside and saw a blue planet soldier waiting, the brothers thought they had been sold out. Lang Bewley instantly grabbed Lan Dehai by the throat, and purple patterns flared on his hand as the vendor choked red-faced. The soldier quickly exposed his own glowing purple markings and revealed that the uniform was only a disguise. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lang Bewley let go and apologized, and the group finally settled down to talk inside. Turk introduced himself as the operations vice captain, Lan Dehai revealed he was their blue planet liaison, and the brothers gave their names as Lang Bewley and Lang Lina. When the brothers asked about their captain, Turk bluntly said the captain was probably already dead. Turk laid out portraits from the captain's last mission, and the brothers were shocked to see that a mere level 3 lord like Wang Xiao had been operating alongside a level 5 lord. Turk said the mission had failed, Li Tongfu was missing with the captain, and Wang Xiao was now the one they needed to watch most closely. To Turk, the real problem was obvious. A level 3 lord who could walk away from a level 5 operation unharmed had to be hiding something dangerous. When Lang Lina asked about Wang Xiao's talent, Lan Dehai cut in first and identified him as a beast tamer lord. Lan Dehai explained that Wang Xiao was already well known in Kaiyang City for leading Blue Planet Lords against the Crimson Star invasion during the Lord competition. The Lang brothers sneered at first, but Turk shut that down by reminding them these were the Crimson Star people who stole their holy beasts. Lan Dehai warned them not to underestimate Wang Xiao, especially because he seemed close to Blue Planet's military, and that finally made the brothers take the threat seriously. Turk immediately eased that fear by saying Wang Xiao had already fallen out with the military, and he had seen it happen himself. After Turk described Wang Zhao's public quarrel with Qin Jingrong, Lan Dehai realized Wang Xiao might be greedy enough to manipulate instead of attack head-on. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao woke up groggy in the little black test room and realized he had somehow fallen asleep during the assessment. The door opened, Huang Tingwei appeared with a dark face, and Wang Xiao nervously apologized and asked for another chance. Instead of explaining anything, Huang Tingwei coldly told him he had passed, which only made the result feel even stranger. Wang Xiao hurried after the academy head for answers, but he ran into Zhou Shirua and Yi Han before he could catch him. When Zhou Shirua asked about the result, Wang Xiao admitted he had passed but remembered absolutely nothing from the test. He checked with Zhou Shirua first, and she confirmed her old assessment had been a fast-moving territory development trial with abundant resources. Yi Han said his own version had been different, built around changing the venue's attributes with his elemental overlord talent, which only made Wang Zhao's blank memory feel weirder. Even Yi Han had never heard of anyone passing this assessment by seemingly just sleeping through it. Before they could sort it out, Su Jun recalled out that the academy's internal selection was about to start. The moment Wang Xiao spotted the legendary Gao Lishuan, he rushed over faster than Yi Han because he wanted answers immediately. Gao Lishuan met that urgency with a deadpan handout, reminding Wang Xiao their deal said 100 star coins a month before he answered any academy problem. Wang Xiao could only pay on the spot, and Gao Lishuan finally agreed to listen. When Wang Xiao explained the missing memory, Gao Lishuan answered with a straight-faced insult, and said Wang Zhao's brain was the problem. Pressed for a real explanation, Gao Lishuan said the training test targeted consciousness, so if Wang Xiao had fallen asleep, forgetting the process was possible. The answer sounded reasonable, but Wang Xiao could tell Gao Lishuan was still hiding something. An ear-piercing whistle cut the conversation short, and Su Junru urged everyone to move because the selection had officially started. Gao Lishuan took off first toward the teleportation building, with Yi Han and Su Junru chasing after him and Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro forced to follow. By the time they reached the teleportation hall, more than 1,000 students from different year groups had already gathered in class formations. In front of the crowd stood a massive teleportation door, nearly 3 times the size of a normal one, built for the academy's internal selection. After Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro found their class, a staff member used a loudspeaker to call the whole place to silence and begin announcing the rules. The staff explained that the academy had borrowed an artificial secret realm from the military, and everyone would enter through one giant gate before being split into separate two-person arenas. The warning not to damage the artificial realm made Wang Xiao think of Tian Gang, and he quietly realized that teacher had actually been helping them more than he claimed. When the final command came down, the staff waved a red flag and officially opened the selection. The crowd exploded forward at once, charging the portal like a flood of excited fighters. As the noisy rush cleared out, Wang Xiao noticed the ones still hanging back were almost all the strongest student factions, the kind of people patient enough to enter last. At the academy portal hall, Wang Xiao scans the other contestants and realizes most of the students gathered here are the strongest ones he is likely to face inside. Yihan spots Wang Xiao, waves excitedly, and jokes that Wang Xiao should not go easy on him if they meet in the arena. Wang Xiao fires back with the same energy, joking that he will definitely beat Yihan up if they cross paths. Still laughing, Yihan heads through the teleportation door with Su Junru, and the joking mood gives way to the real pressure of the qualifier. Wang Xiao leans close to Zhou Shiro and quietly warns her to remember these nearby students, because if she meets them inside, she cannot afford to hold back. Zhou Shiro tries to stay optimistic and points out that with more than 1,000 participants, they might never run into these dangerous people at all. Wang Xiao immediately shuts that down and explains that this waiting area only has about 90 top students, so meeting at least a couple of them is almost guaranteed. That math lands hard on Zhou Shiro, and her expression sours as she admits she has no real chance if she runs into monsters like Wang Xiao or Yihan. Wang Xiao lowers his voice even further and gives her one risky last resort. If things get desperate, she can try summoning the dark swamp crocodile dragon. He explains that as his vassal lord she normally should not be able to call his troops, but that particular dragon is unusual and can sometimes ignore the contract's limits. Zhou Shiro grimaces at the word might, but she still accepts the plan, takes a breath, and steps into the teleportation door. Wang Xiao follows her into the light and arrives in a floating rectangular arena where each fighter starts on opposite ends and wins by stealing the other side's flag. Before Wang Xiao can study the field for long, a male student opponent across the arena yells at him to stop looking around and start the match. The enemy has already laid out a neat formation with shield-bearing elven guards in front, goblin archers behind them, and 5 fast elven knights waiting as the flag-snatching force. Wang Xiao actually respects the setup, then politely introduces himself and asks for the other student's name. The student answers with pure arrogance, saying Wang Xiao does not need his name because he is about to be eliminated anyway. When Wang Xiao only summons a calf-sized silver shadow leopard, the opponent hurriedly checks it with an identification scroll and laughs at such a small-looking silver beast. Wang Xiao just smiles and says that little leopard is already enough to deal with him. Then Silver Flash erupts, and the silver shadow leopard becomes a streak of light that rips straight through the enemy formation before anyone can react. By the time the unnamed student understands what happened, his flag is gone and he vanishes in a golden elimination light. Wang Xiao praises the leopard, but the stolen flag immediately resets and a new opponent is teleported in, leaving him no real break between rounds. Wang Xiao steadies himself, greets one incoming opponent with a dry hello and goodbye, and keeps slicing through the bracket at absurd speed. After 5 minutes, Wang Xiao has already won 4 matches, and even the strongest of those opponents could not stop his mix of stealth from flickering light and shadow and sudden burst speed from Silver Flash. Because he has spent less than 10% of his energy, Wang Xiao feels he has almost locked in a qualifying spot, but he still cannot help worrying about how Zhou Shiro is doing. That thought is cut off when the 5th opponent appears in golden light, and Wang Xiao freezes after recognizing Su Junru on the other side. Su Junru is just as startled, and the awkward coincidence lands immediately because meeting here means one of them will be knocked out. Su Junru quickly asks what round this is for Wang Xiao, and when he says 5th, she blurts out in shock that she has only just won 1 match herself. Wang Xiao realizes the simultaneous matching system makes their progress uneven, which means Su Junru is horribly unlucky, but it also confirms his own lead is huge. Relaxing a little, Wang Xiao tells Su Junru to surrender on her own before he ends up hurting her. Instead, Su Junru suddenly bows deeply and apologizes, leaving Wang Xiao baffled about what she means. Her answer is action. She summons several mechanical spiders and rapidly combines them into a compact fortress that seals her flag inside from every angle. Su Junru admits she knows she cannot beat him, but to improve Yihan's chance of qualifying, she will do everything she can to drag Wang Xiao down here. Wang Xiao can only stare at the sealed fortress in disbelief, realizing Su Junru has turned herself into a pure stumbling block that gains her nothing and only tries to tax him. When Wang Xiao protests that this should be illegal, Su Junru smugly points out the rules only forbid moving the flag, not building a shell around it. She even adds that this same little fortress just won her last match, and that it can tank a full-strength hit from a platinum soldier. That warning makes Wang Xiao hesitate, because even if he can break it with stronger beasts, the energy cost would chew up the huge advantage he built in the early rounds. Instead of forcing a costly breakthrough, Wang Xiao dismisses the silver shadow leopard and calmly says he will beat Su Junru at her own game. He sits down right there on the arena floor and summons 100 metal-devouring ants to start chewing through the fortress layer by layer. The ants do start carving away the outer shell, but slowly enough that Su Junra cannot understand why Wang Xiao is willing to spend so much time on this. When she finally asks what he is doing, Wang Xiao turns the question around and asks how much energy she thinks Yi Han has already burned by now. That is when Su Junra finally gets it. Wang Xiao is trading some of his lead in time for preserved energy, which matters far more in the final rounds. Wang Xiao spells it out for her. Since he is already multiple rounds ahead, this battle is the perfect place to rest inside the rules and save strength for the endgame. Now Su Junra is the one trapped, because if she keeps stalling, Wang Xiao rests for free, and if she surrenders, he keeps both his time lead and his energy. Unwilling to hand him a comfortable rest, Su Junra decides to at least make him react and sends several armed mobile fortresses charging straight at him. Wang Xiao instantly sees the idea, moves beside his own flag, and feeds energy into his protection ring to raise a thin golden defensive field around himself. Because the ring blocks all indirect attacks, the mechanical fortresses slam into an invisible wall and cannot even touch him despite firing flames, lightning, and physical weapons. Seeing her backup plan fail too, Su Junra is left completely dumbfounded while Wang Xiao sits safely inside the shield and quietly appreciates just how absurdly useful that ring is. A few minutes tick by, the mobile fortresses run out of energy, and right as Su Junra prepares to send more, the ants finally bite a huge hole into the flag fortress. One metal-devouring ant pokes through the gap, grabs Su Junra's flag with absurd ease, and ends the whole match in just 3 minutes. Wang Xiao cheerfully notes that 3 minutes is still enough time for him to clear 2 more rounds, and Su Junra can only wave an angry fist before the elimination light takes her away. As soon as Su Junra disappears, Wang Xiao drops the shield, recalls the ants, and summons the silver shadow leopard again to be ready for the next instant match. Then the 6th opponent arrives, and Wang Xiao's face goes awkward all over again when the new golden light reveals Zhao Yunyan. After some awkward greetings, Wang Xiao asks what round Zhao Yunyan is on and learns it is only his 3rd, which makes Wang Xiao decide the honest answer would only sting. So Wang Xiao simply tells Zhao Yunyan not to ask too much, then advises him to surrender because there is no point dragging this fight out. But Zhao Yunyan refuses, saying he still wants this fight because he once swore he would defeat Wang Xiao fair and square in a secret realm. With that challenge laid down, Zhao Yunyan summons 20 lava slimes and braces himself to finally test that promise against Wang Xiao. Seeing Zhao Yunyan burning to finally challenge him head-on, Wang Xiao stops brushing him off and decides to give him the serious fight he has wanted for so long. Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Raging Lava Bear beside his Silver Shadow Leopard, forming a clean triangle as he warns that he will not hold back. Zhao Yunyan answers with the same stubborn edge and sends out 20 lava slimes at once. The slimes unleash lava spray together, and the arena suddenly fills with roaring pillars of molten fire aimed straight at Wang Xiao's side. Wang Xiao answers with Iron Wall, and the Raging Lava Bear slams the ground to raise a molten metal barrier that blocks the entire barrage. Even behind the defense, Wang Xiao can tell Zhao Yunyan has improved a lot since the Lord competition, and that makes him sharpen his focus. The moment the wall drops, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard flash out like white lightning and shred more than half the lava slimes in one pass. Instead of rushing the flag, Wang Xiao pulls his beasts back and seriously asks Zhao Yunyan if he still wants to continue. Zhao Yunyan grits his teeth, refuses to back down, and piles on more pressure by summoning 20 more lava slimes and 10 explosive slimes hidden among the survivors. Wang Xiao immediately realizes Zhao Yunyan has gone all in, burning energy on a reckless setup because he only cares about winning this one fight. He changes tactics on the spot, ordering precise kills, safe spacing, and a coordinated mix of Berserk Thunder, Silver Flash, and Earth Spike. The Raging Lava Bear's stone spikes trigger the first explosive slime, and the blast throws nearby lava slimes into the air like perfect targets. The 2 speed beasts capitalize instantly, cutting down every airborne slime while chain explosions keep launching new targets for them. In under half a minute, Zhao Yunyan's formation is gutted, and Wang Xiao's team comes back with only the Silver Shadow Leopard lightly singed. Zhao Yunyan blurts out in disbelief that the explosive slime's death explosion should have badly injured Wang Xiao's beasts. Wang Xiao keeps quiet about his earlier experience fighting explosive slimes and simply asks again if Zhao Yunyan wants to continue. Zhao Yunyan finally admits the loss, but his eyes still burn as he swears that one day he will beat Wang Xiao. Trying to help without saying too much, Wang Xiao transfers Zhao Yunyan 10,000 star coins as compensation for the explosive slimes that will not revive in his territory. Zhao Yunyan refuses the money on principle, insisting that losses are part of fighting and he cannot take it. Wang Xiao awkwardly tries to explain that he could have taken the flag anyway and only fought like this to train his beast's teamwork, so Zhao Yunyan can treat the money as sparring pay. That lands horribly, and Zhao Yunyan goes red with rage because he thinks Wang Xiao just called their desperate fight a practice round. Before Wang Xiao can fix it, Zhao Yunyan explodes and floods the arena with a furious last-stand swarm of hundreds of slimes. Wang Xiao instantly knows words are useless now, so he decides the only kind option left is to end the match fast and limit Zhao Yunyan's losses. The silver shadow leopard blurs through the crowd in a single flash and comes back with Zhao Yunyan's flag before the swarm can even matter. Zhao Yunyan can barely get a word out before the golden light of defeat takes him away and his entire slime army dissolves with him. Wan Xiao wins again, but instead of feeling good about it, he is left mildly guilty and starts thinking he should buy Zhao Yunyan a meal later. When he checks his condition, Wan Xiao sees that Su Junra's match and Zhao Yunyan's match together have pushed his energy down to under 60%. He quickly does the math and relaxes, thinking he is only one more win away from securing a spot in the academy ranking assessment anyway. Since he does not care about becoming captain, Wan Xiao figures he can finish the next opponent and stop there. A new opponent appears in golden light, and because Wan Xiao does not know him, he ends the match immediately with the same flag-snatching move. But just when Wan Xiao thinks 7 wins should have settled qualification, another opponent materializes and throws his whole assumption off. He first guesses this must be the captain round, because only that would explain why the fights are still going. The new student attacks with summoned troops right away, and Wan Xiao drops the theory for the moment and answers with force. The fight is disappointingly one-sided, and Wan Xiao is left baffled that such a weak opponent somehow lasted this long. After his beasts crush the goblin commanders and the leopard steals the flag, that 8th opponent vanishes too. Then the 9th opponent appears, and Wan Xiao is stunned to recognize him as one of Zhao Yunyan's classmates from Class E. That makes no sense to him, so Wan Xiao pauses to ask a simple question and learns this is only the other student's 4th match. Watching those peak silver skeleton archers line up, Wan Xiao finally realizes he completely misunderstood how this internal selection works. The matches are not synchronized round by round at all, and winners just keep getting thrown into the next fight immediately, even if other students are far behind. That means when Wan Xiao had already fought 6 times, Zhao Yunyan was only on his 3rd, so fast wins were actually dragging Wan Xiao into more battles. Now Tian Gang's unfinished warning clicks into place for him. Hidden Rule 1 was Victory Order, and Hidden Rule 2 is brutally simple, the capable work more. The more he thinks about it, the worse it sounds, because if he keeps winning in 10 seconds, he could end up fighting half the school before the top 10 are decided. With no better option, Wan Xiao sighs, gives up complaining, and sends the silver shadow leopard forward again to keep grinding through it. Elsewhere in the academy head's office, Huang Tingwei is buried in a dense report and frowning over difficult data. A staff member suddenly knocks and rushes in, breaking the silence with clear panic. When Huang Tingwei coldly reminds him not to interrupt without a real reason, the staff member blurts out that Wang Xiao has gone crazy from mowing through opponents. At the monitoring station, a staff member rushes in and blurts out that Wang Xiao has already eliminated 9 opponents. Huang Tingwei barely reacts at first because Wang Xiao's strength is obviously above the other students anyway. Then the staff adds the real shock. Wang Xiao did it all in just 15 minutes. That number finally makes Huang Tingwei stand up, because at this pace Wang Xiao could tear through a huge chunk of the selection by himself. He quickly realizes Wang Xiao is warping the whole event into a luck test, since anyone who avoids him might reach the finals even without top strength. When the staff urges him to act before more promising students get wiped out, Huang Tingwei makes a blunt decision. Huang Tingwei orders them to pull Wang Xiao out of the secret realm immediately, and count him as already qualified for the ranking assessment. The staff hesitates because that rule never existed, but Huang Tingwei shuts the doubt down and tells him to carry it out. After the staff runs out, Huang Tingwei studies Wang Zhao's data again and quietly wonders what kind of level 3 lord this kid really is. Back inside the secret realm arena, Wang Xiao has already stopped holding back and keeps fighting because he knows he cannot afford to relax before the field drops to 10 people. His next opponent, an unnamed level 4 senior, is already being crushed even with a full set of peak gold level soldiers. Desperate and furious, the battered unnamed senior points at Wang Xiao and accuses him of cheating for having so many platinum level troops as a mere level 3 lord. Wang Xiao brushes the complaint off with a muttered sneer and lifts his hand to finish the fight. Instead, golden light suddenly flares over Wang Zhao's body, and he realizes he is being teleported away before the match is even decided. He can see that neither side's flag has fallen, so this is not a loss at all, which only makes the forced teleport even stranger. The next instant, the golden light swallows his view and throws him out of the secret realm. Wang Xiao reappears outside the huge portal in front of a packed crowd of students and eliminated participants, completely caught off guard. When he asks if he has been eliminated, a staff member instead hands him a secret realm key and tells him he has already qualified and can wait outside to rest. That one word, rest, instantly lights the crowd on fire because the rules had promised there would be no breaks at all. The complaints pile up fast, and soon the whole field is roaring that the academy is openly favoring Wang Xiao. Then the academy broadcast cuts in, and Huang Tingwei's calm order to shut up crushes the entire commotion in one instant. Huang Tingwei goes even further over the broadcast and flatly admits that yes, he is biased toward Wang Xiao. The admission makes the crowd flare again, and the students Wang Xiao beat start looking at him like he won through dirty help. But over the broadcast, Huang Tingwei reminds everyone of Yu Heng's real rule: if you are strong enough, you get to stand above the normal rules. He ends it with a hard challenge, saying that if anyone wants the same treatment, they should become strong enough to earn it. After the broadcast goes dead, The entire field stays quiet because no one can really argue with strength being king at Yuheng Academy. Wan Xiao quickly figures out Huang Tingwei probably used him as a whip to scare and motivate the whole academy. Since the academy head already gave him cover, Wan Xiao decides to act a little lawless and enjoy the privilege to the fullest. He hops up onto the registration table itself, and the nearby unnamed staff immediately snaps at him to get down. Wan Xiao only smiles, points toward Huang Tingwei's office, and the staff member instantly swallows the rest of the scolding. With nobody daring to stop him, Wan Xiao stretches out on the table and openly uses it as his resting spot. The students around him grumble that he is unbearably arrogant, but now even that complaint starts bending back toward the same brutal lesson about strength. One by one, the sharper students stop whining, decide they need to train harder, and start leaving the venue. Within minutes, more than half the onlookers have dispersed, and Wan Xiao is quietly impressed that the academy head's stunt worked this well. He also judges that most of that motivation will probably burn out fast unless Huang Tingwei keeps doing this kind of thing again. That thought even makes him joke to himself that next time he should charge the academy head an appearance fee. While waiting, Wan Xiao casually checks the registration forms and sees that roughly 400 participants are still fighting inside. More than an hour later, that number finally shrinks to just 18, confirming how absurdly fast Wang Zhao's own run had been. What really surprises him is that Zhou Shiruo's name is still on the survivor list this late, even though her construction lord style is supposed to suffer badly whenever the battlefield changes. 8 more students drop out, and Zhou Shiruo's name still remains, leaving only the final 10 candidates. Since Wang Xiao already took one guaranteed slot, he realizes one extra person still has to be cut from these 10 before the captain battle can begin. He asks who is left, and the staff starts reading names before suddenly choking on an odd result in the records. The records show that Ihan's name is still in the final group even though his elimination column is completely empty. A second look reveals Zhou Shiruo's record is just as strange as Ihan's. She is still in the running, but her elimination column is also empty. The staff cannot make sense of it, but Wang Xiao slowly realizes they did not brute force their way forward at all. They slipped through a loophole. He explains that the selection only cares about becoming one of the last 10, so if others keep killing each other fast enough, someone can survive all the way there without fighting. The staff objects that they would still need wins later, and Wang Xiao points out the trap. Once others keep winning, the pairings keep shifting, so Ihan and Zhou Shiruo can stay untouched while someone else gets eliminated. Almost on cue, the portal buzzes and another student is dumped out, confirming that the final clash happened between other people again. At the same moment, Wang Zhao's key lights up, which means the internal selection is officially over and the captain battle is about to start. Wang Xiao can only laugh to himself, because Ihan and Zhou Shiruo really did coast into the finals while everyone else fought like mad around them. At the captain stage of the internal selection, Wang Xiao is teleported back into the same rectangular secret realm arena, but this time the opponent waiting across from him is clearly much stronger. Wang Xiao quickly notices that the senior's aura is at least level 4, but the man is drenched in sweat and breathing hard from fighting all the way here without rest. Before Wang Xiao even acts, Zhao Lei has already arranged a careful defensive lineup around his flag instead of charging in blindly. Seeing the lineup, Wang Xiao silently approves because every unit is placed for this flag capture format, even if the roster itself is not overwhelming. Instead of summoning troops right away, Wang Xiao politely introduces himself and confirms that the tired fighter opposite him is a senior named Zhao Lei from Year 2 Class A. Zhao Lei says he has wanted to fight Wang Xiao for a while, only for Wang Xiao to answer with an awkward apology instead of battle spirit. Wang Xiao points out that Zhao Lei has been forced to keep fighting with no recovery, while he himself just rested for more than an hour, so this match is not fair from the start. Zhao Lei cuts him off with battlefield logic and demands that Wang Xiao stop talking nonsense and summon his soldiers. Wang Xiao calmly refuses, then shocks Zhao Lei by kicking down his own flag and intentionally fouling out of the captain battle. He gets forcibly ejected at once because Wang Xiao never cared about becoming captain in the first place, and with his situation already complicated, staying low-key is safer than standing out. The moment Wang Xiao returns, another teleportation door buzzes and Zhou Shiruo appears beside him, having also made it to the end of the selection. Wang Xiao teases her for finally getting eliminated, and Zhou Shiruo instantly fires back that he should be praising her for lasting this long. He suddenly asks whether Ihan or Zhou Shiruo was stronger, and her shocked reaction tells him he guessed the pairing correctly. Wang Xiao pulls her aside and explains the loophole he figured out. Ihan probably proposed that in exchange for a qualification slot, Zhou Shiruo would enter the captain's stage and then voluntarily forfeit. He points to the obvious proof that she has no battle marks at all, and Zhou Shiruo is so impressed by the deduction that she blurts out that he is almost scary. Wang Xiao admits he only figured the trick out afterward, and now he feels a little bitter that he worked so hard when he could have coasted to a spot. When Zhou Shiruo asks if that means he really fought all the way through, Wang Xiao only answers with a strange, evasive smile and leaves it there. The two head to Tian Gang's office to report their good news, expecting their class director to be pleased that his class produced 2 qualifiers outside the usual Class A crowd. Inside the office, Tian Gang is just staring out the window in a daze, so lost in thought that Wang Xiao has to call him several times before he reacts. Wang Xiao smugly announces that he and Zhou Shiro both secured qualification for the academy ranking assessment, but Tian Gang only gives a flat, lifeless congratulations. That dead reaction feels completely wrong, so Wang Xiao directly asks whether something happened to him. Tian Gang shuts the question down and tells them to leave, making it obvious he is hiding some painful trouble. Just as they prepare to go, Tian Gang suddenly stops them and asks a much more personal question. As Tian Chang's former classmates, what do they really think of his younger brother? The moment they hear that, both of them realize Tian Gang may already know something about Tian Chang joining Crimson Star, and neither of them can figure out how to answer without hurting him. After several painful minutes of hesitation, Tian Gang seems to read their silence for himself and simply tells them to go, reminding them to return in 3 days for the academy ranking assessment. They leave the office, but neither of them can shake the image of Tian Gang looking hollowed out by the blow. Instead of going far, the two quietly hide near the corridor window and keep watch because Wang Xiao no longer wants to ignore Tian Gang after everything the teacher has done for him. Inside the office, Tian Gang opens the window, braces both hands on the sill, and stares downstairs in lonely silence, looking unsettlingly fragile. Zhou Shiro quietly worries that he might take things too hard, and Wang Xiao tries to deny it but cannot hide that he is not sure either. Zhou Shiro suggests informing the academy head, but Wang Xiao immediately rejects that because if the news spreads, the whole Tian family could be ruined in Kaiyang City. That leaves Zhou Shiro frustrated, because they cannot guard Tian Gang every second, especially once he goes home. After staring at Tian Gang's lonely back for a while, Wang Xiao decides this is a special problem that needs a special solution. Without explaining further, Wang Xiao pulls out his communicator and calls Commander Qin, asking for a meeting. The next stop is a private room in Kaiyang restaurant, where a huge table of expensive dishes arrives, but only Wang Xiao is enthusiastically digging in. Zhou Shiro cannot believe he is feasting at a time like this, and Wang Xiao shamelessly answers that he came to solve the problem and fulfill his long-delayed dream of eating here. Their contact finally arrives when a sharp, serious young man in casual clothes enters the room, and Wang Xiao instantly recognizes him as Adjutant Qi. Wang Xiao dryly points out that Qi Lianjuan's aura is so obvious his disguise is almost useless, but Qi just sits down and says Commander Qin cannot show his face right now. Since Qin Jinrong is unavailable, Qi Lianjuan tells Wang Xiao to say whatever he needs to say to him first. Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and asks whether the military captured Tian Chang a few days ago. After Qi confirms that point, Wang Xiao immediately asks for Tian Gang to be allowed to meet Tian Chang, hoping a face-to-face encounter can pull his teacher out of this collapse. The request instantly puts Qi Lianjuan on edge, and he coldly asks the real question underneath it all: how does Tian Gang even know that Tian Chang joined Crimson Star? Wang Xiao starts to deny leaking anything, then freezes when he realizes Qi's reaction means the military never informed Tian Chang's family in the first place. Qi Lianjuan explains that Tian Chang has gone insane, the case is not formally settled yet, and the military is still trying to treat him and find out how much he leaked, so there was no reason to notify the family. That revelation leaves both Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro stunned, because if the military said nothing, Tian Gang's breakdown suddenly makes even less sense. Zhou Shiro voices the core mystery out loud: if no one informed the family, what exactly triggered Tian Gang to suddenly ask about his brother? Qi Lianjuan presses further and asks whether Tian Gang might have overheard something from Wang Xiao, but Wang Xiao firmly rejects that because Tian Gang only changed after the selection, when everyone was inside separate secret realm spaces. The stranger it sounds, the more serious Qi Lianjuan becomes, because if Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro did not leak anything, then someone else inside Yuheng Academy may have. Wang Xiao still circles back to the main request, and Qi Lianjuan finally says he will report it to Commander Chen, though he warns them not to expect too much. Back in Tian Gang's office, the teacher stands alone at the window for a long time before his blank eyes finally sharpen with a grim decision. With a heavy sigh, Tian Gang takes out his communicator and makes his own move, agreeing to an unknown deal on one condition: he has to see his brother first. In a private room at Kaiyang restaurant, Qi Lianjuan and Zhou Shiro brood over the leak, while Wang Xiao casually keeps eating like he already sees where this is going. After a satisfied burp, Wang Xiao presses Qi Lianjuan for an answer, and she admits a secret operation with so many people involved was almost impossible to keep airtight. Wang Xiao points out the real problem: the leak did not spread randomly, it reached teacher Tian specifically, which feels far too targeted to be chance. Qi Lianjuan catches Wang Xiao's meaning at once, and Wang Xiao solemnly tells him to notify Commander Chen that they can start casting the net. When Qi Lianjuan worries that moving now might be rash, Wang Xiao pushes back that this is exactly the kind of danger you prepare for before it explodes. Qi Lianjuan does not argue after that, and his suddenly grim face makes it clear he knows just how serious the situation could become. Completely lost, Zhou Shiro asks what they are even talking about, and Wang Xiao teases that if she understood this conversation too easily, he would need to rethink trusting her. The joking tone fades when Wang Xiao asks Qi Lianjuan for one more favor. He hopes Tian Gang can meet his brother. Qi Lianjuan asks if Tian Gang really matters that much to him, And Wang Xiao answers with an uncertain yes that shows even he is not fully sure what Tiangang means to him. Qi Lianjuan finally agrees to try, though he warns that in this special situation he cannot promise it will work. Wang Xiao thanks him sincerely, bows slightly, and immediately ruins the solemn moment by dumping the bill on Qi Lianjuan. Before Qi Lianjuan can recover, Wang Xiao grabs Zhou Shiro and bolts out of the private room. The escape ends in a hard collision when Wang Xiao slams into a middle-aged man stepping out of the opposite room, and both of them stagger back. Wang Xiao apologizes at once, but the man, Lan Dehai, brushes it off with an easy laugh and tells him to be more careful next time. Then Tiangang peeks out from behind Lan Dehai, and both Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are caught off guard to see him here at all. Tiangang awkwardly guesses they are out on a date, which makes Wang Xiao realize he is still holding Zhou Shiro's hand and instantly let go, red-faced. Wang Xiao hurriedly says they only came to meet a friend, and when Qi Lianjuan steps out of the room, he quickly introduces him to Tiangang and the others. The moment he hears the name Tiangang, Qi Lianjuan's eyes flicker, and he quietly gives the teacher a closer, much more suspicious look. Asked who he is, the middle-aged man introduces himself as Lan Dehai, a market broker, and hands out business cards while offering everyone a dramatic discount. Wang Xiao tests him by asking about Ma Yinla, and Lan Dehai answers instantly that he even taught that kid before, grumbling that Ma Yinla now ignores small customers after landing a big client. That answer lowers Wang Zhao's guard, so he turns to Tiangang and asks if this dinner is really just about buying resources. Lan Dehai cuts in before Tiangang can answer and says he invited teacher Tian here because 2 nephews from Xiling want help entering an academy in Kaiyang City. Lan Dehai keeps talking, saying academy entry is hard outside registration season, so he is repaying an old deal with dinner and asking Tiangang to help find a way. When Wang Xiao looks to Tiangang for confirmation, Tiangang does nod, but the smile he puts on looks strained enough to make the whole story feel wrong. Lan Dehai suddenly offers to cover Wang Zhao's table too, and before Wang Xiao can refuse, Qi Lianjuan accepts for him on the spot. Qi Lianjuan even walks Lan Dehai toward the counter, an oddly eager move that leaves everyone else staring after them. Zhou Shiro whispers that Adjutant Qi seems weirdly stingy today, but Wang Xiao catches Qi Lianjuan winking back and realizes he is deliberately drawing Lan Dehai away. With Lan Dehai pulled away, Wang Xiao immediately turns back to Tiangang and asks what really happened and who that man was. Tiangang hesitates, glances after Lan Dehai, and still falls back on the same cover story that the man only came to ask about helping a nephew enter an academy. Wang Xiao catches the hesitation and knows the truth is deeper than that, but Tiangang's attitude makes it clear he will not open up so easily, so Wang Xiao changes tactics and casually says he did not expect Tiangang to have enough influence to help students get into an academy. Tiangang quickly corrects him that he recommended those nephews to Yaoguang Academy, not his own, then cuts the talk short and tells Wang Xiao to rest for the coming ranking assessment. Before Wang Xiao can press further, Tiangang hurries off without looking back, ignoring Wang Zhao's calls completely.